An unexpected addition, the adopted orphan. His arrival caused a slight deviation in the gears of history, leaving one to ponder the future's trajectory. What kind of future shall unfold? A potential future is emerging. In the year 2000 of the Western calendar, the excessive increase in the human population and the extensive degradation of the environment, coupled with a severe scarcity of resources, prompted world leaders to contemplate pathways for the future. After numerous negotiations among the 5 leading nations, they ultimately confirmed the Cosmic Migration Initiative. Following this affirmation, the planet's most brilliant minds, the genius scientists, were gathered and provided with the highest privileges, the most advanced equipment and ample resources, allowing them to embark on this monumental endeavor without any lingering concerns. Humanity began to liberate itself from the terrestrial confines, embarking toward the boundless cosmos. By 2009, the governmental positions of various nations were fully established, and in the same year, the Earth Federation Army underwent restructuring, culminating in the complete formation of the Earth Federation. The Cosmic Migration Initiative accelerated forward. By 2045, in Earth's orbit, the first fully completed semi-permanent colony satellite, the Prime Minister's Residence Laplace, was inaugurated and put into operation. Initial plans confirmed the construction of a total of 7 colony satellite clusters, from Side 1 to Side 7, with Side 1 commencing its construction. In that same year, a new Earth Federation statute was drafted and finalized. On the final day of 2045, as the populace eagerly anticipated the dawn of a new cosmic era, a colossal conspiracy quietly unfolded behind their backs. Just as Prime Minister Ricard Mathias began to announce the transition to a new calendar year and delivered his New Year's address, a tremendous explosion reduced the entire man-made structure to ruins, turning its inhabitants into cosmic dust. This incident was ultimately classified as a terrorist attack, resulting in a cover-up. However, astute observers understood that it was likely a self-staged farce orchestrated by the federal government. What organization could launch such a large-scale attack under such stringent surveillance at the Prime Minister's residence? Yet, knowing the truth and voicing it are 2 entirely different matters, especially now, as the entire government had entered a state of semi-martial law. Should one feel they had lived enough, they could dare to speak out. It would not be long before authorities would arrive at their doorsteps, embroiled in bizarre cases of sudden disappearances. In the year UC 0027, the first permanent city on the lunar surface, Von Braun, was completed. By UC 0045, the asteroid Juno entered lunar orbit and began periodic stable operations, subsequently dubbed Luna 2. By UC 0050, approximately 9 billion of Earth's inhabitants had ventured into the cosmos. Logically, the Cosmic Migration Initiative had fulfilled its purpose. However, this was merely the beginning of humanity's tragedy. One can only imagine the expressions of those who initially conceived this plan had they foreseen such outcomes. As the vast majority of the population migrated into space, the demographic pressure on Earth significantly eased, and the cosmic migration began to forge a vast economic system, invigorating Earth's previously stagnant economy. Meanwhile, officials remaining on Earth began to take pride in their so-called achievements, even exploiting the space migrants within the colony satellites. Discriminatory treatment emerged between the space migrants and the native inhabitants of Earth, igniting a growing discontent among the former. Yet, their voices had not yet coalesced until the emergence of a singular figure. In UC 0046, Jean Zimdeiken delivered speeches across various sides, advocating the notion that humanity should cease polluting Earth and should migrate entirely into space, with sides as nations, garnering substantial support from the space migrants. By UC 0052, Jean, along with his close associates, Kimball Lal and Dejin Zabi, arrived at Side 3 and delivered a subsequently renowned address titled To the New Humanity. The following year, bolstered by overwhelming public support, Jean was elected as the mayor of Side 3 by a decisive margin. 5 years later, he successfully led Side 3 to independence, establishing the Muzhou Autonomous Region, which would later be referred to as the Jean Republic. However, the aftermath of independence was not as favorable. Relying solely on a cluster of colony satellites posed significant challenges to self-sufficiency, laying the groundwork for Jean's eventual demise. The emergence of the term New Humanity incited fervor not only among the space migrants, but also sparked a new wave of inspiration in a deranged scientist. Oliveira Lee Alonso, a biologist, had found his research stagnating, devoid of support for his laboratory, and facing financial insolvency. Yet upon hearing this term, it seemed to open a new portal for him, visions of a future where humanity evolved into beings with enhanced perceptions, greater strength, swifter responses, and smarter brains, capable of continuous self-evolution. When he submitted this radical plan to the federal government, it received significant backing. After all, it represented a perfect super-soldier initiative for the Federation. If successful, it would be nothing short of extraordinary. Yet, over the ensuing decade, the project faced numerous setbacks. The massive influx of funds evaporated, and a plethora of experimental subjects perished, leading to rising impatience among high-ranking officials. The dissatisfaction of fellow scientists dwindled their support, resulting in relentless critiques of Oliveira's research as mere fantasy, impossible to realize. Yet, the most perilous aspect was that, in pursuit of experiments, the government covertly captured numerous vagrants and refugees. Initially unnoticed, this anomaly eventually caught the attention of a daring journalist who uncovered the shocking truth. Ultimately, it was mere misfortune that led to this discovery. The journalist had initially been trailing a popular actress rumored to be involved with a corporate executive. On that fateful day, while following her, he accidentally took a wrong turn in the woods and, after wandering without sight of his target, stumbled upon a group handling discarded experimental materials. With meticulous care and unwavering determination, the journalist unearthed a secret far more explosive than the scandal he initially sought. Instead of publishing his findings with his newspaper, he opted to leak the information online. By the time the Federation attempted to suppress the news, it was too late. Too many had already witnessed the revelation. As the scandal unfolded and the Federation's distrust of Oliveira grew, he became a discarded pawn. Since suppression had arrived too late, they decided to acknowledge the situation as merely Oliveira's personal misconduct. Such platitudes were recognized as insincere fabrications, yet they persisted in this narrative. What could one do? Would they dare voice their dissent, fearing the consequences of water meter inspections? Oliveira, foreseeing the impending storm, managed to escape the laboratory with vital documents and a portion of his unfinished work before the Federation agents arrived. Their pursuit lacked fervor to them. He was merely a pile of useless garbage. Although capturing him for execution could bolster their reputation, the costs in manpower and resources would be excessive, rendering it a net loss. Thus, in this scenario, Oliveira's life was spared as he continued to evade capture, conducting his research in secrecy. 2 years passed as Oliveira concealed himself while striving to advance his studies. By December 30th, UC0059, he found himself at an impasse. His research had stalled due to a lack of experimentation. He had discovered a viable method that yielded promising results in animals, yet the disparity between human and animal physiology loomed large. He lacked the funds to recruit daring volunteers and feared conducting experiments on himself, for such an act could very well extinguish his last hope for survival. As the new year approached, he aimlessly wandered the streets, feeling a profound sense of solitude amidst the bustling crowds celebrating the impending arrival of the new year. Observing families bustling about with excitement, he was suddenly struck by the reality of his own isolation. Approaching 50, bereft of parents and alone in his relentless pursuit of scientific endeavors, a hollow ache began to settle within him. Strolling through the vibrant streets of Solivia, Oliveira felt like an outsider, overwhelmed by a sense of melancholy. With a sudden impulse, he turned towards the remote outskirts. As dusk descended and he distanced himself from the lively city center, he walked along a desolate path, enveloped in his loneliness. Yet, unexpectedly, 2 figures appeared, altering the course of what seemed to be a destiny destined for solitude. Turning down this desolate path, Oliveira found himself on an almost deserted trail, where the only sights that greeted his eyes were the remnants of refuse that had long been neglected and, beside it, a gaunt, emaciated woman clad in tattered garments. Beside her lay an infant, newly born and smeared with blood, the umbilical cord still uncut. Judging by the woman's appearance and the impression she conveyed, it seemed she had once come from a respectable background, only to be cast into this dire situation due to some tragic event. The woman appeared to notice Oliveira. Her head moved slightly, as if she wished to speak, but her strength had utterly forsaken her. Witnessing her plight stirred a pang of compassion within Oliveira. He hastened towards her, shedding his coat to wrap around the infant. He understood that this mother, having just given birth, was preoccupied with concern for her child. He cleared the infant's mouth, severed the umbilical cord, and gently tapped the baby's behind, yet the child did not cry. It merely struggled to open its eyes. Observing this frail infant, so unlike the plump newborns typically expected, the child's open eyes seemed to convey a desperate will to survive. Oliveira felt a wave of sorrow wash over him. Even a freshly born child yearned for life, while he himself had endured years of despair. The woman, having witnessed Oliveira's previous actions, became acutely aware of her own dire state. With great difficulty, She retrieved a jade pendant from her bosom and uttered, "I implore you." For the child. Before she could finish her plea, her hand fell limply, her head tilted to one side, and the pendant slipped from her grasp. Oliveira gently felt for her pulse and checked her breathing, only to shake his head in resignation with a sigh. This young mother, who had just brought a child into the world, had ultimately exhausted her strength and vitality, departing from this realm. He picked up the fallen jade pendant, recognizing it as a fine piece, inscribed with the character Zhao. "Is this your surname, little one?" Oliveira remarked, gazing at the Chinese character Zhao. Observing the deceased woman and the child in her arms, along with the pendant, he deduced they hailed from the Chinese region, though the reason for their presence here eluded him. However, now was not the time for such inquiries. He recognized that the infant was in grave danger, its prolonged malnutrition rendering it exceedingly frail. At this moment, the child had just entered the world, yet Oliveira understood that its survival might be measured in mere days. "Perhaps. It appears I must take a risk. If successful, not only will you survive, but my research may also find validation. Otherwise, neither of us may endure, and my endeavors would be rendered futile. It all hinges on the fates of the two of us." Oliveira murmured to himself, tenderly wiping the dirt from the baby's tiny face. Chapter 2. General Rebel the infant, having suffered from prolonged nutritional deficiency in the womb, was born with certain congenital shortcomings. Logically, he should not have survived to see the light of day. Yet, against all odds, he emerged into this world with remarkable resilience. However, given the current state of medical knowledge, his chances of survival remained exceedingly slim. The only course of action that Oliveira could conceive, and indeed his sole recourse, was to administer an untested serum, coupled with the high-concentration nutrient solution he had painstakingly gathered. It was hypothesized that this concoction could reactivate the cellular vitality within the child's body, enabling it to absorb nutrients in abundance and thus thrive. Nonetheless, this was merely a conjecture, devoid of any precedents for reference. Whether it would succeed was left solely to fate. Oliveira secured the child to his person and discreetly moved the woman's corpse to the roadside, hoping that a passerby would come to give her a proper burial, for he remained a wanted man. Arriving at his secluded abode with the child, Oliveira immediately set about preparing to treat the frail, unfortunate infant. He infused the child with the carefully concocted serum via an intravenous drip, fitted an oxygen mask upon him, and administered the crucial medication. Subsequently, he placed the child into a freshly prepared nutrient bath. Throughout this process, the infant neither cried out nor struggled significantly, perhaps due to exhaustion, or maybe an instinctive understanding that Oliveira was there to save him. In any case, he lay quietly, eyes gently closed within the confines of the medicinal pool. Yet, there was more to Oliveira's plan. He had a sudden stroke of inspiration to incorporate a sleep-learning device into the treatment. This contraption had once enjoyed a fleeting popularity before swiftly fading into obscurity, its ineffectiveness being the primary reason for its downfall. Typically employed by parents eager to enhance their children's academic prospects, it ultimately yielded negligible improvements, rendering it little more than a discarded relic. Oliveira, however, speculated that since the infant would be in a profound sleep during treatment, perhaps imparting some fundamental knowledge through this device might yield unexpected benefits. Thus, he decided to utilize it. The treatment spanned an entire day and night, culminating on the evening of December 31 St. The instruments connected to the child indicated all was normal. Success would be declared upon the child's awakening. Yet, tragedy often strikes at such pivotal moments. A thunderous knock reverberated through the air, startling Oliveira. Peering through the surveillance monitor at the entrance, his countenance shifted dramatically. A group of uniformed police officers stood at his door, signaling that his identity had been compromised. The warrant for his arrest remained active, yet the officers appeared less than eager, likely having received a tip-off about his whereabouts. Given his reclusive lifestyle, it seemed he had been spotted and reported by someone. At that moment, he did not ponder for long. He simply halted all the instruments, cradled the child in his arms, removed all the needles, and wrapped the infant in a blanket. With a deft motion, he seized a jade pendant and climbed out the window. Oliveira's speed was indeed commendable. Yet the police had grown impatient, forcefully kicking the door open just as he was escaping through the window. Clutching the child, Oliveira resided in a modest single-story house devoid of any high-rise structures. "Don't move, or I will shoot." A police officer, noticing Oliveira's attempt to flee, brandished his firearm in warning. However, at that moment, only a fool would heed such a warning. Oliveira disregarded him and continued his escape. Observing his defiance, the officer fired a shot. While Oliveira did not succumb to the gunfire, the bullet struck his abdomen. He let out a pained grunt but did not halt. With one hand cradling the child and the other pressing against his wound, he hastened away. The police, witnessing his flight, naturally commenced their pursuit. Oliveira, in his frantic state, lost his sense of direction, focused solely on fleeing and evading capture. The officers pursuing him began to disperse, preparing to encircle him. After what felt like an eternity, Oliveira no longer heard the sounds of his pursuers. Yet his body grew increasingly heavy. He was acutely aware that this was due to excessive blood loss. Spotting a modest estate in the distance, he dragged his weary body to its entrance. Upon reaching the door, he could no longer support himself and collapsed against it, inadvertently ringing the bell. Woof, woof, woof. Who is it? The sounds of human voices and barking dogs erupted. Oliveira had achieved his objective. Two men, seemingly clad in military attire, appeared at the door, though his vision had begun to blur. Who are you? One of them inquired. Look, he is injured. It appears to be a gunshot wound. What? A gunshot wound? Indeed. We must contact the police department immediately to handle this. One of the men removed Oliveira's hand from his wound, revealing the injury, and they made a swift decision. Hearing this, Oliveira weakly grasped one man's arm, pleading, No, please, don't. What transpired? At that moment, a deep voice resonated from within the estate. Why, apologies for disturbing your rest. Sir, a man has collapsed at your doorstep, injured by a gunshot, with an infant in his arms. We were considering contacting the police to manage the situation. Upon seeing the newcomer, the two men stood at attention, saluting, while one explained, No, I beg you. Don't call the police, at least for the sake of the child. Oliveira said anxiously, but a fit of coughing erupted, and he spat out blood, feeling his strength waning. The child? The owner of the deep voice approached, gently lifting the still sleeping infant from Oliveira's side. At this moment, Oliveira's vision grew increasingly blurred, revealing only a robust man with a scruffy beard, whose hair was beginning to show signs of graying, cradling a child. Is he your child? The man inquired. No, he is not. He is an orphan. When I encountered him yesterday, his mother had just passed away shortly after giving birth. Before she drew her last breath, she entrusted me with the responsibility of saving this child. Oliveira coughed, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Then you. The man hesitated, eager to ask further. When I rescued him, I realized he had certain congenital deficiencies and might not survive for long. However, my research could save him and even strengthen him beyond the capabilities of other children. Though perilous, we succeeded. Oliveira continued, I am a scientist on the run. Should the authorities apprehend me, this child's future may be bleak. Therefore, I beseech you, do not report this, at least do not let the police discover his existence. This may very well be the only good deed I accomplish in my life, I implore you. Oliveira's voice, though feeble, was imbued with earnestness, casting doubt upon the three present. I promise you, I will adopt this child, the man declared, gazing at the infant swaddled in blankets, who lay peacefully asleep, momentarily hesitating before consenting. Really? That is splendid? Oliveira exclaimed with a hint of excitement, producing a jade pendant from his pocket. This was given to me by the child's mother before her demise. It should indicate the child's surname. There is an ancient saying in China, a gentleman is like jade. I hope I haven't misremembered. If permissible, let us name him Zhao Junyu. A gentleman is like jade. Zhao Junyu, that's a fine name. His Chinese name shall indeed be Zhao Junyu. The man nodded in agreement. Thank you. Oliveira replied with a smile, his gaze drifting toward the starry sky as he murmured, I never imagined that I, Oliveira Lee Alonso, would have the chance to perform a good deed before my end. Truly. And then fell silent. Oliveira, he dawned upon them that he was indeed the notorious Oliveira, the mad scientist. No wonder he spoke those words. Yet, he claimed success, leaving them pondering the fate of the child. They would need to summon a doctor to ascertain the truth. If his assertions held, this matter must be kept under wraps. Otherwise, it could lead to great complications. Uncertain of the whereabouts of the data. While the man contemplated Oliveira's revelations, another approached to assess Oliveira's condition. Sir, he has passed away. What shall we do? After checking Oliveira's pulse and confirming his demise, he asked. Contact the police station and report a corpse found at the entrance. Refrain from elaborating further, the man instructed, preoccupied with the implications of the data. After all, if the federal authorities became aware of the experimental outcomes, countless individuals might become involved, leading to untold casualties, leaving the child's fate uncertain. However, by the following day, he realized there was no need for concern. When the police emerged from the room, someone had tripped over the tangled wires, causing a small spill of the substance, and one wire had been partially pulled out. As they all rushed out, the entire room ignited, and everything within was reduced to ashes. What about the child? One of the guards inquired with lingering doubt. Although he was unfamiliar with who Oliveira was, he sensed that this child might be extraordinary. Uncertain if it posed any sort of issue, "I have never been around children, you understand?" The man replied gravely. "Indeed, he has no children," the two guards exclaimed loudly. "Very well," the man nodded, then spoke in a calmer tone. "I remain unmarried and without offspring to this day. This child may very well be a gift from the heavens. From this day forth, it shall be his birthday. He is my son, John Abraham Rebil, and his formal name shall be Alexander Zhao Rebil." Chapter 3. Alexander on January 1, 0060 UC, Major General Rebil of the Federal Space Forces, wholly devoted to the establishment of the Earth Federation Army, returned to Earth to attend a conference being held in Jaburo this year. On his journey home, he adopted an abandoned infant, naming him Alexander Zhao Rebil. The peculiar middle name was said to derive from a jade pendant inscribed with the character Zhao. Upon arriving at the Rebil household, the first thing young Alexander did was sleep. He slumbered for an entire day and night, awakening on the morning of January 3, just as General Rebil was preparing to depart for Jaburo. During this time, he had felt some concern for Alexander's condition and had called for a doctor. However, the doctor assured him that there was no issue. Although the child was somewhat frail, he was in excellent health, which eased Rebil's mind. He also contemplated having the local doctors in Jaburo examine him the next day. Once dressed in his military uniform, packed, and ready to take the child along, Alexander finally rubbed his little eyes awake and yawned. Upon opening his eyes, he was greeted by the sight of a man whose face was entirely covered in hair. "Oh, my little Alexander has finally awakened," Rebil exclaimed, relieved to see his child alert. A smile spreading across his face. As for Alexander, also known as Zhao Junyu, he wondered who this man was. "Little Alexander? Is that me? But he looks so amusing," he thought, and he couldn't help but giggle while grasping the face of the furry man before him. Seeing the child awaken and smile at him immediately filled Rebil with joy. He carefully held Alexander in his arms and said with a smile, "From this day forth, you are my son, John Abraham Rebil, and your name shall be Alexander Zhao Rebil. You also have a Chinese name, Zhao Junyu. I hope you grow up healthy and happy from now on." Alexander, Zhao Junyu, are both my names? Do people have two names? As the little one remained in a state of bewilderment, a gurgling sensation emanated from his belly, signaling that the most pressing matter at hand was to indulge in sustenance. He released the soft, furry visage he had been touching and patted his own small belly, his eyes glistening with a pitiful gaze directed at Rebil. Finally, he pointed to his open mouth with his finger, conveying his hunger and desire for food. This gesture nearly startled Rebil into dropping Alexander to the ground, but he quickly regained his composure, pondering the extraordinary nature of that research. Thankfully, all the data had been consumed by the flames. Otherwise, one could only speculate on the ramifications for the Federation. As he mulled over these thoughts, he made his way to the hall and issued a brief command to the household attendant, instructing him to prepare food for the child. Before long, the attendant returned, holding a baby bottle. Upon seeing the item in the attendant's hand, Zhao Junyu seemed to instinctively know that his meal had arrived. Reaching out with his tiny hand to grasp it, Rebil, now somewhat accustomed to this recently born child, who was distinct from others, tenderly took the bottle and placed it in the infant's mouth, watching as the little hands clutched the bottle, eagerly consuming its contents. The attendant observed with a tinge of melancholy, struggling to articulate the emotions stirring within him. He had been accompanying Rebil for a while. This seemingly stern exterior belied a remarkably approachable character. Yet, to this day, he remained unmarried, devoid of even a close female friend. Although just yesterday, he had awkwardly ventured into a store to procure a plethora of baby supplies. Garnering curious glances from a group of women, the discomfort he felt paled in comparison to the scene unfolding before him now. Rebil gazed at Alexander, who was voraciously consuming the nourishment, and felt a profound sense of joy. Though merely an adopted son, he was nonetheless his child. Logically, a newborn should be safest in a hospital. However, he found it difficult to part with the child from his sight. Moreover, he had access to a dedicated physician and adequate medical facilities, coupled with Oliveira's assurances regarding the child's exceptional physical constitution. Thus, he decided to keep Alexander close. This morning's awakening antics further reinforced his belief that this decision was indeed the right one. Solidifying his resolve to keep his child nearby in no time, the entire bottle's contents had been consumed by Zhao Junyu, yet the little one appeared to be in a quandary. He seemed capable of eating a little more, but not much. Ultimately, however, the allure of sleep triumphed over his appetite. He pushed the bottle away and drifted into slumber, preparing to engage in a battle with Morpheus. observing Alexander succumb to sleep once more. Rebeal handed the empty bottle back to the attendant, wrapping the little one snugly to guard against the chill. The attendant accepted the bottle and quietly reminded him, "Your Excellency, you must attend the meeting at the headquarters in Chabro today. Time is of the essence, and we must depart promptly. Oh, indeed. I almost forgot. Ensure everything is ready. We shall set off at once." The sudden awakening of Alexander slightly disrupted Rebeal's original plans. However, the reminder from the attendant ensured that the trajectory returned to its rightful course, prompting Rebeal to promptly issue the command to depart. This, however, rendered the attendants quite busy. Their original baggage had already been packed, consisting merely of a few changes of clothes. Yet, circumstances had changed, for the little ancestor had awakened, necessitating the preparation of additional items, more than the belongings of the two of them combined. Soon, Rebeal led a group to the military airport, arriving just as the aircraft was poised for takeoff. Its engines already ignited. This indicated one significant fact. The immense noise had roused Zhao Junyu from slumber. The awakened individual, somewhat disgruntled, rubbed his eyes in irritation. However, upon noticing the surrounding group of individuals who were reverently saluting Rebeal, he began to feel that his father must be an extraordinary person. Although he did not yet comprehend the meaning behind their gestures, nor was he familiar with the term extraordinary, he sensed that his father was indeed special, sparking his curiosity to imitate their actions. "Rebeal, you seem to have arrived a bit late this time." As Rebeal stepped onto the aircraft and entered the cabin, he was greeted by a younger man with a resolute visage, who spoke to him with a smile. "Why apologies, Tiam? Some matters at home delayed me," Rebeal replied, also smiling, his tone laced with regret. The young man before him was Brigadier General Tiam, a fellow member of the Federal Space Force, known for his rigorous military discipline. Owing to his own talents and Rebeal's mentorship, along with various other factors, the young man had ascended to the rank of general. He felt immense gratitude towards the one who had guided him. "This is indeed a rare occurrence," Tiam remarked, perplexed by Rebeal's explanation, as he was aware of Rebeal's character, dedicated to his duties above personal matters. Thus, he was surprised to see Rebeal accompanied by someone. However, upon catching sight of Rebeal's hands, he was momentarily taken aback. "Well, isn't he adorable? This is my son," Rebeal said with a touch of pride as he settled into his seat, clearly enamored with the child. For otherwise, he would not express himself in such a manner. "Senior, it is not that you are without the..." Could it be that Tianmu's speech had become somewhat stammering? At that moment, his mind was in disarray, for all he could conceive was that the senior might have a woman outside, an unknown woman to them both, and that this woman had borne him a child. Such occurrences are not uncommon among the high echelons of the Federation, where those affluent individuals likely harbor countless, as you might understand, outside offspring. Yet, to his knowledge, Rebeal would never engage in such behavior. However, no, do not jump to conclusions. Observing Tianmu's expression, Rebeal discerned his thoughts and explained. "This is an orphan I have adopted. Though this child is no ordinary one, it must surely be a divine gift bestowed upon me. Come now, little Alexander, meet your uncle Tianmu." As he spoke, he turned Zhao Junyu to face Tianmu. Upon seeing Tianmu's somewhat peculiar expression, Zhao Junyu felt a tinge of amusement and chuckled softly. Seemingly grasping his father's intent, he noticed the resemblance between the attire of the man before him and his father's, and mimicking the earlier figures, he saluted with a solemnity befitting the occasion. Yet, the salute of such a tiny infant was far from standard, rendering the scene all the more peculiar, yet it astonished Tianmu nonetheless. "Senior, this child..." Tianmu's voice bore a distinct tone, for this child was extraordinarily unique. Meanwhile, Rebeal transformed into a doting father, beginning to playfully tease Zhao Junyu, who giggled in delight, nuzzling against his father's furry visage as if it were the most entertaining thing in the world, laughing and rubbing his face against it. However, the closing of the hatch rendered the surroundings eerily quiet, and coupled with the comfortable temperature, the lingering drowsiness crept back in before long. Although Zhao Junyu was still enjoying himself, he let out a significant yawn and fell asleep in Rebeal's embrace. Noticing Alexander's slumber, Rebeal began to speak softly to Tianmu. "You can see this child is indeed exceptional, cannot you? Yes. This child appears to be merely 2 or 3 months old, yet his prior behavior was so abnormal, seemingly more intelligent than many children of 1 or 2 years. Tianmu regarded Rebeal, whose expression, though still affectionate, held a grave seriousness, and he responded with equal gravity. 2 or 3 months. What a jest. If I am not mistaken, he has not even reached 10 days since his birth. Not even 10 days. How is that conceivable? This revelation caused Tianmu's voice to rise incredulously, prompting Rebeal to immediately gesture for silence. Tianmu realized he had overstepped and quickly lowered his voice. "Senior, You cannot be jesting with me, certainly not. You must have heard of Oliveira Lee Alonso, have you not? Observing that Alexander merely furrowed his brows and shifted slightly before resuming his slumber, Rebier felt reassured yet maintained a solemn whisper. You are referring to the proposal regarding the super soldier program and its principal investigator, of which I am indeed aware. It is worth mentioning that this program has resulted in the demise of numerous individuals. Such a project should never have come into existence, Tianmu remarked, though it appeared he had grasped some underlying truth. Yes, it is indeed that program, Rebiel stated with a weighty tone, followed by a revelation that struck Tianmu profoundly. That program has caused countless deaths. Yet it has also saved one life, this child. In other words, this child is the world's sole successful super soldier. At that moment, Tianmu found himself bereft of the ability to articulate a response. Chapter 4. Shadows of War. On the flight to Chabro, Rebiel began to recount the background and implications of this matter to Tianmu. Tianmu was the individual Rebiel trusted the most within the entire federal army and, indeed, across the globe. This trust stemmed from their profound understanding of one another. It was this deep familiarity that emboldened Rebiel to confide in Tianmu regarding the entire affair. Upon absorbing the full scope of the situation, Tianmu furrowed his brow. The federal government had invested considerable resources, both financial and human, into the super soldier program, yet it had been quietly dismissed after revelations surfaced and the majority of scientists labeled it as a farce. However, with the existence of a completed super soldier now evident, the scenario shifted dramatically. This would compel the federal authorities to allocate even greater resources for a successful specimen before their eyes signified undeniable value. The high-ranking officials would care little for the lives lost. To them, such casualties were mere statistics and expendable assets, fully aware of the extent of corruption within the upper echelons of the Federation. Tianmu harbored concerns about how the child's existence might influence Rebiel, considering that this esteemed mentor was his most revered guide. Yet, given that Rebiel had neither married nor had children, the emergence of this child, whom both seemed to cherish, posed a dilemma for Tianmu. Ultimately, he resolved to focus on ensuring safety and preventing any leaks of information. Chabro, within the vast underground base. After disembarking from the aircraft, Rebiel and Tianmu proceeded to their assigned quarters. A meeting was imminent, necessitating their preparations, particularly for Rebiel, who had numerous matters to attend to. He first sought out a female staff member within the base, her purpose clear: to assist him in caring for the child. Although his aide was quite astute, matters concerning children typically required a woman's meticulous touch. He also intended to secure a trusted physician from the base to conduct a comprehensive examination of the child. After all, the child's success was merely Oliveira's word, and he harbored concerns regarding potential underlying issues. When the female soldier tasked with caring for Zhao Junyu and the nurse assigned for the examination entered the room, they were immediately overwhelmed by the presence of Zhao Junyu. Although Zhao Junyu may not possess an exceptionally adorable or striking appearance, he stands out as rather ordinary among all the children. However, his unreserved demeanor and innocent, radiant smile serve as formidable weapons that can easily outshine any adult woman. Consequently, a delightful scene unfolds where one aunt desires to embrace him, followed by another, and the pivotal aspect is that as long as one approaches him with a smile, he readily extends his tiny hands for a hug without hesitation. Ultimately, this leads to an intense debate between the two ladies as they allocate their time to hold him. In this regard, Rebiel finds himself utterly helpless, having succumbed to the same charm, and today, he is meant to attend a meeting. Thus, he meticulously adjusts his military uniform and departs from his room, leaving the two to their discussions, as it is best for him to remain detached from such matters. Inside the vast conference hall, the assembly is filled with generals of the Earth Federation Army, predominantly composed of personnel from the Space Force. It can be said that not a single officer from the Space Force is absent from this gathering. While seated at the podium are the highest-ranking general of the Federation Army and representatives dispatched by the Federation government to convene this meeting. In truth, Rebiel had already surmised the purpose of this meeting prior to his arrival, based on recent events, whispers he had heard, and his own analysis, which was confirmed during the proceedings. The Federation Space Force was embarking on an expansion. The official at the podium continued to speak fervently, gesticulating widely as he railed against the so-called unsettled individuals among cosmic immigrants, who, incited by malevolent reactionaries, had begun to slander the great Federation government and incite riots. These foolish individuals, oblivious to the gratitude they owe to the very government that has bestowed upon them a new life, engage in such disruptive acts, which are truly heinous and deserving of severe consequences. The incessant droning and self-aggrandizing rhetoric filled Rebiel with a sense of nausea. However, as a highly disciplined senior officer, he endured to the end. Upon hearing that, In light of such circumstances, the Federation government had decided, after a vote, to expand the scale of the Federation's Space Force to deter those who threaten peace and stability, ensuring the safety of law-abiding cosmic immigrants. He finally exhaled with relief, thinking to himself that the insipid drivel had at last come to an end. With no opportunity to indulge his smoking habit, he felt that if he were to listen further, he might truly be compelled to vomit. His craving for tobacco was indeed substantial, particularly during such monotonous meetings, where the tedious discourse exacerbated his desire, yet he was unable to indulge, which constituted a considerable torment for him. The Second Fleet, under the command of Admiral John Abraham Rebill, boasts an impressive array of vessels, 9 battleships, 35 cruisers, and 15 supply ships. Hearing the realization that he had become a fleet commander, wielding the power of a formidable armada, left Rebill somewhat bewildered. Although he yearned for greater authority to potentially alter the dismal state of the Federal Army, he understood that an elevation in rank would also translate to an increase in salary, a consideration of significance, especially with a little one to provide for. However, the present circumstances were far from favorable. The chaos of space migration was escalating, and the specter of conflict loomed uncertainly on the horizon. He shook his head, acknowledging the inevitability of his situation. As a soldier, obedience to orders was paramount. At that moment of resigned contemplation, another individual began to feel similarly dazed. An official at the podium announced, "The Fourth Fleet, due to budget constraints and factory production capacities, is considerably smaller than its counterparts. The fleet commander, Rear Admiral Tianmu, has outlined the following vessel count: 5 battleships, 20 cruisers, and supply ships." Tianmu found little joy in his promotion. While becoming a Rear Admiral marked him as one of the youngest in the Federal Army, he was acutely aware that these were tumultuous times. His fellow admirals were at the center of a storm, particularly if armed conflict were to erupt amidst the space migration crisis. Aside from the stationed forces, it would fall to their space army to respond. This concludes the comprehensive organization of our Earth Federation's military expansion. Following the completion of this expansion, further augmentations are anticipated, contingent upon the circumstances that arise thereafter. Are there any inquiries? Upon finishing the document, the official closed the folder and surveyed the array of generals seated before him. Most remained silent, with only a few engaged in hushed whispers. Yet, none appeared inclined to pose questions. This was hardly surprising. After all, this was an expansion rather than a reduction of forces, typically devoid of controversy. Observing the scene, the official quietly inquired of the generals beside him, who similarly had nothing to contribute. He then declared in a commanding voice, "Dismissed." With that proclamation, the assembly began to rise and depart. After a considerable number had exited, Rebill and Tianmu finally stood. Upon encountering each other, both exchanged bittersweet smiles. Tianmu spoke first. "Senior, it seems the days ahead will be fraught with difficulty." "Indeed," Rebill replied. "It appears the government's higher echelons have taken note of the discontent among the space migrants, yet they have opted for the most direct and forceful means of suppression. It seems they are not inclined to alter their existing methods of governance, and our future certainly seems bleak." Rebill felt a sense of helplessness. His rank and the structure of the Federation rendered it challenging to influence the decisions of those in power. Shaking his head, he resolved not to linger on this heavy subject and turned to Tianmu, saying, "Let us not dwell on this matter any longer. There remains some time before dinner. Will you retire to your quarters for a rest? Indeed, the number of sycophants within the Federal Army has become excessive. I find it increasingly difficult to engage in meaningful dialogue with them. It would be far more enjoyable to retreat to my quarters with a book and a glass of wine. What say you, esteemed senior? Would you care to join me in my room? I have recently procured a fine bottle of exquisite wine, undoubtedly of the highest quality. In my leisure, Tiam enjoys indulging in literature and savoring wine. Conversing with those who merely prattle and flatter is, to him, a profound insult. This alternative seems far more agreeable. No, I shall refrain from joining you. You are well aware that I have no fondness for alcohol, nor do I possess the ability to appreciate its nuances. Tiomi, they all taste the same, which would be quite a waste, wouldn't it?" Rebill smiled politely, declining the invitation, and continued, "I must now visit the hospital to see my son. Will you accompany me?" "No, thank you. I lack the interest. It seems that the current generation of seniors possesses a sense of contentment with having children." Tiam remarked with a smile, genuinely pleased for his esteemed elder. "Indeed, I too sense a touch of that sentiment. However, when you reach my current state, you will come to understand my feelings." The two continued their light-hearted conversation as they exited the conference hall. Within the hospital of the Chabro base, the largest military installation and munitions factory of the Earth Federation, which also serves as a development site and command center, there exists a multitude of personnel and numerous high-ranking officials. The scale and equipment of the base hospital are undeniably of first-rate quality. This moment, Rebeal arrived, seeking his most trusted physician. With the passage of time, Alexander's examinations should have been completed. "Doctor, how is Alexander's condition?" Upon entering the ward, Rebeal inquired, his gaze falling upon a refined, middle-aged doctor engrossed in the data report before him. Two women were seated by the bedside, playfully engaging a baby, who was joyfully waving his tiny hands and giggling incessantly. "Ah, General, you have arrived." Upon hearing the voice, the doctor set aside the report and turned to Rebeal, responding, "I have completed the examinations. His health appears to be normal, even slightly better than that of the average child. Aside from looking somewhat frail, there are no concerns. If his nutrition is adequate moving forward, his physical condition should improve further." As he spoke, he leaned closer to Rebeal and whispered, "However, the outcome of that research remains uncertain. Presently, there are no issues, but I cannot guarantee what lies ahead. To be on the safe side, it would be best to bring him in for checkups periodically." "Understood. I shall rely on your expertise in the future," Rebeal replied, patting the doctor on the shoulder before approaching the bedside to see his child. Alexander, upon noticing his father, turned his little face towards Rebeal, beaming with laughter and reaching out his hands as if to be embraced. Observing his son's joyful demeanor, Rebeal's previously unremarkable mood brightened significantly. He lifted him into his arms and joyfully began to play with him. Upon witnessing the scene, the doctor and two others discreetly vacated the room. Within the confines of the ward, the father and son engaged in playful antics for a time, until finally, Zhao Junyu succumbed to a yawn and drifted into slumber in Leibel's embrace. He gazed at his peacefully sleeping son. Leibel felt an unsettling anxiety regarding the future of the Federation. His fervent desire was to resolve these troubling matters before his child matured, to spare him the trials of a war-torn upbringing. This was his utmost wish as a father. Yet, this remained merely a wish. The ominous clouds of war had already begun to gather slowly over the Federation's skies, casting a shadow upon humanity that seemed increasingly inevitable. Chapter 5. Growth. Alexander Zhao Leibel had been in this world for 5 years, and it was now the year UC 0065. According to previous notions, he was now capable of venturing out independently. During his years in the Leibel household, he, like any other child, relished play and mischief, brimming with curiosity about everything, eager to touch and explore. However, he was distinct from other children. Once an adult explained something to him, at most twice, he grasped its essence and purpose. This characteristic rendered Zhao Junyu, or Alexander, considerably more precocious than the average child, prompting him to often adopt a rather sage demeanor in the presence of Leibel's close friends, much to the amusement of high-ranking officers within the Earth Federation. Zhao Junyu had inadvertently become the source of numerous amusing anecdotes, and it was undeniable that while a child's capacity for learning was remarkable, he remained, after all, a child, often left grappling with incomplete understandings. The friends of his father, General Leibel, were no slouches either, and it was only natural that their interactions would lead to humorous mishaps. Yet such experiences accelerated Zhao Junyu's growth. For the reason a child frequently encountered high-ranking officers of the Earth Federation, the explanation was simple. Zhao Junyu had scarcely ventured far from Leibel's side since childhood. Even when Leibel was off in space attending to fleet matters, he brought the boy along. Other officers' children remained on Earth, cared for by family and relatives, but Leibel was different. He had no other family, existing in a solitary state. Furthermore, having become a father later in life, he found himself overly indulgent towards this child who adored him so. Nevertheless, the presence of this little fellow enlivened the atmosphere aboard their flagship, with the child often charmingly seeking attention from various officers, requesting stories, and even offering salutes, thereby fostering a sense of camaraderie among the crew. Although they were aware that this somewhat contravened military discipline, the absence of anyone at their admiral's home, coupled with the fact that he was merely a child of such tender age, rendered them uneasy about entrusting him to others. Were it themselves in that position, they would likely feel the same. Consequently, everyone chose to turn a blind eye, pretending not to notice. However, for Zhao Junyu, although he could occasionally find amusement with his father and others aboard the flagship during his leisure time, such moments were fleeting. The majority of his hours were spent in the company of a diligent attendant. In the initial years, he expressed a certain interest in children's cartoons and comics, yet as time wore on, he found these pastimes increasingly mundane, their predictable patterns sapping his enthusiasm. Fortunately, during this period, he stumbled upon a delightful diversion, books. Despite his limited literacy, his attendant was well-versed, and thus the young lady embarked on what might become a lengthy career of reading aloud. Time flew, and a year passed. Now, Alexander had reached the age of 6, the threshold for formal education, which made Rebeal acutely aware of how swiftly time had elapsed. His son was soon to don a school bag and commence his academic journey. On this rare day of respite, Alexander ascended to the upper room to listen to a book. Curiously, he showed no preference for genre, eager to absorb nearly everything, which certainly alleviated some of the burden. Meanwhile, Rebeal had secured a school for him and was preparing the necessary documentation, merely awaiting the commencement of admissions. That moment, he found himself in the living room, engaged in conversation with an old friend he hadn't seen in some time. "Rebeal, it seems Alexander is now of the age for schooling. Are you prepared?" inquired a middle-aged man of considerable stature seated opposite Rebeal as he set down his teacup. This gentleman bore no striking features, yet his thick brows and deep-set eyes, combined with a remarkably composed demeanor, immediately conveyed maturity and steadiness. One could discern that he was not the sort to embark upon ventures without certainty. "Indeed, time has flown by unexpectedly quickly. That little lad we once knew is now on the cusp of his educational journey, and you and I are beginning to feel the weight of age as well," Rebeal mused, taking a sip from his teacup before setting it down again. He then picked up his pipe, lit the tobacco, inhaled a couple of puffs and asked, "What brings you here today, Edward? Is it not permissible for an old friend to drop by for a chat when time permits?" Edward replied with a smile. This middle-aged man was one of the few close friends Rebeal had made during his military service, Admiral Edward Southampton of the 3rd Fleet of the Federal Space Force. He was known for his maturity and prudence, perhaps even perceived as quite conservative. Since his enlistment, he had neither accumulated significant accolades nor committed any grave errors, adhering faithfully to orders from above, which earned him the favor of the federal government and a promotion to fleet commander following the expansion of the military. The bond between him and Rebeal was forged by their mutual discontent with the current state of the Earth Federation. Both harbored aspirations to alter the situation of the federal government. However, due to the ingrained nature of his character, he found himself powerless to enact change. Fortunately, at a gathering of officers, he encountered Rebeal, whom he perceived as a capable individual. Rebeal, in turn, recognized Edward as a man of ideas, and thus a friendship blossomed. "How could it be? Your visit is most welcome. I merely inquired because I am aware that you typically refrain from calling unless there is a matter at hand," Rebeal remarked, exhaling a smoke ring slowly. "Indeed, we possess a fair understanding of one another," Edward replied, lifting his teacup to take a leisurely sip before continuing. "Ultimately, I remain concerned about the current government and the situation regarding space colonization. I cannot shake the feeling that the Federation is excessively confident, believing that mere expansion of military might will silence dissent in the cosmos, without ever contemplating a fundamental resolution to these issues. This is a pressing concern for me as well," Rebeal said, inhaling deeply from his pipe before exhaling a long plume of smoke. "I have heard that in 2 months, our fleet will be assigned a newly constructed Salamis-class cruiser and a Magellan-class battleship for combat-level testing. It appears the government intends to further bolster our space forces. While this is ostensibly a positive development for us as military personnel, indicative of our capabilities and the government's recognition, it also reveals the government's approach to space colonization as one of sheer military suppression. They fail to comprehend that the more forceful the suppression, the more intense the backlash will be. Indeed, that is a source of my concern as well. The independent movement for space colonization promoted by the likes of Gene Zimdeichen and Side 3 is escalating rapidly. They have even established their own defense forces. Although their numbers and equipment cannot rival our Federation forces, they have transformed into a significant powder keg. It would only take a suitable spark for it to ignite. This is not a scenario we wish to witness." Edward set his teacup down and turned to Rebeal, inquiring, "Do you have any viable ideas at present? What feasible solutions could I possibly propose?" Rebeal sighed deeply as he took another puff from his pipe, resigned. "Though we both serve as commanders of a fleet, to the federal government, we are merely that, commanders of a fleet, with no capacity to influence the decisions of high-ranking officials. All we can do is train our forces as effectively as possible, hoping to resolve any potential conflict swiftly in the future and minimize unnecessary sacrifices. That is all we can aspire to." "Is it merely the fleet commander?" Edward repeated these words in a hesitant manner, fully aware that they were powerless to effect any change in their current predicament. The structure of the Federation loomed unchanged. Not only they, but even those of admiral rank possessed only a limited influence over the upper echelons of the federal government. The reason for his visit, in truth, was merely to ascertain whether Rebeal had any feasible solutions, though he knew the likelihood of that was dismally slim. More so, it served as an opportunity for him to confirm his suspicions and vent his frustrations. He exhaled deeply and remarked, "Alas, you are right. We are utterly incapable of altering our circumstances. The best we can do is to train our troops, striving to mitigate losses in the battles that lie ahead. The living room was suddenly enveloped in an oppressive silence, broken only by the rhythmic ticking of the clock upon the wall, leaving no other sounds to disturb the air. The atmosphere grew laden with tension, mirroring the emotional state of the two individuals present. Suddenly, the tranquility was shattered by the hurried sound of footsteps descending the stairs in this household. Such urgency was rare, save for one individual, who would only rush down if there was an urgent matter to report. "Uncle Edward, when did you arrive?" An excited, youthful voice chimed in. It was none other than the young master of the house, Alexander, making his way down from the upper floor. "Not long after I arrived." "Young Alexander, what brings you down?" Edward replied, his expression softening at the sight of the boy, whose innocent eyes shone with a desire to showcase his maturity. "I'm not a little kid anymore. I'm starting school this year," Zaya Jr. declared, crossing his arms and puffing up with indignation, presenting himself with a rather pretentious air. Children's tempers are often fleeting, and in a moment, he shifted gears, asking, "Uncle, where's my present?" Edward faltered, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. He had a fondness for this little fellow and usually brought small gifts on each visit. However, this time he had acted on a whim and brought nothing. With a hint of regret, he admitted, "I forgot to bring one this time, but I promise I'll make it up to you next time." "Well, considering that you've always brought me gifts before, I suppose I'll forgive you this time. Just this once," Zaya Jr. replied, trying to maintain his facade of maturity, though it only served to accentuate his youthful innocence. "Enough of that, Alexander. What is it that brought you down here?" Rebil glanced at his son, exasperated yet amused. This child, intelligent as he was, understood when to be serious, but also knew how to indulge in harmless mischief from time to time, and Rebil chose to let him be. "Right, I came down for snacks. I'll be off now. Uncle, you and Dad take your time chatting." With a light slap to his forehead, Zaya Jr. recalled his purpose and waved to the two before darting into the kitchen, returning upstairs with an armful of treats. From a young age, Zhao Jr. exhibited a greater appetite than most children, albeit not excessively so. Medical examinations revealed no underlying issues, and eventually, Laybill ceased to be concerned, merely ensuring that the household was stocked with sufficient provisions. He could only hope that these children would remain untouched by the ravages of war. "It is a helpless wish," Laybill remarked, to which Edward nodded in agreement, both aware that this was likely nothing more than a noble aspiration. Chapter 6. A fortuitous encounter. Zhao Junyu embarked on his educational journey, a path familiar to all. However, he stood out as both the most conspicuous and inconspicuous individual in his class. One might ponder how someone could simultaneously be both noticeable and unnoticeable. Indeed, under normal circumstances, those who attract attention cannot remain unnoticed, yet Zhao Junyu's situation was somewhat unique. Upon starting school, he exhibited certain distinctive traits. His learning pace was remarkably swift, grasping concepts as the teacher explained them. It is worth noting that Zhao himself was not particularly academically inclined, often understanding little despite hearing much. He could even extrapolate knowledge effectively. According to his teacher, he was among the top 3 in his grade. However, in reality, his exam results consistently placed him between 5th and 10th, much to the teacher's astonishment. This was a deliberate choice on Zhao Junyu's part. He believed that maintaining a high rank was of little consequence if he had no genuine interest in the subjects. Consequently, after completing most of his exam, he would engage in doodling for the remaining questions, ultimately dozing off once his scribbles were complete. Logically, one would assume that a student with such rankings would be well received by classmates. Alas, for Alexander Zhao Laybill, there was little to discuss with these immature children, whom he regarded as ignorant and overly competitive. He had no desire to interact with them. Thus, Zhao Junyu, with an air of haughtiness, distanced himself from his peers, finding solace in solitary activities such as reading. Embodying a quiet, unremarkable figure, he often forgot that he was merely a child of the same age as those he dismissed. Although the school arranged by Laybill for Alexander was not the most prestigious, his social standing ensured that his child would not attend a mediocre institution. Consequently, many students there hailed from affluent backgrounds, fostering an environment ripe for comparison. Not long after the commencement of classes, Zhao Junyu's homeroom teacher noticed the situation and sought to address it. She spoke with Zhao Junyu and subsequently with Laybill, hoping to encourage Zhao Junyu to interact harmoniously with his classmates and to deter him from isolating himself. However, both the teacher and his father were left speechless by his retort. "Am I not getting along just fine? I neither hit nor insult them. They are simply too immature. Rather than waste time discussing trivial matters with them, I would prefer to devote my efforts to reading more valuable books." Ultimately, after Laybill and the teacher conceded defeat, they could merely acquiesce to his wishes. Thus, the seemingly high-minded Zhao Junyu, during his 3 years at school, would invariably succumb to slumber during examinations and spend his recesses perusing an assortment of disorganized tomes. Now, in the year UC 0069, July has arrived, heralding the onset of summer vacation. Zhao Junyu, with his modest savings of pocket money that he seldom utilized, ventured to the tobacco shop, not to procure cigarettes for himself, but to acquire a pipe as a gift for his father, whose old pipe had seen better days. He believed his father would appreciate the gesture. However, on this particular outing, the wheels of fate turned slightly awry, as an unexpected figure crossed his path, leading him to encounter a pair of siblings ensnared by destiny's whims that, oh, how delightful it is to see a fresh face here. Especially a pair of siblings, Zhao Junyu mused, admiring the girl's pleasing appearance. Having just spent an inordinate amount of time bargaining for the perfect pipe, he exited the shop, only to be met by a voice from behind, youthful yet excessively frivolous. The moment the voice faded, a group of similarly inclined youths erupted into malicious laughter. Understanding the implications of the situation, Zhao Junyu, who rarely ventured out, was nonetheless aware that the current atmosphere was far from favorable. The Earth's environment had begun to shift dramatically, and even the once thriving regions of the European continent were inundated with refugees. With the influx of refugees, public safety had deteriorated, leading to several unpleasant encounters. Even for someone of his unremarkable appearance and attire, fortunately, he and his father's bodyguards had honed some self-defense skills. Most of the petty troublemakers he could easily dismiss, while the more formidable adults would be dealt with by the guardians at his side. Although he knew his father's arrangement of 2 bodyguards was for his protection, their non-intrusive presence allowed him to feel unconcerned. Zhao Junyu, despite recognizing the futility of meddling, which could invite trouble, found himself unable to ignore such predicaments. With a sigh, he scratched his head with his left hand, turning to witness a circle of 6 youths of similar age encircling a pair of golden-haired, blue-eyed siblings. The girl appeared terrified, shrinking behind her brother, who furrowed his brow, clearly distressed by their predicament. One of the young men in the group felt the situation was becoming quite troublesome. He had secretly brought his sister out to alleviate her boredom, only to find themselves facing this unwelcome confrontation, with no one around to assist them. On the other hand, the individuals surrounding the siblings were eagerly anticipating the opportunity to encounter a lucrative target today, hoping for considerable profits while also seeking to vent their inner frustrations, reveling in their moment of joy. A seemingly ordinary individual, dressed modestly and bearing an unremarkable appearance yet of a similar age to theirs, approached. He held in one hand a box wrapped in gift paper, his expression grave as he stepped into the circle formed by the children. This action not only astonished the 6 children, leaving them momentarily speechless, but it also perplexed the brother and sister, who were bewildered by the unexpected intrusion. Zhao Junyu approached the siblings with a calm demeanor, halting before them. He turned to the children and exclaimed sternly, "You lot, enough is enough. Is it truly amusing to bully a pair of siblings like this?" Everyone present, aside from Zhao Junyu himself, was taken aback. However, it was not long before 2 distinct reactions emerged. The siblings felt a wave of relief and joy at the arrival of assistance, even though the brother harbored doubts about the reliability of someone who appeared to be of similar age. Nevertheless, any aid was better than none. Conversely, the ruffian youths began to clutch their stomachs in uproarious laughter, particularly the leader among them. "Who do you think you are? Ha ha! You dare lecture us? Ha ha ha! You're merely a child, no different from us, possibly even younger. Ha ha ha! And here you are, trying to act all impressive, mimicking an adult. Ha ha ha! This is simply too amusing," the leader continued to jest, his words punctuated by fits of laughter, clearly dismissing Zhao Junyu entirely. It seemed that dialogue would yield no results. Only the most straightforward approach would suffice to put an end to their antics. Zhao Junyu, shaking his head in resignation, turned to the younger sister, handing her the gift box he had been holding, saying, "Could you please look after this for me?" Although Zhao Junyu remained a stranger to her, he was presently offering assistance, and she sensed no malevolence in him. Thus, she gently acquiesced, taking the box into her embrace. "I should be able to handle 3 of them. The remaining 3 can be left to you. Is that acceptable?" With the gift box entrusted to another, Zhao Junyu felt unencumbered and began to stretch his limbs, glancing at the blonde-haired brother as he inquired, "Do not underestimate me. I will take care of the remaining 3. If you find yourself overwhelmed, you can count on me to deal with any that you cannot handle." The blonde boy replied confidently, also preparing himself for action, aware that they had no alternative but to confront the situation in this manner. At this moment, not far from them, Two individuals were observing the unfolding events. One of them was poised to rush out and assist Zhao Junyu in dispersing the group of children, but was impeded by the other. What are you doing? Do you not see that the young master is surrounded? A crisis is imminent. It is one thing to refrain from intervening, but why do you obstruct me? The man who was blocked expressed his dissatisfaction. Those ruffians are no match for the young master. He has acquired considerable skills in grappling and combat over the years. Although he has not practiced extensively, it is more than sufficient to deal with them. Furthermore, the general has advised us against excessive interference in the young master's affairs. Our duty is merely to ensure his safety without hindrance, lest it impede his growth. The man who was obstructing him was slightly older, and after this explanation, the blocked man retreated. Indeed, Labier cherished his son dearly, but he was no fool. He understood that excessive protection could lead to detrimental consequences. Thus, when arranging their protection for Alexander, he had instructed them to safeguard him without undue interference. Just as the tension began to dissipate, a brawl had erupted at Zhao Junyu's location. It was 2 against 6, a significant numerical disadvantage. However, Zhao Junyu was not alone in his training. Another blonde boy also possessed commendable skills. Although outnumbered, the opposing group relied solely on their numbers and ferocity, lacking any semblance of technique, rendering the conflict evenly matched for the moment. However, as time passed, the tides began to shift. The larger group found themselves at a disadvantage, suffering far greater blows than Zhao Junyu and his companion. Although the duo had endured several strikes, emerging with bruises and injuries, they had successfully evaded the majority of attacks. In contrast, most of their own strikes had landed effectively, with 2 of their adversaries already incapacitated on the ground. The morale of the larger group waned and thoughts of retreat began to surface. Zhao Junyu seized an opportunity. He deftly avoided one assailant's attack, while the second rushed in with reckless abandon. The latter's wild swings left his torso exposed, and Zhao Junyu seized the moment, delivering a powerful kick to his midsection, sending him sprawling backward, clutching his abdomen and rolling on the ground in anguish. The blonde boy mirrored this success. After dodging the attacks of 2 opponents, he timed his strike perfectly as the second assailant, thrown off balance by his own momentum, became vulnerable. The boy struck decisively near the base of the assailant's neck, causing immediate disorientation as the man collapsed, clutching his neck and writhing on the ground. Observing this turn of events, the leader of the small gang was utterly demoralized. Realizing their defeat was imminent, he and his companion assisted the 4 fallen members, exchanging a few parting threats in accordance with international custom before retreating. Who could say whether those who remained would face further violence? Upon witnessing the departure of the few unruly individuals, Zhao Junyu and the blonde boy exchanged glances, subsequently bursting into hearty laughter. They couldn't help but chuckle at each other's disheveled appearances, both sporting bruises on their faces and dust covering their bodies. Feeling a camaraderie forged in the heat of battle, Alexander Zhao Rebier, Zhao Junyu extended his right hand, proclaiming, "Edward Mars." The blonde boy similarly reached out, introducing himself. The 2 boys clasped hands firmly, marking their first encounter, 2 future legends whose relationship would evolve into a complex tapestry. Yet, in this moment, their bond was purely innocent, devoid of ulterior motives, embodying a genuine friendship. Their meeting heralded the emergence of an uncertain yet promising future. Chapter 7. The day of the assassination for Zhao Junyu and his father. General Rebier. The recent scuffle was of little consequence, particularly for General Rebier, who opined that as long as children did not encounter serious trouble, a few tumbles would hasten their maturity and sharpen their wits. Consequently, he offered Alexander a few words of caution but refrained from further admonishment. As for Zhao Junyu, he regarded the incident as trivial. The minor inconvenience of disrupted sleep would soon pass, and he had gained a friend who resonated with him on a deeper level. This Edward was not the same as his uncle Edward, nor the immature peers at school who merely sought to outdo their fathers. He felt a kinship with this new acquaintance, prompting him to nurture this burgeoning friendship. Edward Mars, in turn, found Zhao Junyu intriguing, appreciating the absence of any ulterior motives from him. Having recently arrived on Earth with his sister and lacking companions, the prospect of a trustworthy friend was indeed a welcome blessing. While General Rebier remained nonchalant about the situation, others were not as lenient regarding Zhao Junyu's friendships. Qian Bai, one of Rebier's trusted guards and a protector stationed by Zhao Junyu's side, held a more significant role as the head of Rebier's intelligence network, often referred to as the chief of operatives. Upon observing the budding friendship between the young master and Edward, he began to gather intelligence on the latter. To his astonishment, the revelations about this individual's true identity were remarkable, leaving him in a quandary about whether to inform the young master so that he might exercise caution. After all, divulging such information to the general might prove futile, as the young master was quite independent-minded, and even the general sometimes struggled to persuade him. Having obtained the intelligence, Qianbai hesitated for an extended period. As time marched on to the year UC 0070, another semester had passed. Feeling bored at home, Zhao Junyu prepared once more to visit Edward. Just as he finished dressing, Qianbai arrived, his expression grave as he inquired, "Young master, are you planning to visit the Mars residence to see Mr. Edward?" "Yes. What is it?" Traditionally characterized by his taciturn nature, Qianbai surprisingly chose to speak first this time, leaving Zhao Junyu quite astonished. However, amidst his surprise, Zhao understood that this individual must have something of great significance to convey, for he was not one to engage in superfluous conversation. Thus, Zhao straightened his attire and regarded him with solemnity, prepared to listen intently to his forthcoming words. "Young master, I should not pry into your friendships, yet Mr. Edward's status is exceedingly unique. I hope you will contemplate your relationship with him carefully. Here is his dossier." With that, Qianbai produced a file that he had been discreetly holding under his arm and handed it to Zhao Junyu. Upon receiving the document, Zhao began to scrutinize its contents meticulously. This was a curated and condensed dossier, having eliminated much extraneous information that was not pertinent to Zhao's understanding. Nevertheless, even in its abridged form, the material left him somewhat taken aback. Indeed, as Qianbai had asserted, Edward's identity was extraordinarily remarkable. Edward Mars, the adoptive son of the renowned businessman Diablo Mars, was in fact the sole heir of Jean Zimdaken, the highest leader of the Muso Autonomous Region who had perished at the end of the year UC 0068. Following his father's death, he found himself enmeshed in a political struggle far beyond his capacity to influence. Not long after, the family that had previously sheltered him, the Lal family, was dismantled under the oppressive actions of the current ruling family of Muso, the Zabi clan. Subsequently, he, along with his sister and the elder head of the Lal family, Jimbalal, made their way to Earth. They were then adopted by Diablo, a former friend of their father, and thus renamed Edward Mars and Selah Mars. Having perused the dossier, Zhao Junyu indeed felt a sense of weariness. Edward's extraordinary background transcended the boundaries of what one would consider a mere unique identity. The high-ranking officials of the Earth Federation would undoubtedly be aware of his lineage. Yet at present, he was merely a man, an affluent man's foster son, devoid of any substantial power, which likely explained their indifference towards him. However, excessive interaction with him might lead to unforeseen consequences, particularly considering Zhao's father was a fleet admiral commanding a fully organized Federal Space Force fleet. Having finally found a companion who shared his maturity, the revelation of Edward's identity left Zhao feeling somewhat disillusioned. He harbored a deep aversion to political maneuvering, recognizing the myriad of unsavory dealings that often accompanied it. After having read a few books of a similar nature, he had excluded such literature from his reading repertoire. As he pondered the future trajectory of his relationship with Edward, no satisfactory conclusions emerged. Suddenly, an epiphany struck him. Why should he concern himself with the whims of those high-ranking officials? His father was a man of integrity, making it difficult for them to undermine him. "I understand now. I shall remain vigilant," Zhao Junyu assured Qianbai before departing the room. Yet Qianbai believed that the young master was aware of his limits and would not venture too far with Edward. Thus he felt no need to worry. However, who could have anticipated that his imagination was at odds with reality? When he eventually came to this realization, he was left speechless in the subsequent period. The camaraderie between Zhao Junyu and Edward, or rather, Casper, remained as strong as ever. The two engaged in endless banter, playful antics, basketball games, and even sparring sessions in martial arts. For Zhao Junyu, Edward seemed to be a paragon of virtue, particularly in combat, as he found himself consistently bested by Edward. Conversely, for Edward, Alexander was a remarkably swift learner. Previously, he could easily dominate him in sports, but now, though he could still maintain an upper hand, it had become increasingly challenging. Nevertheless, as their bond deepened, Edward seemed to recognize that Alexander was aware of his true identity, just as Zhao Junyu sensed that Edward comprehended his own. Yet, both were taciturn about it, understanding that such revelations were unnecessary. What mattered was that they acknowledged each other as good brothers. Time slipped quietly and swiftly through their fingers, and now it was the year UC 007. Zhao Junyu, adhering to his routine, found himself at the Mars residence during the holidays, having nothing else to occupy his time. The servants and the master, Diablo, had grown accustomed to his presence, and no one made a special effort to greet him. Zhao Junyu, too, felt quite at home there as Edward once again being schooled by old Jinba. He mused as he pushed open the study door and strolled in with a casual air, addressing Edward, who was seated there, attending a lesson. "Oh, Alexander, you've come again," Edward replied nonchalantly from his seat. clearly indicating that Zhao Junyu's entrance was a frequent occurrence. Young Master Casper, please mind the etiquette of greetings. Jinba Lal, who was lecturing from the opposite side, admonished them sternly. Although his expression was grave, he was well aware that his words were largely futile. Otherwise, they would have changed their ways long ago. Oh, there's no need to be so serious. Old man, that I'm not a stranger. Behaving that way is rather formal, Zhao Junyu retorted, already settling into a nearby sofa. He continued, please carry on. I'm not here to interrupt you with that. He extracted a small bag of snacks from his pocket and tossed it to Edward, while he retrieved another pack for himself. Edward, unceremoniously accepting the treat, began to munch on it. This was one of Zhao Junyu's less admirable habits. Whenever he found himself with idle time, he had a penchant for snacking. However, given his rigorous exercise regimen, Rebbe and the others didn't mind, allowing him his indulgences. However, the appearance of the venerable Jinba has deteriorated further. Truly, you are exceedingly inconsiderate if you disregard him. Who else could possibly care for you in such a state? Observing the two little ones eagerly preparing to eat, he began to exhibit signs of exasperation. Yet, one is the sole offspring of Dakin, while the other possesses a rather unique identity, rendering him unable to act out, which left him in a state of profound frustration. Outside, the noise was quite palpable, and indeed, it was you, dear brother Alexander. You always arrive in such a manner. Just then, a melodious yet somewhat fatigued voice resonated at the doorway. Oh, Sarah, you have arrived. What brings you here? Would you care for a bite? Zhao Junyu casually greeted her, simultaneously extending his hand to indicate whether she desired a snack. You truly seem to always carry some food with you. Sarah, Edward's sister, stepped inside, clad in a swimsuit, her hair slightly damp, likely just having emerged from the pool. There was no remedy. After all, I do have a fondness for such things. Zhao Junyu paid no mind to Sarah's playful teasing, having grown accustomed to it over the years. Nevertheless, he discerned some peculiarities in her tone and expression, discreetly signaling Edward with a glance. Yet, as a brother who dearly cherishes his sister, how could he remain oblivious? At that moment, Edward also noticed something amiss with his sister. What is it? Are you feeling unwell? Dropping the snacks in his hand, Edward hurried to Sarah's side, anxiously placing one hand on her shoulder and the other on her forehead. Indeed, she felt slightly warm. You seem to have a bit of a fever. Perhaps you caught a cold. Let us return to your room for a rest, he said, leading her away. Master Casper. The venerable Jinba appeared somewhat anxious. Classes were still in session, a matter of great import for him, and he attempted to intervene. My brother's name is Edward, and I am Sarah Moss, she replied, then departed with Edward. Old sir, do you wish to continue that matter? Once the Edward siblings had distanced themselves, Zhao Junyu inquired, gazing in their direction. Caught off guard by such a child's question, Jinbalar found himself at a loss for words. He was aware that the individual before him, of the same age as Casper, came from a significant background, likely cognizant of their identities. However, lacking malice, he felt less constrained in the presence of this child. Yet, the question posed was not easily answered. Once you wielded power, yet now you find yourself in such a predicament. Having lost everything, why impose your notions upon Edward? What is it that you truly desire? Edward is not your pawn. Zhao Junyu's voice was not loud, yet the anger conveyed was unmistakable. Initially, he had refrained from interfering in Jinba's educational methods and ideologies regarding Edward, considering it a private family matter. However, observing Sarah's discomfort, it was only natural for Edward, as her brother, to attend to her needs. Jinba's insistence that Edward remain for lessons ignited a profound fury within him. What was his true intent? With a sharp reprimand, Zhao Junyu spoke up. After finishing his words, he did not linger and left to see Selah. Watching Zhao Junyu's departing figure, Jinba felt a sense of discomfort. After all, how could he feel good when an old man was berated by a child? Nonetheless, there was some truth in what was said, but all he could do was let out a long sigh. Unbeknownst to him, however, his fate had been altered by a previous action, and his life would be irrevocably concluded this very night. The assassination would take place tonight. Chapter 8. The assassination having exited the study, Zhao Junyu arrived at Selah's room but did not enter. Instead, he stood by the door, leaning against the wall, waiting for Edward to emerge. It wasn't long before Edward gently pushed the door open and quietly closed it behind him. Zhao Junyu, in a hushed tone, inquired, How is she? I've already given her the medicine, and she is resting now. It should just be a cold. There shouldn't be any major issues, Edward replied softly, then asked, Why are you waiting here? You don't have any tedious classes to attend now. You should have some time. How about we have a chat? Zhao Junyu's voice remained low yet remarkably clear, and his expression was unusually solemn. a visage Edward rarely encountered. However, whenever this particular expression appeared, it signified that something of great importance was about to be discussed or undertaken. "Let us talk in my room," Edward suggested with a nod, leading Zhao Junyu to his chamber, conveniently located next to Selas. Though the castle was vast and shaped like a fortress, the soundproofing was excellent, and the spaciousness of the rooms alleviated any concerns about Selah overhearing their conversation. Upon entering the room, Edward took a seat on the sofa while Zhao Junyu moved to the cabinet where tea and beverages were stored, a habitual practice, as Zhao Junyu found Edward's coffee to be rather unpalatable. Soon, the aroma of freshly brewed coffee filled the air. Zhao Junyu returned with 2 cups, placing them on the coffee table before settling onto the sofa opposite Edward. They both simultaneously lifted their cups to take a sip. "Your coffee-making skills seem to have improved," Edward exclaimed in admiration before setting down his cup and, with the same gravity, looked at Zhao Junyu, stating, "So, Alexander, what is it that you wish to discuss?" Zhao Junyu also placed his cup down, gazing at his friend across from him, and said, "I originally did not intend to ask you, but today, Jianbalar's theatrics left me feeling unsettled. His actions are far too extreme. While I have great faith in you, I am concerned that his behavior might affect you. Therefore, I still wish to inquire about your future plans. Caspar Reemdakin, this is the first time you have called me by my true name, isn't it? I thought you would never address me in such a manner." Alexander Zhao Edward, or rather Caspar, remarked with a hint of nostalgia and melancholy. He lifted the cup and took another sip of coffee, a wave of bitterness spreading across his palate. Coffee, by its very nature, possesses a certain bitterness. Although Zhao Junyu's skill in brewing had masked much of it, a complete obliteration of the bitter essence would no longer render it coffee. As he savored the taste in his mouth, it mirrored the tumultuous emotions swirling within his heart. Setting the cup down, Edward inquired, "Shall I speak candidly?" "Of course, I have never been less than truthful with you," Zhao Junyu affirmed. "To be honest, I am at a loss," Edward replied with a resigned shake of his head. However, Zhao Junyu sensed no deceit in his words. Edward continued, "I know Jianbalar wishes for me to reclaim Mozo's power, thus allowing him to regain his own. Yet, given our present circumstances, such a feat is utterly unattainable. Nonetheless, I must avenge the assassination of my father by the Zabi family. Had it not been for them, our family would still be intact, rather than reduced to just my sister and me here." At this juncture, Edward struggled to articulate further, yet the mingled feelings of sorrow and fury within him were palpable even to Zhao Junyu, seated opposite. Zhao Junyu, having been an orphan since birth, had only ever known General Rebil as the first figure in his conscious memory. The absence of a mother had never been a concept he could grasp, nor had he experienced the profound ache of losing a loved one. Thus, he found it difficult to fully comprehend Edward's tribulations and emotions. Zhao Junyu yearned to console him, yet the words eluded him. Rubbing his head in frustration, he finally said, "If I were to claim that I fully understand your feelings, it would be a lie. Our experiences differ too greatly for me to truly grasp your sentiments. However, I urge you to focus on the positive. After all, Aldija remains by your side. And though your mother may not be physically present, she is still alive, is she not? As long as she lives, we possess the means to rescue her." With that, Zhao Junyu rose to his feet. Edward was momentarily taken aback by the phrase "we," and at that instant, he noticed Alexander standing across from him, extending a hand. Edward heard him continue, "I believe that in the near future, any obstacle we face as brothers will be effortlessly surmountable. We are the strongest and best of brothers, aren't we?" A warmth enveloped Edward's heart. Although his life was relatively pleasant, his identity set him apart. Each day, he was beset by an elder urging him to seize power, compounded by the looming threat of the Zabi family's assassination attempts, leaving him feeling profoundly isolated. Yet, the individual before him, upon learning of his status, still treated him as an ordinary person and now regarded him as a brother, pledging to assist him. This gesture made Edward feel as though he was no longer alone. He extended his hand in return, their palms clasping together, and declared, "Indeed, any challenge we face as brothers is no challenge at all. We are the strongest of companions." This handshake irrevocably transformed the relationship between these two individuals destined to stir the world in the future. The dialogue between the two individuals unfolded completely in that moment, leading to an extended exchange, particularly regarding Gene Deacon's theories on cosmic immigration. Zhao Tianxi expressed his appreciation for the concepts, yet pointed out that certain aspects of the theory required substantial revisions. They engaged in speculation and discussion on this matter, albeit their youth left them with vague feelings of discontent, without a clear understanding of how to amend it. It was only when a messenger from Diablo arrived to inform them that dinner was ready that they realized the night had already fallen. Observing the late hour, Zhao Junyu adhered to his customary practice of staying over, especially since there were ample rooms available, and he had been there for quite some time. One room had been specifically reserved for him during such holidays. He instructed his 2 bodyguards to return and inform his father that he would be spending the night there and would return in the morning, before comfortably settling in. However, the evening was destined to be tumultuous. Sarah finally succumbed to her illness, and the family doctor from the Mars household diagnosed her with a viral infection. While it was not particularly difficult to treat, it was certainly troublesome. Edward volunteered to keep watch over his beloved sister throughout the night. And to everyone's surprise, Zhao Junyu also offered to join him. This unexpected gesture elicited astonishment from all present. Yet Zhao Junyu explained, "Edward, I am your brother, and while this is your sister, she is also my sister. When a sister falls ill, it is the brother's duty to look after her, and 2 heads are better than 1. Thus, Edward and Zhao Junyu took it upon themselves to care for Sarah. In their collective approach, although Sarah was unwell, the presence of caretakers ensured that the night would remain tranquil. Yet, the blood-red moon looming in the sky hinted at the night's violent potential. Within the Mars family's castle, aside from the essential personnel on duty, everyone else slumbered, including Sarah, who lay deeply asleep in her room while Edward kept her company with a book. Zhao Junyu, occasionally dozing on the nearby sofa, prepared to take over for Edward when the time came. Suddenly, the sharp crack of gunfire erupted from downstairs, shattering the night's stillness and heralding the onset of carnage. Intruders armed with machine guns stormed in, indiscriminately firing at every moving object that was not one of their own. Their singular objective for the night was clear: to eliminate every soul within the castle, leaving no one behind. Zhao Junyu, who had been resting, immediately sat upright, throwing off the blanket that covered him, his expression turning grave. Edward, seated at the bedside, mirrored his somber demeanor. He too had heard the gunfire. Crucially, this was not the sound of the handguns wielded by the castle's guards, but rather the unmistakable roar of machine guns, an indication of illegal armament. And no matter how wealthy or influential, the guards surrounding affluent merchants could only be equipped with standard-issue handguns. This is not right. I will investigate the situation. You wake Sarah and be prepared at a moment's notice, Zhao Junyu instructed before cautiously rising and making his way downstairs to ascertain the unfolding crisis. Edward awakened Sierra, urging her to change clothes in preparation for their departure. As they descended the stairs, Zhao Junyu discerned that the situation was dire. Although the castle's guards valiantly retaliated, the sporadic gunfire was woefully insufficient when compared to the barrage from the enemy. Zhao Junyu positioned himself discreetly at the corner of the staircase, ensuring that not a single part of his body was exposed, for any movement could render him a target. Just beside the corridor at the foot of the stairs, a guard was crouched behind a pillar, ready to counterattack, only to be struck fatally in the head by an enemy bullet. The guard fell backwards, lifeless, his handgun bouncing several times before landing next to Zhao Junyu. Elated by this turn of events, Zhao Junyu seized the opportunity to arm himself. However, upon ejecting the magazine, his smile faltered. He cursed inwardly, lamenting, "Couldn't you have changed the magazine sooner? Just 1 bullet remained, plus the one in the chamber. Barely enough for any practical use." Yet, he reasoned, it was better than nothing and tucked the handgun behind him. Realizing that descending further was futile, he sought an alternative escape route. As he ascended once more, he spotted 2 decorative swords mounted on the wall. Although dull, they were crafted from high-quality metal with notably sharp tips. With sufficient force and speed, they could serve as effective weapons for self-preservation. "This will do," Zhao Junyu murmured to himself, retrieving both swords from their display, one for himself and one for Edward. Meanwhile, Jean Balaire was roused from his slumber by the gunfire, sensing the perilous atmosphere. Just as he prepared to flee, it was too late. The door to his chamber was forcefully kicked open by a figure clad in heavy armor reminiscent of ancient European knights, brandishing a longsword. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Jean Balaire understood that escape was no longer an option, but he needed to ascertain whether his assailant hailed from the Zabi family. "You there? Are you from the Zabi family?" that he began. But before he could finish, the armored figure seized him and plunged the sword into his heart. The once mighty head of the Lair family, Jean Balaire, met his end there, his aspirations now rendered mere fantasies. The assassination was far from over. Chapter 9. Escaping to freedom. Returning upstairs, Edward awaited at the door with the newly attired Sierra. Upon seeing Zhao Junyu's return, Edward eagerly inquired, "What is the situation?" "Very grim," Zhao Junyu replied. "The enemy's assault was sudden and their firepower is substantial. They appear well prepared. The guards have suffered significant casualties, and our exit is blocked. We must find another way out." As he spoke, he tossed one of the swords to Edward, adding, You might find this useful. The enemy wields semi-automatic firearms while we are armed with this, Edward quipped, catching the thrown sword with a hint of playful sarcasm. Having this is certainly better than having nothing at all. After experiencing repeated setbacks, Zhao Junyu casually retaliated before continuing, let us not waste time on futile discussions. We should swiftly find a place to conceal ourselves. The enemy will soon be upon us. This is your territory, so you shall lead the way. If that is agreeable, then of course it is agreeable. What do you take me for? Edward replied with a hint of arrogance. You are Edward, Zhao Junyu responded nonchalantly, before urging, now is not the time for such trivial banter. Please lead the way swiftly. The enemy will be arriving shortly. Indeed, follow me, Edward said as he guided the two towards the staircase behind them. Since the lower level is not an option, we must ascend from here, traverse the corridor above, and descend on the other side of the castle. That area should remain unsealed by the enemy, allowing us a safe exit. This decision lies with you. I have complete faith in your judgment, Zhao Junyu stated with a casual yet firm conviction. The utmost trust is exemplified by entrusting one's life to another. And that is precisely what Zhao Junyu was doing, as Edward articulated his plan. Zhao Junyu did not rebut or express doubt. She unconditionally trusted him, placing her life in his hands amidst the imminent threat of death. Without further ado, Edward continued to lead the two upwards. However, they were soon rendered speechless by the sight that greeted them. The exit of the staircase was barred, with a sign indicating that maintenance was underway. How unfortunate to encounter maintenance at such a critical moment, Zhao Junyu remarked in exasperation. Although their ascent had not taken long, the timing was crucial. Even the slightest delay could cost them their lives. My apologies, I was unaware that maintenance was taking place. Edward lamented, feeling helpless as he had never frequented this area. This is not the time for apologies. We need to find another route, Zhao Junyu interjected, eager for a means of escape, for her life was at stake. Yet, as the saying goes, misfortunes never come singly. At that moment, they heard the sound they dreaded most from behind them. Clang, clang. The sharp, heavy sound of metal boots striking the stone staircase echoed ominously, reverberating like the footsteps of death, striking fear into the hearts of Zhao Junyu and Edward. How swiftly they come! Zhao Junyu cursed under her breath upon hearing the footsteps. Her gaze was drawn to a window on the wall behind them. The castle's exterior was constructed from massive stone blocks, resulting in wide ledges. Coupled with the dim lighting in the corridor, it presented a decent hiding spot, a perfect example of how the darkest shadows often lie beneath the light. However, there was one issue. No matter how broad the ledge, it could only accommodate 2 individuals, and they had 3. Edward, there exists a splendid refuge not far from here. You should take Sayla there to hide, suggested Zhao Junyu, pointing towards a nearby window. And what about you? Edward exclaimed in astonishment upon hearing Zhao Junyu's words. Me? Zhao Junyu drew his sword and smiled as he replied, of course, I shall divert his attention. By the time that occurs, you must hasten your departure with Sayla. Rest assured, I shall not perish. Yet, even he harbored doubts about the veracity of his last statement. After all, who could truly guarantee their survival? Edward gazed vacantly at Zhao Junyu before leading his sister to the window and instructing her, unless I specifically tell you to emerge, you must not do so, you understand. Though Sayla was frightened and reluctant to have her brother leave her side, she seemed to grasp his intentions and nodded in silence. As Edward returned after ensuring his sister was settled, Zhao Junyu was momentarily taken aback before expressing his discontent. What are you doing here? Hurry and hide. The sound of approaching iron footsteps grew ever closer, filling Zhao Junyu with concern. His greatest fear was that if Edward did not take cover now, he would have no opportunity to do so later. Alexander, you yourself proclaimed that we are brothers, are we not? Edward replied with a smile, brandishing his sword as he continued, moreover, your swordsmanship pales in comparison to mine. Without my presence, defeating the enemy would prove exceedingly challenging. This statement struck Zhao Junyu hard, yet it was the truth. You rascal. Zhao Junyu sighed in resignation, his sword taking an aggressive stance as he declared, in that case, I shall ensure you remain unharmed. At least until I fall, you speak ominously. Do you not believe we can vanquish our foes together? Edward retorted, adopting a similar offensive posture, his gaze fixed ahead with a teasing tone. While I too wish to eliminate our adversaries, this time we face not the usual petty thugs, but rather assassins. It is prudent to exercise caution, Zhao Junyu replied gravely. Since their acquaintance, the two had often found themselves embroiled in brawls whenever they ventured outside, especially during their outings with Sayla, where they would engage in skirmishes 5 or 6 times out of 10. The local peace was far from assured, with petty criminals regularly demanding money. When the two could not abide each other as presents, fights would inevitably ensue. Over time, their frequency of brawls diminished, yet their scale grew larger. However, in the past 2 months, opportunities for conflict had dwindled, as their burgeoning notoriety had deterred the local ruffians from provoking these two harbingers of misfortune. Edward reminisced about the days when he and Alexander would brawl outdoors, often returning home with their bodies adorned in bruises. Despite this, a sense of joy permeated his being as a faint smile graced his lips, and he softly murmured, "That's true." However, at that moment, a knight clad in armor materialized before them, and both boys' expressions grew solemn. Edward's pupils constricted as he uttered, "Here he comes, be cautious." The heavy breathing emanating from the armor filled the air, but when the assassin beheld the two children standing on the stairs, swords in hand and poised for attack, he erupted into laughter. The derision in his mirth was unmistakable. 2 children believing they could vanquish him with mere swords? How ludicrous. The assassin felt indifferent, yet Zhao Junyu and Edward were not inclined to wait idly as they observed the assassin's unabashed laughter. Their gazes sharpened, and in their hearts, they shouted, "Now!" Simultaneously, they launched their assault. This was a testament to their abilities and the unspoken understanding forged through countless battles. The assassin, however, sensed something amiss. These 2 youngsters had chosen this moment to strike, and their speed was extraordinary. Far beyond that of ordinary children their age at this juncture, the assassin began to grow wary, preparing to defend and counterattack. Yet, he was still a step behind. Perhaps, under normal circumstances, his speed would have enabled him to mount a complete defense. But the armor that granted him concealment and substantial protection also hindered his agility and reflexes. Just as he initiated his movements, Zhao Junyu and Edward's onslaught had already commenced, attacking in a synchronized manner, one to the left, the other to the right, unleashing an unending torrent of strikes. The assassin found himself in a state of frustration. Had he not been encumbered by the armor, he could have easily parried their attacks and sought an opening to eliminate the 2 boys. Even clad in armor, had he been prepared before their assault, he could have withstood their strikes and retaliated. However, the current predicament placed him on the defensive, overwhelmed by the initiative of the 2 youngsters. He could only muster a desperate defense against Zhao Junyu and Edward's relentless attacks. In truth, the duo's strategy was far from sophisticated. There were no intricate techniques or combinations at play, only the straightforward synergy born from their prolonged experience in combat. Yet, this simplicity proved effective. Nonetheless, their capability to overpower the assassin was limited. Defeating or even killing him remained a formidable challenge, as their strength and weaponry were insufficient to breach the armor's defenses. Indeed, whether a situation is a blessing or a curse cannot always be easily discerned. After launching a relentless assault over a dozen, even 20 times, and still failing to breach the defenses, Zhao Junyu, realizing the futility of the situation, decided to adopt an unconventional approach, daring to seize victory through unexpected means. He executed 2 thrusts and diagonal slashes with his sword, and as the assassin attempted to parry Edward's strikes, Zhao Junyu suddenly extended his leg, hooking the assassin's heel. The 2 onlookers were utterly unprepared for such a maneuver, particularly the assassin, whose mind was momentarily clouded with confusion. This unforeseen turn of events startled him, causing him to stumble and fall backward, reminiscent of a colossal iron can crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. Zhao Junyu and the now alert Edward seized the opportunity, each restraining the assassin's limbs. At last, Zhao Junyu revealed his hidden trump card, pressing his handgun against the crevice of the assassin's helmet visor. The sharp reports of 2 gunshots rang out, and the world fell into an eerie silence. Chapter 10. After the incident, damn it, that was exhilarating, utterly exhausting. With his sword laid aside, Zhao Junyu sank to the ground, gasping for breath, venting his exhilaration with a remark, "I feel the same." Edward, mirroring Zhao Junyu's posture on the ground, took several deep breaths before speaking up. "Speaking of which, Alexander, why didn't you use your gun from the outset? Do you wish to know the reason?" Zhao Junyu turned his head, tilting it playfully as he queried Edward. Upon receiving a nod in response, he straightened up, brandishing the handgun and aiming it at Edward. This action startled both Selah, who had descended from the windowsill, and Edward. However, both siblings sensed he posed no threat to them, so they remained still, merely observing Zhao Junyu. Click! The sound of an empty firing pin echoed from the handgun. Upon hearing this, the siblings' expressions relaxed. Zhao Junyu waved the unloaded firearm before tossing it to Edward, stating, "That is the reason." Now, catching the handgun, Edward promptly discarded it aside. Fully aware that a gun without bullets was merely a useless hunk of metal, he continued, "I see now. Only 2 bullets, no wonder. But, Alexander, couldn't you procure a gun with more ammunition?" Don't ask me that. You ought to question your guards. I found this weapon. Having any use for it is fortunate enough, Zhao Junyu replied with annoyance, then rose to his feet, adding, now is not the time to rest. We should hasten our departure. It remains unsafe here. You're right. Let us go. Edward stood up, preparing to lead his sister away from this perilous location. As the two individuals prepared to lead Sayla in search of an escape route from this place, the blaring sirens of police vehicles pierced the air. At long last, the authorities had arrived. A considerable amount of time had elapsed since the incident, and one could only imagine the dire state of affairs within the various departments under federal governance. Nevertheless, it was a stroke of fortune that they had indeed come. Just before Zhao Junyu, Edward, and Sayla could have met a tragic end. Finally, they had arrived. How frustrating it was that they could not have come sooner, as it felt like the very essence of my life had been siphoned away. Upon hearing the sirens, Zhao Junyu realized that they were likely to be saved. He exhaled a sigh of relief, muttering a few complaints before his legs grew weak, causing him to sit down on the staircase. He continued, fortunately, they have not transformed into those mere mortuary officers from soap operas, only attending to the collection of bodies. Otherwise, even if we had managed to eliminate this assailant, it would have been. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and his words trailed off, ugh. He immediately sprang to his feet and moved aside. As nausea overtook him, it was unavoidable. He had unwittingly broached a particularly sensitive subject. He had just taken a life, albeit that of an assassin intent on ending his own, but nonetheless, it was a life lost. With this realization, Zhao Junyu's vivid imagination began to spiral, compounded by the scent in the air and the blood seeping from the corpse, triggering an involuntary bout of retching. Are you all right? Edward inquired with concern, moving closer to pat Zhao Junyu's back. I'm fine. Ugh. Just as he attempted to assert his well-being, his body betrayed him, and he found himself retching once more. It appeared that this episode would not conclude swiftly. After a considerable time had passed, having expelled all that could be heaved, Zhao Junyu leaned against a wall, gasping for breath. Their fortune had not been entirely lacking. Although they had evaded the police, they had also managed to escape the assassin's wrath. After several deep breaths, he began to regain his composure, noticing Edward seated nearby, seemingly unaffected by the turmoil. A flicker of irritation ignited within him, and he weakly remarked, Say, Edward, how is it that you seem entirely unscathed? How can we say that we have just killed someone? Alexander said. Edward, sitting there with an air of nonchalance, remarked with a hint of mockery, that fellow was a killer, a threat to both my sister and my life. If I hadn't taken his life, he would have taken mine. His death is preferable to our demise, so I bear no moral burden whatsoever. Moreover, at this point, he cast a meaningful glance at Zhao Junyu, the smile on his lips growing more pronounced as he continued, the one who shot him wasn't me. What do I have to worry about? You? Zhao Junyu was utterly at a loss for words. Yet, Edward was not mistaken. The one who had slain the assassin was none other than himself. The discontent within him intensified, but in the realm of banter, Zhao Junyu had seldom emerged victorious. He resolved not to engage further in this fruitless exchange and chose instead to sulk in silence. Observing Zhao Junyu turn away in frustration, Edward couldn't help but reveal a knowing smile. During his time on Earth, genuine moments of joy had been few and far between, and seizing the opportunity to tease his only current friend brought him immense satisfaction. He felt no ulterior motives. In fact, he was inclined to assist Zhao Junyu, making him the most trustworthy individual he had known since childhood. Soon, hurried footsteps echoed through the corridor, heightening the trio's anxiety once more. However, upon seeing the newcomers, their fears dissipated entirely. It was the police and the remaining bodyguards from the castle, ensuring the trio's safety was firmly secured. The three were escorted back to their rooms, where dedicated personnel stood guard at the door, guaranteeing their security. After returning to his chamber, Zhao Junyu quickly washed up and then flopped onto his bed, his body resembling a deactivated electronic device as he swiftly slipped into slumber. The events of the night had indeed been exhilarating and perilous, culminating in him taking a life, one belonging to a man who sought his own. The harrowing experience of narrowly escaping death had drained his spirit, yet Edward's teasing had alleviated some of the tension, enabling him to fall asleep with relative ease. That night, Zhao Junyu slept profoundly. The next morning, his remarkable biological clock roused him early, though he still felt a lingering fatigue. Rising to wash up, he was suddenly beset by a peculiar sensation, one that was far from pleasant, filling him with an irksome restlessness that soured his mood. After hastily consuming a few morsels, Zhao Junyu stepped out of his room in search of Edward. Upon exiting, He noticed that the guards had transformed into those from his own household, indicating that his father was already aware of the situation and had dispatched his men for protection. Approaching the adjacent room, he gently knocked on the door. "Edward, it's me, I'm coming in," he spoke swiftly, not allowing his companion a moment to respond before pushing the door open. Edward and Selah had also risen, particularly Edward, whose countenance suggested he had not rested well the previous night, appearing rather fatigued. "It seems you have not had a restful night either. Perhaps a cup of fine coffee would invigorate you." As Zhao Junyu spoke, he proceeded to brew coffee, and before long, the delightful aroma of coffee permeated the entire room. Each of the three was presented with a cup of coffee, and Zhao Junyu took a seat. Inhaling the fragrant scent deeply before savoring a sip, however, a trace of perplexing sorrow lingered on his brow, slightly furrowed. The astutely observant Edward noticed this subtle expression, setting down his own cup after taking a sip and inquiring, "What troubles you, Alexander? This is unlike you. Do share your concerns." "I am uncertain," Zhao Junyu replied. "Upon waking this morning, I sensed that something was amiss, and this feeling intensified upon arriving here. It seems to be related to you." As he spoke, Zhao Junyu placed his coffee on the table, his frown deepening. After a moment of contemplation, he continued, "This feeling suggests that you must soon depart from here. It appears we may find it difficult to meet again, and perhaps there are troubling events on the horizon." "How could that be? This is our home," Selah exclaimed loudly, clearly unconvinced by Zhao Junyu's words. In contrast, Edward fell into deep thought. After a while, he offered a conclusion that contradicted his sister's optimism, stating, "No, Alexander's intuition may indeed hold merit. We might truly need to leave this place. However, the notion of future difficulties is still premature. It could merely be your overthinking. Relax, Alexander." Though Edward sought to reassure himself, firmly asserting that it was merely his own overthinking, the unsettling feeling within Zhao Junyu intensified. Not wishing to burden his friend with worry, he ultimately shrugged and replied. Perhaps he lifted his cup and took another slow sip before asking, "Edward, what will you do in the future? I believe this assassination attempt was directed at you and Selah. They must have discovered your presence, and it would be wise for you to prepare accordingly." "How can you be so certain it was them? Why not those from the Federation? After all, my identity poses a threat to them as well," Edward remarked while taking a sip of coffee. Setting down his cup, Zhao Junyu smiled and said, "Do not tell me you are unaware. The bigwigs of the Federation, while not particularly impressive, are solely focused on consolidating power and wealth for their own enjoyment, fearful of anyone who might oppose them. Your identity indeed presents some inconvenience to them, but it has not yet escalated to the level of a threat. However, for them, your existence is a considerable danger. You are akin to a ticking bomb that could obliterate them. It would be prudent to eliminate you." "You are indeed correct. The threat they pose is substantial, and it is only fitting that they take action." Edward reclined against the back of the sofa, leisurely sipping his coffee once more. The bitter flavor of the brew unfurled in his mouth, echoing the turmoil within his heart. "Thus, it would be prudent for you to devise a plan sooner rather than later. There is no harm in being prepared, lest—" Zhao Junyu rose and strolled towards the window. "What if your father were to become our ally?" Edward pondered a solution and inquired, "Why, father? Don't be ridiculous." Zhao Junyu, standing by the window, burst into laughter upon hearing this, turning to Edward as he said, "My father indeed holds considerable sway within the federal army, though not the utmost power. Moreover, the federal system safeguards certain elements while simultaneously imposing restrictions, making it quite challenging to secure your position indefinitely." With that, he turned his gaze back to the window, exclaiming in surprise, "Oh, who are they? How did they come to be here?" Chapter 11. Departure. What do you mean? Upon hearing Zhao Junyu's question, Edward approached the window, peering outside. Below stood a somewhat portly middle-aged man in a suit, accompanied by a girl who appeared to be of a similar age to Zhao Junyu. Given that it was merely the morning following the recent assassination, it was inconceivable for ordinary civilians to be present. However, these two did not appear to be police officers, which could only imply that they were connected to something extraordinary. The man's visage struck Edward as vaguely familiar, yet he could not quite place where he had seen him before. Who on earth could he be? Zhao Junyu furrowed his brow, sifting through his memories. He was certain he had encountered this individual before, for anyone possessing access to his family's affairs was undoubtedly not an ordinary person. That man is Edward. Having also recognized the middle-aged gentleman, began to contemplate. "Do you know him, Edward?" Noticing Edward's reaction, Zhao Junyu inquired further. "I should know him. Just a moment." Suddenly struck by a realization, Edward exclaimed, "I remember now. He is the chairman of the Bazhou Group, Shou Bazhou." Bazhou, the titan of consumer products? Yes, Shou Bazhou, indeed. It is he. No wonder he seemed familiar. I cannot fathom why I couldn't recall him sooner. With the identity of the man now clear, Zhao Junyu began to speak to himself, then posed a question. Edward, does your adoptive father know him? Are they well acquainted? My adoptive father shares a decent rapport with him. While Mars Group is also classified within the military-industrial sector, its primary focus lies in ensuring military support, which has numerous applications in civilian contexts, thus providing ample opportunities for collaboration with them. This premise is a personal addition. It may not be entirely accurate, but let it be as it is in this narrative. Edward elucidated, yes, that's so. This man is quite formidable, Zhao Junyu remarked as he stepped away from the window. Oh? How do you know? Edward followed suit, leaving the window, and the two settled once more onto the sofa. At that moment, the girl downstairs, sensing an odd presence behind her, turned her head to glance upward. She beheld merely the silhouette of Zhao Junyu and the profile of Edward, which stirred a feeling of unease within her, prompting her to voice her confusion. What's the matter, Malay? Upon realizing her daughter was not following, Xiao halted her steps and inquired. Mr. Diablo has adopted a boy and a girl. Correct, father? Malay asked. Indeed. Why do you ask? Xiao responded, her own curiosity piqued, unsure of her daughter's motive for the question. However, I just spotted what seemed to be two boys in that room by the window. Is there another boy here? Malay pointed towards a window as she spoke. Another boy? Xiao began to ponder, recalling a military-registered vehicle he had noticed upon his arrival, and the distinctly different individual he encountered upon entering the castle. Years of experience and intuition told him that this person was extraordinary. The aura they exuded suggested they were a special kind of soldier. To command such a person, their identity must be significant. With this thought, he cautioned his daughter Malay, refrain from meddling in matters that do not concern you. You have seen no other boys, understood? Understood, father. Observing her father's demeanor indicated there were matters she was not privy to, likely intended to prevent her from stirring unnecessary trouble, and so she nodded obediently in agreement. Back on the sofa, Zhao Junyu resumed sipping his coffee, remarking, of course, I am aware. My father has his sources of information. While I may not know the confidential details, I am privy to some facts. He is certainly not an ordinary man. I shall not elaborate on the scale of his empire. The crux of the matter is, he is currently active in various circles, preparing for a political endeavor, and reportedly, he has garnered considerable support. After taking a sip of coffee, he appeared to relish the moment. Oh, if that is the case. He is indeed quite remarkable, Edward remarked, also savoring his coffee. A knock resounded at the door. A man's voice declared, Young Master Alexander, this is Ivreed. The master has sent word for you to return immediately. Well, it seems the old man is anxious. I suppose I should head back, Zhao Junyu replied, promptly setting down his cup and rising. Edward Sela, take care, I shall take my leave now, until we meet again, he said, before stepping outside. Upon returning home, General Laybill, relieved to see his son unharmed, could not suppress his concern. Alexander, you aren't injured, are you? No, I'm fine, father. See? I'm perfectly well, Zhao Junyu exclaimed, spreading his arms and turning in a circle to demonstrate his intactness. You needn't worry. No one capable of harming me has yet appeared. If all is well, that is splendid. You must be exhausted after the events of last night. Go rest. Seeing that his child was unharmed and seemingly untroubled mentally, merely appearing a bit fatigued, Rebeal felt a wave of relief wash over him. He decided to allow him to return home and rest, believing that as long as the child was safe, some matters could be postponed. Thanks, Dad. I shall take my leave now, Zhao Junyu said with a yawn, waving goodbye to his father before retreating to his room to continue his slumber. Although he had managed to rest after the police had arrived last night, the events had taken their toll, and he still felt quite weary. Awakened by his biological clock in the morning, he engaged in conversation with Edward, confessing that he felt exceedingly fatigued. Now that he was back home, he could finally rest without worry. Noticing Alexander ascend the stairs to his room to rest, Rebeal retrieved his pipe, lit it, and took a deep drag. He felt a sense of helplessness. When he adopted Alexander, he had hoped for his peaceful upbringing devoid of calamities, ideally preparing him to take over the family legacy. Alexander had previously confided in him that he harbored no grand ambitions, merely wishing to attend school, then military academy, to become a soldier, and eventually inherit his father's role. A simple life that would suffice. While Rebeal thought his son's aspirations were somewhat lacking in ambition, he was nonetheless pleased by the thought of him wanting to carry on the family name. The only concern was Alexander's peculiar disposition and lack of friends. When he finally found a close companion, Rebeal felt a sense of contentment, even if the friend's background was somewhat atypical. However, This recent incident warranted careful contemplation and a discussion with his son. Zhao Junyu rested throughout the day, nearly regaining his vitality, with only minor adjustments left to make. Yet, the following morning, he received a call from Edward that left him pondering. Alexander, I must say, your predictions are eerily accurate. Or should I comment on your rather unfortunate choice of words? Edward remarked with a hint of dissatisfaction on the other end of the line. What is the matter? Why call me so early with such news? What has happened? Zhao Junyu queried, perplexed. What else could it be? You were right. We are indeed leaving this place. Edward replied, Yes, that truly the case. Do you know where we are headed? Zhao Junyu responded incredulously. According to my father, it's side 5. We are bound for the Texas Colonial Satellite, which was originally intended to be developed into a theme park reminiscent of the old American West. Edward elucidated. Side 5? I see that quite close to side 3. What about your status? Zhao Junyu exclaimed in astonishment. It should pose no issue. My father believes that since we are under their watchful gaze, we will refrain from any actions that might arouse suspicion. Edward explained that I believe this approach will indeed be effective, avoiding any complications. He added, I see that sounds delightful. If we proceed in this manner, there should be no issues. By the way, when do you plan to depart? I would like to see you off. The flight is scheduled for a month later. I must wait until my father has sufficiently recovered. I ask that, so please notify me in advance, and I shall accompany you. Naturally, should you choose not to come, you shall witness my wrath. A month swiftly passed, marked by a dividing line. Within the terminal of the cosmic airport, Diablo sat in a wheelchair. Although his physical injuries had nearly healed, the multiple fractures would require a considerable amount of time to mend. Most crucially, his spine had sustained damage, rendering it impossible for his body to return to its former state, even after recovery. Surrounding Diablo were Edward, the Sarah siblings, and several attendants. In a short while, they would board their flight. So, you truly are departing, then Alexander remarked to Edward, a hint of reluctance in his voice. Indeed, we must leave, Edward replied with a tinge of nostalgia. Yet he quickly donned a smile, saying, There is no need for such sorrow. It is not a matter of life and death. Though the distance may be considerable, given your status and abilities, visiting should not pose a challenge, right? You are quite right. It does feel somewhat poignant. Zhao Junyu chuckled, feeling a bit embarrassed as he continued. Although we cannot meet as frequently as before, it does not mean we shall never see each other again. With that, he opened his arms wide and enveloped Edward in a warm embrace, adding, I shan't delay your boarding any further. Take care of yourselves and remember to stay in touch. I will come to see you when time permits. Farewell, my brother. Yes, let us keep in touch. Take care, my brother. Edward, feeling a surge of emotion, embraced Alexander in return, saying, As for you, my dear girl, I will refrain from embracing you, lest your brother misinterpret my intentions and decide to eliminate me. Dio, take care of yourself. After releasing Edward, Zhao Junyu turned to Sarah, smiling as he gently patted her head with a casual remark. Stop that, do not pat my head. It will make me foolish, and I am no longer a child, Sarah protested, touching her head in dissatisfaction. Ha ha ha, this statement brought laughter to both Edward and Zhao Junyu. Wait a moment, hello. Hello. At that moment, a child's voice and an electronic sound echoed behind them. Curiously, Zhao Junyu turned to look, spotting a boy several years younger than himself, with curly hair resembling a cauliflower, chasing after a plump toy while carrying a backpack. Observing this round toy, Zhao Junyu appeared momentarily dazed, prompting Edward to chuckle as he nudged him, saying, Alexander, you cannot possibly be taken with that toy. Did you not always disdain such trinkets? Having been nudged, Zhao Junyu regained his composure and replied, No, of course I do not harbor an affection for such toys. I merely pondered whether this object could be transformed into a portable computer or a personal assistant of sorts. You? Edward shook his head in resignation, fully aware that aside from engaging in sports and sparring with him, Alexander took great delight in dismantling electronic devices to modify them, often at the expense of Edward's own possessions. All right, enough of this. The hour is indeed rather late. Casting a glance at the digital clock on the wall, Zhao Junyu urged, You all should hurry inside. Edward, Sarah, Uncle Diablo, farewell, farewell. With that, the group ventured into the boarding passage. Edward, you truly have a good friend, Diablo remarked to Edward as they entered the corridor. Indeed, Edward replied softly yet resolutely. This separation would chart different paths for the two, leading them towards futures that diverged from their original expectations. Chapter 12. The choice of paths. As Edward's family departed, Zhao Junyu felt an abrupt shift in the atmosphere of his life, which now seemed exceedingly dull. In class, he listened to lectures he could grasp entirely on his own, surrounded by peers he found utterly incompatible, whose immaturity only served to heighten his impatience. Not long after the start of the school term, General Rebil, sensing something amiss with his son, decided it was finally time for a conversation. He was determined to steer his child away from any misguided paths, having once navigated this stage of life himself. He understood the significance of guidance during this formative period and feared the consequences of failing to provide it. One evening, Rebil instructed Zhao Junyu to join him in the study after dinner. Knock, knock, knock. Dad, it's me. I'm coming in, Zhao Junyu announced casually, pushing the door open without waiting for a response. Upon entering, he found his father seated in a chair behind the desk, dressed in pajamas, his eyes closed and a pipe gently emitting wisps of smoke. Dad, what did you need to discuss? Allow me to brew you a pot of tea, Zhao Junyu offered, moving towards the tea cabinet to gather an assortment of tea leaves and teapots. Watching Zhao Junyu prepare the tea, Rebil remained silent. While he may not have been well versed in the art of tea, he recognized that his son's brewing skills surpassed those of anyone else in the household. So he allowed him to proceed, not feeling the urgency to commence their conversation just yet. Before long, the refreshing aroma of tea wafted through the study. After all, Rebil was a prominent major general. The quality of his supplies could hardly be subpar. Zhao Junyu approached the desk with a tray holding a teapot and cups, serving his father first before pouring himself a cup and settling into the chair opposite his father. Libier lifted the teacup to his lips and took a sip, exclaiming, "Your skill in brewing tea remains exceptional, my lad. You have always possessed an innate talent when it comes to culinary delights. Eating and drinking are of paramount importance to humanity. Indulging in good food and drink can never be deemed a folly, especially since our family is more than capable. Wouldn't you agree, dear father?" After taking a sip from his own teacup, Zhao Junyu placed it down and inquired, "So, father, what is the purpose of summoning me this time? You have not changed in your preferences, still so fond of food. And you remain quite sensitive," Libier remarked, taking another sip of tea and continuing. "If only you would temper that peculiar disposition of yours, refrain from shying away from inconvenience, and engage more with others, you would be much improved. Father, you haven't brought me here to lecture me, have you? If that is the case, I shall take my leave," Zhao Junyu replied, somewhat disgruntled. "Very well, I shall refrain from such discourse. You know how it is, with age, one tends to become a bit more chatty." Libier began to ramble again. "Father," Zhao Junyu interjected, raising his voice slightly. All right, I have indeed been going on too long." Realizing his son's impatience, Libier waved his hand dismissively. "The reason I called you here is primarily due to my concern. Your demeanor of late seems rather off, and I wish to inquire what troubles you." To his father's query, Zhao Junyu paused momentarily, his expression shifting to one of profound despondence. Ever since Edward and the others departed, he felt increasingly isolated, as if there were few left with whom he could converse. His father was often away, and the other members of the household, due to their positions, spoke to him with excessive deference. Even those who could be regarded as semi-family, like Qianbu Yi, couldn't escape this formality, and he too had numerous obligations that precluded frequent conversations. Observing his son's demeanor, Libier felt a pang of sorrow and took a deep draw from his pipe, exhaling a long plume of smoke. "Feeling lonely, are we? Why not cultivate better relations with your classmates? Father, you know well that those my age seem exceedingly immature and overly self-serving in their thoughts. I have no desire to associate with them. Why should I force myself into such disingenuous friendships?" Zhao Junyu retorted. "I anticipated you would respond in such a manner." Libier sighed, helplessly toying with his pipe, before asking, "What are your plans moving forward? Plans for the future?" Zhao Junyu leaned back in his chair, closing his eyes in contemplation for a moment before reopening them, a resolute expression taking shape. "Father, I aspire to complete my middle and high school courses as swiftly as possible. I intend to skip a grade. Then did I wish to attend military academy?" "Military academy?" Libier expressed his surprise, saying, "Alexander, I am not at all astonished by your intention to skip grades, for I am aware that you have already comprehended the entirety of the current curriculum. Furthermore, advancing a grade might enable you to find classmates with whom you can truly connect. However, I cannot fathom your eagerness to leap several levels in such a short span. Although military academies do require a high school diploma, it is still premature for you to enroll at this juncture, considering that you are merely father." "I am well aware of what you are saying," Zhao Junyu interjected, raising a hand to interrupt Libier. He continued, "While I do intend to advance a grade, it will not be an instantaneous process. It will require some time. Primarily, I have only fully grasped the first year's high school curriculum, and I have yet to understand the subsequent material, which will necessitate further time. However, my advancement and early admission to the military academy are indeed certain." "Father, Could you kindly ask Uncle Qian to arrange the necessary steps for my grade advancement? This should not pose any issues, correct? He inquired, gazing at his father. There was no problem in having Bui facilitate this transition to high school. It merely required a brief introduction, some paperwork, and then a testing process, nothing particularly daunting. As Libier momentarily halted his fiddling with the pipe, his gaze sharpened, and he addressed his son with a tone of utmost seriousness. But, Alexander, are you truly prepared to attend a military academy and embrace the life of a soldier? Observing his father's demeanor, Zhao Junyu recognized the gravity of the question being posed. Indeed, his father was typically affable, never adopting an air of superiority during his time in the military, which earned him considerable respect. Yet, when such a solemn expression crossed his face, it signified the importance of the matter at hand, necessitating a serious and earnest response. Failing to do so would undoubtedly provoke his father's ire, with severe consequences to follow. Zhao Junyu rose, adjusting his attire, and his expression transformed into one of solemnity as he earnestly declared, I, Alexander Zhao Libier, am fully prepared to become a soldier, Your Excellency, General John Abraham Libier. Gazing into his son's eyes, Libier perceived nothing but resolve. After a moment's contemplation, he nodded in affirmation and satisfaction, stating, I understand. Tomorrow, I shall inform Bu Yi to commence the arrangements for your grade advancement. After tapping the ashes from his pipe into the ashtray, refilling it with fresh tobacco, and taking a puff, he addressed Zhao Junyu, Please, take a seat. There is one more matter I wish to discuss with you. Ah, certainly. Zhao Junyu complied, though a sense of bewilderment lingered in his mind, pondering whether there was indeed another topic to address, having thought the primary concerns had already been discussed. Yet, he refrained from voicing his curiosity, trusting that his father would reveal any pertinent information, given that he had indicated there was more to convey. Contrary to Zhao Junyu's expectations, a protracted silence ensued once he was seated. Libier slowly savored his smoke, while Zhao Junyu could only leisurely sip his tea. Uncertain of how much time had elapsed, Libier took a deep drag from his pipe, exhaling slowly as he spoke. What about your friend? Friend? What should be done? Libier's inquiry seemed somewhat disjointed, leaving Zhao Junyu in a haze of confusion as he replied, Father, are you referring to Edward? He is currently at Side 5, so meeting him poses a bit of a challenge. What do you mean by what to do? Of course, I am aware he has gone to Side 5. Libier placed his pipe on the table, turned his chair sideways, and reclined against it as he continued. I believe you are aware of his identity. What I wish to inquire about is the nature of your future relationship with him. His status is markedly different. Should you have further interactions, it is possible that circumstances akin to those of the past may arise once more. Therefore, Father, are you suggesting that I sever ties with him? Zhao Junyu set down his teacup, speaking softly. I understand that such a course of action may seem unkind. Yet as a father, I do not wish to see my child embroiled in peril, Libier replied thoughtfully. Father, I comprehend your perspective. Zhao Junyu took a deep breath before continuing, however. I aspire for my friendships to be devoid of any ulterior motives. If someone is to be my friend, it must be due to a shared character and common aspirations, not dictated by their identity or status. Anyone who would engage with such intentions is certainly not me. Do you grasp my meaning? Father, although my words may be somewhat disorganized, I understand your implication. You wish to emphasize that regardless of the other's identity, your desire is simply to cultivate a like-minded friendship. Is that correct? Libier queried. Indeed, that is precisely my sentiment, Zhao Junyu affirmed resolutely. That so I hope in the future, you will not find yourself regretting this decision, Libier sighed. I am confident that will not be the case. Zhao Junyu asserted. Let us hope so. Well then, it is quite late. You should rest, Libier suggested. Indeed, Father, you should also retire for the night. Zhao Junyu performed a respectful bow before departing. The title of father was one Zhao Junyu reserved for formal occasions and special ceremonies, as was the case now. Watching his son leave, Libier murmured to himself, My son, I hope you do not encounter the worst of circumstances. The following days passed without incident. Qianbai had already commenced the arrangements for Zhao Junyu's advancement. Following Libier's directives, it was not long before Zhao Junyu undertook the advancement examination. This assessment was unlike the usual tests. Thus, he did not approach it with his customary nonchalance. Indeed, Zhao Junyu put forth an exceptional effort, and the results, as one might expect, confirmed his successful advancement. Zhao Junyu's promotion did not elicit much of a stir within his class, primarily due to two reasons. First, it was well known that he often occupied himself with reading during his free time. Second, and most crucially, his social standing among his peers was exceedingly poor, making it difficult for anyone to engage with him. However, this was of little consequence to Zhao Junyu, for his only concern was what the future path would entail. The future path begins to shift. Chapter 13. To Edwards. After advancing a grade, Zhao Junyu spent his first holiday completing the exceedingly tedious and utterly pointless holiday assignments in the shortest time possible. Subsequently, he packed his belongings and made his way to the cosmic spaceport, boarding a spacecraft bound for the location of Edward and his companions. Side 5. The Texas Colonial Satellite. The air here is far superior to that on Earth, truly. It is a colony satellite developed and constructed for tourism. Upon disembarking and stepping outdoors, Zhao Junyu stretched and took a deep breath, exclaiming with a sense of wonder. Indeed, although the greenery in his current location was commendable, the situation there was far from ideal, as excessive population density had compromised the environment's former glory. After his moment of reflection, he hailed a taxi and, upon entering, retrieved a note from his pocket, presenting it to the driver and saying, "Sir, I would like to go to this place." The address was one he had obtained from Edward prior to his arrival. Originally, Edward intended to pick him up, but Zhao Junyu felt that such an act was overly ostentatious and thus declined. "Oh, did you come here alone, young man? Are you here for sightseeing? Are your family members at ease?" the middle-aged driver inquired. Noticing only Zhao Junyu, a rather young boy, had boarded and "No, I am here to visit a friend," Zhao Junyu replied, "Yes, that's so?" The driver responded nonchalantly, glancing at the address on the note. It was located in a private estate area for the affluent, quite a distance away. Should he make the trip, it could easily consume half the day, and while the fare for a one-way trip would be substantial, the return journey would undoubtedly leave him empty-handed, rendering the venture unprofitable. "Young man, that place is not nearby, you see," the driver expressed with a hint of reluctance. Sensing the driver's hesitation due to the distance, Zhao Junyu pulled out several large banknotes from his wallet and placed them on the passenger seat. He was seated in the back, saying, "Will this suffice?" "That's more than enough, absolutely sufficient. Please make yourself comfortable," the driver replied. His tone noticeably brightened. Who could blame him? The sum Zhao Junyu had placed on the seat was not only more than he could earn in the next few days, but it was also a rare opportunity to serve a generous patron. In truth, the driver harbored some less than pure thoughts, considering he was alone with a child in a vehicle, traversing several scarcely populated roads, compounded by the fact that Zhao Junyu appeared quite affluent. However, an unintentional gesture from Zhao Junyu prompted the driver to abandon such notions entirely. The scenery along the journey was indeed delightful. However, there are moments when one grows weary of it. When the view outside the window lost its allure, Zhao Junyu felt a twinge of boredom. The iron object nestled in his arms was somewhat disheartening, prompting him to retrieve his handgun for a thorough inspection before placing it aside. This firearm was a gift from Laybill, given to him after the assassination incident. He had been feeling uneasy ever since and thus acquired the weapon for his protection. This seemingly innocuous action startled a certain astute middle-aged man. Was he out of his mind? That was a handgun, a military-grade dangerous item. Who was this young man, so nonchalantly brandishing it, appearing quite adept in its handling? Although it was uncertain whether it was genuine, the magazine he had seen earlier certainly looked authentic. The most crucial point, however, was that he dared not test its authenticity. If it were real, his very life could be at stake. Money is one thing, but after what felt like an eternity, they finally arrived at their destination. Upon Zhao Junyu's exit from the vehicle, the driver wasted no time in departing, deciding it was best to maintain a distance from him. "You have arrived." Upon Zhao Junyu's knock, the door swung open swiftly, revealing none other than Edward. "What's this? You seem rather unwelcoming," Zhao Junyu remarked casually as he stepped inside, handing his luggage to Edward. "How could I possibly? The presence of young Master Alexander at our humble abode is indeed a tremendous honor," Edward retorted with a hint of teasing as he accepted Zhao Junyu's baggage, gesturing him inside with the poise reminiscent of an esteemed British butler. "Do we truly need to engage in such theatrics?" Zhao Junyu entered the room, voicing his weariness, and glanced around, inquiring, "Where are Sarah and Uncle Diablo? Are they not here?" "Sarah has gone out to have some fun, while my father is at the hospital for a follow-up appointment," Edward explained, closing the door behind him as he guided Zhao Junyu into the living room. "I'm not surprised that Uncle Diablo is at a follow-up appointment, but it's quite curious that Sarah is out having fun while you remain at home. Aren't you the one who cherishes your sister so dearly? Would a devoted brother like you truly feel at ease?" Zhao Junyu questioned playfully as he settled onto the sofa. "I am not a sister, Khan. Please, do not misinterpret my concern. I merely care for her well-being," Edward replied, taking a seat opposite Zhao Junyu after placing the luggage aside. All right. It seems I have spoken out of turn," Zhao Junyu waved dismissively. "Let us set that aside. On a more serious note, I did not expect you to arrive so promptly. Will you be staying for an extended period this time?" Edward inquired. I would love to remain here longer, but sadly, my stay will not exceed 2 weeks. Zhao Junyu lamented. What? Only such a brief time? What is going on? Edward asked, perplexed. There is no alternative. You are aware of your advancement, are you not? Zhao Junyu inquired, observing Edward's nod. He continued, the curriculum at ordinary institutions is excruciatingly dull. Thus I have already come to an agreement with my father. Once I complete the high school courses over the next 2 years, I shall directly enlist in the military academy. However, my father insists that I dedicate this time to physical training. In his words, if I cannot meet the physical standards, it would be better to withdraw from the military academy sooner rather than later to avoid bringing him disgrace. Consequently, whether I will have the time to visit you remains a significant concern. My presence here today is merely a favor from my father. Training commences next month, and I hastily completed my assignments within a week to make it here. Hence, I must return before next month. Ah, I see. You truly have it tough, Edward remarked with a hint of sympathy. There is no other choice. My ambition is to attend the military academy and eventually take over my father's position. Besides, who can deny that he is indeed my father? Zhao Junyu responded, shrugging his shoulders in resignation. That is a valid point. Edward nodded in agreement before suggesting, let me escort you to your room, and we can continue our conversation afterward. That sounds good, but you wouldn't be assigning me a storage room, would you? Zhao Junyu jested as he stood up and followed Edward upstairs, indulging in light-hearted banter between brothers. How could that be? Unless, of course, you prefer such accommodations, Edward retorted playfully, delivering a customary comeback. Amidst their mutual teasing, Edward led Zhao Junyu to the guest room assigned to him. The room was not as spacious as Edward's on Earth, yet the wooden structure of their current abode exuded a charming antiquity, making it quite pleasant overall. After a brief organization of his belongings and a moment of rest, Zhao Junyu decided to seek out Edward once more, heading downstairs to brew a pot of tea so they could continue their jovial conversation. As Edward pointed out various items in the room, while Zhao Junyu lounged comfortably on the sofa. A loud sound of a door being flung open, perhaps better described as a door being crashed open, interrupted them, followed by the exuberant voice of a young girl. I'm back, Edward brother. Ah, Alexander brother. You're here too. The newcomer was none other than Edward's beloved sister, Sarah, who burst in with palpable excitement. Upon noticing Zhao Junyu brewing tea, she greeted him enthusiastically. Indeed, I just arrived today, Zhao Junyu replied, setting aside his task to affectionately ruffle her hair. Having known Sarah for quite some time, he treated her with the same endearment that an older brother would, albeit without the excessive adoration displayed by Edward. Indeed, I have expressed my sentiments numerous times before. Please refrain from this conduct, as it makes me feel akin to a mere pet. Furthermore, such treatment might hinder my growth, Sayla murmured in discontent, her dissatisfaction palpable. The action of Zhao Junyu was something she despised the most, yet every attempt to voice her objections proved futile, leaving the situation unchanged. Well then, I shall certainly amend my ways next time, Zhao Junyu replied with a smile, though this was a promise he had made countless times before. His words were seldom matched by his actions. It was at this moment that he noticed Sayla was not alone in her return. Another individual entered alongside her. Upon lifting his gaze, he was utterly taken aback, raising his right hand and stammering. This you Edward, witnessing this scene, could only shake his head in resignation, while Sayla stifled her laughter behind her hand. After a prolonged bout of stuttering, Zhao Junyu finally regained some semblance of composure and inquired of Edward, Edward, is this your brother? Could it be that your father has another son out there? Do not speak nonsense. My father has only 2 children, us siblings, Edward replied with a hint of displeasure, yet he understood that such misconceptions were natural. Anyone witnessing this would harbor similar doubts. He quickly clarified. He is the son of the estate's steward, Shea Aznaboru. He is truly not your brother. Zhao Junyu remained incredulous, for the person before him bore an uncanny resemblance to Edward, save for the color of his eyes and his voice. Their appearances were nearly indistinguishable. Upon hearing Zhao Junyu's words, Shea's expression was equally peculiar, yet he refrained from any further actions, as it seemed he had encountered such situations before. He is indeed not Edward, weakly reiterated. Once it was confirmed that the two bore no relation, Zhao Junyu could not help but marvel at the creator's artistry. There truly existed such strikingly similar individuals in the world. Chapter 14. Feudal persuasion. In the days that followed, life proceeded in an unremarkable fashion. Edward guided Zhao Junyu on leisurely excursions, and when they chose to remain indoors, they engaged in light-hearted conversation. Zhao Junyu occasionally teased Sayla, who, upon becoming irritated, would seek out her brother for support, leading to playful scuffles between the two boys, with the little girl chiming in enthusiastically, life was indeed quite relaxed. However, even amidst this tranquility, Zhao Junyu discerned something amiss. While Edward led him on their outings, he felt an unsettling presence. Numerous individuals seemed to be surveilling them. This scrutiny bore ill intent, starkly contrasting the vigilance of the covert guards his father had placed around him, though both groups were equally watchful. The nature of their concern diverged greatly. One was a protective vigilance towards a person of importance, while the other was a wary observation of a potential threat, two entirely different matters. Yet, for Zhao Junyu, this was not the most pressing concern. The most significant and troubling anomaly lay with Edward himself. Although he presented himself in the same manner as before when in the presence of others, a profound shift had undeniably occurred within him. Edward, who had previously exhibited a certain aloofness towards anyone other than his family and Zhao Junyu, now found himself enveloped in an unsettling indifference. While he had once regarded others with a semblance of humanity, albeit tinged with disdain, his demeanor had morphed into one of stark coldness, especially when he sensed those trailing behind him. This chilling detachment was now laced with a hint of aversion and a flicker of murderous intent. Such indifference led him to perceive those around him, particularly the pursuers, not as fellow human beings, but rather as bothersome, loathsome insects, creatures whose extermination would elicit no emotional turmoil from a rational individual. On this day, the time for Zhao Junyu's departure drew near. Edward and Zhao once again ventured out for a horseback ride, inevitably shadowed by a few unwelcome followers. For Zhao Junyu, the sentiment was clear. Let them follow if they wished, for he had nothing to hide, as long as they did not disturb his life or peace of mind. He was unfazed by their presence, confident in the protection afforded by his two shadowy bodyguards. The guards, concealed in the shadows, were aware of the individuals trailing Zhao Junyu, who, in turn, recognized the guards' existence. However, since their objectives did not align, both parties chose to ignore one another. For Edward, the situation bore a heavier weight. The unexpected death of his biological father and the forced separation from his siblings and mother, coupled with the oppressive surveillance he now faced, fueled his animosity towards these pursuers to unprecedented heights. He was consumed by a fervent desire to eliminate them. Such thoughts swirled relentlessly in his mind, causing an aura of coldness and resentment to emanate from him, a sentiment that Zhao Junyu could keenly perceive. As they arrived at the edge of a serene lake, they dismounted their horses, allowing the animals to graze nearby while they reclined on the grass by the water's edge, forming two large letters in the landscape. The sunlight reflected brilliantly off the lake's surface, illuminating the sky with a warm glow, while a few clouds drifted lazily by, and a gentle breeze caressed their faces. All of this brought Zhao Junyu a profound sense of tranquility, yet the discomfort stemming from Edward's unsettling presence persisted. Contemplating the splendid weather, Zhao Junyu resolved to speak with his dear friend, recognizing that the coming years might bring a scarcity of opportunities to meet. He felt compelled to act while he still could. "Edward," he began, "is this truly how you wish to be?" What did you say?" Edward replied, perplexed by the seemingly unfocused query. "Is it truly wise to allow your heart to grow so cold? Is this the path you wish to tread?" Zhao Junyu inquired, his concern palpable. Edward remained silent this time, yet the unpleasant sensation that had plagued Zhao Junyu dissipated, allowing his mind to wander. "I am aware that ever since the assassination attempt, you have been compelled to leave Earth and endure constant surveillance, which has undoubtedly incited your fury. Coupled with past grievances, this has only intensified your resentment towards them. I understand all of this. However, is it truly beneficial for you to persist in this manner?" As Zhao Junyu spoke, he sat up, his voice gradually rising in intensity. He continued, "If you continue down this path, I fear you may lose sight of your true self. In that case, both Sarah and I would be deeply concerned for your well-being. At this juncture, Zhao Junyu paused momentarily before adding, "I worry that if you persist, your emotions will cloud your judgment. Even if you achieve your goals, you may sacrifice something far more precious than your original intentions." Edward remained mute, yet internally he was in turmoil. Once reclining on the grass, he turned over, resting his head upon his left arm, turning his back on Zhao Junyu to signal his unwillingness to engage in conversation. In truth, Edward was grappling with profound contradictions. He recognized the validity in Alexander's words. Should he proceed as intended, he might ultimately realize he had forfeited something of greater significance. Yet, at present, his mind was consumed with thoughts of vengeance. He was acutely aware that his friend was right, yet the words eluded his comprehension. Akin to a moth drawn to a flame, fully aware of the impending doom but unable to resist the allure. Observing Edward's state, Zhao Junyu felt a deep sense of helplessness. He could not prevent Edward from seeking revenge. All he could do was offer counsel. However, It was evident that his attempts at persuasion were in vain. Resolving to say no more, lest their friendship deteriorate to the point of no return, he let out a long, resigned sigh. The atmosphere between the two grew distinctly peculiar and heavy with silence. They lay there, exchanging not a single word, nor engaging in any excessive movement, while their steeds ambled about them, leisurely wandering yet remaining close. Time passed gradually, and soon darkness enveloped the sky. Edward stood and declared, "Let us depart," after which the two mounted their horses and returned home. During dinner, both maintained an expressionless demeanor as they ate, yet the awkward tension between them was palpable. Not even the astute merchant Diabolo, their guardian, could overlook it. Even young Sarah sensed the shift in the air. She longed to inquire about the discord between the two brothers, especially since they had seemed well earlier that morning, yet she refrained from voicing her curiosity. Ultimately, this was a matter between them, and given their reluctance to disclose, questioning would yield no fruit. Likewise, they would inevitably reveal their thoughts in time. Ultimately, young Sarah shook her head in resignation and continued her meal. Diabolo, aware of the underlying issues yet taking no action, simply ate in silence. He also wished to inquire about the nature of the situation between the two of them, hoping to assist in resolving their issues. However, he ultimately refrained from doing so, as his relationship with Edward was merely cordial, albeit better than nothing. Although Edward had indeed taken him in as a foster son, their bond did not resemble that of a true father and son. This evening's dinner was destined to be far from enjoyable, in stark contrast to the lively and cheerful meals of the past few days, where laughter and conversation filled the air. Tonight, however, silence prevailed, creating a desolate atmosphere that diminished everyone's appetite in no time. The guests had finished their meals and departed, leaving a lingering sense of discontent. Later that night, Zhao Junyu lay quietly on his bed, engrossed in a book when a knock echoed from outside his door. "Brother Alexander, it's Selah. May I come in?" Zhao Junyu, taken aback, then smiled wryly. He had thought the little girl would not bother to ask again, as her previous actions had suggested. Yet, he was surprised to find that she still felt concerned enough to check on him. It was too late to refuse, so he replied, "Come in." The little girl, clad in her pajamas, entered and stood before Zhao Junyu. Although she had mustered the courage to approach him, it suddenly dissipated, leaving her feeling awkward and unsure. With her head down, she fidgeted nervously with the hem of her clothing, stammering, "Well, that." Seeing Selah in such a state amused Zhao Junyu, transforming his wry smile into one of affectionate indulgence. Habitually, he ruffled her hair and teasingly said, "What's wrong? Don't know how to express yourself? Honestly, Selah, how many times have I told you? You're not a child anymore. Behaving like this will stunt your growth." Selah instinctively retaliated against Zhao Junyu's familiar teasing, and surprisingly, her initial awkwardness began to fade. All right, I promise I'll change," she replied with determination. However, Zhao Junyu soon straightened up, his demeanor shifting to one of seriousness. He spoke in a low voice, "Selah, you're here about the situation between me and Edward, aren't you?" Though taken aback by Zhao Junyu's directness, Selah wasn't entirely surprised. In her eyes, the most remarkable person in the world was her brother, followed closely by brother Alexander. It was no wonder they could deduce such things. With a sigh of resignation, Zhao Junyu said, "Selah, I understand your concern, but you are still young and may not grasp the complexities of certain matters. What I can tell you is that there is no major issue between me and your brother. It's simply that Edward has yet to come to terms with some things. I believe that, given time, he will surely understand. Is that really true, brother Alexander?" The little girl asked, her disbelief evident. Of course. When has brother Alexander ever deceived you? Zhao Junyu resolutely declared. Yet after uttering those words, he couldn't shake the feeling that they bore a resemblance to the wolf's deceitful persuasion of Little Red Riding Hood. Upon receiving a satisfying answer, the young girl finally set aside her heavy heart and cheerfully prepared for sleep. However, Zhao Junyu found himself devoid of such a tranquil state. After all, the words he had spoken to Selah were a blend of truth and falsehood, leaving him with a lingering sense of guilt for having deceived the young girl. In this turmoil of emotions, he tossed and turned for hours before finally succumbing to slumber. The following day marked Zhao Junyu's final day, as he would take the shuttle back to Earth early the next morning. Yet, unlike what others might have anticipated, there was no palpable sense of reluctance. The entire Mars family endured the day in an atmosphere thick with awkward tension. As another day passed, Zhao Junyu prepared to depart the spaceport. He clutched his personal belongings, accompanied by the Edward siblings. After reassuring the tearful Selah that he would surely visit her when time permitted, Zhao Junyu turned to the oddly expressioned Edward. Calling out his name, He embraced him warmly before whispering in his ear, "Do not forget, we shall always be good brothers." This left Edward utterly taken aback. And while he stood there in a daze, under Selah's reluctant gaze, Zhao Junyu made no delay in stepping into the boarding corridor with his luggage in hand. Watching Zhao Junyu's diminishing figure, a now reeling Edward pondered, "Always good brothers, is it? This is something I shall never forget, Alexander." Yet, this farewell hinted that by the time the three reconvened, the world around them might have irrevocably changed. Chapter 15. Enrolling upon returning to Earth, General Rebiel wasted no time in imposing a rigorous training regimen upon his beloved son. The very next day after Alexander's return, a meticulously structured training schedule was thrust upon him, packed from dawn till dusk, with even the time allocated for restroom breaks meticulously planned. Zhao Junyu gazed at the schedule his father had presented, his facial muscles twitching in disbelief as he mused, "Father, is this truly a training timetable? Or have you crafted a grim decree to compel me to self-destruction?" Just as he was about to voice a vehement protest, his father preempted him, stating, "Protests are futile." With that, he nonchalantly turned and strode away. Observing his father's carefree departure, Zhao Junyu felt a mix of resignation and acceptance, realizing that defying his father's meticulously laid plans was no longer an option. It was wiser to comply, lest his father concoct yet another challenge. Thus, bright and early the following morning, Zhao Junyu embarked on the arduous yet exhilarating journey of training. Why did he describe it as both painful and invigorating? Pain, a notion that, even left unspoken, can be surmised to some extent. At the break of dawn, Zhao Junyu rises, compelled to complete his morning rituals of washing up and breakfast within a stipulated time frame. Should he exceed this limit, irrespective of whether he has consumed a morsel or gone without sustenance, the morning training commences. This encompasses a series of activities ranging from simple digestive aids to rigorous physical training. The afternoon follows suit, albeit with physical training evolving into combat exercises, marksmanship, and other disciplines, while the evening is reserved for enhancing bodily flexibility. Though it may appear unremarkable, there exist critical nuances. Zhao Junyu, despite his early awakenings, harbors an unfortunate penchant for lingering in bed. Each morning, he often finds himself idling for half an hour to an hour before rising. Consequently, during the initial days of training, he frequently commenced digestive exercises on an empty stomach, the discomfort of which is indescribable. This is merely one aspect. The second pertains to the afternoon combat lessons, which have transformed significantly from earlier times. Previously, while Zhao Junyu had dabbled in martial arts, those lessons were more aptly characterized as self-defense classes designed to subdue adversaries of a lesser caliber, rather than the lethal techniques employed by military forces. In his earlier training, he merely sought proficiency, with little strictness enforced. However, the current regimen, under the stringent expectations of his father, is devoid of leniency. The training is executed with precision, leaving Zhao Junyu adorned in an array of bruises by day's end, the discomfort palpable. Beyond these two particular discomforts, there exists a genuine form of unease. Each night, prior to slumber, Zhao Junyu is attended to by a specialist who applies medicinal wine to invigorate circulation and alleviate bruising, coupled with therapeutic massage to ensure his physical restoration. This individual, a skilled practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine, was procured at considerable expense by Labi Eard. It is during this time that Zhao Junyu experiences unparalleled relief, akin to the euphoric release one feels after a visit to the lavatory. Such bliss. Indeed, it is in this moment of relaxation, lying on the bed while being massaged, that Zhao Junyu finds himself emitting soft moans of pleasure, leading any unsuspecting outsider to misconstrue his actions as primitive mating rituals. "Young master," inquires the middle-aged man, presumably around 50, with flecks of gray in his hair but few wrinkles gracing his rosy complexion, a testament to his well-maintained health. "Your father wields considerable power and status, affording you a life of ease. Why then, must you endure such arduous training?" "Oh, dear uncle, you have no idea. I promised my father that I would take over his responsibilities. It is right here. I had been feeling quite unwell until recently, but I am much better now. Furthermore, my father has high expectations and does not permit me to lack the capabilities commensurate with my status," Zhao Junyu explained while contentedly sighing. "Now I understand. There is no need for such rigorous training. Look at you, your body is covered in bruises, every shade of blue and purple. It looks painful." While assisting Zhao Junyu with ointment and massage, I could not help but express my concern. "I have noticed that this child, still recovering from his last injuries, continues to accumulate new bruises. However, it is evident that those administering the training are quite measured in their approach, ensuring no lasting harm is inflicted. Even so, It pains me to witness a child enduring such tribulations day in and day out. It's fine. It's just uncle, please help me with the massage and I know this is for my own good. Zhao Junyu's voice grew softer until it faded into silence. After a while, only the faint sound of his breathing remained. The physician realized the child had fallen asleep once more. With a resigned shake of his head, he completed his tasks, covered Zhao Junyu with a blanket, and gently closed the door behind him. In the ensuing 2 years, while not every day was filled with such intense training, it was nearly so. Except for the days when Zhao Junyu attended school, whenever he had free time, he would engage in training, structured according to specific time slots to ensure he could still attend classes. Thus, a certain unfortunate man found himself with no time to pursue his beloved projects of transformation. Or perhaps it would be more accurate to call them acts of destruction, not to mention seeking out his friend Edward Mars. Truth be told, ever since returning to Earth, communication with Edward had dwindled significantly, yet this individual was so busy that he scarcely had time to ponder the matter. Suddenly, I realized it had been a long time since I had used a dividing line. Perhaps it is time to employ one again. Invisible time flows past everyone, and in the blink of an eye, it is already the year UC0073. Zhao Junyu, having advanced a grade, successfully graduated from high school this year and, as he wished, gained admission to the 3rd campus of the Earth Federation Officer Academy. Many may wonder why he did not attend the 1st campus or the main campus. To clarify, following the establishment of the Earth Federation government, all military forces on Earth underwent reorganization, including military academies. All military schools on Earth were systematically restructured, with faculty carefully selected and curricula edited, resulting in the establishment of several dozen military schools in major cities across various regions. The top-ranking institution is the 1st campus, restructured from a prestigious military academy located in the former United States of North America, a name that commands respect and leaves little room for debate. The 2nd campus is situated in the former Military Academy of London, England, now part of the European region. Its position as 2nd is attributable to 2 primary factors. Firstly, its long-standing history as a military institution, endowing it with a certain venerable prestige. Secondly, its origins as a loyal ally of the United States. The 3rd campus, located in the city of the ancient imperial capital of the Celestial Empire, is in the most populous nation, rich in resources. Prior to the establishment of the federal government, its overall strength was consistently on the rise, striving to catch up with the then-leading nation. Thus, no one contested the decision to establish the 3rd campus in the capital of this historically significant country. At its inception, the military academy was ranked accordingly. However, under the same system and curriculum, the 3rd campus has retained its reputation for stringent management and unparalleled training intensity. Over the years, it has produced numerous exceptional graduates, elevating its rank from 3rd to 2nd. Had it not been for the unique merits of the 1st campus in certain areas, even its position might have been challenged. General Raybill, known for his exceedingly rigorous educational standards, naturally insisted that his son attend the most demanding military academy. Otherwise, it would tarnish his reputation as a prominent reformist. Consequently, Raybill assisted his son in completing his application, while Zhao Junyu, also known as Alexander Zhao Raybill, successfully gained admission to the 3rd campus. Today marks the day of registration at the military academy. A vehicle, not particularly luxurious, is parked at the entrance, yet it attracts many curious glances, not for its opulence, but due to its distinctive military license plates. Beside the car stand an elderly man and a youth, accompanied by 2 robust men, presumably the driver and a bodyguard. The young man is burdened with numerous bags, clearly preparing for his enrollment, though he appears rather youthful for such an endeavor. Alexander, while you are now entering military school and stepping into adulthood, your age still renders you quite young, the elder admonishes gently. There is no shame in seeking assistance from those older than you. Do not hesitate to reach out to your elder brothers and sisters. The older man continues to offer a myriad of advice, his concern perhaps bordering on excessive. Enough, Uncle Edward, I am well aware of all that you have mentioned. There is no need for you to worry. I shall be cautious, the youth finally interjects, a hint of exasperation in his voice, muttering under his breath that the elder is even more verbose than his own father. The 2 individuals are none other than Zhao Junyu, Alexander Zhao Raybill, and Edward Southampton, with the other 2 men serving as the driver and bodyguard. As for why General Raybill is absent, it is simply due to his commitments as a soldier. He is currently overseeing training exercises for his troops and cannot be away from his post. Hence, he entrusted his friend, Admiral Southampton, who is presently on leave, with the task of escorting his son to school. The mischievous lad, noticing Zhao Junyu's impatience, Southampton playfully scolded him with a hint of annoyance, saying, "Since you are so confident, I shall not escort you inside. You may report yourself. Do take care." All right, I understand, Zhao Junyu replied. I shall head in now. Goodbye, Uncle Edward. Upon hearing this, Zhao Junyu felt as though a great weight had been lifted from his shoulders. He quickly exchanged greetings and hurried inside, seemingly anxious to avoid any further nagging from Southampton. Observing Zhao Junyu's swift entrance into the campus, Southampton shook his head in resignation. He climbed into his vehicle, picked up the phone, dialed a few numbers, and stated, "It's me. That kid has already gone inside. You needn't worry, as long as he is not a fool, he knows he is calling lay bill." The two engaged in casual conversation for a moment, before Southampton voiced his concerns. Are we really not going to tell him about that matter? What if he finds out later, and we haven't informed him in a timely manner? He will surely on the other end of the line. Laybill seemed to pause for a moment before responding. It is best not to inform him for now. I know this kid. It is rare for him to be genuinely focused on military school. If he learns of this matter, he will undoubtedly lose interest in his studies. Therefore, he must not be made aware of this until after his graduation. Even if he resents me later, I shall accept it. However, I am confident he will understand my intentions. Sighing, Southampton responded, "Your decision is beyond my influence. I can only hope you are correct. You have matters to attend to today, so let us speak again later." With that, he ended the call. Sitting in the back seat, Southampton took a deep breath, exhaled slowly, and rubbed his slightly throbbing temples, feeling a sense of concern for the father-son duo. Yet, this was ultimately their affair, and he felt powerless to intervene. Leaning against the seat, he instructed the driver to head home, knowing that all he could do was pray that nothing undesirable transpired between them. Chapter 16. What is supporting role? Carrying his belongings, Zhao Junyu arrived at the freshman registration area alone. Everyone present was taken aback, pondering who this child might be. Surely he hasn't come to the wrong place. This is a military academy, a level above that of junior high or high school. After waiting in line for quite some time, it was finally his turn. He set down his belongings and prepared to retrieve his admission notice from his pocket. At that moment, the officer in charge of registration looked up and remarked, "Young man, you haven't mistakenly come here, have you? This is the Officer Academy of the Earth Federation Army, not a high school." Indeed, this individual found it hard to believe that the child before him was here to enroll in a military academy. After all, one's age is evident, and despite having enjoyed a relatively privileged upbringing, coupled with considerable physical activity and some unique traits that set him apart in this world, making him more robust and taller than his peers, he still appeared diminutive when compared to those on the brink of adulthood. His youthful visage further betrayed his age, and it was apparent to anyone without any cognitive deficiencies that he was considerably younger than the other enrolling students. "Why can't I be here to register for school?" Faced with the skeptical gaze and tone of the instructor before him, along with the peculiar stares from others who were also there to enroll, Zhao Junyu felt a surge of indignation and retorted with some harsh words. Perhaps due to the instructor's decent demeanor or perhaps because he sensed that his earlier behavior had not been commendable, the officer responsible for registration softened his expression considerably. Nonetheless, he remained unconvinced that this child was indeed there to enroll. After all, would you believe it if you were in his shoes? He kindly stated, "Young lad, I may have been brusque earlier, and for that, I apologize. However, this is a military academy at the university level, not a high school or a boarding house. If you are quarreling with your family, I personally advise you to resolve it amicably and refrain from acting impulsively." Noticing the shift in the officer's demeanor and tone, Zhao Junyu's irritation subsided somewhat. However, the continued disbelief that he was merely fooling around provoked him further. He defiantly retrieved his acceptance letter from his pocket and slapped it onto the table, asserting, "If you don't believe me, then here, look at this. This is my acceptance letter, complete with my name and identification number. You can verify online whether this individual is indeed me." At this moment, not only did the instructor before Zhao Junyu appear taken aback, but even the nearby officers were astonished. Those processing their paperwork were equally intrigued, particularly the few who were closest, as they clearly recognized the letter to be identical to their own acceptance letters. Could this child truly be here to enroll? Surely not. Could it be an assumed identity? That seemed rather implausible. Each individual pondered their own theories. Please, wait a moment. Upon examining the acceptance letter laid on the table, the officer, who could technically be regarded as a staff member, but since everyone within the institution is considered military personnel, the term instructor may apply here, promptly conducted a verification based on the letter's number. Nowadays, all university acceptance letters are digitized, and every student's information is accessible online, including their scores, the institutions they have been admitted to, their family background, and even their age and appearance. Attempting to impersonate someone else would indeed be exceedingly difficult. Upon entering the identification number inscribed on Zhao Junyu's notification letter, the instructor swiftly summoned relevant information, much to the astonishment of those nearby. The retrieval of such data undeniably confirmed that this individual was indeed a new student at the institution. In an instant, all eyes in the vicinity converged upon Zhao Junyu. The instructor was no exception. Particularly as he scrutinized the information, he was rendered momentarily speechless upon glimpsing the familial details. Internally, he mused, "This young lad is exceptionally impressive. Graduating from high school at the tender age of 13 and gaining admission to a military academy is remarkable. Geniuses are not unheard of. However, the revelation that his father is none other than Admiral Laybill, commander of the Second Fleet, was utterly astounding." Observing the shift in the instructor's expression, Zhao Junyu surmised that this individual had discerned his father's identity. Nonetheless, he wished to keep this information discreet, not wanting to draw undue attention which might result in preferential treatment, whether positive or negative. Clearing his throat, he articulated, "Ahem, dear instructor, it is best that certain matters remain known only to oneself, to prevent unnecessary complications." The corner of the instructor's mouth twitched slightly, inwardly cursing, "What is this? Am I being threatened by this young rascal? Can it be that I am being intimidated by such a minor? He possesses the capability to threaten. Indeed, he truly does have that capacity." His frustration mounted. Yet as he pondered this, his anger dissipated like air escaping from a deflated balloon. After all, who could deny the advantages of having a father of such high stature and formidable prowess in this era of familial connections? "Please hold on. I will assist you with the necessary formalities." Once he regained his composure, at least outwardly, the instructor promptly commenced the enrollment procedures. Before long, Zhao Junyu's information was thoroughly verified and processed. The instructor presented him with a magnetic card and several documents, stating, "This magnetic card serves as your key to the dormitory room, as well as your identification card. It bears your name and room number. The dormitory area is indicated here." As the instructor spoke, he marked a map within the documents. He continued, "This is where you will collect your uniform. Simply present the card to receive the appropriate attire. The same procedure applies for obtaining textbooks. These materials outline the regulations of the military academy, commonly referred to as the student handbook. It is imperative that you familiarize yourself with these rules to avoid transgressions. Tomorrow morning at 0600 hours, the wake-up call will sound. At 0630 hours, report here for breakfast in the dining hall, and at 0700 hours, assemble at the main courtyard for the formal commencement ceremony. Punctuality is crucial. Tardiness will result in severe consequences." Upon hearing the instructor's unceasing yet relatively succinct explanations, Zhao Junyu found himself momentarily dazed, as no one had previously received such a detailed briefing. However, he soon grasped that this was undoubtedly due to his father's influence. With a smile, Zhao Junyu accepted the items and, standing at attention, saluted formally, stating, "I understand. Thank you, instructor." To his surprise, the instructor, taken aback by such formality, instinctively returned the salute and replied, "It was nothing, really." Carrying his various bags and documents, Zhao Junyu departed from the registration area, leaving behind a crowd of perplexed and astonished onlookers. Following the map and the signage, he successfully navigated to the dormitory area and located his assigned room. Swiping his card to enter, he was immediately struck by the room's unmistakable simplicity. The space was immaculate, yet starkly austere, furnished with merely 2 beds, 2 desks, and 2 wardrobes, devoid of any other substantial items. The only essential addition was a requisite bathroom. Choosing one of the beds, Zhao Junyu began to unpack his belongings. In truth, the essentials for military school were not numerous, as aside from a few civilian outfits for rare outings, the majority of his time would be spent in training uniforms. Most of what he packed consisted of basic toiletries like towels and toothbrushes. However, Zhao Junyu had brought a considerable amount of items due to a newly acquired project, a large electronic pet named Harlow, which he intended to complete during his free time at the academy. Extracting it along with the necessary tools from his luggage and placing them on the desk, he then proceeded to organize the remainder of his belongings. His other items were few, primarily consisting of several sets of training uniforms and military attire. Given Zhao Junyu's age, it was understandable that standard military uniforms did not come in his size. Thus, his father, Laybill, had arranged for a few custom-made sets. It was only after confirming his son's admission that he had liaised with the logistics department. But the earliest available military uniforms would inevitably need to be specially made, as the logistics team could not expedite their production. Once everything was neatly arranged, he changed into his training uniform and, glancing at his reflection in the military mirror, felt an uncanny sense of unreality wash over him. Yet, he was acutely aware that he had indeed entered the military academy, stepping into the role of a prospective officer. After adjusting his attire one final time, Zhao Junyu prepared to collect his textbooks, That moment, the door to his room swung open once more, signaling the arrival of his roommate. "Oh, someone is already here. I thought I had arrived quite early," exclaimed a cheerful voice as the door was pushed open. Zhao Junyu turned to see a rather handsome young man enter, also burdened with his own assortment of bags. In truth, to describe the newcomer as possessing a strikingly delicate appearance that captivates the eye would be an overstatement. One could only deem them to fall within the upper tier of ordinary looks. Of course, they were considerably more appealing than Zhao Junyu, who was the type of person one would easily lose in a crowd. "You're not too late." "I haven't been here for long," Zhao Junyu replied. It was only when the individual entered and placed their belongings onto another bed that Zhao Junyu's appearance became truly discernible. To no one's surprise, the newcomer was utterly taken aback, for this person was significantly shorter than him. He was aware that his height was merely average among his peers, yet the individual before him was even shorter, compounded by their voice and features, which left him astonished. Staring blankly at Zhao Junyu, he stammered, "Wait at you." Upon witnessing the newcomer's reaction, it was evident what had astonished him. Zhao Junyu sighed and remarked, "Is my appearance truly so suspect?" He quickly regained his composure, smiling warmly and extending his right hand. Introducing himself, "Hello, it's a pleasure to meet you. I am your roommate and classmate, Alexander Z. Rabier, and I am 13 years old." "Hello, nice to meet you," the other person replied, still somewhat in disbelief, extending his hand to shake Zhao Junyu's. However, the next moment, realizing the situation, he exerted forcefully and exclaimed, "What did you say? 13? Ouch." In his instinctive reaction, Zhao Junyu, trained and conditioned, instinctively retaliated. With superior innate attributes and rigorous training, he surpassed the average newcomers to the military academy. Historically, the adage "wealth in arms, knowledge in pen" holds true. Bolstered by his father's formidable financial support, his physical prowess eclipsed that of many cadets who had trained for a year or two. Though some exceptions must be acknowledged, "My apologies. I've grown accustomed to it," Zhao Junyu said, sheepishly scratching his head in apology, aware of his excessive strength. "It's fine. It's my fault for being too forceful," the other replied, wincing as he examined his hand, which bore the mark of Zhao Junyu's earlier assault. Yet, he could not deny that had he not exerted himself so much initially, he would not have found himself in such a predicament. "By the way, I haven't introduced myself yet. Hello, my name is Long Taoyi, and I am 18 years old." The individual, now back to himself, completed his self-introduction, but Zhao Junyu's reaction was as anticipated. "Hello. What? Long Taoyi?" Zhao Junyu exclaimed. Chapter 17. The gossiping roommate. Alas, such a reaction was expected, Long Taoyi sighed, shaking his head in resignation. "That's not what I meant. How should I put this?" Observing Long Taoyi's expression, Zhao Junyu realized that his previous demeanor had influenced the situation. He wished to clarify, yet found himself at a loss for words, fidgeting anxiously in his attempt to articulate an explanation, but even in his distress, he could not conjure the right phrases. "Disregard it. This is not the first time I've encountered such a situation, and I have grown rather accustomed to it." Observing the young boy before me, several years my junior, particularly with his anxious demeanor, Long Taoyi couldn't help but chuckle. Indeed, he had faced this circumstance countless times, and had genuinely become somewhat habituated to it. "My apologies. I did not intend to," Zhao Junyu said, feeling quite embarrassed. Noticing that the other party showed no inclination to pursue the matter further, he felt a wave of relief wash over him, yet simultaneously, he felt quite awkward. "Please, do not concern yourself. I truly do not mind," Long Taoyi replied with a seemingly indifferent expression. He then transformed into a gossiping enthusiast, brimming with curiosity, and inquired of Zhao Junyu, "By the way, you are remarkably youthful. How did you come to the military academy? Was it through familial connections, or did you wish to come on your own accord? Or perhaps, were you compelled by your family? Who would have thought you possessed such potential for gossip?" Zhao Junyu retorted with a hint of disdain. "No, you are mistaken. This is not mere gossip, but rather a natural curiosity that resides within everyone," Long Taoyi asserted with a serious expression, speaking with righteous fervor. "Do not tell me that you lack curiosity. That is simply impossible, for it is an intrinsic part of human nature." "Humph," Zhao Junyu scoffed, turning up his nose, though he found little ground for rebuttal. Indeed, curiosity is inherent in humanity. The desire for ease and the quest for knowledge are both primal instincts that drive human progress. However, while some individuals direct their curiosity towards scientific inquiry, others indulge in the pursuit of others' affairs, commonly known as gossip, like Long Taoyi. Now, let us not dwell on this any longer. Have you collected your textbooks yet? Be cautious, as the crowd may become overwhelming. Zhao Junyu deftly employed the art of topic diversion, and it was evident that this tactic was quite effective. You were right. We should first retrieve the textbooks. I certainly do not wish to be jostled amidst a throng, Long Towie responded, slapping his forehead in a moment of realization, while displaying an exaggerated look of distaste. It is true that the current composition of the Federal Army has seen an increase in the number of women, particularly within the command systems and operational roles aboard warships. However, in combat units and command positions, men still predominantly prevail. Perhaps this is simply a reflection of innate tendencies among the majority of men. With that, he carelessly tossed his belongings onto the bed and, nudging Zhao Junyu, he headed out to collect the textbooks. Zhao Junyu found himself at a loss for words regarding this overly familiar individual. His pace of becoming acquainted was rather astonishing. In the face of feudal resistance, Zhao Junyu was led by Long Towie to the location for textbook collection. Although it was Long Towie who initially brought Zhao Junyu out, ultimately it was Zhao Junyu who took the lead, as the former had not bothered to consult the information and was unaware of the location. Thus, the final outcome saw the one who was initially led becoming the guide. Zhao Junyu and another individual arrived not too late. However, the line at the book distribution area had already begun to form. As Long Towie stood there, listlessly waiting, he glanced around in hopes of spotting a few potential interests in the crowd, only to be met with disappointment. There were too few attractive women, and those who caught his eye were best left unspoken, for to dwell on it would only bring tears. Yet, he also noticed that everyone else collecting their books was dressed in casual attire, while Zhao Junyu alone donned a military training uniform. This piqued his curiosity. Had he arrived that early? Had he gone to collect his uniform first? With that thought in mind, Long Towie inquired, Alexander, did you arrive early to pick up your military attire? It was a light-hearted question, not particularly serious. However, the answer ignited his inquisitive spirit even further. Oh, the uniform is what I brought with me. My size wasn't available here, so I had it tailored at home. Zhao Junyu replied nonchalantly. Tailored at home? The mere mention of those words made Long Towie feel as if he had stumbled upon a significant clue, yet he couldn't quite confirm it. He observed that Zhao Junyu's military attire was not akin to the counterfeit versions commonly found on the streets. It was authentic, crafted from high-quality materials. Such garments could not be produced by ordinary shops, nor would they dare attempt it. They could only be made at establishments with special qualifications, and the craftsman must possess the necessary credentials as well. Long Towie sensed that his roommate harbored a myriad of secrets, which only fueled his desire to uncover them all. While Long Towie was lost in thought, the line had progressed to their position. Prompted by Zhao Junyu, he snapped back to reality. After collecting their textbooks, he noticed something peculiar. Zhao Junyu seemed to have more books than he did. Were they not in the same department? The allocation of dormitory spaces in military academies was always determined by academic disciplines. So why did he have extra books? Intrigued, he leaned closer to glimpse the additional volumes, only to be taken aback. Fundamentals of driving armored combat vehicles, fundamentals of operating aircraft. Long Towie was momentarily stunned. They were in the Tactical Command Department, and upon graduation, they would become commanders across the 4 branches of the military. At the very least, they would serve as operational staff officers, with no need to drive tanks or aircraft. Why would he possess these books? A thought crossed his mind, prompting him to ask Alexander, you haven't taken up a minor in special driving, have you? Yes. Why? Zhao Junyu responded, bewildered. Long Towie regarded Zhao Junyu with the incredulity one might reserve for a peculiar creature, questioning, is that for real? You actually have a minor in special driving? You do realize that our Tactical Command Department has the most extensive and challenging curriculum of all, right? How on earth do you find the time to pursue a minor? Long Towie's astonishment was not without justification, as the Officer Academy of the Federation was known for its rigorous demands, particularly in the Tactical Command Department, where courses were abundant and exceedingly difficult, encompassing a wide array of topics. Coupled with the stringent examination standards, it was virtually unheard of for anyone in their department to take on additional coursework. As for the Department of Strategic Theory, it has never admitted newcomers. It exclusively enrolls qualified individuals from the Federation Army for advanced training courses. Those who emerge from this program seldom find themselves in lowly positions, as all generals have been cultivated from within, and it is humorously referred to as the general training class. I am aware that no one has ventured this way before, yet the absence of precedent does not imply my incapacity. Perhaps I might just succeed. Rest assured, I shall not impose undue hardship upon myself. Should it prove too challenging, I will willingly relinquish the endeavor. Zhao Junyu's assertion seemed almost self-evident, yet he swiftly sensed an anomaly beside him. Turning to glance, he beheld Long Towie gazing at him with an exceedingly peculiar expression, which made Zhao Junyu feel profoundly uncomfortable. He stepped back 2 paces and inquired, why are you looking at me like that? Let me make it clear. I have never engaged in any romantic entanglements. If you seek such, look elsewhere. Upon hearing Zhao Junyu's final remark, it was clear to all what he meant, and Long Taoyi was no exception. With a loud ba, he retorted with dissatisfaction, "You are the one with romantic inclinations. I am a pure man, only interested in well-endowed, attractive women." However, this overly familiar individual's discontent was fleeting, as his expression quickly transformed into one of eager curiosity. He probed, "Alexander, do enlighten me about your family background. How did you come to attend military school? Was it your own desire, or did your family push you into it? Did you gain admission through connections, or was it through your own merit?" And you? Zhao Junyu found himself at a loss for words, never anticipating that his roommate would possess such a peculiar name. Not only was he overly familiar, but he also turned out to be exceedingly inquisitive and talkative. It seemed his forthcoming days would not be devoid of excitement. However, it also appeared that he could not keep secrets, especially from this garrulous fellow. For if Zhao Junyu chose silence, he would likely be bombarded with incessant inquiries. He was uncertain whether Long Taoyi could safeguard his secrets, as Zhao Junyu was not keen on stirring unnecessary troubles. In truth, Zhao Junyu had contemplated changing dormitories. Given his father's status, it would be a trivial matter. However, taking such action would draw too much attention, which was not the outcome he desired. Amidst Long Taoyi's incessant chatter and Zhao Junyu's contemplative silence, the two had reached their room. Once they had settled their books, Long Taoyi resumed his loquaciousness, but this time, the content surprised Zhao Junyu. He began, "By the way, before you share your story, I should first recount my own, lest it seem improper." Although Zhao Junyu was unaware of what rule this adhered to. At that moment, Long Taoyi commenced a thorough and formal self-introduction. He began by elucidating the peculiarities of his name. Long, as one might expect, is his surname, and Tao is simply a reflection of his generational name, as he belongs to the Tao generation. The final character of the name, Yi, stems from his father, who harbored a fondness for novels that extolled the virtues of loyalty and righteousness, particularly the genre of martial arts literature. He aspired for himself and those around him to embody such qualities and hoped that his son would grow to be a person of similar caliber. Thus, upon the birth of his son, he bestowed this name upon him, never foreseeing the peculiar consequences it would evoke. As for Long Taoyi, he too was raised on stories of this nature recounted by his father. In his childhood, he remained oblivious to the uniqueness of his name until he began attending school, where he encountered a group of children who delighted in playful banter and nicknaming one another. It was then that he realized the eccentricity of his own name. However, having borne it for so many years, he felt that altering it would likely lead to discomfort, so he resigned himself to it. Long Taoyi's upbringing was neither particularly distinguished nor notably humble. His family engaged in business, with his father achieving a commendable level of success, becoming a respected figure within their community, thus ensuring their lives were free from financial strife. This advantageous background afforded Long Taoyi broader perspectives than those of his peers, alleviating concerns about daily survival, which in turn encouraged him to contemplate his aspirations more deeply. Perhaps influenced by his father's guidance or perhaps by the intrinsic traits of manhood, Long Taoyi ultimately resolved, after much contemplation and despite his parents' futile persuasion, to apply to a military academy, successfully passing the entrance examinations. His father had envisioned him taking over the family business, but Long Taoyi firmly declined, asserting with a statement that left his father at a loss for rebuttal, "Let my younger brother take over. I have no interest, and I wish to avoid familial economic disputes." Upon hearing this, Long's father had no choice but to respect his son's wishes. After listening to Long Taoyi's introduction, Zhao Junyu gained a clearer understanding of his circumstances. Since he had shared his situation, it felt only right for her to reciprocate. After contemplating for a moment, she addressed Long Taoyi with utmost seriousness. "If you wish to know about my situation, I am willing to share, but you must promise me that you will not disclose this information to anyone, including your family. What could be so severe that it requires such secrecy?" Long Taoyi initially thought little of it and jested. However, upon observing the earnest expression on the face of this young individual, he understood she was not joking and replied with sincerity, "Very well, I swear I will not speak of this to anyone, not even to my parents." "All right then, I shall reveal to you what you wish to know." Zhao Junyu smiled as she said this. Long Taoyi felt a surge of excitement at the prospect of uncovering such confidential matters, but after hearing her revelations, his thoughts seemed to shift significantly. Chapter 18. The beginning of term. No wonder I felt a sense of familiarity upon hearing your name. You are indeed you? The son of General Rebil, the commander of the Second Fleet, has truly left me astounded. After listening to Zhao Junyu's introduction, Long Taoyi finally grasped the source of his discomfort, realizing that he was indeed a bona fide military second generation. Naturally, This sets him apart from the children of ordinary families. However, he pondered over some additional concerns and promptly inquired, "Nevertheless, even so, you need not conceal your identity, right? It is worth noting that there are quite a few military second-generation individuals like you in military academies." "Indeed, you are correct. There are indeed numerous second-generation officers within the academy. However," Zhao Junyu nodded in agreement with Long Taoi's assertion, yet he expressed his own apprehensions, continuing, "There is only one General Rebil who is truly adept at commanding warfare." Upon hearing this, Long Taoi was momentarily taken aback, unable to process the information. Observing his expression, Zhao Junyu understood that he needed a moment to comprehend. Individuals like him, who lack a particularly illustrious background yet manage to gain admission to the Tactical Command Department, cannot be considered foolish. However, this was not the time for Long Taoi to ponder, so Zhao Junyu elaborated, "As you are aware, the Earth Federation is rife with chaos and myriad issues. The incompetent high-ranking officials, while lacking in any discernible skills, are quite adept at forming cliques and engaging in intrigue. Currently, the Federation's military, especially the Space Force, has very few capable combatants, and my father stands as one of the most esteemed among them. Due to his integrity, no one has been able to find a foothold to draw him into their schemes. However, if my identity were to be revealed, it would lead to significant complications. I have no desire to become embroiled in such monumental troubles. You understand, the realm of politics is fraught with darkness and filth, and I hope to live these years in peace." After absorbing Zhao Junyu's words, Long Taoi understood his thoughts and the realities of the situation. Zhao Junyu was right. Although the Second Fleet was somewhat inferior in terms of equipment compared to the First Fleet, its actual combat capability surpassed that of its counterpart. It was the strongest fleet in the Federation's Space Force. And with General Rebil being one of the highest strategists among the Federation's generals, should a confrontation arise between the two fleets, the Second Fleet could potentially annihilate the First Fleet with minimal losses. It is crucial to note that annihilation and defeat are vastly different scenarios. I understand. I shall not speak of this. It shall remain our secret. As a fellow intelligent individual, Long Taoi was naturally aware that discussing such matters outside would serve no beneficial purpose and could potentially lead to catastrophic consequences. Moreover, a man's word does not require excessive elaboration. Excessive speech may render it disingenuous. "Then I must thank you, Brother Long." With the other party's assurance, Zhao Junyu felt considerably relieved. As men, their word ought to hold weight. And judging by his earlier discourse, Long Taoi appeared to be a true gentleman who would not take their agreement lightly. Furthermore, the strength on Zhao Junyu's side would also serve as a deterrent for Long Taoi. Upon contemplating this, Zhao Junyu could not help but break into a smile, reminiscent of characters from martial arts novels. He clasped his hands in a gesture of camaraderie towards Long Taoi and spoke. Observing Zhao Junyu's actions, Long Taoi discerned the playful undertone in his demeanor, yet simultaneously recognized it as a sign of trust. With a smile, he waved his hand and replied, "All right, let us not jest any further. I assure you, I will keep your secret safe, and besides, I have no desire to invite trouble upon myself." His words served to bridge their rapport, suggesting that he would not be loose-lipped while subtly conveying his own apprehensions regarding the forces that might lurk behind Zhao Junyu. After all, they had only just met, and complete trust was a naive notion. Such bonds could not be forged without a significant passage of time. "By the way," Zhao Junyu exclaimed, smacking his forehead as he recalled a pressing matter, "you still haven't picked up your uniform. Ah, right? In the midst of our conversation, I completely forgot about the main issue." Long Taoi replied, mirroring Zhao Junyu's gesture as he stood up and declared, "Let's go. Let's go. I wonder if there are more people now or fewer." With that, he took hold of Zhao Junyu and led him outside. Reluctantly dragged along by his roommate, Zhao Junyu found himself once again in the position of guiding someone who had never consulted the campus map, leaving him to navigate their way back to the dormitory. That evening, a certain Zhao gentleman was drawn into a lengthy and aimless conversation with a decidedly talkative Long Taoi, only finding respite when he finally succumbed to slumber, overwhelmed by the incessant chatter. The following morning, upon hearing the resounding wake-up call from outside, Zhao Junyu opened his eyes, still feeling as though he were in a dream. Yet he knew that he had truly become a military academy student. A reserve officer in nature, upon graduation, he would hold the rank of second lieutenant. Without graduation, he would be nothing. Hence the designation of reserve officer. After enduring a period of rigorous training under his father, he groggily arose, brushed his teeth, washed his face, and changed into his clothes, preparing to head to the dining hall for breakfast. At that moment, a certain someone, still yawning, finally got out of bed to wash up. "How come you're up so early?" Long Taoi inquired, rubbing his eyes with a look of bewilderment. "Would you like to know?" Zhao Junyu replied with a mischievous expression, his tone laden with intrigue. Of course, the ever-curious Long Taoyi perked up, shedding his previous lethargy and responding with evident excitement. You'll find out only after enduring my father's training for a while, Zhao Junyu said, an even more pronounced expression of amusement crossing his face. Then I think I shall pass. I have no desire to be tormented. Long Taoyi, not one to be easily fooled, recognized the implication behind Zhao Junyu's expression. If he were to follow Zhao Junyu's suggestion, he would undoubtedly face a challenging time ahead. What a pity. I had hoped you would experience the delightful agony of my own trials, Zhao Junyu lamented dramatically. Upon witnessing the expression of Zhao Junyu, Long Taoyi couldn't help but shudder, realizing how astute his earlier decision had been. He nonchalantly remarked, I won't say much more to you. I shall go brush my teeth now. Take your time with that. Zhao Junyu replied casually, I'm off to have my meal. With a dismissive wave of his hand, Zhao Junyu bid farewell and exited the room. Wait for me a moment. At that moment, while brushing his teeth, Long Taoyi could only emit muffled sounds in an attempt to keep Zhao Junyu from leaving, eager to accompany him to the cafeteria. However, Zhao Junyu had already departed, and upon hearing the door close, Long Taoyi expressed his displeasure with a series of grumbles. Why the rush? Can't you wait for me? Arriving at the cafeteria, Zhao Junyu was not the first to arrive. Yet the crowd was still sparse. He casually selected a few items and found an unoccupied table to enjoy his meal. Truth be told, the cafeteria fare paled in comparison to the delicacies of home. The food could only be deemed mediocre, distinguished solely by its freshness, warmth, cleanliness, and generous portions. As Zhao Junyu was nearing the end of his meal, Long Taoyi hurriedly arrived, similarly selecting a few items before sitting beside him. Visibly annoyed. Why did you rush ahead so quickly? It took me ages to find this place, he exclaimed, clearly oblivious to the cafeteria's location. Without waiting for Zhao Junyu's response, Long Taoyi began to eat. Observing this, Zhao Junyu chose not to reply, finishing his breakfast in a few bites before stating, I've finished eating. I shall take my leave now. Let us gather at the main playground later. He stood up to retrieve his hat, but Long Taoyi grasped his arm firmly, his mouth full as he mumbled, Donghua Ichi Zhou, wait for me to leave together. Well then, it appeared that Long Taoyi fancied himself a tour guide. But with his arm firmly held, Zhao Junyu had no choice but to remain seated until Long Taoyi was ready to depart. Fortunately, Long Taoyi's pace was not too slow, and he refrained from excessive chatter during the meal. The opening ceremony, to be candid, was something Zhao Junyu detested. It was merely a gathering of prominent figures delivering a barrage of meaningless, verbose platitudes. What was most exasperating was the length of these empty speeches. Listening to the principal and the disciplinary director extolling the school's illustrious history and their lofty expectations for the students to excel in the Federal Army, Zhao Junyu felt himself on the verge of dozing off. Just as he was about to succumb to slumber, the speakers finally concluded their ramblings. The instructor who had originally stood at the front of the line led the various groups to their respective training grounds, preparing to introduce the class leaders and physical training instructors. Upon reaching the designated area, the instructor did not begin by introducing himself. Rather, he circled the students, rhythmically tapping his teaching baton, producing a sharp sound that echoed through the air. At that moment, Zhao Junyu finally discerned the appearance of his future physical training instructor. He observed that the man possessed a robust physique, and the military uniform he donned appeared somewhat akin to a tight-fitting garment. His face was adorned with ample flesh, exuding an air of ferocity, while his full beard further accentuated his intimidating presence. After making a circuit, he returned to his original standing position and ceased his rhythmic tapping with the teaching rod, resulting in an abrupt silence enveloping the surroundings. It was at this juncture that a deeply gruff voice resonated in Zhao Junyu's ear, an exceedingly coarse and thunderous sound that caused a slight discomfort in his ears. The voice boomed, Welcome to the 3rd Military Academy of the Earth Federation. I extend my warmest greetings to your arrival. Do you know why? No one responded, nor would anyone dare to. To answer would invite misfortune. The instructor, aware of this unspoken understanding, continued, Because I take great pleasure in witnessing the torment etched upon your faces as you suffer, relishing the sounds of your anguished cries, and delighting in the sight of you. Unable to endure the training, packing your belongings, and slinking out of this gate like a lost dog. These are my most cherished moments. The students, upon hearing these words, were filled with indignation. Who among them was not a talented prodigy, brimming with confidence? Yet the instructor remained indifferent, having encountered countless such individuals before. He continued without concern, Here, in the 3rd branch, we adhere to the strictest standards among all military academies. renowned throughout the Federation as the Hellish Academy. We cultivate warriors capable of traversing through hell, not spineless wastrels, refuse, or mere worms. As he uttered the last 3 words, his voice crescendoed. He then proclaimed, with an air of pride, and I, your instructor, Frez Joseph Archer, am the most exacting instructor within this inferno. Those who graduate under my tutelage are the most formidable warriors in the Federation, while you, in my eyes, are the most contemptible of worms. I shall relentlessly whip you, torment you, and ascertain whether any of you can transform into a warrior. Of course, it is entirely possible that I may eliminate all of you, for I have done so before. Only the finest warriors may emerge from my guidance. Upon hearing this, the cohort of students regarded him with disdain, merely believing that Instructor Frez was attempting to intimidate them, convinced that he could not possibly expel them all. Noticing their expressions, Frez understood their thoughts and remained unfazed, offering a smile reminiscent of one that could soothe a child's night terrors. He concluded his introduction with a final statement. Welcome to hell, humble worms. Following the commencement ceremony, the life at the military academy commenced, and much like the expectations of Zhao Junyu and Long Taoyi, it proved to be exceedingly monotonous and rigorous, far removed from their imaginings. The intensity of the regimen was, quite frankly, astounding. They soon realized that the instructor, known as the most stringent and devilish by his own claim, was not merely intimidating them. Rather, this individual truly embodied an unparalleled harshness. The characteristics that defined this instructor were as follows. First, his nature was that of inhuman training. Second, the anguish etched upon the faces of his charges brought him the utmost delight, and their cries of despair served as his greatest accolades. Third, any protests or threats directed at him were utterly futile, akin to presenting him with a pink gas. He regarded it with complete indifference. As for the reasons behind the instructor's severe demeanor, while a minority speculated that he must have endured some profoundly traumatic experiences leading to his current state, the majority of the cadets believed that he was simply a natural-born sadist, deriving pleasure from the torment of others. This inclination to categorize those who treated them poorly as inherently malevolent was a common human tendency, even among the more capable individuals admitted to the academy. Nevertheless, Zhao Junyu and Long Taoyi belonged to the minority that viewed the situation differently. Now that some time has elapsed since the academy's opening, Zhao Junyu's existence is both fulfilling and arduous. His days are filled with a rigorous schedule that begins at dawn, encompassing cultural lessons and training sessions, leaving him perpetually engrossed. He has discerned a remarkable aptitude for tactical command, particularly in ambushes, decapitation strikes, harassment, and guerrilla warfare. Albeit he finds himself somewhat lacking in the realms of large-scale, conventional battlefield leadership, in terms of physical training, Zhao Junyu has become a favored subject of the instructors due to his exceptional innate physique, further enhanced by the training regimen his father had previously instituted. His performance in standard physical exercises, shooting, combat, and even the specialized driving he has undertaken has been nothing short of outstanding, earning him the admiration and favor of the instructors in these disciplines. However, it is a lamentable truth that not all instructors who take notice of one's abilities will ease the burdens of daily life. Rather, should they choose to focus on you, the trials may become even more arduous. For instance, each evening, when individuals typically unwind and relax, Zhao Junyu finds himself either engrossed in mechanical studies or laboring on the unfinished modifications of his harrow. However, there was one individual who did not allow Zhao Junyu to attain tranquility, and that was Long Taoyi. This fellow, not long after arriving, managed to unearth a considerable amount of information about various students, all of which pertained to gossip and trivial news. Furthermore, he inquired not only about such matters but also about which department, year, and class housed exceptionally talented beauties, detailing their appearances, physiques, and any associated rumors or gossip. His intelligence on these subjects proved to be far more comprehensive and precise than the information he gathered on male students. This left Zhao Junyu both impressed and perplexed. He admired the depth of Long Taoyi's gossiping prowess, as he had managed to extract such a wealth of information in such a short span. What puzzled him was why this individual, if he were to join the intelligence department, would undoubtedly excel, chose to enroll in the tactical command department instead. This also attested to his extraordinary interest in curvaceous women, as if he yearned to experience them all in a single night, certainly not as mere friends. Of course, these were merely his thoughts. Should he dare to act upon them, should anything go awry, Zhao Junyu would be unable to assist him. Truly, you possess remarkable energy. Today, you were subjected to considerable additional training by that devil, and yet you still have the vigor to modify your grand contraption. I am genuinely in awe of you. Long Taoyi, having just emerged from the bathroom wrapped in a towel and drying his damp hair with another, addressed Zhao Junyu, who was seated at the table. engrossed in tinkering with his device. Just the other day, I had a few concepts in mind and ordered some materials, which have now arrived. Naturally, I must first assemble them. Otherwise, how would I know if my ideas are valid or effective? Moreover, that devil indeed assigned me a hefty training load. Though it seems my body's recovery rate has improved slightly, I feel fine now. Without lifting his head, Zhao Junyu continued to immerse himself in his tasks, casually explaining, "You are quite impressive." Long Taoyi shot him a glance of exasperation, disregarding the leisurely creature that was Zhao Junyu. He ambled over to the wardrobe to change into fresh attire, then collapsed onto his bed, his body falling as if it were a mountain of gold and a pillar of jade. There is nothing quite as comfortable as lying in bed after a brief interval. Despite feeling fatigued, he found himself unable to drift into slumber. He lay there, turning to Zhao Junyu, who was still fiddling with his apparatus, and inquired, "By the way, Alexander, has that fellow caused you any trouble lately? That guy? As it happens, he hasn't sought me out for trouble during this period. I wonder if he has some special scheme in mind. Regardless of his sinister intentions, I shall simply ignore him." Zhao Junyu replied, his tone laced with disdain as he spoke of this individual. However, despite his nonchalance, the unknown remained the most bothersome, and so while he feigned ease, he remained vigilant against any potential threats from the other party. It is prudent to exercise caution, as I have heard that the individual in question has connections to someone within the upper echelons of the federal hierarchy. However, I have not managed to discern the specifics, whether it is a family member of his who holds a high position or merely a casual association with someone in the upper ranks. Nonetheless, his family's status is undoubtedly not ordinary. Reclining comfortably in bed, Long Taoyi spoke of this rather troublesome matter with a certain ease, before posing a question that had occupied his mind for some time. "Does he know your true identity? If my conjecture holds true, then he is indeed aware." Zhao Junyu seemed to be discussing the affairs of another, exclaiming, "He knows? Then why do you remain so indifferent?" Long Taoyi, somewhat agitated, sat up in bed. He was acutely aware that Zhao Junyu wished to keep his identity concealed from others, yet now someone was privy to that information, and Zhao's demeanor suggested a troubling nonchalance. "Do not be alarmed. His awareness is not particularly shocking, nor is it a matter of great consequence," Zhao Junyu replied, his tone unruffled. This left Long Taoyi somewhat perplexed. Was it truly inconsequential? Clearly not. If he were to inadvertently disclose Zhao's identity, it would spell disaster for himself. At that moment, Zhao Junyu provided clarification, thereby relieving him of the burden of speculation. "Your inquiries are likely accurate. His family maintains close ties with those in high places, so it is not surprising that they are aware of my identity. However, his knowing is not a significant issue, for he will not divulge this information to others. Instead, he will act covertly, consistently undermining and suppressing me, all while feigning generosity and friendship in an attempt to win me over. You are well aware of his ulterior motives." Zhao Junyu's tone remained calm, tinged with a hint of disdain, as he elucidated one final point. As for why he would not disclose this to others, he is not a fool. Revealing such information would only serve to create unnecessary adversaries for himself. After all, does he not wish to achieve merit for his own family? Long Taoyi nodded in understanding. Grasping Zhao Junyu's perspective, he was not lacking in intelligence. Rather, the conflicts within his own family, while present, were not as intricate as those faced by Zhao and his ilk. Thus, he lacked extensive experience in such matters. Of course, Zhao Junyu possessed only a slight edge in this regard, having merely been exposed to more situations than Long Taoyi. After engaging in aimless chatter for a while longer, Long Taoyi gradually succumbed to slumber, while Zhao Junyu, after some time of his own restless thoughts, eventually drifted off to sleep as well. The individual they had previously mentioned was a classmate from the same year but a different class. Named Wang Wei, a rather commonplace name that reflected his parents' aspirations for their son to achieve greatness. This son had not disappointed their hopes, having secured a place in a military academy. After being discovered for his exceptional individual military prowess, Zhao Junyu was subjected to intensified training by the ruthless instructor, leaving no room for mediocrity. This, in turn, drew the attention of those around him, particularly given the substantial influence of his family. It wasn't long before they uncovered Zhao Junyu's true identity. However, when he first received this news, he was taken aback. It had been transmitted via the highest level of encrypted communication. Yet, upon digesting the information, he resolutely concurred with his family's decision to cultivate a relationship at any cost. Of course, he harbored an additional thought. Such a person must be firmly under his control. Consequently, Wang Wei, accompanied by his gathered sycophants, initiated his own scheme to suppress the opposition, demonstrating his undeniable strength while simultaneously conveying his magnanimity and friendliness, aiming to completely ensnare the other party. However, his actions immediately caught Zhao Junyu's attention, who discerned the ulterior motives behind them. Zhao Junyu's response was one of indifference and cautious vigilance, nothing more. Time passed swiftly, and soon Zhao Junyu's first year at the military academy had elapsed. The results of that year emerged, aligning with Zhao Junyu's expectations but surprising his father. He was viewed as an exemplary student in the eyes of his physical and military skills instructors. Potentially a once-in-a-century talent, achieving top scores in physical fitness, combat, marksmanship, and specialized driving. Yet, his performance in tactical command was rather lackluster. While he scored full marks in ambush, guerrilla tactics, and large-scale baiting and encirclement scenarios, his scores in other areas were, alas, merely average. As a student excelling in martial sciences and a typical liberal arts student, Zhao Junyu packed his belongings and finally returned home. Upon his arrival, he understood the truth behind the saying, "1,000 days of comfort at home make leaving for a moment difficult." It felt undeniably better to be home. During the holiday, he found the time to reach out to his long-neglected friends, Edward and his sister. However, this call brought forth unexpected and devastating news. "Sarah, it's been ages. How have you been?" Zhao Junyu smiled at the familiar face of the now-growing young girl on the screen. "It truly has been a long time, Alexander. Why haven't you contacted me for so long?" Sarah replied with a smile. "I had no choice. My father was quite strict during that time, and I was trained relentlessly, leaving no time to reach out to you. I just got in touch now that school is finally out." Zhao Junyu responded, exasperated. He then inquired, "By the way, where's Edward? Aren't you always by your brother's side? Aren't you with him today?" Sarah's expression shifted to one of sadness, tinged with disbelief, as she continued, He has passed away." "What?" The author recommends a free novel for your mobile device. Chapter 20, Edward, Shea. "What?" Zhao Junyu exclaimed loudly, his face reflecting utter disbelief as he asked, "What did you say?" "He is dead. This is not a matter to be taken lightly, Sela. Did you have a quarrel with that fellow Edward? Even so, you cannot make such reckless statements, do you understand? I did not argue with my brother, and even if I had, I would never utter such words, especially since he is my last remaining family in this world." As she spoke, Sela displayed a profoundly sorrowful expression. Last remaining family. Upon hearing this, Zhao Junyu seemed to grasp something, and his eyes widened in alarm as he urgently inquired, "Sela, does this mean your mother has already?" He refrained from finishing his sentence, fearing it might hurt the young girl. Yet, even in this manner, the small girl, far away on a colonial satellite, had tears cascading down her cheeks. She gently wiped her tears and nodded softly, uttering a faint in response. Their mother, Jean Zimdakin's only legal wife, Australia, had ultimately passed away, which was an immense blow to the siblings. Zhao Junyu could not fully comprehend their feelings, having been an orphan since birth, with his closest kin being his adoptive father, General Rebel. However, he had no desire to experience such anguish, an emotional toll not easily borne by ordinary individuals. Nevertheless, this should not be directly related to Edward's death, he thought, and he continued to inquire about the circumstances surrounding Edward's demise. After calming her emotions, Sela began to recount the events. It turned out that shortly after they completed their mother's funeral in Loom, Edward packed his belongings and, without any family accompanying him, traveled alone with his friend Shea Aznavour to the spaceport, intending to head to the original Musa autonomous region of Side 3, now the Gene Republic. However, Shea was detained for carrying contraband and missed the flight, while Edward boarded. Tragically, that flight experienced an explosion, turning Edward and all aboard into cosmic dust. After hearing this, Zhao Junyu remained silent for a long time. Sensing something amiss at that moment, Sela uttered a phrase that further solidified his suspicions. "Although the authorities have confirmed that my brother perished, I cannot shake the feeling that he is still alive somewhere." "Is that so? I understand that I will investigate this matter. You need not dwell on it any longer, all right? If anything arises, just come to me. If I'm not around, there will be others here to assist you." After seeing Sela nod in acknowledgement, they exchanged a few more casual remarks, yet an underlying tension lingered between them, prompting a hasty conclusion to the conversation. Having exited the room equipped with the ultra-high-speed video communication device, Zhao Junyu promptly sought out Qianbai. Upon witnessing the troubled expression on Zhao Junyu's face, Qianbai instinctively surmised the cause of his distress. "Uncle Bai, what exactly is going on with Edward? Why have you concealed this from me?" Zhao Junyu inquired, his voice tinged with indignation. Upon hearing Zhao Junyu's inquiry, Qianbai thought to himself that his suspicions were indeed correct. He recalled General Li Bill's admonition. If the lad were to inquire about the matter, one should be forthright and not withhold information. Although the boy was not a genius, he was certainly no fool. and concealing the truth would serve no beneficial purpose. Thus, Qian Bai chose to be candid, addressing Zhao Junyu directly. Young master, this matter was instructed by the master to be kept from you for the time being. However, now that you are aware of it, the master has permitted you to inquire as you wish. We can provide you with any information you desire. We shall comply with your requests. Father. Zhao Junyu was momentarily taken aback, but as he pondered, the situation became clear to him. Although he was relatively astute, he remained a child, still possessed of youthful stubbornness and impulsiveness. Had he been informed of the matter earlier, no one could predict what actions he might have taken. Actions that would ultimately prove futile and potentially detrimental. Understanding the rationale behind the decision, Zhao Junyu closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and exhaled slowly, striving to temper his previously agitated and furious demeanor. His expression gradually calmed, and he then opened his eyes to address Qian Bai with composure. I comprehend my father's intentions now. My apologies for earlier, Uncle Qian. Nonetheless, I wish to know the entirety of this matter. Could you please bring the documents to my room? Observing that his young master, while still insistent on the matter, had at least regained his composure, Qian Bai felt a sense of relief. Although the calmness was somewhat contrived, it was nonetheless a significant step forward, an essential quality for any aspiring military officer like General Lei Bill. Gazing at the youth who was destined to become a soldier, Qian Bai nodded and replied, Understood, I shall retrieve the documents immediately. Please make yourself comfortable in your room. I will return shortly. With that, he gestured for Zhao Junyu to proceed. Without hesitation, Zhao Junyu returned to his room. Indeed, Qian Bai was remarkably swift, soon arriving with the comprehensive details of the matter. It was evident he had prepared in advance, as the documents were impeccably organized and complete. Handing the materials to Zhao Junyu, Qian Bai then exited the room, confident that Zhao Junyu preferred solitude at this juncture, even in silence. Furthermore, it was imperative for a senior officer to independently analyze intelligence to extract the desired information, a valuable exercise for him. With the documents in hand, Zhao Junyu immediately began to scrutinize them meticulously. In certain aspects, events unfolded in a manner reminiscent of his previous thoughts. Upon learning of the news regarding Casper, who was to return to claim love, the Zabi family promptly organized personnel to track him down, simultaneously preparing for an assassination. After all, he was Casper, the sole heir of Jin Daikin, the rightful successor of the entire Jin Republic. Despite the Zabi family's current grip on all military and political power, the influence of Daikin still loomed large. Should he indeed return, it could significantly jeopardize their hold on power, as the populace and even some of their own officials might demand the relinquishment of authority, an utterly intolerable prospect for those in power. Digressing slightly, when Edward and Shea arrived at the airport, the entire facility was under the surveillance of Zabi operatives. During the inspection prior to their entry, a prohibited handgun was discovered in Shea's luggage, leading to their apprehension. After extensive negotiations, Shea was ultimately detained while Edward boarded a flight to Jin, which subsequently exploded. Shea, however, took the next flight and arrived safely in Jin. The entire sequence aligned closely with what Sarah had described. Yet Zhao Junyu felt an unsettling dissonance. After meticulously reviewing documents and testimonies, he stumbled upon a seemingly innocuous yet illuminating statement in the account of the airport security personnel. It was noted that during their negotiations, Edward had pulled Shea aside to a restroom. A few minutes later, they returned, with Shea expressing his decision to forego this flight while Edward boarded. The restroom, a matter of minutes, the decision to abandon the negotiations, boarding the subsequent flight. Restroom minutes, Edward, could it be? As Zhao Junyu pondered these words, a realization struck him, leading to a chilling thought he desperately wished to avoid. His expression hardened as he murmured, Edward, have you truly done this? Do you genuinely view others as mere pawns for your designs? Yes, Zhao Junyu had conceived a terrifying notion, one that was likely the grim truth. Edward had concealed the handgun within Shea's luggage, fully aware that Zabi operatives would be trailing him, seeking an opportunity to eliminate the last scion of Daikin. Employing this cunning stratagem, he had exploited Shea's eagerness to reach Jin for military school, allowing them to exchange identities. Zhao Junyu had encountered both individuals. Their resemblance was striking, so much so that even Sarah would struggle to distinguish between Edward and Shea at a glance, let alone the operatives. Thus, in the eyes of these agents, Shea remained at the airport due to the prohibited item, while Edward seamlessly boarded the flight. They had successfully executed their plan using the bomb, with the passengers serving as mere collateral in Casper's tragic tale. Regrettably, their true mission remained unaccomplished. The genuine Casper had morphed into Shea Aznabur. He seamlessly infiltrated the officer academy of their faction, while the authentic Shea and those unfortunate passengers could be said to have met an untimely demise in vain. Edward, You have yet again disregarded my counsel and have indeed acted upon it. Casting the documents onto the table, Zhao Junyu leaned wearily against the back of his chair, massaging his temples in an attempt to alleviate the throbbing pain in his head. While doing so, he continued to mutter to himself, "Your actions this time are utterly excessive. Is that Shea not your friend? How could you so readily exploit a friend? I shudder to think of the methods you might employ against the Zabi family in the future. Will you resort to tit for tat, using their own tactics against them? I hope you remember who you are. Otherwise, I fear that should you employ their methods against them, you would find yourself transformed into a second version of them." Approaching the window, Zhao Junyu gazed upwards at the boundless sky, his eyes somewhat vacant, as if he were lost in thought. Unaware of where his gaze truly lingered, in his heart, he felt a profound helplessness for the future of his dear friend. With a deep sigh laden with meaning, he remarked, "Alas, I hope you one day come to regret this. Take care of yourself, Edward. No, at this moment, you ought to be Shea Aznabur." With that, Zhao Junyu turned away from the window, his life continuing onward, as did the academic pursuits of the two friends, though the trajectory of their futures remained uncertain. Time swiftly passed, and before long, Zhao Junyu found himself in his third year at the military academy, which meant that upon the conclusion of this academic year, he would be graduating. During this period, his physique had fully developed, and he was beginning to take on the appearance of a young adult. Though his stature continued to rise and the innocence of youth gradually faded from his face, certain aspects remained unchanged, such as his inclination towards specific subjects. Now, as a third-year student, Zhao Junyu still exhibited a pronounced bias in his academic performance. His physical fitness, individual soldier capabilities, and proficiency in specialized driving were exemplary. To his physical training instructors, he was the ideal soldier, and to his special driving instructors, he was the most formidable driver. However, his performance in tactical command left much to be desired, hovering just above the passing mark, much to his father's chagrin. When General Laybill learned that his son was struggling in this crucial subject, he dedicated his time during breaks to provide additional tutoring and support. General Rebier, while tutoring his son, discerned that Zhao Junyu was luring the enemy deeper into unfavorable territory, employing the landscape to execute ambushes and leveraging numerical superiority to decimate the foe. His creativity and execution in these tactics were commendable. Furthermore, he exhibited a fervent enthusiasm for conducting decapitation strikes with elite small units. However, when it came to commanding troops in large-scale battles, his performance left much to be desired. He adhered to conventional strategies but did not make significant errors. Nonetheless, Rebier recognized a glimmer of strategic talent in his son, albeit limited, and he struggled to articulate its extent. Thus, Zhao Junyu, despite receiving guidance from his father with minimal effect, was on the cusp of graduation. Over the past 2 years, he had encountered his share of troubles, particularly from Wang Wei, who had deduced his identity and relentlessly sought to undermine him while attempting to recruit him as an ally. Thus far, he had failed in his endeavors, though he possessed considerable skill, having garnered a following among his peers, including those from the special driving program Zhao Junyu was concurrently pursuing. Consequently, Zhao Junyu found himself besieged by numerous challenges within the special driving department. It is worth mentioning that within this program, Zhao Junyu not only acquired skills that rivaled those of active-duty tank drivers and pilots, but also developed a close rapport with the maintenance personnel, from whom he gleaned invaluable insights. The maintenance crew held a complex sentiment toward him. They admired his adeptness in equipment repair and modification, often presenting innovative and effective suggestions they had never considered. Yet, they also viewed him as a nightmare, for his piloting of the machinery during simulated combat exercises or examinations invariably resulted in far greater repair challenges than those faced by others. His propensity for wreaking havoc on the equipment was notorious. However, it would be unjust to lay the blame solely at Zhao Junyu's feet. The primary issue stemmed from a faction of his peers who, having been swayed by another, became his staunch adversaries. Whenever Zhao Junyu participated in aerial combat training, these opponents would invariably assign him subpar teammates, employing a simple strategy: to use Zhao Junyu as bait. The instant he was besieged by the enemy, they would swoop in to claim victory, only to then feign camaraderie and attempt to recruit him. Yet, dreams are often more alluring than reality. Their numerous attempts had yielded no success, yet they remained undeterred. Just yesterday, another 8 versus 8 aerial combat training session unfolded. Both sides piloted heavy fighter jets, swordfish, designed for high-altitude engagements, preparing for an intense showdown. As Zhao Junyu had anticipated, his team was comprised of inept allies, and once again, he found himself cast as the bait. Unfazed, he resolved to turn the tables, transforming those who treated him as a lure into the very bait themselves. Isolated, Zhao Junyu soared alone at the forefront, acutely aware of the location of his squadron. At that moment, A plethora of adversarial signals illuminated his radar, confirming his suspicions of being detected. Yet, rather than alarm, a cold smirk crept upon his lips, though obscured by his oxygen mask. He mused to himself, "So, I have finally been discovered. My task is thus accomplished. Now, to execute my plan." Ahead, an enemy aircraft materialized, now initiating a turn. Is there only one? He pondered. What about the others? No additional targets were discerned nearby. It appeared to be a solitary foe. Nevertheless, he resolved to pursue it, for it might lead him to others, and if not, downing this one would suffice. The pilot of the enemy aircraft, upon spotting Zhao Junyu, engaged in animated discussion with his comrades, swiftly reaching a consensus to act. The formation remained intact as they pursued Zhao Junyu. "Captain, that rascal Alexander is bringing the entire enemy force our way," exclaimed an anxious man. "What? From which direction? How much time do we have?" "To our rear right, they will enter our attack range in approximately 10 seconds. "What? That wretched Alexander. How infuriating. All units, enter combat mode." The captain was engulfed in fury and anxiety. Realizing the gravity of the situation, what was once a bait had now become the bait itself. Although information sharing was standard protocol among the squadron, the desire to deceive had severed that communication. Furthermore, his comrades had grossly miscalculated Zhao Junyu's speed and that of the enemy. As Zhao Junyu's radar displayed the friendly targets, his smirk deepened. "You wish to deceive me? Such naivety," he thought. Especially when he sensed their eagerness to engage. He resolved not to grant them that satisfaction. "How could I allow you to have your way?" With that thought, he maneuvered his aircraft to maximum speed, darting past their anticipated trajectory. This action plunged his former allies into despair. He intends to flee and regroup with his comrades. Hasten the pursuit. Understood. The enemy captain, witnessing Zhao Junyu's maneuver, made such a determination, and the group accelerated in pursuit. "Curse it! He has disrupted our intercept path. Alexander, do you truly seek our destruction?" The captain lamented, oblivious to his own earlier actions. "Woe betide us, Captain! The enemy is on our tail," shouted a crew member. "Scoundrel! Each aircraft, engage the enemy. Maintain communication and coordinate." The moment had been interrupted by Zhao Junyu, and now they could only respond in haste. At this moment, Zhao Junyu had distanced himself from the battlefield, making a wide circuit before returning to the fray, albeit only to observe the situation from the periphery. The engagement had initially been a 7 versus 8 skirmish, and with the enemy swiftly tailing them from the outset, they found themselves in a decidedly disadvantageous position. Currently, 4 of their aircraft had been shot down, while the adversary had only lost 2 to their fire, resulting in a dire scenario of 3 against 6, with the enemy outnumbering them 2 to 1. Further compounding their plight, of course, this was merely a training exercise. The so-called downed aircraft were simply those whose weapon systems had been compromised, necessitating a return to base. "Alexander, you scoundrel, are you truly content to watch us be vanquished by the enemy?" A captain, tightly pursued by 2 opponents, exclaimed upon spotting Zhao Junyu on the outskirts, as if he had found a lifeline. "Oh, so you finally realize you need my assistance? Have you come to acknowledge that I am your ally? What were you doing before?" Zhao Junyu teased. "You." The captain, exasperated, found himself at a loss for words. It had happened countless times before. They had repeatedly used Zhao Junyu as bait, only for the bait to emerge unscathed while those who employed it were nearly obliterated. "You wretch!" The captain's frustration boiled over as he piloted his aircraft towards an enemy fighter engaged with his teammate, unleashing a barrage that successfully downed the opponent. However, he too was struck down by 2 enemy fighters on his tail, leaving him with no choice but to return to base. "Well then, the troublesome foes are mostly dealt with. It is time for me to take action, lest we truly face defeat." As he spoke, Zhao Junyu piloted his aircraft into the designated area. Indeed, the situation had devolved to 2 against 5, with the remaining 2 aircraft also under siege. If he did not intervene now, defeat was imminent. "You two, hold on. The rest is up to me." The beleaguered pilots. This declaration was like the sweetest music. Not only did they find solace, but even the returning captain felt a wave of reassurance. Despite his irritation towards Zhao Junyu, the latter's prowess was undeniable. He recalled a previous occasion when they had faced a similar situation, with Zhao Junyu single-handedly acting as bait against 8 enemy fighters, managing to down 4 of them in a spectacular display of skill that, of course, some of the enemy's attention had been diverted by the threat posed by Zhao Junyu, allowing him to succeed. Yet such triumphs required extraordinary talent. "What? Cursed creature!" One of the 2 enemy pilots who had just downed a captain's aircraft, poised to join the assault, suddenly heard a frantic alarm. As the realization struck, he was hit. His cockpit immediately displayed a system lockdown alert, confirming that he had undoubtedly been struck. All individuals of this cohort are well aware that within their ranks has emerged a prodigious dual specialist, whose piloting prowess is nothing short of extraordinary. When Zhao Junyu recently downed an aircraft, the others were acutely aware of the implications. They had lost one of their signal recognition assets. How could they remain oblivious? Nevertheless, despite this awareness, they had heightened their vigilance, prepared to counter the aircraft that had retreated from the battlefield, yet they were still unable to evade the loss of another plane. The situation, although gradually improving, still resulted in the loss of one of their own, albeit at the cost of an enemy aircraft as well. The two opposing jets had executed a cross-pattern maneuver in an attempt to engage and down each other's aircraft, a tactical approach that, while commendable, bore only a 50-50 chance of success. Consequently, the tide of battle shifted dramatically. With Zhao Junyu's involvement, the conflict evolved into a 2 versus 3 scenario, and the adversaries rapidly found themselves downed by 3 aircraft. Their morale significantly diminished. The remaining 5 jets engaged in a protracted and intense exchange, with Zhao Junyu and the last remaining Allied aircraft executing their utmost cooperation. As fuel reserves dwindled, they ultimately succeeded in bringing down the enemy's final aircraft. Zhao Junyu surmised the outcome. They had triumphed in this training exercise, yet were met with a harsh reprimand from their instructor. The reality was that their tactics resembled the chaotic brawls of ruffians, devoid of the disciplined formations expected of a flying unit. Similarly, Zhao Junyu did not hear words of gratitude from those few individuals. He was indifferent, accustomed to such behavior, and not naive to the fact that they were subordinates of Wang Wei. Their intentions all too clear. Zhao Junyu fought to vanquish his opponents not for their sake, but out of his own desire to prevail, especially in endeavors he knew he could conquer, nothing more. This victory could be attributed not only to Zhao Junyu's inherent abilities, but also to the modifications made to his aircraft by himself and the maintenance crew, enhancing its speed and responsiveness beyond that of the standard swordfish fighter. However, each time Zhao Junyu utilized the plane, it required extensive repairs, for his reckless flying style disregarded the aircraft's condition, rendering its capabilities insufficient to match his own. Regrettably, the Federation's finest equipment remained the swordfish heavy fighter. With no superior alternatives available, as time progressed to the year UC 0076, both Zhao Junyu and Long Tao were on the cusp of graduation. Yet, this year was destined to be anything but tranquil. The events that unfolded would inevitably serve as the catalyst for the largest-scale war in human history. On the military academy's parade ground, a dense crowd had gathered, poised for the conferral of diplomas and the bestowal of ranks, a true graduation ceremony. Zhao Junyu and his peers had spent 3 years at the academy, and now, the moment of their graduation had finally arrived. The process of graduation is quite similar to that of the beginning of the academic year, characterized by the presence of superiors delivering a lengthy discourse filled with vacuous platitudes. The essence of their speech revolves around extolling the might of the Federation and urging all to strive for its stability, to eradicate those who dare to threaten it, and so forth. Zhao Junyu, once again, appeared on the verge of dozing off amidst the monotonous oration, managing to muster the energy to endure until the end. Finally, the interminable drivel, rivaling the length of a bald monk's recitation, came to a close, ushering in the most pivotal ceremony. Aha! It has finally concluded. I was nearly asleep. Standing beside Zhao Junyu was none other than the illustrious Long Tao, whose renown stemmed not from exceptional achievements or his peculiar name, but rather from his gossipy disposition and penchant for pursuing attractive young women, which had undoubtedly cemented his reputation at this moment. He yawned lazily and remarked, with a hint of skepticism. Zhao Junyu, struggling to keep his head from drooping and his eyes bleary, rubbed them to focus on the situation at the podium. Stretching and patting his face, he exclaimed, "At last, it's over. Thank goodness, or I would have truly fallen asleep. I must stay alert now. Otherwise, I would embarrass myself on stage, and that would be catastrophic. Indeed, if something were to go amiss on stage, it would spell trouble." Long Tao, also attempting to shake off the stiffness in his body, replied, "Who could disagree? Receiving the diploma and military rank on stage is no trivial matter. If one were to falter at that moment, it would be a disgrace before the entire cohort, leading to a lifetime of shame." Graduating students ascended the stage one by one to receive their diplomas and the rank of second lieutenant in an orderly fashion. This practice had been established since the inception of the Federation. Regardless of one's academic prowess, familial background, or inherent capabilities, all commenced as second lieutenants. The ascent to higher ranks was contingent upon one's abilities, whether overt or covert. Before long, students from other departments had collected their diplomas and military ranks, And it was now the turn of the Tactical Command Department. It was a customary convention among military academies to feature the Tactical Command Department last, as its members would inevitably ascend to command positions within various units. Even if they were not particularly distinguished, they would still serve as operational staff, thus warranting them a degree of special treatment. As members of the Tactical Command Department began to take the stage, envious glances from students of other departments were unmistakable. The disparity in graduating departments would directly influence their future promotion speed and potential, though it could never be a certainty due to the existence of prodigies or exceptional individuals. Nevertheless, the general trends were relatively consistent, with more than half of the Tactical Command Department having received their diplomas and ranks. It was finally Zhao Junyu's turn. After Long Taoyi stepped down from the podium, it was now his moment to shine. Upon ascending the stage, he not only faced the envious gazes of his peers, but also caught the attention of one individual whose gaze was markedly different, his longtime rival, Wang Wei. In the span of these 3 years, ever since he became aware of Zhao Junyu's true identity, it can be said that he has exhausted every conceivable means to subjugate Zhao Junyu. However, while he relentlessly pursued his schemes, he also faced unbroken failure, never once achieving success. This continuous string of defeats has led to an evolving mindset, transforming his initial anger over failed plans into a deep-seated hatred. Nevertheless, he refrained from losing his sanity to eliminate Zhao Junyu. Otherwise, regardless of whether Zhao Junyu met his demise, he himself might have perished first. As he observed Zhao Junyu ascend the stage, Wang Wei was consumed by resentment, a consequence of persistent failures. Additionally, he was acutely aware that Zhao Junyu was the first individual in the history of their Tactical Command Department to possess 2 diplomas. This realization irked him, as he often pondered why someone of such caliber was not himself. What he failed to recognize was that aside from marginally surpassing Zhao Junyu in written tactical command assessments, he lagged behind in every other subject, including practical simulation exercises, where Zhao Junyu excelled. Zhao Junyu was indeed an extraordinary individual. Typically, if one's theoretical tactical skills were lacking, their practical command abilities would be even more deficient. Yet, he was an outlier, barely scraping through written evaluations while dominating in simulated tactical exercises. Few in the department could truly rival him. Opponents often found themselves incensed and irrational after being ambushed by his unconventional strategies, ultimately falling into traps he had meticulously set. When all eyes were on Zhao Junyu as he received 2 diplomas from the principal, astonishment rippled through the crowd. After all, he was from the Tactical Command Department. How could he possibly find time to pursue a dual major? It was utterly unfathomable. Was he perhaps the top student in Tactical Command this year? But that could not be, as his name was entirely different from that of the valedictorian. Whispers filled the air, yet Zhao Junyu paid no heed to the commotion. After accepting his diplomas and military rank, he quietly descended the stage. You have become the center of attention. Upon returning to his seat, Zhao Junyu was playfully teased by Long Taoyi, who was well aware that Zhao Junyu despised being under scrutiny. Understanding their strong rapport and mindful of his friend's boundaries, he felt comfortable jesting. This is hardly a favorable situation. You know I dislike this, Zhao Junyu replied, shaking his head in resignation. Well, what can be done? Who told you to be such an anomaly, pursuing dual majors, with tactical command as your primary focus? You must realize that until now, you are the only one who has simultaneously studied 2 departments, including tactical command. Disregarding you, who else should I focus on? Long Taoyi expressed his disdain for this roommate and classmate, as he was acutely aware of the individual's peculiarities. Despite his earnest efforts in the tactical command course, his grades remained disappointingly stagnant, while the scores in other subjects were notably higher, albeit requiring less diligence. It appeared that my aptitude for tactics was severely lacking. No matter how hard I tried, I couldn't seem to improve. Yet, I excelled effortlessly in specialized driving. What am I to do? Zhao Junyu shrugged, speaking with a sense of resignation. Long Taoyi, feeling irked, fell silent, choosing to ignore his friend. Although he recognized that Zhao Junyu was speaking the truth, having witnessed his friend's relentless 2-year struggle in the tactical command course with little to show for it, there was an underlying feeling that his friend was merely boasting. By the way, Taoyi, how did you manage to gather intel? Do you know where you will be assigned? Noting his friend's silence, Zhao Junyu proceeded to inquire about a matter that piqued his interest. No, this information isn't highly confidential, but it's not easily obtainable either. Do you have any leads? Long Taoyi replied, a hint of frustration in his voice. This was a topic he was genuinely concerned about. However, recalling Zhao Junyu's unique status as a roommate, he became intrigued and asked further. No, I was merely curious. I'm not worried about myself, and my father informed me that upon graduation, I will be assigned to his 2nd fleet. where I will serve as a pilot in the Swordfish Squadron as well as a combat staff officer," Zhao Junyu casually remarked, delivering a subtle jab at Long Taoyi. Long Taoyi felt utterly deflated. Responding weakly, observing his friend's despondent demeanor, Zhao Junyu felt a twinge of sympathy. After a moment of contemplation, he posed a question. "You needn't be so disheartened. Let me ask you, would you be interested in joining the Space Fleet?" "The Space Fleet?" Long Taoyi was momentarily taken aback. Currently, the most perilous division within the Federation's military was indeed the Space Fleet. While Earth was not entirely stable, it paled in comparison to the chaos of space, where the dangers of interstellar colonization were escalating rapidly. Lacking any background or connections within the ground forces, advancing there seemed a daunting challenge. Moreover, since Zhao Junyu was the one asking, could it be an opportunity to join his father's second fleet? That fleet was renowned for its formidable combat strength, and given their relationship, there might be a glimmer of hope for the future. With excitement bubbling within him, Long Taoyi asked in a hushed tone, "Is it the second fleet? If so, I would definitely go." Unfortunately, reality often diverges from idealism. Zhao Junyu shook his head, clarifying, "No, it's not the second fleet. Although my father's influence played a role in my assignment there, it was ultimately the military's awareness of my identity that facilitated it. Why father has never resorted to using his connections to arrange positions for anyone." Upon hearing this, someone began to feel disheartened once more. However, the subsequent words of Zhao Junyu managed to lift Long Taoyi's spirits. He remarked, "Although I cannot facilitate your transfer to the second fleet, I should be able to secure you a position in the third fleet. The Admiral of the Third Fleet, Vice Admiral Edward Southampton, shares a good rapport with my father and holds me in high regard. I will have a word with him. There may not be any significant issues." "Oh, if that truly comes to pass, I cannot express my gratitude enough," Long Taoyi responded, his voice rising with appreciation. "Hush, keep your voice down. You can thank me once this matter is successfully resolved," Zhao Junyu replied nervously. All right, I understand. My apologies," Long Taoyi said, slightly embarrassed for having raised his voice. On the stage, after the principal and several teachers delivered their usual platitudes of encouragement, the graduation ceremony drew to a close. Zhao Junyu and his companions gathered their belongings and returned home, awaiting their new assignments, which would be communicated to them in a month. Upon arriving home, Zhao Junyu found that his father was away, not to return for another 10 days. Moreover, Zhao Junyu was slated to serve in the second fleet in the future, so time was on his side. Nevertheless, the recent news and the intelligence provided by Qian Bai left Zhao Junyu feeling quite unsettled about the future of the Federation. The arrogant Federation forces had disregarded port regulations while docking at a colony satellite designated for agricultural use, leading to a catastrophic incident where a Salamis-class cruiser went berserk, reducing the entire colony to cosmic dust. The sentiment of rebellion against the Federation among space immigrants was escalating, particularly inside 3, where armed conflicts had begun to proliferate. Furrowing his brow, Zhao Junyu noted that the news of late had been a mixed bag, with little good to report. Lying on his bed, he began to worry about both his father's and his own future. After all, in the event of war, they would be among the first to bear the brunt of the conflict, alongside the garrison forces of the colony satellites. Yet, was this Federation government truly deserving of their loyalty and sacrifice? Zhao Junyu found himself in a quandary, pondering his own future. Nevertheless, the relentless march of history continued its forward momentum, showing no signs of pause. Important notice, free content of this site, Chapter 23, The Final Calm, on December 26, UC 0078, in the cosmos, within the area of the Earth Federation Army Base, Moon God 2. In the control tower of Moon God 2, the voice of Lieutenant Alexander Zhao Libel resonated. "This is Wang Yu 2. Patrol mission completed. No anomalies detected on the route. Requesting permission to land." "This is the control tower. Permission granted. You may proceed to landing. Please enter through Gate 4 and follow the guidance lights. Exercise caution." "Understood. Guidance lights confirmed. Commencing landing now." "Over." With that, a mainstay fighter jet of the Federation, the Swordfish, followed the guiding lights issued by the base and entered the Earth Federation's largest and nearest base in space. Moon God 2. The individual piloting the fighter jet is none other than Major General John Abraham Rebel's sole son, Alexander Zhao Rebel, also known as Zhao Junyu. Time has flown by, and it has now been 3 years since Zhao Junyu graduated from military academy. He has ascended from a fledgling second lieutenant to the rank of first lieutenant. Undoubtedly, his promotion cannot be entirely divorced from his distinguished lineage, yet the crux of the matter lies in his own exceptional abilities. Just over half a year ago, during a grand competition across the armed forces, in a confrontation involving their flight squadron, Zhao Junyu's unit was ruthlessly ambushed and annihilated by the opposing team. Ultimately, he was the sole survivor to escape the encirclement. Remarkably, it was he alone who left an indelible mark on the entire opposing squadron. As his fellow pilots fell victim to enemy fire or were cornered, Zhao Junyu valiantly mounted a counterattack. After exhausting all ammunition aboard his aircraft, he managed to shoot down 10 enemy jets before reluctantly returning home without any weapons left. This remarkable display of personal prowess earned him the rank of first lieutenant. Although he is not the squadron leader, he is undeniably the ace of the unit. Steadying the aircraft, Zhao Junyu descended from the cockpit and addressed the maintenance crew that had come to greet him, stating, "The number 1 engine is not functioning smoothly. There may be an issue with the transmission pipes or gears. Please investigate." The maintenance team nodded in agreement, signaling that they would take care of it, and he gracefully departed. After changing into his uniform, Zhao Junyu encountered a major operations officer from the 2nd Fleet while on his way back to his quarters. Inquiring about his father's whereabouts, he learned that his father was still engaged in a routine meeting. Thus, he returned to his room alone. Within the 2nd Fleet, his identity is well known. He has never concealed it, nor could he, for his name serves as a veritable calling card. "Hello, Master." Welcome back. Upon opening the door to his room, a vibrant electronic voice greeted him exuberantly. "You still seem so lively." Hello. Hearing this cheerful voice, Zhao Junyu felt a flicker of joy, although it could not entirely mask his fatigue. Thank you. The voice continued to exude enthusiasm, bouncing around while flapping its large ears. Upon returning to his room, Zhao Junyu adhered to his customary routine of brewing a pot of tea. Using high-quality tea leaves combined with his commendable skills, the room soon filled with the delightful aroma of tea. He settled onto the living room sofa with his freshly brewed tea and teacups, sipping leisurely to alleviate his weariness. At this moment, the exuberant Haro ceased its antics and quietly perched itself beside Zhao Junyu. After years of continuous modifications and adjustments, Haro's artificial intelligence has reached a remarkably advanced level, enabling it to perceive and understand subtle cues with impressive acuity. "Alex, you have returned." Just as Zhao Junyu was sipping tea, reclining on the sofa with his eyes closed in restful contemplation, the door to the room swung open. Only a select few could gain entry to this chamber. Aside from him, there were only his father, General Rebir, and a handful of his trusted confidants, and now, the one who entered was none other than his father. "Father, you have returned from the meeting. Pray tell, what trivial matters were discussed this time?" As Zhao Junyu opened his eyes and beheld his father's presence, he set down his teacup and poured another for him, inquiring, "Thank you. Your tea remains exquisite," replied General Rebir, settling into the sofa opposite Zhao Junyu. After savoring a sip, he continued with a measured tone. This meeting bore no substantial content. It primarily revolved around the recent conscription efforts initiated by Jean. The members of the council are apprehensive about the potential repercussions of cosmic immigration. Hence, directives have been issued to intensify our patrolling and suppression efforts. That is the crux of it. Ah, the same old routine, displaying strength and forceful suppression. Have they never considered addressing the root of the issue? Zhao Junyu, upon hearing his father's words, expressed his evident frustration. The high-ranking officials always seemed to believe that mere suppression would suffice to resolve the matters at hand. Unfortunately, the architects of these policies are government officials and council members elected by the populace, while we are but soldiers, bound to obey, General Rebir lamented, reflecting on their situation. Despite the considerable power he wielded, he remained unable to alter the prevailing conditions of the Federation, election by the populace. Spare me that rhetoric. We both know that such elections are mere illusions, as the candidates are pre-selected by the current elite. Democracy? How laughable, Zhao Junyu scoffed, his dissatisfaction palpable. Enough of this, my son. Such discussions are futile, General Rebir interjected, recognizing the futility of their discourse on the current government's affairs. Transitioning the conversation, he remarked, "By the way, the modified swordfish you requested will arrive tomorrow morning, along with some supplies. Just in time for you to take possession of your bespoke fighter before your departure in the afternoon." "Tomorrow? That is splendid news." Zhao Junyu's spirits lifted at this announcement. Today, he had piloted merely a swordfish that had undergone a modicum of modification, for it was primarily a mass-produced model, with its framework and internal components having been standardized. Conducting extensive alterations proved quite challenging. Thus, to enhance his son's capabilities while benefiting both parties, General Rebir had contacted Helvik Corporation. Zhao Junyu provided them with all his envisioned modifications, suggestions, and relevant data, and Helvik eagerly accepted the commission. The most compelling aspect was that not only would they be compensated, but they would also gain access to some ingenious technologies. What a delightful prospect! Thus, the present circumstances have come to fruition. General Rebir's mention of the upcoming deployment is known to them as well. Tomorrow afternoon at 1800 hours, their second fleet will set forth to patrol and deter threats near Earth's closest locations. Side 7 and Side 2, taking over the patrol duties from the 4th Fleet led by Rear Admiral Tianmu, who has been stationed here. Over the past few days, their personnel have primarily been engaged in rest and recuperation, while simultaneously ensuring the safety of the spacecraft Luna 2. The following morning, supplies of components arriving from Helvik reached them. Besides the parts, what was of utmost importance to Zhao Junyu also arrived, his customized model of the Swordfish fighter. Significant modifications had been made to its internal systems, yet more than 80% of the components remained identical to the original Swordfish, thus minimizing maintenance issues. The most notable enhancement was the increase in maximum speed and agility while utilizing the same amount of propellant. Initially, Zhao Junyu contemplated upgrading the 25mm cannon to a 30mm caliber. However, this would complicate logistics, leading him to abandon the idea. Zhao Junyu's decision to modify his aircraft stemmed not only from the limitations of the standard Swordfish, but also from a piece of intelligence that had failed to capture the attention of the upper echelons of the Federation and its military. This intelligence pertained to a new type of weapon developed by the Zeon forces, the humanoid mobile soldier, MS-05 Zaku. Indeed, the Federation had previously expressed concerns about this becoming a formidable weapon system. But upon examining earlier prototypes, they concluded it was merely an industrial tool, a mere target under the precision-guided weaponry. Consequently, their interest waned, and upon hearing that Zeon continued to invest substantial funds into this endeavor, they rejoiced, deeming them foolish for squandering resources on a civilian application. However, Zhao Junyu and his father held a different perspective. They understood that Jiren Zabi, the current ruler of Zeon, possessed an exceptionally high intellect and an insatiable thirst for power. Such individuals may not always be formidable, but the true danger lies in their combination of ambition and prodigious intelligence. A person of his caliber would not squander considerable funds on futile projects. The mobile soldier must indeed possess utility, though the specifics of its application remain uncertain. At 1800 hours on December 27, the Second Fleet embarked, assuming the patrol responsibilities of the Fourth Fleet to ensure stability in the Side 7 and Side 2 regions. This fleet, fully equipped and manned, set forth with Zhao Junyu's new fighter to fulfill their mission. Aboard the Anaton-class space aircraft carrier, Zhao Junyu sensed an impending calamity looming in the not-so-distant future. No, calamity may be too mild a term. He struggled to find the appropriate words to articulate the magnitude of the situation. However, he was certain it would not be trivial. It would undoubtedly be a monumental crisis. Yet, he felt powerless to effect any change, capable only of ensuring the survival of himself, his father, and other significant individuals. Regarding the Anaton-class space aircraft carrier, Zhao Junyu found it difficult to distinguish it from the Columbus-class transport vessel. To him, they appeared as two Columbus ships overlapping one another. The specific information remains elusive. However, in certain works, Lao Zhao recalls having encountered such vessels. Thus I shall establish it as such. Thus, during their training, Zhao Junyu and his companions ushered in the new year of 0079. Yet it was destined to be the final respite of leisure they would experience throughout the year. The date turned to January 3rd. UC 0079, the last semblance of tranquility in the Earth sphere was irrevocably shattered. Kirin Zabi, the eldest son of Duke Degwin Zabi, the supreme commander of the Principality of Zeon, proclaimed the independence of the Principality while simultaneously declaring war on the Federation. The war had commenced. With the announcement of hostilities by Kirin Zabi, a fervor erupted among numerous space colonists. Long oppressed and exploited by the Earth Federation, these colonists unleashed the pent-up fury that had long resided within them. Regardless of who declared war on the Federation, as long as it was an assault against the Federation, they offered their unwavering support. Yet, a significant number of space immigrants remained oblivious to the unfolding events, even as the Zeon forces launched their surprise attacks. Under the command of the illustrious General Dazzle Zabi, the third son of Duke Degwin, the space assault forces initiated their offensive against the Federation's orbital fleets, which were nearest to them. In light of the overwhelming disparity in military strength and the element of surprise, these scattered Federation forces were swiftly annihilated by the Zeon military. Crucially, the Federation remained entirely unaware of how their forces were decimated. The beleaguered Federation forces, in that moment, were still grappling with the specifics of the situation, their headquarters in utter disarray. Meanwhile, the Zeon forces, having already declared war, pressed forward with their planned operations. Upon learning of Zeon's military maneuvers, Zhao Junyu could only sigh in lamentation, reflecting on how far individuals might go to secure victory in war, employing any means necessary. Zeon's declaration of war did not imply that they possessed the absolute strength to utterly crush the Federation. Indeed, the Federation's military capabilities and overall strength far surpassed their own. Logically, they should have remained hidden, biding their time to grow stronger and await an opportune moment. However, circumstances are seldom absolute. Karine Zabi feared that if they delayed further, the spirits of the space colonists might wane, and the technological advantages they had painstakingly acquired could be discovered and lost to the Federation. Hence, they took action, employing tactics reminiscent of the blitzkrieg utilized by Germany during World War II. Their intent was to swiftly incapacitate the Federation's primary forces and highest command, thereby securing a decisive victory. Operation Britannia, that was the name bestowed upon this military endeavor by Xi'an. Upon hearing this name, Zhao Junyu found himself perplexed, questioning the rationale behind such an unusual designation. It was only later that he discerned their intention. They aspired for this operation to render the Federation akin to the former British Empire, which, after losing all its colonies, plummeted from its status as the world's preeminent power, never to rise again. Their ideas were commendable. However, Zhao Junyu found their methods less than praiseworthy, even provoking considerable anger within him. In this operation, Jean aimed to hurl a colossal colonial satellite from the cosmos down to Earth, with a very specific target in mind. The headquarters of the Earth Federation Army, the largest military base and factory on the planet, located at the Chabro base in South America. Before transforming the satellite and initiating its descent, they resorted to using poisonous gas to eliminate all the cosmic immigrants aboard the colonial satellite. It is worth noting that over 90% of those who perished on the satellite were civilians, while the stationed federal troops comprised less than 10% of the total population. On January 4th, the colonial satellite was completed and began its journey towards Earth from its original position in outer space. On the same evening, the Federal Army headquarters, finally grasping the gravity of the situation, realized Jean's maneuver and immediately dispatched a telegram to the nearest Fourth Fleet, under the command of Admiral Tyam, stationed at Moon God 2, instructing them to launch an immediate counteraction against Jean's operations. Upon receiving the order, Admiral Tyam swiftly assembled his forces in preparation for action, yet despite their haste, a considerable amount of time was consumed in readiness. On January 5th, the Federal fleet stationed on the lunar surface set sail to join the counteroffensive. However, they were obstructed by the Dazlu fleet, hindering their advance. On January 6th, Admiral Tyam's fleet finally arrived on the trajectory of the colonial satellite to initiate an interception, but regrettably, their ship-mounted artillery was insufficient to destroy the satellite, which was continuously being reinforced and repaired by Jean's forces. On January 7th, with permission from the Parliament and headquarters, Admiral Tyam employed tactical nuclear weapons against the colonial satellite. Although some effect was achieved, it ultimately failed to halt its relentless advance. On January 8th, Admiral Tyam altered his strategy, opting to assault the Jean forces guarding the colonial satellite, aiming to defeat them and seize control of the satellite. As one of the few battle-hardened generals in the military, Tyam's initial concept was sound. If the satellite could not be destroyed, then capturing its control was the only recourse, diverting it from its original path to prevent a collision with Earth. Unfortunately, Tyam overlooked a crucial detail, which led to the complete failure of his plan and resulted in the loss of a significant portion of his fleet. The Jean forces had mastered a means to counter the Federation's precision strikes, the Minovsky particles. Within the area affected by Minovsky particles, virtually all means of communication failed, and precision instruments such as radar became ineffective, rendering the Federation's most adept tactics useless. In this environment, the Jean's mobile soldiers, Zaku, could maneuver with agility and strike against the Federation forces. In this shifting balance, the Federation suffered tremendous losses. As troop casualties approached 70%, Admiral Tyam was compelled to issue a retreat order. On the 19th, despite being relentlessly attacked by the Federation, the colonial satellite was riddled with damage, yet remained undestroyed. Fearing that the increase in debris would exacerbate the threat to the ground, the Federation commanded a cessation of their assaults and simultaneously accelerated the evacuation from Chabro. On the 10th, a colonial satellite breached the atmosphere, its dilapidated colossal form fracturing into two segments during the descent. One segment collided with Sydney, creating a vast crater with a diameter of 500 kilometers, while the other plunged into the ocean near North America, both inflicting immense losses upon the Earth. In this confrontation, the Xi'an forces confirmed the efficacy of Minovsky particles and the Zaku units, delivering a significant blow to the Federation's military. However, this also solidified the relentless struggle between the two factions. Nevertheless, the Federation's military strength remained formidable, particularly its ground forces. Within the span of a mere week, over 3 billion lives were lost, marking an unprecedented catastrophe in history. In future historical accounts, this 7-day conflict would be referred to as the Week of War. Yet, at present, neither side had the luxury of time to ponder such matters. They were both preparing for the next battle. Karine Zabi, dissatisfied with the results of the recent operation, was intent on launching a second Battle of Britain, hoping to decisively eliminate the Federation's upper echelons and secure victory. The Federation, of course, would not remain idle. They too sought vengeance, ordering the assembly of the entire Federation space fleet for a large-scale engagement against Xeon, aiming to annihilate the enemy's military capabilities. Thus, both sides, each harboring their own intentions, amassed their full military forces in preparation for a grand conflict, heralding the commencement of humanity's first cosmic war. Within the designated assembly area of space, Zhao Junyu gazed out the window, observing a dense array of warships. He had heard from his father that all remaining garrison troops had retreated to the Lunar Base 2, while the Federation's 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th fleets had all congregated here, forming the 1st Joint Fleet, commanded by his father, now promoted to Admiral Revel. Indeed, with such a formidable fleet and a competent commander at the helm, one would expect Zhao Junyu to feel reassured. Yet, an unsettling anxiety gripped him, more intense than in the preceding days. No, this feeling transcended mere unease. It could be aptly described as palpitations. He sensed that if he could not evade this crisis, both he and his father might vanish into the void of space forever. "Hey, our ace, what are you doing all alone here? Are you perhaps daydreaming about some lovely ladies?" Just as Zhao Junyu was lost in contemplation, a somewhat frivolous voice echoed behind him, accompanied by a familiar figure who casually draped an arm over his shoulder. The suddenness of this gesture startled Zhao Junyu. "You gave me quite a scare." Upon recognizing his companion, Zhao Junyu exhaled in relief. The newcomer was Tom, a fellow pilot from his squadron, known for his commendable flying skills but somewhat lacking in seriousness, much like many of their comrades in the Federation, who reveled in drinking and indulgence, embodying a live-for-today ethos. "I apologize for startling our ace. It was truly unintentional. However, it is evident to all that he harbors no such sentiments." Tom subsequently directed his gaze towards the vast fleet of the Federation outside the window, exclaiming, "This is nearly the entirety of our Federation's space fleet. It is indeed monumental. This time, it must be a grand battle. That bunch of genes certainly won't stand a chance against us. One can only hope." Zhao Junyu replied calmly, though turmoil brewed within him. He then inquired of Tom, "By the way, Tom, do you know how many of our space fighters have arrived aside from the warships? I happen to know this. Aside from our 2nd fleet, only the 3rd Fleet's flight squadron has come, totaling 60 swordfish fighters." "What? You can't be serious. Just the 2 of us flight squadrons, 60 fighters, and nothing more?" Zhao Junyu exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief, the astonishment evident in his voice. "Yes, what's wrong with that?" Tom responded, taken aback, not comprehending why Alexander was so astonished. "How can it be so few? If that's the case, our flight squadron won't have much of a role to play." Zhao Junyu said anxiously, "Don't be so flustered. Isn't it a good thing that we're not engaging? We will undoubtedly engage, but who knows how many will return. Moreover, our warship count is 3 times that of the enemy, so our fighters won't be needed," Tom explained. "Some matters cannot be clarified all at once. I have urgent business, so I must take my leave," he added, drifting away towards the communicator, saying, "Naku, this is Lieutenant Alexander Zhao Rebier. Prepare a small shuttle for me. I have pressing matters to attend to at the fleet's flagship, Ananke. I don't care about any rules. Just tell them it's from me, and they won't dare say anything further." "Yes, immediately, right now. I'm on my way, so please hurry." After ending the communication, Zhao Junyu floated towards the Naku, under Tom's bewildered gaze. Author's note: please refer to Chapter 25. The battle, a small shuttle descended upon the flagship Ananke of the United Fleet. This communication shuttle, which could barely accommodate a few individuals, had only one occupant this time. Lieutenant Alexander, the sole son of the newly promoted Admiral Rebier and the commander of the United Fleet. Upon entering the flagship, Zhao Junyu contacted those on the bridge, aware that his father and several other fleet admirals were still in the conference room, convening a pre-battle meeting, which would likely take some time to conclude. Once he ascertained the location, Zhao Junyu arrived at the door of the conference room, awaiting the meeting's conclusion. After an indeterminate amount of time, the door to the conference room suddenly swung open, and a procession of individuals adorned in general's insignia emerged. The meeting had concluded. "Alex, what brings you here? Searching for John?" A familiar voice resonated amidst the crowd. "Uncle Edward." Zhao Junyu cast his gaze upon the individual before him, who was none other than the esteemed Admiral Edward Southampton, a figure of significant importance to their family and the commander of the 3rd Fleet. "Please proceed to the shuttle. I shall join you shortly," Admiral Southampton instructed those accompanying him, before turning to Zhao Junyu and adding, "John remains inside. It is rather crowded here. Allow me to escort you in for further discussion." Zhao Junyu offered no verbal response. merely nodding in agreement as he followed Admiral Southampton once more into the conference room. Upon entering, Zhao Junyu immediately spotted his father seated in a grave demeanor, diligently puffing on his pipe. The rhythmic sound echoing in the tense atmosphere, it was evident that his father sensed the gravity of the situation. Commander Rebiel, Lieutenant Alexander Zhao Rebiel seeks an audience, Zhao Junyu announced with the utmost respect. Saluting his father. Despite the presence of those who were already aware of his identity, decorum demanded that he adhere to protocol, especially with outsiders from other fleets and guards in attendance. What brings you here? Please, have a seat. We shall discuss matters shortly, General Rebiel gestured toward the chair nearest him. Although he was puzzled as to why his son had come to seek him out, he understood that Zhao Junyu would not have arrived without cause, especially given the peculiar timing. However, with others still present, he was wary that any revelations could potentially unsettle the morale of the troops, thus he opted to have his son wait. Zhao Junyu comprehended his father's intent, recognizing that his own concerns might indeed sway the spirits of those present. He nodded in acquiescence and took a seat, alongside Admiral Edward Southampton, an old friend of their family. This seasoned admiral was well acquainted with the inner workings of the Rebiel household, and it could be said that during this upcoming battle, the only fleet General Rebiel trusted as much as his own second fleet was the Third Fleet. Once the last of the attendees departed, General Rebiel waved his hand, signaling the remaining personnel to exit the conference room. The guards and others promptly complied, leaving only the three of them in the room. General Rebiel emptied the ashes from his pipe, refilled it with fresh tobacco, ignited it, and resumed smoking. Zhao Junyu noted the ashtray was already filled with remnants, a testament to his father's evident concern regarding the impending battle. At this juncture, General Rebiel inquired, "Then, do enlighten me. What brings you here?" "I have not come for any trivial matter, father," Zhao Junyu replied earnestly. "I seek to understand why the number of aircraft for this battle is so woefully inadequate. Including the 60 swordfish brought by Uncle Edward, we have merely 60 in total, which is simply too few." His expression was grave, as the implications of poor preparation weighed heavily on his mind. They might not return from this venture. "You have indeed come for this reason," General Rebiel acknowledged. Rebiel spoke with a tone that suggested a certain inevitability, then took a long drag from his pipe, exhaling slowly before continuing. "I am certainly aware of the inadequacy of our fighter aircraft. However, the earlier surprise attack by Jean resulted in considerable losses among our aircraft. Furthermore, the admirals of other fleets believe that this engagement will primarily be a fleet battle, rendering the fighters useless, which is why they have allocated the remaining aircraft to the lunar goddess too. How infuriating, those fools!" Zhao Junyu slammed his fist onto the table in exasperation, expressing his anger. "Haven't they read Uncle Tianmu's report? Jean possesses devices capable of rendering radar and other equipment ineffective, combined with the high mobility of the Zaku. How can we possibly contend with them without sufficient fighters? They have all seen it. Yet they dismiss it, claiming that Tianmu is merely trying to evade responsibility. They contend that Jean's victories are solely due to their ambush tactics, and that Tianmu's failure is attributed to his incompetence and insufficient fleet numbers. This time, they are certain they will defeat Jean." As he uttered these words, General Rebiel's tone reflected a deep sense of helplessness. Incompetence? Evading responsibility? They think Uncle Tianmu is one of their lot, merely seeking to claim credit while shirking blame. Zhao Junyu's anger intensified. Now, Alex, you mustn't lose your temper. You are not unfamiliar with these individuals. They have always behaved this way." Edward, seated beside him, began to comfort Zhao Junyu while attempting to mediate the conversation, lest they delve further into this futile topic. After taking a deep breath to regain some composure, Zhao Junyu remarked, "Uncle Edward, I am well aware of what kind of people they are. They can act however they please as long as it does not affect my father or us. I couldn't care less about them. However, this time is different. I have an ominous premonition. If we do not respond effectively, we may not return. They have clearly read Uncle Tianmu's report, yet they persist in this manner. If this continues, we may truly be led to our doom by their recklessness. This is not a military exercise or a simulated battle. This is genuine warfare." As his words hung in the air, an eerie silence enveloped the conference room, punctuated only by the sound of General Rebiel puffing on his pipe. He inhaled deeply once more. Letting the smoke escape slowly, and with a tone tinged with sorrow, he stated, "What good does it do to discuss this now? We are soldiers. Our duty is to execute orders and protect our homeland and civilians, nothing more. Yet, the pressing issue is that we possess certain capabilities that could counter the enemy, yet we choose not to utilize them. This negligence could very well lead to our inadequacy and ultimately our annihilation at the hands of the enemy. The most critical point is that it is our own people who refuse to employ these resources. Their ignorance may lead to their own demise, but they could also bring about ours. Zhao Junyu began to grow agitated once more, prompting General Edward to offer him reassurance yet again. I am well aware of what you have just mentioned, my son. General Labier's tone was still imbued with a sense of resignation as he took another drag of his cigarette and continued. However, even if I wish to allocate fighter jets now, it would be too late. The fleet of the Zeon forces has already assembled and is advancing towards Side 5. Room. We must intercept them before they strike. Otherwise, our chances of victory will be utterly diminished. Therefore, we must set out today. The mothership departing from Moon Goddess 2 cannot possibly reach Room in time to match our arrival. We can only confront the enemy with the forces at our disposal. Are we truly capable of facing the Zeon forces with our current strength? Zhao Junyu pondered, laden with doubt. After all, the enemy possesses the means to render the Federation's greatest reliance into mere scrap metal. Can we truly prevail against such an adversary? When, General Labier asserted with uncommon conviction, his voice firm, he continued. Although our precision strike system has failed, the gunners within our fleet are elite troops trained over extended periods. As long as the fleet heeds my command, we shall emerge victorious. Upon witnessing his father's unwavering expression and resolute tone, Zhao Junyu refrained from further comment. This was the affirmation of a general poised for battle, a testament to his confidence in commanding the situation and his belief in winning the impending conflict. If, prior to the expedition, the highest commander could not possess this certainty, then the prospect of victory would be rendered impossible. Yet, even so, Zhao Junyu's inner turmoil remained undiminished. However, he could not dampen his father's morale at this moment. He said, I hope the battlefield unfolds as you envision. Father, I shall take my leave. With that, he saluted and turned to depart. Indeed, it shall, General Labier replied. But take care of yourself. As Zhao Junyu exited, General Labier harbored deep concerns for his son. After all, on the battlefield, there are no discerning eyes to guide the bullets. His son, a fighter pilot, could easily fall victim to the chaos of war, regardless of his prowess. Yet, he could not relegate his son to the rear. He was not one of those bureaucrats. His son is his son, and what of others' children? He could not act in that manner, but despite his inability to do so, his worries lingered, prompting him to offer a few words of caution. Nothing more. Is this truly right? Although not by blood, he is your son in spirit, and he has always regarded you as his true father. Moreover, his exemplary performance suggests he may one day surpass you as a soldier. Upon seeing Zhao Junyu's retreating figure, Edward inquired, is it not because he is your son that you should not allow him to lead a life too sheltered? He is a soldier, without experiencing the trials of blood and fire. He cannot be deemed a true warrior, General Labier replied. Yet, he is my only child. Edward responded passionately, that is precisely what makes it all the more poignant. Perhaps that is his greatest sorrow, General Labier mused, a hint of melancholy in his voice. Alas, countless words transformed into a sigh of helplessness as Edward shook his head and turned to leave. Within the conference room, only General Rabil remained, continuing to puff on his beloved pipe, a cherished gift from his most adored son on his birthday. Upon returning to his fleet's mothership, Zhao Junyu busied himself with the maintenance crew, meticulously adjusting his fighter jet. He was acutely aware that a grueling battle loomed on the horizon, necessitating his utmost preparation. Even so, he could not guarantee his survival. The prospect of failure to properly calibrate his aircraft would render his chances of survival even more tenuous. The first joint fleet of the Earth Federation had mobilized, heading towards the cosmic expanse surrounding Side 5, aiming to intercept the second British operation of the Zeon forces. This would mark the first and largest space battle in human history, and it was foreseen that Ruim would be drenched in blood. 1500 ahead, enemy spotted, scale confirmed, fleet level class. Specific numbers undetermined, interference detected. The radar operator on the bridge of the flagship Ananke reported loudly. General Rabil, seated at the command position, nodded slightly upon hearing the report. He then picked up the communicator and addressed all the warships in the fleet. Attention all vessels, this is Commander Rabil. The enemy fleet is directly before us. You may all be aware that they possess capabilities to neutralize our advanced radar systems, but does that mean we are destined to lose? No, absolutely not. Each of you is an elite of the Federation's Space Force, and I firmly believe that even without system support, our strikes will precisely hit the enemy. Moreover, the entirety of our fleet is present here, and our numbers are at least 4 times that of the enemy. Thus, in terms of both quantity and elite caliber, we hold a significant advantage. As long as each fleet follows my command, victory shall be ours. All ships, first level of combat readiness. Let us seize victory. Under the unique cadence of General Rabil's voice, the morale of the Federation's troops soared to its zenith. Every soldier thought, indeed we are the elite. While they are mere conscripts with little training, our numbers far exceed theirs as long as we adhere to orders and do not recklessly court death. How could we possibly fail? All soldiers, filled with high spirits, prepared for battle. Yet, there were those who harbored doubts, one of whom was Rebil himself. Despite his rousing speech, which invigorated morale, he could not be certain of triumph over the foe. If the enemy's mobile suits, the Zaku, were truly as formidable as Tyam had described, he found himself devoid of effective strategies to counter them. The second individual is Admiral Edward, who holds the second-in-command title of the Third Fleet. His concerns mirror those of Rebil, as he knows that Rebil would conceal nothing from him. The third person is Zhao Junyu, the sole son of General Rebil. Having demonstrated exceptional capabilities from a young age and being acquainted with Tianmu since childhood, Zhao Junyu is well aware of the situation. Otherwise, he would not have sought his father due to the shortage of combat aircraft. Upon hearing his father's impassioned pre-battle address, Zhao Junyu could not suppress a bitter smile. Shaking his head as he mused to himself, "Father, you truly are remarkable. Your words have significantly uplifted the fleet's morale. Yet, will battle truly unfold as you envision? I suspect you harbor doubts as well." Observing the buoyant spirits of others aboard the aircraft carrier, Zhao Junyu shook his head in resignation. Clad in his already prepared flight suit, he gripped his oversized harrow in one hand and held his helmet in the other. Gracefully departing, he could not afford to linger in the pilot's standby room. Instead, he was eager to inspect the readiness of his aircraft in the hangar, to ascertain whether the tasks he had assigned had been fulfilled. Meanwhile, on the other side of the battlefield, aboard the flagship Filmair of the Zeon fleet, a man of extraordinary height and stature stood on the bridge, arms crossed and a heavy expression etched upon his face as he gazed into the distant points of light. He understood that those were not celestial bodies, but rather the vessels of his adversary, the Federal Fleet. Report, Lord Dazulu, a member dressed in Zeon military attire, approached the imposing figure. Our nation has received detailed intelligence regarding the opposing fleet. Proceed, the man known as Dazulu replied without moving. Yes, according to the information relayed from our nation, the Federal Fleet ahead comprises nearly all of their forces, forming the First Joint Fleet, commanded by the recently promoted General Rebil, formerly Admiral of the Second Fleet. The scale of the Joint Fleet exceeds ours by more than fourfold, the officer stated, maintaining his composure. More than 4 times our forces, is it? Truly, the Federal Space Forces are formidable. We have maximized our military expansion, yet they still possess an undeniable numerical advantage. Furthermore, the commander is none other than the renowned veteran Rebil. It is quite exhilarating, Dazulu exclaimed, a sudden spark of excitement illuminating his face. This could only be described as the quintessential sentiment of a soldier. Dazulu Zabi, holding the rank of Major General, commands the Zeon Space Attack Force. His stature and height resemble that of a giant, being the third son of Prince Degwin. His face, adorned with numerous scars, further accentuates his naturally fierce countenance. However, within the Zeon military, particularly among those in his fleet, it is widely recognized that he possesses a heart that is in stark contrast to his appearance, gentle and kind. This duality grants him an extraordinary level of esteem within the military, rivaling that of Commander Gyron. The colonial task force of our army is still en route. Let them return. The fleet of the Federation has arrived, rendering their actions futile. Simultaneously, prepare our fleet for battle and instruct them to deliver a resounding blow when the time comes, allowing this decayed Federal army to witness the prowess and indomitable spirit of our Gene warriors. With his gaze fixed on the distant, slowly advancing Federal fleet, he spoke with a hint of excitement to the officer beside him. The officer, inspired by Duazulu's fervor, was swept up in a state of exhilaration and promptly took command to relay the orders. Duazulu remained motionless, murmuring to himself, "This battle will determine the fate of our army and the Federation." After a moment of contemplation, he commanded loudly, "Communicate with our national command, informing them of our current situation, and request the support of the Caecilia's Lunar Mobile Fleet, AT-2130 on the 15th." Both fleets entered each other's firing range. For a moment, neither side made a move, and the vast expanse of space was filled with colossal fleets. Yet the atmosphere was so heavy it felt suffocating. It remains uncertain whether both commanders sensed the moment had arrived, or if it was merely serendipity, but both commanders issued their orders with great fervor. Fire! As the command echoed, the warships of both sides unleashed a long dormant roar, red beams of light continuously streaking toward one another, akin to 2 ancient behemoths engaging in a ferocious struggle. Due to the presence of Minovsky particles, neither side could utilize radar locking for their artillery. They had to rely solely on the gunners' skills for targeting. As the battle commenced, although the Federal Fleet's gunners were well trained, they found it challenging to adapt to shooting without the aid of instruments, having grown accustomed to their reliance on technology. Conversely, the Gene forces had trained from the outset to shoot based solely on their abilities, making them more adept in this scenario. Thus, at the onset of the conflict, the Gene side held a slight advantage. Observing that their initial superiority was less pronounced than anticipated, Laybill furrowed his brow and promptly ordered the fleet to rearrange into an L formation as previously strategized, maneuvering to place the enemy fleet within the crossfire of their artillery. The Federal fleet gradually formed the arrangement discussed in the previous operational meeting. With the Gene forces already outnumbered, they found themselves in an utterly passive state under the relentless crossfire of the Federal fleet. With warships being sunk and exploding in succession, and of course, the Federal forces were not without their own losses. The performance of the Gene's Massey light cruisers and Chibe heavy cruisers remained commendable. Coupled with the Gene's unwavering resolve to fight to the death, it could be said that even knowing they would perish, they would fire one more shot, taking down as many Federal vessels as possible. However, at present, the losses sustained by the Federal fleet were significantly fewer compared to those of the Gene forces. Listening to the incessant reports of his fleet's warships being damaged and sunk, and witnessing his subordinates send their final farewells as their vessels neared obliteration, shouting "Long live Zeon!" before vanishing into the abyss of space, Dazula's eyes brimmed with tears. His immense strength twisted the railing before him as he finally comprehended the vast disparity between his fleet and that of the Federation. "I shall not allow your sacrifices to be in vain. Relay my orders. All MS units, deploy at once." Engage the right flank of the Federation forces. As he beheld his own fleet being relentlessly shattered, Dazulu felt utterly powerless. The outcome of the fleet battle was already a foregone conclusion, with the Federation emerging victorious. The only card he had left to play was the mobile suit project he had spearheaded. The 1st and 5th fleets on the right flank signaled distress, reporting the emergence of numerous large enemy mobile weapons, which were exceedingly swift and agile, rendering them difficult to intercept. Requesting support, the Zeon forces dispatched their last trump card, the mobile suit Zaku. Before long, the Federation's right flank was in disarray due to its formidable capabilities, prompting an immediate appeal for assistance to General Revel. "Have they finally mobilized?" General Revel's gaze sharpened upon receiving the report. His mind racing, he felt a wave of relief upon hearing the news. His greatest concern had been the formidable mobile suits of Zan in the absence of radar and lock-on systems. Their destructive power was immense. He had been uneasy until this trump card was revealed, but now he felt more at ease. "Signal the 1st and 5th fleets on the right. Instruct them to hold their ground. I will dispatch air support. Meanwhile, command the remaining fleets to advance and encircle the Zeon forces, aiming to annihilate them swiftly and then lend aid to the right flank." Revel calmly issued his orders. "Commander, is it truly wise to send only aircraft to support the right flank without deploying the fleets?" questioned Brigadier General Koenig. "It matters not. The 1st and 5th fleets can withstand the pressure for a time. Once we eliminate the enemy's fleet, those massive puppets will be deprived of supply and will soon fall to our forces. Dispatching aircraft is sufficient. We must strive to obliterate the enemy fleet as swiftly as possible, ensuring our victory with minimal losses," Revel replied resolutely. "However, Commander," the young master, Koenig attempted to interject, but Revel interrupted him. "I understand your concerns, but this is war. He is a soldier, nothing more. Let us speak no further on this matter," Revel stated with unwavering determination. "Yes, I understand, sir." Koenig fell silent, refraining from any further remarks. This novel is now available on the site. No ads, no errors, fast updates, and member synchronization. A must-have for bookworms. Follow the public WeChat account Zaixiangziashuo, press and hold for 3 seconds to copy, to download the site. Chapter 27, Rum, The Bleeding Universe, Part 2. All aircraft, prepare for launch. Upon boarding, the aircraft was set for immediate takeoff. Support the right-wing forces. Repeat, upon boarding, the aircraft is set for immediate takeoff, supporting the right-wing forces. Within the hangar of the aircraft carrier, the voices of the control tower personnel reverberated continuously. The right-wing forces appeared to be under assault from the MS forces of the enemy, Zeon. Before the notification sounded, Zhao Junyu had already seated himself in the cockpit. Donning his helmet and securing it tightly, "Lieutenant, your fighter is fully prepared. You may depart as soon as the hatch opens." A ground crew member, similarly clad in a spacesuit, floated beside Zhao Junyu and announced loudly. "I understand, Harrow. Let's conduct the final checks before launch," Zhao Junyu replied to Harrow, which was nestled in a special slot behind his seat. "However, speaking of which, Lieutenant, why did you instruct us to install a large anti-ship missile launcher on the underside of the aircraft? This weapon seems unnecessary for the current battle," the ground crew member inquired with a puzzled expression. "Do not question it too much. This matter is complex. Just know that I had you install it for a reason. By the way, do not forget to prepare an oak. One missile.it must be ready for swift installation when needed, Zhao Junyu remarked while continuing his inspection. As he completed his checks, Harrow timely declared, "Inspection complete. No anomalies detected." The ground crew member merely nodded, accustomed to the peculiar thoughts and instincts of ace pilots, who were often correct in their judgments. That moment, the hatch fully opened. "All right, I am ready to depart," Zhao Junyu stated, sealing the cockpit and communicating with the control tower. "Control tower, this is Wang Yu number 2, Lieutenant Alexander, prepared for departure, ready to engage." The ground crew member then floated away. "This is control tower. Wang Yu number 2 is cleared for takeoff. Good luck." A melodious female voice resonated through the communicator. However, Zhao Junyu made no further movement, simply acknowledging, "Understood," before severing the communication. He signaled the personnel at the launch channel, indicating readiness for takeoff. Zhao Junyu spoke little, taking a deep breath and exhaling slowly. Then, with a push of the control stick, the fighter surged forth like an arrow released from a bow, bursting out of the aircraft carrier. This marked Zhao Junyu's first genuine combat experience. It was not akin to the previous training exercises that merely simulated combat scenarios. This was a true battle of life and death. Yet, truth be told, in these years of tranquility, there were few soldiers who had genuinely experienced warfare. Most had never seen bloodshed. As he emerged from the carrier's hangar, Zhao Junyu truly beheld the splendor of the cosmos surrounding him. The universe at that moment was resplendent, akin to the vibrant skies of a festive celebration, where beautiful fireworks illuminated the night. Yet he understood that the place he occupied was a battlefield, and those fireballs that resembled fireworks were, in fact, explosions, accompanied by the extinguishing of lives. Upon his recent foray into the vast expanse of outer space, Zhao Junyu, after a brief moment of disorientation, swiftly regained his composure. This remarkable recovery could be attributed to several factors. First, his inherent formidable mental fortitude. Second, the rigorous training he received from his father since childhood. And third, the fact that he had taken lives in his youth, an act committed in self-preservation. Yet it undeniably set him apart from the average individual. Similarly, deep within Zhao Junyu's psyche, a constant reminder echoed during his assault. To concentrate his mind and immerse himself in battle, for failure to do so could render him mere cosmic dust in the blink of an eye. This too contributed to his swift recuperation. Once restored, Zhao Junyu surveyed the battlefield, confirming the position of the right-wing fleet, and immediately piloted his craft toward their location. Upon arrival, he was met with a disheartening sight. The situation was dire, with Gene Force's mobile suits darting chaotically about, and beams and shells incessantly firing from the Federation's warships. Just as Zhao Junyu entered the combat zone, he narrowly avoided being struck by friendly fire. A mobile suit had just delivered a final blow to the rear engines of a Federation Salamis-class cruiser, sinking it at last. Spotting Zhao Junyu's aircraft, the pilot of the mobile suit exclaimed with exhilaration, "Ah, a Federation space fighter. This is splendid. Downing such toys is far easier than bringing down those hulking metal monstrosities, and it counts towards my tally." With that, he surged forward. Indeed, the M-06 Zaku was significantly more expensive than the Federation's fighters, yet its firepower, agility, and armor far surpassed that of its adversaries. Under normal circumstances, it would be a simple task for a Zaku to bring down a swordfish. The typical mindset would be to target the softer fruit first. Unfortunately, the target chosen by this pilot was no ordinary swordfish, nor was the pilot an average individual. Suddenly sensing an ominous presence to his lower left, Zhao Junyu urgently maneuvered his fighter to the right. Just as he vacated his previous position, a barrage of massive bullets shot up from below. A wave of fear washed over him as he thought, "Damn it, I was too careless. If it weren't for that inexplicable sense of danger, I would have become a martyr in my very first battle." He resolved to exercise greater caution. He was not ready to embrace death just yet. "Damn it, have I been discovered?" the Gene pilot cursed, discontented that his seemingly foolproof attack had been evaded. Nevertheless, he was determined to bring down this toy to bolster his kill count. With a firm press of his feet, the Zaku lunged at Zhao Junyu's fighter. "This guy just won't let go," Zhao Junyu thought, equally incensed. "Does he think I am an easy target?" As the Zaku barreled toward him, Zhao Junyu too vented his frustration, yet he remained resolute, piloting his craft away to evade the assault while simultaneously preparing to counterattack. Is this for real? The Federation's fighters possess such speed? Upon witnessing the aircraft evading its own attacks ahead, the pilot of the GAN gazed in disbelief at the unfolding scene and murmured to himself. Indeed, even though he was merely an ordinary pilot and his craft was just a standard C-type Zaku, Its velocity should have surpassed that of a swordfish by a slight margin. Yet, astonishingly, the swordfish before him was considerably faster, rendering him unable to keep pace. Noticing that he had already created a significant distance from the Zaku, Zhao Junyu revealed a faint, cold smile. Maintaining his high speed, he executed a climb, causing his aircraft to perform a circular maneuver reminiscent of a somersault. Tracing a minuscule circle in the vastness of space in an instant, the aircraft that had initially been in front of the Zaku found itself positioned behind it, and by the time the Zaku's pilot comprehended this abrupt and swift maneuver, it was already too late. How infuriating! As the Zaku's pilot finally reacted, he was struck by an attack that jolted him within the cockpit. Meanwhile, Zhao Junyu frowned in concentration. Having maneuvered behind the Zaku, he took careful aim before pressing the attack button. The 425mm cannons on the nose of his craft erupted with a torrent of shells. Under normal combat circumstances, the enemy aircraft would have surely been downed. However, the target was a Zaku, and this assault yielded only minimal results, merely damaging a rear thruster by striking its exhaust port. It appeared that relying solely on the cannons to take down the Zaku was improbable. Missiles were essential. Contemplating this, Zhao Junyu piloted his aircraft as it swept past the Zaku's left rear. "You scoundrel, I shall bring you down," roared the Zaku's pilot in fury upon seeing the aircraft approaching from behind. Yet, pursuing Zhao Junyu was no longer an option. Faced with the alarm indicating damage to his rear thruster, all he could do was yell in frustration, for charging forward to eliminate his opponent was an impossibility. However, the next moment revealed a glimmer of hope for him. Seeing the attacking aircraft suddenly veer in front of him and then charge straight towards him, the Zaku's pilot momentarily froze before a cruel smile crept across his face. "That fool is returning. He must think that now that I've been hindered by his attack, he can easily take me down. How na-ve, but very well, you shall graciously allow me to shoot you down." He then maneuvered his Zaku, aiming the 120mm Zaku machine gun at his adversary, commencing a relentless barrage of fire. Yet, Zhao Junyu, hurtling directly toward the Zaku, was not courting death. He had discerned the pilot's capabilities and, after careful consideration, was confident that his skills would keep him safe from harm. Armed with this assurance, he began a frontal assault on the enemy, or more precisely, he aimed to assess the Zaku's frontal defensive capabilities. As the enemy drew ever closer, the pilot rolled and dodged incessantly to evade the relentless hail of gunfire. The distance between the two adversaries continued to diminish. How infuriating! How vexing! How utterly detestable! It was merely a fighter jet, yet it seemed impossible to elude so many attacks. The pilot of the Zaku, despite his continuous onslaught, found himself increasingly overwhelmed with fear, realizing that his opponent was no ordinary adversary. However, he was caught in a precarious situation, for the enemy was resolutely intent on bringing him down. The distance had become sufficiently short, and without hesitation, Zhao Junyu pressed the attack button for the cannon. A twisted arc of fiery sparks erupted from below, and as he pulled the control stick, the aircraft ascended sharply at a right angle. Zhao Junyu mused to himself, "Indeed, the frontal armor is thicker. There are hardly any craters from the bullets." This time, his luck surpassed that of the last encounter. Previously, he had only managed to strike a single exhaust port. Now, he had not only hit a coolant pipe at the head but had also disabled the Zaku's sole main monitor, rendering it utterly blind. How infuriating! How vexing! How could this be? I can see nothing. What should I do? What should I do? The Zaku's pilot shouted in despair, frantically operating the controls as a means of venting his frustration. Soon, however, he regained his composure and muttered to himself, "I need help. Yes, help. I do not wish to die. That's it, I need help." He felt as if he were a drowning man grasping at a lifeline. Opening the communicator, he shouted, "Help! Help! This is the first squadron of Zaku. Aht. Zzz, I in a fit of madness." The pilot's cries fell on deaf ears, as Zhao Junyu had no interest in indulging him. When he observed the Zaku suddenly thrashing about like a madman before falling still, he surmised that his previous strike had fortuitously struck a vital point. What an opportunity this presented! Seizing the moment, he swiftly maneuvered behind the enemy once more, this time eschewing the non-lethal cannon for two powerful missiles. A violent explosion ensued, and he finally brought down an MS, marking Zhao Junyu's true first victory against an enemy. Yet the battle raged on. He could not afford to pause. Meanwhile, the main fleet continued to compress the space of the Dazulu forces, and it appeared that the Federation's victory was merely a matter of time. However, just as even the seasoned veteran Liebherr believed victory was within reach, the situation took a dramatic turn. Attention, the cruiser Nagato. The Koshima has been sunk. The attack came from behind. "This is bad, Commander. We are being pincered," reported the operator of the enemy radar. Although radar was ineffective in the particle-laden Minovsky space, it did not hinder visual observation. "What? From behind?" At this moment, Bill, the commander of the United Fleet, was utterly astonished. This unforeseen turn of events was beyond his wildest imagination. The grand battle was on the cusp of concluding in a resounding victory for their Federation forces, yet the emergence of an enemy fleet from the rear altered everything dramatically. He could sense the morale of his troops plummeting. The Federation was not being attacked by just any forces, but by the moon-based Granada mobile fleet of the Xeon army. Seated in her flagship, the sole daughter of the Zabi family, Major Kisalia, was commanding her fleet, pointing at a specific location on the screen and declaring, "Here lies the most vulnerable point of the Federation fleet. Concentrate all firepower on this target, sever their fleet in two, and then unleash all MS units to eliminate a portion of the Federation's forces." The location Kisalia indicated was none other than that of the Fourth Fleet, which had previously suffered considerable losses during the interception of the British operation and was severely diminished in numbers. Aware of the immense power of the Xeon MS, when the enemy fleet appeared from the rear, chaos ensued within the entire fleet. Moreover, this woman possessed significant intelligence capabilities, allowing her to discern which fleet was ripe for the taking. The most elated individual in this scenario was undoubtedly Major Dodzalu. As he observed the continuous explosions and flames engulfing the Federation forces, a semblance of a smile crept onto his otherwise fearsome visage, and he murmured softly, "It appears that Kisalia, this cunning vixen, has finally arrived." He then commanded loudly, "Notify all ships, our reinforcements have arrived. The moment of the Federation's annihilation is upon us. Comrades, counterattack? Follow me, counterattack." In a matter of mere minutes, the dynamics of the battlefield underwent a profound transformation. The Federation fleet, once pressing down with overwhelming force, found itself in a frenzy of counterattacks initiated by Dodzalu's fleet. Those who had been confined within a cramped space began to expand outward, while the Federation fleet, which had previously dominated, started to retreat under the dual assault. The once dominant Federation fleet was now caught in a pincer movement, its formation descending into disarray, with warships sinking one after another. The battleship Dolos was sunk, the battleship Dolson severely damaged, and cruisers Isaf and Samir were also lost. Every passing moment, the sounds that reached Liebel's ears were of his own ships either being sunk or rendered immobile by the enemy's onslaught. His current state of mind was beyond the reach of any descriptive language. Yet, despite the chaos, as the commander of the fleet, he compelled himself to maintain his composure. Only through such steadiness could he make the most judicious decisions. "Commander, various fleets are sending luminous signals, requesting orders." The communication officer received the luminous signals from the various fleets, decoded them, and promptly reported back to Bill. As a side note, according to Lao Zhao's understanding, the most tragic figure in this battle would likely be the one in this position alongside the radar team, relying solely on their eyes to interpret signals and locate targets. After a moment of contemplation, Rebiel spoke in a low voice, "Signal the main fleet to advance and engage the enemy ahead, and begin to merge with the right-wing fleet." "Commander, is this strategy without risks?" inquired Brigadier General Gandoning, who stood nearby. "Given the current circumstances, this is our only option. If we turn back, we would only face a more formidable assault from both enemy fleets, making retreat nearly impossible. Our only course of action is to advance, attacking the enemy ahead while merging with the right-wing fleet, concentrating our forces to break through. Only by adopting this approach can we enhance our chances," Rebiel said, lowering the brim of his hat as he spoke solemnly. "Indeed, our chances may be greater, yet that does not equate to victory, but rather to retreat." The situation for General Rebiel was dire, and his beloved son, Alexander, was also in a precarious position. "Damn it, you wretched dog of the Federation." A pilot of a Zaku shouted his final curse, as he and his machine were reduced to space debris. "Phew. Finally shot one down. That's the fifth one, isn't it?" Zhao Junyu gasped for breath, staring at the remnants of the Zaku he had painstakingly brought down. Zhao Junyu possessed excellent physical condition, yet that did not exempt him from fatigue. His piloting skills were exceptional, but that did not render him invincible. The modified swordfish was indeed a significant improvement over its predecessor, yet it still lacked the capability to contend with the superior Zaku. Zhao Junyu's ability to shoot down 5 was primarily due to his skill in targeting the Zaku's relatively vulnerable armor. If it had been another pilot's swordfish engaging in a frontal assault, they would not have merely failed to shoot down an enemy. They would have likely been the one shot down. "Harrow, check the ammunition supply and condition of the aircraft," Zhao Junyu commanded, his greatest concerns lying with these two matters. Upon receiving his master's order, Harrow immediately commenced the inspection. After completing the assessment, Zhao Junyu's expression reflected a realization. The aircraft's ammunition was nearly exhausted, with the primary weapon, the missiles, completely depleted and the cannon ammunition reduced to less than a third of its original quantity. Although the aircraft sustained no significant damage, the propellant was also running low. Faced with this situation, Zhao Junyu made the decision any pilot would make, to return to the carrier for resupply. However, Zhao Junyu's exceptional skills were not only rare within the Federation but also stood out even among the elite pilots of the Zeon forces, naturally drawing the attention of adversaries. Yet, when the two encountered each other, both sides felt it would be preferable to avoid such an encounter. Just a moment ago, a total of 3 Salamis-class ships of the Federation Navy were sunk, and a red-hulled Magellan-class vessel detected a peculiarity in its surroundings as it observed a swordfish that had just downed a Zaku. The pilot remarked, "Ah, what a remarkable pilot! To manage the feat of shooting down a Zaku with a heavy fighter is no ordinary accomplishment. Undoubtedly, this is a rare adversary that I eagerly anticipate facing." Clearly, for him, sinking warships was far too mundane. He craved a worthy opponent, one of equal caliber. With that thought, he maneuvered his craft towards Zhao Junyu. Nearby, upon spotting Zhao Junyu's fighter, the ordinary pilots hesitated, daunted by the thought of approaching, fearing they might become yet another casualty to the enemy. After all, the instinct for self-preservation is strong, particularly when one realizes their presence would serve no purpose. However, upon seeing a red silhouette racing towards that location, their anxiety dissipated, and they exclaimed, "The Red MS! That must be Lieutenant Char, the Red Comet?" Delight surged among them. If it's the lieutenant, he will surely take down that despicable Federation lackey. As Zhao Junyu prepared to return to the carrier for resupply, an overwhelming sense of danger jolted him into alertness. He swiftly executed an evasive maneuver just as a volley of large-caliber rounds whizzed past the spot he had occupied moments before. Throughout this time, he had remained vigilant, yet the fact that the enemy had nearly struck him indicated their prowess. I evaded. If this is a formidable opponent, how exhilarating it is! Noticing that his attack had been deftly dodged, Char's smile widened. Defeating ordinary foes was indeed tedious. It was the challenge of vanquishing such skilled adversaries that piqued his interest. Determined to disregard his enemy and return to the carrier for resupply, Zhao Junyu soon detected the foe behind him. A red Zako, he understood that unless he devised a means to shake off his pursuer, returning to the mothership would be impossible. His expression turned serious as he pushed his craft to maximum speed, preparing to outmaneuver his opponent. "You wish to shake me off? Let us see if you possess the capability." Observing the sudden acceleration of Zhao Junyu's fighter, Char too increased his speed in pursuit. Thus, amidst the chaos of bullets and artillery fire in the cosmic battlefield, a fighter and a Zaku commenced a thrilling chase. Within the confines of the battlefield, they carved out extraordinary trajectories, arcs that ordinary pilots could scarcely replicate. The most astonishing aspect to those observing was that, thus far, they had not been grazed by a single stray round. Damn it! This troublesome fellow just wanted to be shaken off. This could escalate into a significant predicament. Yet, what was this peculiar sensation? Zhao Junyu pondered as he continuously altered his trajectory in an attempt to lose his pursuer. Truly a skilled adversary, he hasn't caught up yet. But what is this strange feeling? Similarly, Char, relentlessly pursuing from behind, muttered to himself, surprised to find his thoughts echoed in Zhao Junyu's contemplation. Zhao Junyu, perpetually altering his direction, found himself tormented by a peculiar sensation that incessantly reverberated within him. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him, and he exclaimed loudly, "It is you, Edward. No, you should now be called Char." Char Aznable, of course. Zhao Junyu's voice was inaudible to Char in the distance. Strangely, it seemed as if Char had heard him, for at that moment, he too, within the confines of the Zaku's cockpit, uttered, "Is it you? Alexander Zhao Rebill. I never anticipated we would encounter each other on the battlefield, and as adversaries no less. Char, what on earth do you intend to do? You should understand my intentions better than anyone. Is vengeance truly that significant? Must it be pursued through such means? Of course it is significant. This grudge must be avenged by my own hand for it to hold meaning. Such relentless pursuit of revenge is utterly devoid of purpose. For in the end, you may become just like them." "No, I will not become like them. I know my limits. Have you ever considered how your actions affect Sarah? Aldecia, if there is anyone in this world I have wronged, it is only her, and you knowing this, why not cease your actions? It is not too late. No, it is already too late. The Federation lacks the power to aid me in my vengeance, and you do not either. Let us not speak of such futility. It has been a while since we battled, Yet this confrontation is unlike any before. Be cautious, damn you, you madman. It was as though two old friends were engaged in idle chatter, completely oblivious to one another's words. Yet their exchanges resonated in perfect correspondence. However, when their words ceased, the intensity of their pursuit escalated. Indeed, as Char had proclaimed, this battle was unlike any they had previously faced. It was no longer merely a contest of victory or defeat, but a struggle for survival. Where the victor would live and the vanquished would perish. Important notice from this site. Please utilize the free services of this site. Chapter 29. Room the Bloodstained Universe, Part 4. Originally two friends, Zhao Junyu and Edward, found themselves on the battlefield. Yet now they stood in opposing factions. What once had been friendly sparring had transformed into a life-and-death duel, with only the victor permitted to survive. Yet in this high-speed chase, no immediate conclusion emerged. Amidst such combat, ordinary pilots could not keep pace, and ace pilots refrained from intervening, leaving the conflict solely between the two of them. However, the situation was shifting unfavorably for Zhao Junyu. The dwindling propellant felt like a death knell, the descending numbers gnawing at his nerves. If this continued, he would soon exhaust even the propellant needed to return to the mothership. Zhao Junyu glanced at the relentless crimson machine pursuing him from behind. He realized that evading it was futile. His mind raced, contemplating how he could possibly extricate himself from this predicament. In mere seconds, his thoughts spiraled in myriad directions until a perilous idea emerged. One that, if it failed, would spell his doom. Just as Zhao Junyu prepared to execute his audacious plan, Shea sensed something amiss. Instantly, he understood that his old friend was concocting some stratagem. This companion often had a propensity for bizarre notions. Although Shea was unaware of the specifics of Zhao's current intent, past encounters suggested that his friend's decisions typically bore significance. Caution was imperative. However, Zhao Junyu afforded Shea no time to brace himself. Once he resolved upon a course of action, he sprang into motion. This was a battlefield, where hesitation was a luxury he could ill afford. Similarly, the dwindling fuel reserves of his machine left little room for contemplation. Thoughts must be translated into action. Only through action could the outcome be discerned. As Zhao Junyu yanked the control stick, his feet moved with purpose, transforming the swordfish fighter in an instant. With a swift maneuver, the craft executed a complete reversal, its nose and tail pivoting, its orientation flipping a full 180 degrees, charging towards the Zaku that had been trailing behind. What the? How infuriating! Shea muttered darkly under his breath, his hands equally swift as he maneuvered his machine to counter Zhao Junyu's assault. Unfortunately, the initial distance between them was minimal, and Zhao's rapid turn brought him barreling towards Shea, who likewise surged forward. Their approaches converged with alarming speed, leaving little time for either to react. Zhao Junyu took a hasty aim, unleashing the fire of 425mm cannons, while Shea merely elevated his own 120mm Zaku machine gun for a brief moment before firing in a similarly blind volley. The exchanges were intense, yet the caliber of firepower differed. One side's attacks were dense but lacked might, while the other's strikes, though powerful, were less frequent. Two serpents of flame intertwined in a fierce duel, unbeknownst to those around them. Had they been aware of the deep connection between the two, they could only sigh at the tragic irony of such camaraderie turned adversarial. As the two combatants clashed, their proximity diminished rapidly, and soon their machines passed each other in a blur. Zhao Junyu's craft continued its trajectory toward its designated target, the aircraft carrier, while Shea's Zaku remained stationary. In truth, the outcome had already been determined at the moment their machines intersected. Neither emerged victorious. It was a stalemate. Shea's fire had damaged Zhao Junyu's fighter, while Zhao's onslaught had obliterated Shea's Zaku machine gun. PS improved significantly, Shea mused with a hint of nostalgia, casting a glance at the wrecked machine gun in his grasp before watching the fighter soar away into the distance, murmuring to himself, "Lieutenant, are you all right?" Observing Shea's red Zaku in a state of immobility, the nearby soldiers, concerned, approached to inquire, I find myself unencumbered by pressing matters. However, my weapon has sustained damage and a considerable amount of propellant has been expended. I must return to replenish my supplies while you continue the fight." Upon hearing the inquiries from his comrades, Shea responded coolly, "Lieutenant, shall we pursue that fighter?" Another soldier ventured to ask, "No need. The pilot of that aircraft is no ordinary foe. Your current capabilities are insufficient to bring him down. Focus on your own tasks. I shall take my leave." With that, Shea piloted his craft back to the mothership for resupply, while the two soldiers, acknowledging his words, resumed their duties. That scoundrel Edward, truly a formidable adversary. As Zhao Junyu made his way back to the aircraft carrier, he gazed at the damage displayed on the cockpit screen, unable to suppress a curse. The damage was not severe, yet repairs would undoubtedly consume precious time. And in the current battlefield, time was the most scarce resource. Two individuals, each heading towards their respective motherships, bore complex emotions. They were acutely aware that, for the foreseeable future, they would remain adversaries. Yet, they could not help but worry for one another. Furthermore, they recognized that during their previous engagement, the other had held back, refraining from unleashing their full potential. Had it been otherwise, Zhao Junyu might have destroyed Shea's main monitoring system, leaving him vulnerable to enemy fire, while Shea could have obliterated Zhao Junyu's craft without hesitation. Just as Zhao Junyu's propellant was nearing depletion, he finally returned to his aircraft carrier. As soon as his craft came to a halt, a throng of personnel surrounded him. Exiting the cockpit, Zhao Junyu immediately addressed the awaiting maintenance crew. My weaponry and ammunition are nearly exhausted, and we require a prompt resupply. The number 1 thruster has sustained damage from the enemy, and all 4 thruster transmission systems have incurred some impairment. Detailed information can be obtained from Haro. Also, ensure that the prepared Oak 1 anti-ship missile is installed without delay. The damage to the transmission systems was primarily the result of Zhao Junyu's exceptional yet aggressive maneuvers. Such high-speed evasive actions came at a significant cost, including damage to the craft and the depletion of the pilot's stamina and focus. The maintenance crew responded with a thumbs up, signaling their readiness to take on the task, and swiftly set to work. Zhao Junyu approached another staff member in a different hangar, his voice tinged with exhaustion as he inquired, "What is the status of the flight squadron?" "Lieutenant, thus far, the only returning craft aside from yours is one other." And the staff member's voice trailed off, growing increasingly despondent. After a long pause, he finally uttered, "And the pilot of that craft is gravely injured. We do not know if he can be saved. Damn it. How could this battle have devolved to such a state?" Zhao Junyu, upon hearing the staff member's words, struck the adjacent steel wall with a furious fist. He found it peculiar that the maintenance crew had increased in number. Now he understood the reason. Very few aircraft had returned, prompting personnel from other entrances to join the effort. Taking a deep breath, Zhao Junyu composed himself. He was still in the midst of battle and could not allow his emotions to cloud his judgment. Accepting the beverage from the staff member, he remarked, "I shall retire to the standby room for some rest. Please bring me another one shortly. The rest is in your hands. Notify me once you have completed your tasks." With that, he gracefully departed. To be candid, the nutritional drink designed for pilots was far from palatable, yet it proved effective in replenishing stamina and alleviating fatigue, which necessitated his request for an additional serving. As Zhao Junyu returned to the mothership for resupply, the Federal fleet had successfully converged, yet the overall situation had not improved. They remained under relentless assault from the Jin army, and things had even deteriorated further. Furthermore, General Rebil was acutely aware that aside from his own flagship, only the Rock of Admiral Edward from the Third Fleet remained operational. General Rebil's countenance darkened as the sounds of his own ships succumbing to destruction echoed in his ears. Compounding his distress, his flagship, the Ananke, was now also being relentlessly targeted by the enemy. The 14th battery had been breached, the second main gun rendered inoperative, the outer wall of the 4th sector damaged, hatches sealed, and engine efficiency reduced by 30%. Each disheartening report reached Rebil's ears, yet he remained oblivious, consumed by thoughts of how to alter the current predicament, though no viable solutions presented themselves, which was his greatest source of anguish. "Commander, please immediately board the lifeboat and evacuate the battlefield," urged his aide, Brigadier General Kaningin. "Evacuate the battlefield, Kaningin? Do you wish for me to be branded a coward? As the commander of this fleet, I shall remain with my forces. It is my duty as the fleet commander, and I shall never flee," Rebil retorted with fury. "Commander, the situation aboard the flagship is dire. It may be sunk at any moment, and the tide of battle has turned against us. We must preserve the fighting strength of the Federal forces, and among our ranks, there are few capable commanders who understand the gravity of the situation. You must survive, for the future of the Federation." Kaningin's words were delivered with righteous conviction, rendering the bridge crew silent amid the chaotic battlefield, an unusual stillness emerging. "If I depart, who will command the fleet?" Rebil inquired somberly. "I will assume command in your stead, until the very last moment," Kaningin replied with an air of ease, yet with unwavering certainty. "You." Although Rebil had begun to grasp the implications, he could not help but feel concern at the casual demeanor of his aide. "Commander, please hurry. If we delay any longer, it may be too late," Kaningin urged fervently. "Very well, I entrust this to you," Rebil said, taking a deep breath. He then stood resolutely, offering a formal salute to his aide and all those on the bridge, a gesture imbued with solemnity. He originally intended to articulate further thoughts, Yet the present circumstances dictated that this was a battlefield, rendering any words futile. Additionally, their purpose here was to impede the enemy, which, to put it plainly, was tantamount to courting death. No matter how much he might express, it would ultimately be in vain. Thus, he could only accept the reality of the situation. Accompanied by the escort personnel, under the collective gaze and salutes of everyone on the bridge, Rebeal ultimately departed, boarding the lifeboat. Meanwhile, Kningan, who had assumed command, bellowed from his seat. The commander has left. He will undoubtedly return with the Federation's grand fleet to vanquish those Gene scoundrels. Our duty now is to ensure that not a single Gene scoundrel escapes. Full assault across the fleet. On the lifeboat, Rebeal sat with his arms crossed, head bowed, his countenance still icy enough to condense water. His heart seethed with rage, fueled by a singular thought. This grievance, I shall repay tenfold. Regrettably, the greatest peril for General Rebeal was about to manifest imminently. Announcement. We recommend a complimentary offering, Chapter 30. Rum, Bleeding Universe, Part 5. Lieutenant, please board swiftly, or it may be too late. A man's urgent voice resonated behind Zhao Junyu as the door swung open. What happened? What caused the recent tremors and explosions? Were we hit? Zhao, who had just awakened from a brief respite due to the explosions, inquired as the man entered. Yes, although our defending cruiser managed to repulse the enemy, their assault struck a critical engine component. The damage control team is currently managing the situation, but reports indicate that we can only delay the inevitable. The order to abandon ship has already been issued. The man, displaying a countenance rife with concern, quickly summarized the circumstances. I understand. I will proceed immediately. Floating in midair, Zhao Junyu grasped the helmet that was similarly hovering nearby, propelling himself towards the exit. Upon leaving the standby room, he inquired while donning the helmet, "Are you aware of the status of my fighter's repairs and resupply?" "Yes, all repairs have been completed, and the anti-ship missiles you requested have been installed. However, due to time constraints, the propellant fuel and ammunition have not been fully loaded. The standard missiles are ready, but the others are only filled to about 60 to 70%, the man trailing Zhao explained. Is that so? I see. Zhao Junyu responded, choosing not to elaborate further as they swiftly made their way to the hangar. Upon their arrival, the ground crew surrounding the fighter quickly removed all the attached hoses and equipment upon noticing Zhao Junyu. Most of the resupply is complete, but please be aware that the fuel and propellant are still below 70%, cautioned the crew chief as Zhao entered the cockpit. I understand. You all should board the lifeboat quickly. Otherwise, it might be too late, Zhao Junyu remarked while fastening his safety harness. I have understood, and you must also exercise caution. Upon finishing his words, the squad leader promptly led the remaining personnel to the hangar. Zhao Junyu's fighter jet swiftly soared from his mothership, and shortly after his departure, the last aircraft carrier among the already scarce fleet of the joint forces was reduced to debris in the vast expanse of the cosmos. Zhao Junyu was acutely aware that there were likely still individuals aboard the aircraft carrier who had not yet evacuated. However, this was beyond his purview. In the chaos of battle, diverting attention to other matters could jeopardize his own survival. Yet, the gravest predicament on the battlefield had already manifested. While Zhao Junyu remained within the mothership, resting his eyes, a lifeboat launched from the flagship Ananke of the joint fleet soon found itself in dire peril. What is this? A voice filled with sheer terror emanated from the pilot's seat of the lifeboat. Following this, a cacophony of equally frantic cries erupted. The cause of their panic was straightforward. A black, antiquated Zaku appeared before their lifeboat, also referred to as the Zaku I.Retreat. Quickly, retreat. Amidst the terrified crowd, a few individuals managed to maintain a semblance of composure, though this was only relative to those who could do little but scream. The pilot, upon hearing the commotion, swiftly comprehended the gravity of the situation and maneuvered the lifeboat in reverse. However, as they began to retreat, the lifeboat abruptly halted as if it had collided with an unseen object. When they glanced at the rear monitor, dread washed over them, and they stammered, a black MS, and behind it there are two more. What? The other personnel gazed in disbelief at the screen, their terror intensifying. Three identically painted black Zakui units formed a triangular formation, encircling their lifeboat, leaving them no avenue for escape. Faced with this dire scenario, the crowd began to flounder in panic, save for one who remained relatively calm, General Laybill. Yet, to call him calm would be somewhat misleading. It was more a resignation to the circumstances. Oh, what a tremendous surprise this is today truly our lucky day. The individual at the forefront of the lifeboat, upon glimpsing the figure seated calmly with arms crossed, could not contain his exhilaration and exclaimed loudly, "What is it, Gaia? What is happening?" Clarify. The two figures behind the lifeboat remained motionless. yet inquired curiously through their communicator. "You will understand once you see." Gaia said no more, merely relaying the images he had witnessed to the other two. Upon seeing the footage, they reacted in a manner identical to Gaia's. "This is what a monumental achievement. We are indeed fortunate," they remarked. "We have captured none other than the commander of the Federation's joint fleet, General Laybill. The greatest credit now belongs to us. What a truly fortuitous day." "This is enough of the chatter. Remain vigilant. We must escort the lifeboat back to the flagship of Her Excellency Cecilia, lest we forfeit our hard-won achievements. Be cautious. Do you understand?" At this moment, Gaia was not swayed by the prospect of glory. He commanded decisively. After receiving affirmations from his two companions, the trio maneuvered their craft, escorting the lifeboat bearing General Rebel back to the flagship of their fleet. The lifeboat offered no resistance. In fact, it was, more accurately, utterly incapable of opposing them. Meanwhile, not far from their position, the situation aboard the flagship Ananke had deteriorated even further. Although it was flanked by non-battleship escorts, as the flagship of the fleet, it was undoubtedly a prime target for intense assault. The mood of Brigadier General Kinningen, left in command, was increasingly grave. The warship was riddled with damage, and yet, the enemy's onslaught showed no signs of abating. Becoming even more ferocious, he understood that the time of sinking was drawing near. Seated in his chair, fists clenched, Kinningen contemplated how to endure just a little longer, so that General Rebel might be kept safe. Regrettably, in this dire environment, he remained oblivious to the fact that Rebel had already been captured, and even more tragic events were soon to unfold. This is a cry of alarm shattered Brigadier General Kinningen's thoughts. He looked up to see a colossal iron cyclops standing before the bridge of the flagship, its distinctive red eye flashing ominously. The giant's massive form began to drift backward, but this retreat was not one of withdrawal. The 240 caliber rocket launcher in its grasp was aimed squarely at the bridge. "Has the time finally come?" Kinningen sighed softly within, but quickly raised his head, his eyes gleaming with determination as he shouted, "Do not take pride in yourselves. General Rebel will surely lead the army to vanquish you." With that final proclamation, a cataclysmic explosion engulfed the entire bridge. The flagship of the United Fleet, Ananke, fell in this great battle. Confirmation of a battleship-level explosion has been received. It must be Ananke. What? Ananke? Do not speak such nonsense. How could Ananke possibly have been brought down? Upon hearing the report from his crew, Admiral Southampton bellowed from the flagship of the Third Fleet. The Rock.My subordinate is not mistaken. The instruments are no longer operational, but based on the silhouette seen through the telescope in the previous location of the command ship, it can only be Ananke. The crew member asserted firmly. Infuriating. Admiral Southampton clenched his right fist and struck the armrest of his seat with vehemence, murmuring, "Could even Rebel have perished? If that is the case, how can we fight this battle? Admiral, now that we have lost Ananke, you are the highest commander of the fleet. Please, Admiral, issue your orders." The speaker was none other than Long Towie, recommended to Southampton by Zhao Junyu. After joining the Third Fleet, he gained the recognition of the majority through his abilities and social skills, becoming a close aide to Admiral Southampton, remaining at his side. Issue orders. What orders shall I give? In the current circumstances, what command would be most appropriate? According to the original orders from the military, our objective is to annihilate the enemy. However, given the present situation, the remaining forces may struggle to ensure their own survival. The most prudent command would be to retreat, thus preserving the last vestiges of vitality of the Federation's fleet, Southampton remarked with a sense of helplessness. Admiral, you are absolutely correct. The best course of action now is indeed to issue a retreat order. Long Towie stated calmly. Are you serious? Southampton inquired. At that moment, Zhao Junyu emerged from the hangar and located the nearest command ship, the flagship of the Third Fleet, the Rock. He deployed a communication tether from his aircraft to connect with the flagship. Admiral, we have received a communication through the tether. Identification confirmed. It is the Wang Yu No. 2, Lieutenant Alexander Rabel, Zhao reported. The communications team expressed their excitement at finally receiving external contact. Alexander? Put it through. Southampton exclaimed incredulously upon hearing the incoming transmission. Admiral Southampton, what is the current situation? As soon as the line connected, Zhao Junyu urgently inquired, adopting a formal tone, yet his demeanor remained somewhat casual. Said Alex. The situation is dire. Our number of warships is dwindling and, Southampton paused momentarily before continuing. The most troubling news is that the Ananke may have already been sunk. What? My father? Zhao Junyu shouted in disbelief. But as a thought crossed his mind, he added, my father is incredibly resilient. Even if the Ananke has been lost, he will surely be fine. For now, we must prioritize the greater good. Given the circumstances, Admiral Southampton, You should command the fleet to retreat to safeguard the remaining strength of the space fleet. Admiral, even Lieutenant Alexander believes this. Please do not hesitate. Each moment of indecision may lead to another ship being lost. Long Taoyi interjected, appropriately supporting Zhao Junyu's argument. Since you both insist, I shall order the fleet to retreat. I will have a portion of the Third Fleet engage in an interception to ensure the safe withdrawal of the remaining vessels. Alexander, you should also retreat with the other ships, Southampton declared, fully aware that a rear guard was essential during a retreat. His Third Fleet excelled in defensive maneuvers, and as the commander, he would ensure the survival of his own forces until the end. Moreover, Alexander was the sole son of his old friend, someone he had watched grow up. Should rabble it was imperative to leave a route of escape. No. I have matters to attend and I will retreat after finishing them, Zhao Junyu asserted resolutely, promptly severing the communication line. Alexander, you. Southampton attempted to protest, but the connection had already been cut. He could only mutter under his breath, little rascal, he has the same stubborn temperament as his father. At this moment, Zhao Junyu was piloting his fighter jet, retracting the cables and soaring towards the horizon. Announcement. App for Android and Apple, bidding farewell to all advertisements. Please enter and download AppSid, press and hold for 3 seconds to copy. Chapter 31. Rum the Bleeding Universe. Just as Admiral of Southampton began to command the troops to retreat and cover the rear, Zhao Junyu's fighter jet charged into the enemy's stronghold. Was Zhao Junyu truly unconcerned about his father, General Rebiel? Certainly not. As the only family member in this world, how could he not worry about him? However, as the sole son of his father, he understood that General Rebiel was one of the rare, clear-headed, and visionary military leaders within the Federal Space Army and the entire federal military. Each time he witnessed the pervasive decay within the Federation, it pained him deeply, though he felt powerless to effect change and could only sigh in silence. Yet, regardless of how sorrowful he felt the night before, he always managed to straighten his back the following day, brimming with enthusiasm as he immersed himself in his work. Thus, Zhao Junyu always believed that his father was formidable, impervious to defeat. This recent debacle also made Zhao Junyu realize that while his father was indeed powerful, he was not invincible. There were limitations to what he could achieve. However, he would not perish easily. A notion that, although merely his own wishful thinking, he held steadfastly now. Zhao Junyu's objective was to extract as many of his father's cherished Federal Space Army forces as possible, particularly given the entrenched reformist hawks within the military. His singular aim was to decapitate, strike, or even destroy the enemy's command ship. Even if unsuccessful, it would significantly slow the enemy's assault. Zhao Junyu's fighter jet resembled a swiftly flying arrow, darting straight towards the enemy's rear amidst the chaos of the battlefield. In this rain of gunfire, a peculiar scene unfolded. The retreating Federal fleet was of little concern, and seeing their own fighter jets charge towards the enemy, no one was inclined to intervene. Self-preservation took precedence. The Jin army mirrored this sentiment, with not a single Zaku attempting to obstruct him, allowing Zhao Junyu to penetrate the enemy ranks with remarkable ease. Why are you all not intercepting the enemy? A captain-level pilot, adorned with horns on his aircraft, bellowed at his subordinates as they watched Zhao Junyu's jet vanish from sight. And why did you not stop him? One of his audacious crew retorted. You, the captain replied, exasperation evident in his voice. I know that fighter. It's a monster that even Lieutenant Char couldn't take down. We certainly don't want to die. Another subordinate chimed in, emphasizing the instinct for survival. Very well, just wait. You'll see how I deal with you later. The captain refrained from elaborating further. After issuing a mere threat, he resumed his engagement in battle. This maneuver was primarily intended to shift the burden of responsibility onto his subordinates. It is vital to recognize that allowing the enemy to traverse one's own lines without obstruction is an egregious error. The captain was acutely aware of the adversary's prowess and dared not provoke such misfortune himself. Thus, he sought out a few scapegoats. However, his subordinates discerned his intentions, thwarting his plans. Consequently, he resorted to threatening them, preparing to make life difficult for those who defied him in the future. Yet, his subordinates were not lacking in intelligence. While their failure to intercept the enemy could indeed lead to a court-martial, it was unlikely to cost them their lives. Conversely, had they attempted to intercept the aircraft before them, they might well have become cold corpses. Naturally, their own survival held precedence. As for the captain's threats, they regarded them with indifference, especially considering that he himself had not dared to confront the enemy. Ahead, a small target lacking our identification signal was detected, currently under evaluation. Confirmation followed. It was a heavy fighter jet from the Federation, the Swordfish, advancing towards our ship at high speed. The report from the radar operator aboard the flagship, the Firemire, shattered the celebratory atmosphere enveloping the bridge. What did you say? The Federation still has heavy fighters operational, and they are heading straight for us. Even this formidable general found it hard to believe that any Federation aircraft could still be in existence, for he was aware that despite their impressive capabilities, the Federation's fighters should have been reduced to cosmic debris amidst his vast army of mobile suits. Even if some were still operational, it would be illogical for them to dare penetrate enemy lines, given the notorious lack of quality in the Federation's forces. Indeed, the effective range for both sides was still 30 seconds away. The radar operators stated with certainty. Although the Federation may have decayed, there still existed formidable generals within their ranks, an uncommon occurrence. The question remained, would he be able to evade the wolves' assault? As he observed the luminous, on the screen drawing ever closer, a smile, incongruous with his appearance and demeanor, crept onto the lips of the formidable general, though this smile rendered his already unappealing visage even less attractive. He murmured to himself. Zhao Junyu's fortune appeared to be quite favorable this time, as he surged into the enemy's rear without encountering significant obstacles. What he beheld was the Jin battleship, which was continuously providing maintenance, supplies, and artillery support for its own MS. Although the fleet's numbers were not as formidable as those of the initial Federation fleet, the Jin vessels still numbered considerably. When Zhao Junyu witnessed this scene, a headache began to plague him. There were so many battleships, who the hell could discern which one was the flagship? However, the valorous nature of Dazulu proved to be a tremendous aid to Zhao Junyu. Dazulu had always led from the front with unmatched bravery, fostering a high degree of cohesion among his troops, whose combat style was equally audacious. Yet, this very trait placed him perpetually at the forefront of the battle, making it relatively easy for the enemy to pinpoint his location. As Zhao Junyu evaded enemy anti-aircraft fire while searching, he soon spotted a vessel that stood out distinctly from the others, its color entirely different. If it were merely a matter of differing paint schemes, Zhao Junyu would not have been able to ascertain its significance, but this ship exuded a presence that was wholly unlike the others. It radiated an aura reminiscent of his father, yet distinct in its own right. A unique essence belonging to a commander. Is this the one? Such a peculiar sensation. It must be a substantial catch. I should act swiftly to secure it and return, lest I become the first to languish in the cosmos, awaiting death. With the target confirmed, Zhao Junyu muttered to himself. Indeed, if he could not reunite with the fleet, his return to the Yushin-2 base would be impossible. While the fighter jet was swift, its fuel could hardly sustain a journey to that location, even when fully loaded. Piloting his fighter, he pressed onward towards Dazulu's flagship, all the while continuously aiming at the target. As the distance diminished, Zhao Junyu's breathing slowed and grew heavier, and he suddenly sensed an eerie stillness enveloping him. However, this was not genuine tranquility. At that moment, his entire focus was fixated on the impending attack. He was on the verge of entering firing range, with his thumb poised above the missile launch button, ready to strike. Ha-hu. Zhao Junyu maintained his slow, labored breaths, his concentration reaching a pinnacle. In the next instant, the targeting reticle on his instrument turned red. Target locked. His eyes narrowed as his finger hovered above the button. When an acute sensation of danger surged from his lower left, Zhao Junyu yanked the control stick to the right, simultaneously pressing down with his thumb. As the large anti-ship missile was launched, his fighter executed a roll to the right to evade. He had narrowly escaped. It seemed this adversary was no ordinary foe. Below him, in the position of attack, a white Zaku brandished a machine gun, its barrel aimed squarely at Zhao Junyu. Yet, upon realizing that his attack had been evaded, the pilot of the white Zaku exclaimed in astonishment, "Alas! How astonishing it is that there remains an enemy at this position. And even more surprising is my failure to detect him prior to his assault. It seems he is no ordinary foe. Indeed, Jin possesses quite the array of formidable assets. Furthermore, my own attack has proven futile. It is prudent to retreat." Zhao Junyu declared in a fit of rage, casting a glance towards the nearby explosion. He resolved to withdraw, for remaining here served no purpose, and should he delay his departure, he might find himself ensnared in this perilous situation. Zhao Junyu's assault was a paradox of success and failure. He had indeed destroyed an enemy battleship, yet it was not the vessel he had aimed to obliterate. The anti-ship missile, though substantial in size, was equally swift, and in this relatively close engagement, Jin's anti-aircraft fire failed to intercept it. Fortunately, Zhao Junyu's evasion of the enemy's attack altered his trajectory slightly, allowing the missile to soar past the flagship of Dazulu and strike a battleship position to the right rear, which subsequently erupted into a cloud of debris. What a remarkable adversary! Alas, he is an enemy. I must inform Matsunaga and the surrounding MS that this foe cannot be spared. casting a wistful glance at the missile that had narrowly passed his bridge moments ago. Dazulu crossed his arms, feeling a twinge of regret. He resolutely stated, "It is indeed a pity to lose such talent, yet a potential ally who cannot be trusted is better off as a mere corpse devoid of threat. It appears they wish to detain me. How could I allow such a scheme to succeed?" As Zhao Junyu prepared for withdrawal, the flashes from the flagship and the encroaching Zaku made the enemy's intent all too clear. After all, were he in their position, he would likely act similarly. "You think you can escape? I shall not permit it." Matsunaga realized Zhao Junyu's intentions and, upon receiving orders, he would never allow the enemy to slip away unchallenged. He swiftly piloted his unit in pursuit of Zhao Junyu. "Cursed be this situation. If not for the inadequacy of my aircraft, I would show you whose prowess truly reigns supreme." Zhao Junyu muttered vehemently as he observed the relentless pursuit of his white Zaku. Yet, despite his curses and the urgency to flee, he recognized that now was not the time to linger. He must escape before the enemy completely encircled him. Remarkably swift, it seems to have been modified. The distance is not closing. Matsunaga assessed the aircraft before him, acknowledging it as a true ace, possessing keen eyesight. For a time, Zhao Junyu, unable to shake off the relentless pursuer, remained unperturbed. His primary objective was to extricate himself from the enemy's encirclement. Even if the pursuer followed closely, he would still possess the capability to fight back. However, just as he was on the verge of escaping the effective range of Jin's beam cannons, a Zaku appeared before him, obstructing his path. The proximity to this Zaku rendered any attempt to maneuver around it exceedingly challenging, and it had already commenced its assault. "You scoundrel, perish!" Upon encountering the formidable obstacle, Zhao Junyu felt a surge of anger rising within him. He was on the verge of escaping the most perilous situation, yet suddenly, an adversary appeared before him, blocking his path. How could he not be infuriated? In a moment of apparent madness, Zhao Junyu pressed the attack button with fervor, unleashing a barrage of 6 missiles at the formidable Zaku. The pilot of the Zaku was momentarily taken aback, astonished that the enemy would launch such a multitude of missiles at once. However, the missiles were propelled with astonishing speed. By the time he comprehended the threat, the projectiles were already upon him. With a desperate cry in the face of impending doom, the pilot was met with 6 resounding explosions. Struck by Zhao Junyu's missile assault, the tremendous force of the explosions caused the Zaku to recoil slightly. While the distance was minimal, it represented a critical lifeline for Zhao Junyu. The agile swordfish, in comparison to the Zaku, was significantly more petite. Seizing the opportunity, Zhao Junyu elevated his aircraft, successfully maneuvering towards the direction of the Federal Army's retreat. However, his pursuer, Matsunaga, found himself at an impasse, forced to halt abruptly before the recently damaged Zaku. Watching Zhao Junyu vanish into the distance, he was filled with a sense of frustration, raising his machine gun to unleash a flurry of fire. His remarkable skills yielded some effect, managing to graze Zhao Junyu's aircraft, albeit only with a superficial wound. Yet, he had escaped. "Next time we meet on the battlefield, I shall bring you down," Matsunaga lamented, fully aware of his failed encirclement. He retreated to the vicinity of the Dazulu flagship to continue his escort duties. "Damn it! We have already broken free from the encirclement, yet I still took a hit. That white MS pilot is indeed formidable," he muttered, resolving to return and regroup. Observing the status of his damaged aircraft on the control panel, Zhao Junyu expressed his grievances and reflections. Without lingering, he piloted his somewhat impaired craft towards the position of the Federal fleet. "Did they truly manage to escape?" Dazulu murmured, gazing at the retreating Federal fleet displayed on the screen. He commanded, "Instruct all MS units to cease pursuit to avoid unnecessary losses. Simultaneously, order them to commence a search of the battlefield for any surviving soldiers. We must do everything possible to provide aid, as each soldier is a valuable asset in our fight. We cannot abandon our brethren." "Yes, I shall relay the orders immediately," a man standing behind Dazulu responded promptly. "I had not anticipated the MS units would possess such formidable power during fleet engagements." "It seems I have underestimated their capabilities," Dazulu whispered, his gaze drifting aimlessly towards the horizon. Indeed, the deployment of the MS forces to launch an assault on the Federation's fleet was not a premeditated strategy. Rather, it was a response born out of necessity when he found himself at the mercy of the Federation's fleet, commanded by Rebeal, with only the MS forces at his disposal. To his astonishment, these forces unleashed an unparalleled might, overwhelming the Federation's fleet and leading to their disarray. The arrival of Cassilia further solidified the Jin Army's resounding triumph. It appears that there will be a significant enhancement in the development plans for MS, as they represent the most formidable weapon capable of transforming the future battlefield. as he spoke. Dazula's lips curled into his notoriously unsightly grin. As the architect behind the mobile suit program, he could be credited with the inception of the MSAku. However, his initial aim was merely to devise a weapon that could contend with the Federation and ensure self-preservation. Yet, following this grand conflict, it is evident to all that for the foreseeable future, MS will dominate the battlefield. Although the Jin Zaku suffered substantial losses in this confrontation, such figures pale in comparison to those of the Federation fleet. Now, as the remnants of the fleet retreated from the battlefield and made their way back to the Moon God 2 base, they were devoid of the spirited vigor they had possessed during their advance. Instead, they returned like a pack of lost dogs, with every ship bearing damage, none remaining unscathed, and the most severely afflicted vessels could only be described as dilapidated. The term defeated remnants scarcely encapsulates their current predicament. Zhao Junyu, having failed to decapitate the enemy, arrived just in time to hinder the fleet's withdrawal, securing himself to the last flagship of the United Fleet, the Third Fleet's flagship, the Rock. Upon confirming that the Jin forces were not pursuing them, Zhao Junyu finally exhaled in relief, removed his helmet, and slumped into his seat, letting out a long sigh. It's finally over. If this had continued, I would have met my end here. Hello, Harlow. Initiate the system checks, confirm the damage status, and perform emergency procedures. I certainly do not wish to perish here. Upon receiving the command, Harlow promptly set to work. The so-called emergency procedures entailed severing the fuel and power lines to the damaged areas to prevent any potential explosions. Meanwhile, Zhao Junyu began to rest his eyes. His achievements in this battle were nothing short of astonishing. 6 MS units downed, and a Muzai-class cruiser sunk. However, such accomplishments came at a cost. His specially customized swordfish fighter had already undergone repairs during the skirmish, and now it required extensive maintenance once more. More importantly, Zhao Junyu's mental and physical exhaustion was immense. He was utterly fatigued and desperately needed rest. In this moment of temporary safety, with no enemies in pursuit, he succumbed to slumber within the cockpit. Time passed unmeasured, and as Zhao Junyu continued to sleep in his cockpit, he seemed to hear a voice. Lieutenant Alexander, please wake up. We have arrived at Moon God 2. A man's voice incessantly urged Zhao Junyu, who felt a gentle shaking. Despite his overwhelming fatigue, Zhao Junyu struggled to open his eyes. Rubbing his still blurry vision, he finally discerned his surroundings and exclaimed, I actually fell asleep. Have we reached the Moon God 2 base? As he spoke, he glanced at the maintenance personnel nearby and noticed the data cables already connected to the Harlow behind him, indicating that they were extracting the current status data of the aircraft. Indeed, we have arrived at the base. It seems the lieutenant is quite fatigued. You should take a shower and rest well. The maintenance personnel advised. Has all the aircraft data been fully extracted? Yes, it has been completed. The rest is up to us, the maintenance personnel replied as they unplugged the data cables from the Harlow. I leave it to you, Zhao Junyu said, lifting the Harlow from behind his chair, grabbing the floating helmet beside him, and departing the hangar. After taking a shower and changing into fresh clothes in the changing room, Zhao Junyu returned to his quarters, wanting nothing more than to sleep soundly. Surviving this chaotic war was already a stroke of luck for him, and he fell into a deep slumber. 3 days after the remnants of the Earth Federation's joint fleet returned to Moon God 2, the injured personnel received treatment, and the fleet and personnel counts were finalized. Zhao Junyu finally awakened, having spent the last 2 days merely sleeping, eating, and attending to basic needs. Today, he felt rejuvenated in the large conference room. The key personnel of the base congregated, but this was not a celebration. It starkly contrasted with the high morale before the expedition. The atmosphere was heavy with sorrow and despondency. Zhao Junyu was not originally qualified to be present, but his unique status as the sole fighter pilot to return alive from the battlefield summoned him by his uncle Edward, the Duke of Southampton, the venue. A man with the rank of Major General stood before them, articulating the circumstances and statistical comparisons of the recent battle. His words rendered the faces of nearly everyone present ashen, filled with a profound sense of shame. Indeed, even with the subsequent mobilization of the Lunar Granada fleet, the ratio of forces between the Federation and Zeon still stood at a staggering 3-1 in favor of the Federation. Moreover, Zeon's military expansion had only been a recent phenomenon. Yet, what was the outcome? Had it not been for Admiral Southampton's Third Fleet covering the retreat, the Zeon forces might have pursued further, potentially leading to even greater devastation. Nevertheless, the losses of the joint fleet had reached a staggering 73%, leaving the entire Federation's space fleet all but defunct. 73%, indeed. Upon hearing this disheartening figure, Zhao Junyu shook his head in despair, pondering the grave predicament they now faced. The remaining fleet, combined with the warships stationed here, amounted to a meager force, and the most pressing concern was the formidable capabilities of the enemy's mobile suits. Even when the fleets and fighter jets were aggregated, they could merely ensure the safety of the Moon God 2 base, and should the enemy launch an unrestrained assault, it remained uncertain how long they could endure. This thought filled him with a bitter sense of foreboding. Little did he realize that during the retreat, his own contributions were significant. Had he not taken the audacious risk to launch a surprise attack, albeit unsuccessful, it would have prompted Dazulu to command his subordinates to pursue with full force, resulting in far greater losses for the Federation. A sudden unease washed over Zhao Junyu. Amidst all the talk, he had neglected to inquire about his father's fate. He distinctly recalled Uncle Edward mentioning that his father's flagship, the Ananke, had been sunk. Had his father managed to escape? In recent days, he had been sleepily oblivious to this matter, clinging to the belief that his father, being so obstinate, could not possibly meet his demise. Yet, that was merely his personal conviction. Without definitive news, no one could claim certainty. Ultimately, the root cause of this catastrophic defeat lay in the hubris of the Federation's military. In the decades since the establishment of the Federation, the absence of a rival had led them to become arrogant, mistakenly believing they could effortlessly vanquish any adversary. This grand conflict served as a sobering reminder that they were not nearly as invincible as they had fancied themselves to be. They indeed had formidable opponents, and it was imperative to acknowledge this reality. Meanwhile, on the podium, Admiral Edward continued to expound upon these insipid platitudes, which only served to infuriate and amuse Zhao Junyu in equal measure. The source of his frustration was self-evident, while the amusement stemmed from his awareness that his Uncle Edward, who so vehemently opposed the current high-ranking officials of the Federation, ironically adopted their style of vacuous rhetoric with remarkable flair. Nevertheless, Zhao Junyu refrained from making any rash moves, understanding that there must be a reason for Edward's silence regarding his father. Should he inadvertently speak out, it might adversely affect the already waning morale. He held on to the belief that victory would ultimately belong to the Federation's military in the near future. This meeting is now adjourned. Everyone, please return to your duties. Not long after, Admiral Edward concluded the assembly. Although not particularly skilled in oratory, the foundation of the Federation's strength remained intact. His primary aim was to kindle hope among the captains of the warships, ensuring that the fight could persist. As the attendees departed, their morale may not have soared, but a flicker of hope had ignited, and that sufficed. When nearly everyone had exited, Zhao Junyu remained seated, and Admiral Edward did not leave either. Their eyes met, and Edward naturally discerned the intent behind his nephew's presence. Sighing deeply, Admiral Edward glanced around to ensure no irrelevant individuals were present before he spoke. "Alex, I am aware of your inquiry. This message has just been transmitted from the headquarters on Earth. John is not dead, however. His circumstances are rather dire. He has been captured." "What? Captured?" Zhao Junyu exclaimed in disbelief, rising from his seat. "What? Captured?" Zhao Junyu stood up incredulously, hastily approaching and snatching the intelligence report from Admiral Edward's hands, examining it closely. The report from the Earth headquarters was quite comprehensive. It appeared they were not merely idle bystanders. It clearly stated that General Rebil had boarded a lifeboat, led by his subordinates, during a significant loss of their warship. However, shortly thereafter, he was discovered and captured by the Black Tri-Stars of Zeon. General Rebil is now likely being taken back to Side 3, possibly as a bargaining chip in negotiations between Zeon and the Federation. From this intelligence, Zhao Junyu gleaned a few crucial points. First, his father was alive, merely detained by Zeon and taken back to Side 3. Second, Zeon had ceased its assault on the Federation, likely regrouping for a more substantial offensive or negotiating for gains with the Federation. After reviewing the report, Zhao Junyu felt a measure of relief. As long as his father was alive, there remained hope for his rescue. After exhaling deeply, he turned once more to Admiral Edward and inquired, "Uncle Edward, is there any rescue plan in place from headquarters for my father?" Zhao Junyu personally had no desire to involve himself in the Federation's troubles. His support for them hinged on two reasons. First, his father, General Rebil, and several of his close relatives were military personnel of the Federation, and he still held faith in them. Second, compared to the duplicitous Zabi family, the Federation's actions were somewhat more commendable, albeit only marginally so. In essence, he was merely concerned for his father's well-being. "I have already consulted with the people at headquarters. They have organized intelligence operatives for a rescue operation. Personnel may have already begun infiltrating Side 3, Admiral Edward replied. "Is that so? That is reassuring, but I still harbor some concerns. Uncle Edward, may I borrow the high-speed communicator for a moment?" Zhao Junyu expressed his unease. "Why? Are you not confident and wish to act independently?" With years of experience and a deep familiarity with his nephew, Admiral Edward, despite his limited capabilities, could easily discern Zhao Junyu's intentions. Indeed, I have greater faith in the abilities of my father's subordinates than in your trained personnel, Uncle, Zhao Junyu affirmed, though he refrained from mentioning that his father's men would be more dedicated to securing his rescue. Indeed, this approach allows for a more comprehensive exploration of intelligence, Admiral Edward remarked. He was acutely aware of Zhao Junyu's intentions. The personnel under Rebeal were indeed more capable and reliable, yet such sentiments could not be openly expressed, lest they provide fodder for gossip. Oh my. It seems even our valiant ace pilot, Lieutenant Alexander, has moments of hesitation. How rare it is. Initially, I harbored concerns that his recent promotion might not bode well for him, but it now appears that there is no need for excessive worry. At this moment, General Tianmu, who had been sitting silently nearby, finally spoke up. Promotion. Uncle Tianmu, what are you talking about? Zhao Junyu inquired, his confusion evident, as he clearly did not grasp the meaning behind Tianmu's words. What is this? Alex, you surely cannot be unaware of the number of enemy aircraft you downed in this recent battle. Tianmu retorted with a smile. Haro serves not only as an auxiliary system but also records the operational data and kill counts of the fighter aircraft. Thus, Tianmu and the others are now privy to Zhao Junyu's tally. How many did I down? Let me think for a moment as he spoke. Zhao Junyu crossed one arm over his chest while the other supported his chin, deep in contemplation. He then remarked, it seems that by the time of the final withdrawal, I had downed a total of 6 enemy Zakas, and there was also a Masai cruiser. If I recall correctly, is that all? Edward and Tianmu, the highest-ranking military personnel in the base, regarded Zhao Junyu's demeanor with exasperation. Admiral Edward shook his head and said, had I not known you since childhood, I might have truly believed you to be a competent actor, earnestly recounting your achievements. You must realize that you are the only pilot from the squadron that returned alive from this mission, correct? Yes, I am aware of that. I inquired with others. Zhao Junyu nodded in response. He knew that apart from himself, the severely wounded pilot aboard had also succumbed to the enemy's assault and perished alongside the mothership before any evacuation could take place. Yet, this only deepened his confusion. What did this have to do with him? Was it merely because he was the sole returnee that he merited a promotion? But do you know, excluding yourself, how many enemy Zakas were downed by the other fighter aircraft? Tianmu asked. Perhaps 2 or 3 dozen, Zhao Junyu ventured, offering what he believed to be a reasonable estimate. No. The total number of enemy Zakas downed by all the other aircraft did not exceed 20, Tianmu asserted with certainty. What? No more than 20 aircraft? This seems utterly implausible, Zhao Junyu exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. He continued. Although we only possess 60 fighter jets and there are considerable performance discrepancies compared to the Zaku, our pilots have undergone rigorous training. Moreover, with numerous warships in the vicinity providing fire support, even with poor accuracy, the number of downed aircraft should not be this minimal. In his view, this tally was far too low. Even if the loss ratio did not reach 3 to 1 or 2 to 1, there should be some losses recorded. Such is the reality, Admiral Edward lamented. This figure is merely the highest estimate. In truth, several of our recently deployed aircraft have already been shot down, and reports from our warships indicate that a single Zaku has downed 3 or 4 of our jets, suggesting the actual number of losses is even lower. After hearing this, Zhao Junyu was left speechless. It seemed that this achievement was inflated with embellishments, likely intended to spare the fighter squadron from disgrace. From the comments of the 2 preceding admirals, it was evident that his promotion was not solely based on his kill count, but also entailed a degree of political propaganda. In warfare, the victorious side requires heroes, but the defeated side even more so. Not only does it redirect attention, but it also serves to bolster morale. Yet another instance of vexing political propaganda. As he ran his fingers through his hair in irritation, Zhao Junyu declared, while a promotion is indeed a good thing, I detest all this publicity. Regardless, I want to concern myself with it. Uncle Edward, Uncle Tianmu, if someone from above comes to orchestrate this publicity nonsense, I trust you 2 will handle it for me. No more said. I am off to find Uncle Wui. With that, he strode away from the 2 admiral generals, speaking rather freely in their presence, a privilege only he could afford. Were anyone else to attempt such a thing, not even a mere lieutenant or a colonel would dare. This rascal, the 2 admirals, of the same rank yet differing in age, remarked in unison, shaking their heads in perfect harmony, indicating that this particular individual had frequently engaged in such antics. Upon leaving the conference room, Zhao Junyu promptly sought to borrow a high-speed communicator reserved solely for generals and urgent military communications. The guard did not impede his passage, likely due to Admiral Edward's prior communication with him, and the guard recognized Zhao Junyu. As long as he mentioned the admiral, consent was virtually guaranteed. Contacting Qianbai, he requested his cooperation in the Federation's rescue operation, with him commanding all actions, prioritizing the safe retrieval of General Lei Bil. Following this, Zhao Junyu's life became remarkably straightforward. Exercise, rest, exercise. With the maintenance crew having completed repairs on the aircraft, his sole focus was preparation for the impending battle. He was acutely aware that the current tranquility was merely a prelude to the storm, and it was highly likely that a protracted conflict lay ahead. As the date turned to the 22 ND, the elite intelligence agents dispatched by the Federation had fully infiltrated Side 3 and were poised to commence their operations. The current high-ranking officials of the federal government are engulfed in a state of perpetual anxiety. Upon learning that even General Raber, leading nearly the entirety of the Federal Space Forces fleet to confront the forces of Xi'an, was ultimately vanquished, they were left in a state of utter disbelief. Raber, after all, is heralded as the most formidable commander, with almost the entire fleet at his disposal. Yet he was still defeated. The sentiment among them can be encapsulated in 2 words: it is over. Subsequently, they began to contemplate the possibility of negotiating with Xi'an, offering them certain concessions and privileges to secure their own positions. As for the rescue of Raber, there were 2 motivations. First, to demonstrate their benevolence and appreciation for talent, or perhaps merely to put on a fade. Second, in the event that negotiations failed, to retain capable individuals who could ensure their survival. While the intentions of the high-ranking officials were commendable, Xi'an sought not these hollow benefits. They demanded the complete capitulation of the federal government, aspiring to bring the entire Earth sphere under their dominion. This realization only deepened the turmoil within the officials' hearts. Soon after, more grim news arrived. On the 23 RD, Xi'an announced that the federal personnel dispatched had been detected and eliminated. When Zhao Junyu received this news, he was equally astonished and promptly contacted Qianbai. From Qian, he learned that the federal agents had been overly complacent, underestimating Xi'an's strength, resulting in the capture and execution of the vast majority. Fortunately, Qian's subordinates remained unscathed, managing to secure a few federal personnel, including their ace operative, as they organized a second rescue mission. Hearing this, Zhao Junyu felt a measure of relief, advising them to exercise caution before concluding the communication. In the following days, Qianbai seemed to have vanished, with no updates or means of contact, yet Zhao Junyu understood that he must be meticulously orchestrating operations. Meanwhile, Xi'an persistently applied pressure on the Federal High Command to compel their surrender, which left the officials gasping for breath, causing Zhao Junyu great concern that these spineless individuals might indeed capitulate. However, he did not anticipate that their insatiable thirst for power would prevent them from truly surrendering. Often, as time passes, unforeseen variables emerge, and it appears that this time, the Duchy of Xi'an, through the Przion Side 6-Lank autonomous government, proposed a ceasefire treaty to the Federation. Of course, this was merely a veneer, essentially a call for capitulation, demanding the Federation recognize their duchy's independent status and reduce military expenditures. Just as the spineless officials were preparing to acquiesce to these demands and sign the treaty, a significant twist unfolded. On January 31, UC0079, representatives from both the Earth Federation and the Duchy of Xi'an gathered at the designated location for negotiations, a zone claimed to be eternally neutral, Antarctica, with 2.5 hours remaining until the signing of the documents. The demeanor of both parties was starkly contrasting. The Xi'an delegation was exuberant, while the Federation representatives were shrouded in gloom. However, beyond the atmospheric layers of Earth, a colossal variable looms, poised to descend upon the planet. Not long ago, the lunar vessel, Moon God 2, intercepted a momentous signal. This signal emanated from a diminutive spacecraft, identified by none other than General Rebel of the Federated Space Forces. It was revealed that after the Federated agents were discovered by the Gene military, with the majority captured, Qianbai consolidated the remaining personnel and personally commenced operations. Having gathered a wealth of valuable intelligence, he initiated a rescue mission. With extensive preparatory measures and the support of high-ranking Federated operatives, he successfully extricated General Rebel from an inconspicuous yet tightly monitored locale. Following their liberation, they promptly boarded the prearranged spacecraft and journeyed to this location. Upon receiving the signal, Admiral Edward momentarily paused in astonishment before swiftly regaining his composure. Immediately dispatching a Magellan-class battleship, a Salamis-class cruiser, a supply vessel, and a fighter jet for escort. This constituted the utmost protective force possible while striving to remain undetected by the enemy. In truth, Admiral Edward was reluctant to send the fighter jet. However, its pilot was none other than Alexander, and the escort's leader was his father. Ultimately, under Alexander's fervent insistence, he acquiesced to the request. The supply vessel's purpose was to refuel the spacecraft, as its fuel reserves had nearly been depleted upon arrival. After refueling, the supply vessel was to return immediately, for although the Gene forces had yet to take action, no one could guarantee they would remain passive. The supply vessel's speed was rather unremarkable, so it was prudent for it to depart first. Once the supply vessel left, only 2 warships, 1 fighter jet, and the spacecraft remained. As the signing of the contract approached the 2.5-hour mark, they entered the upper atmosphere above the Antarctic orbit, with the spacecraft and the Swordfish fighter jet, equipped for atmospheric penetration, commencing their final preparations for entry. Colonel Hankin, Colonel Burex, I extend my gratitude for your escort. You may return to Moon God 2 now. And do exercise caution on your journey back, said Rebil, seated within the spacecraft, addressing the captains of the 2 escorting warships. In the absence of hostilities, there was no interference, thus communication posed no issue. It is our honor to escort you. Your Excellency, Colonel Burex replied respectfully. Then we shall set course for our return. Please take care, Colonel Hankin added. Both were distinguished captains selected from Moon God 2, possessing commendable combat command and analytical skills, which garnered Rebil's esteem. As he observed the 2 warships commencing their return, Rebil mused quietly, it appears there remain capable talents within the Federation. Beyond his adept combat command abilities, Rebil possessed a discerning eye. Those he regarded highly were seldom lacking in competence. Father, there will be ample time for reflection later. We must now enter the atmosphere. A discordant voice interrupted General Rebil's reverie, his beloved son, Lieutenant Alexander, the only one audacious enough to speak thus. Zhao Junyu's achievements are well established, yet currently the Federation is preoccupied with the so-called peace negotiations, and the promotion orders have yet to be issued. This rascal Rebil lamented weakly, settling into his seat and securing himself with the safety belt, preparing to enter the atmosphere. 2 streaks of light surged toward the Earth, the heat generated by atmospheric friction appearing from a distance as 2 crimson points of light. The time is nigh. We shall commence. A man clad in a Gene military uniform glanced at his wristwatch and declared. His utterance transformed the previously tranquil venue into a cacophony, as personnel from both sides began to take their respective seats, with the Gene faction displaying more favorable expressions, while the Federation members wore visages of bitter dismay. Alarm! 2 high-velocity objects are rapidly approaching the vicinity. Suddenly, an alarm blared throughout the venue, inciting a wave of panic among the attendees. For those present valued their lives above all. Approaching aircraft, this is a restricted area, please vacate immediately, or we will resort to force. I repeat, please vacate immediately, or we will resort to force. Amidst the rising chaos, a warning communication resonated within Zhao Junyu's fighter jet. Oh, is communication possible here? A somewhat astonished voice emanated from the Defense Force Command's communicator, albeit with a tone that lacked seriousness, leaving a group of commanders bewildered. Subsequently, Zhao Junyu's voice continued. Do not be alarmed, I am not here to attack. I am from the Federation's Cosmic Army Fighter Squadron, Wangyu No. 2, identification signal SF0360010189, currently escorting General Rebil of the Federation's Cosmic Army to this location. The General is aboard the vessel beside me, requesting to land. What did you say? General Rebil? The commander inquired incredulously, asking, are you referring to the very General Rebil? Was he not captured? Furthermore, was the rescue operation not enough of this drivel? Zhao Junyu retorted, feeling slighted by the disbelief, and interpreting the implications of the query as a slight against his father utterly absurd. He replied with irritation. My father is unlike any of you. If you were to perish, my father would remain unscathed. Zhao Junyu's remarks were quite acerbic. Under normal circumstances, such words would provoke outrage. However, the commander, upon hearing the term father, realized he was unaware of the identity of the individual addressing him. Accepting the identification documentation handed to him by a nearby individual, his expression soured slightly. He glanced only at the name, instantly recognizing the pilot of the fighter jet. Alexander Zhao Rebil, Lieutenant. He immediately discerned that this must be General Rebil's son, and he understood that the young man's displeasure stemmed from his previous remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, do not be alarmed. I am John Abraham Rebil. My son has a rather irascible temperament. You need not heed his words. We now request to land. Please provide us with guidance to that moment. A voice emerged to assist the commander in his predicament, belonging to none other than General Rebil. It truly was General Rebil. The commander was taken aback, yet one who could oversee the defense in such a critical situation could hardly be deemed inept. He quickly regained his composure and stated, My apologies, Your Excellency, the previous security protocols were imperative. Please proceed to land in the A5 sector. I am now signaling your arrival. Welcome back, General. As he spoke, He directed his subordinates to issue landing guidance signals. Just as the two aircraft touched down, the venue erupted with exclamations of "General Rebil has returned," and "General Rebil is safely back," creating an atmosphere of exuberance. Amidst the curious gazes exchanged between both parties, General Rebil disembarked from the aircraft with a smile. This scene was witnessed by Zhao Junyu, who had just landed and made his way over. Suppressing the urge to roll his eyes, he mused to himself, "They say first-rate politicians are exceptional actors. It seems my father possesses such qualities as well." With the support of the federal government personnel, General Rebil swiftly vanished from sight. Zhao Junyu, however, chose not to accompany his father, understanding that the unfolding events were beyond his current standing. He deemed it wiser to remain where he was. Grabbing a nearby ordinary soldier, he inquired, "Where are the changing and bathing facilities located?" After receiving directions, he retrieved a note from his pocket and handed it to the soldier, saying, "Here are my measurements for clothing. Please procure a suitable military uniform for me and deliver it when ready. Thank you." With that, Zhao Junyu departed, leaving the somewhat disheveled soldier behind. Meanwhile, the individuals from the Jin faction, who had initially been brimming with confidence, began to sense something amiss. They were well aware of the stringent measures in place to monitor Rebil, one of the few seasoned generals within the Federation, who possessed knowledge of numerous federal secrets. If such information were to be unearthed, the benefits for them would be substantial. The fact that Rebil had returned, especially after Jin's official announcement regarding the arrest of federal agents, was perplexing. Should he not have been under tight surveillance within his homeland? The leading Jin officer exclaimed in frustration, "I have no idea. We have received no news from our homeland. Those freeloading buffoons." The officer's anger reached a boiling point. But after a moment of rage, he calmed himself, exhaling deeply, and resignedly remarked, "It seems the forthcoming events will not unfold as smoothly as before." Indeed, it was not long before the Federation arranged a live broadcast speech that spanned the entirety of the globe. Upon taking the podium, General Rebil, with his distinctive resonant voice, delivered a speech that would alter the fate of the entire Federation and play a crucial role in the annals of cosmic history, marking the moment when Jin was left with no viable forces. However, in the depths of his heart, Zhao Junyu couldn't help but express his disdain. "Father's speech is indeed captivating, yet I can't shake off this lingering sense of dissonance. It feels as though the talents of my father are akin to those possessed by individuals engaged in nefarious deeds." Despite his grievances, the entire Federation was invigorated by the speech, leading them to resolve against negotiating with Jin and to fight until the bitter end. As anticipated by the Jin soldiers, the negotiations, which were initially poised for smooth progression, took a turn after the senior officials of the Federation, having listened to General Rebil's address, became acutely aware of the internal situation on the opposing side, thereby solidifying their resolve to continue the battle. The ensuing discussions escalated into a heated exchange, with both sides engaging in a fervent debate. While exorbitant demands followed by immediate concessions may be the forte of merchants, politicians are equally adept in the art of negotiation. After much contention, both parties ultimately reached a consensus on several mutually accepted terms, which would later be recognized as the Antarctic Treaty. The primary stipulations of the Antarctic Treaty are as follows. 1. The prohibition of NBC weapons and weapons of mass destruction, such as colonial bombs, along with restrictions on other weaponry. 2. The forbiddance of attacks on neutral zones, permanent lunar cities, and Jupiter convoys. 3. The affirmation of humane treatment of prisoners of war and other human rights considerations. Upon the signing of the treaty, the Jin representatives no longer felt the need to feign cordiality and swiftly departed with the contract bearing both signatures. Zhao Junyu found the treaty perplexing. While the latter two clauses were understandable, after all, attacking neutral areas would yield no benefit to either side and could incite unnecessary complications, and the treatment of captives was a matter of self-interest and reputation. The first clause left him bewildered. Given the Federation's overwhelming superiority in strength compared to Jin, it seemed imperative for Jin to secure a swift victory. Otherwise, once the Federation regained its footing, their defeat would merely be a matter of time. Unable to fathom the reasoning behind this, Zhao Junyu wished to consult his father, but at that moment, his father was surrounded by a throng of politicians, inundated with questions, and could not extricate himself. Thus, he would have to wait until the evening to seek clarification. With a silent sigh, he contemplated this. Later that evening, in the designated quarters for the Rebil father and son in the Antarctic region, Zhao Junyu was preparing tea, calculating that his father should return just as the tea was ready to tea that moment. He heard the sound of the door opening, followed by the words, "You have all worked hard. Please return and rest." After a couple of responses, the door closed with a soft click. As he removed his outer garment, Labor remarked, "What a delightful aroma of tea. Indeed. It is you, Alex," who brews the finest tea. Just by inhaling its fragrance, one could tell it was exquisite. During our time on Side 3, the absence of such delightful refreshments and tobacco was truly unbearable. After calculating the time, it seemed the tea was ready. Zhao Junyu entered the living room, carrying the entire tea set, and, picking up a cup, poured tea for his father. He then said, "Father, there's no need for such flattery, so, have you dealt with those spineless individuals? What was the outcome?" He uttered the latter half of his sentence with palpable disdain. "You need not speak of them in such a manner," Labor replied with exasperation, taking a sip of tea before continuing. "They have essentially stabilized their position. Ultimately, what we defend are their rights. If Earth were to fall under the dominion of Xeon, their existence would surely become miserable. No, they would be the first to face judgment. And a death sentence would be inevitable." "That's true," Zhao Junyu agreed, taking a leisurely sip of his tea. "So, Alex, what is it that you wish to inquire?" Setting down his cup, Labor gazed at his son. "Having discerned his perplexity, it is evident that you have noticed, Father," Zhao Junyu replied, shaking his head. "I am merely puzzled as to how Xeon could acquiesce to the first clause. After all, the disparity in strength between Xeon and the Federation is vast. By relinquishing the colonial satellites, their greatest weapon, are they not discarding their prime advantage? Once the Federation regains its footing, a path of defeat awaits them. Your ability to perceive this reflects your growth, Alex. Yet, your vision remains somewhat limited and short-sighted. You fail to grasp that this clause not only binds their hands and feet, but also restricts the Federation's actions," Labor said, smiling at his son. Taking another sip of tea before elaborating, "Indeed, this clause prohibits them from deploying colonial satellites and toxic gases, but it equally constrains the Federation from utilizing nuclear arms. Do not forget how many nuclear weapons are stockpiled across various bases within the Federation. Should the Federation choose to disregard all else and unleash them, Side 3 and their foundation would vanish as well." Upon hearing this, Zhao Junyu experienced a moment of clarity. Indeed, the high-ranking officials of the Federation may not be particularly competent, yet they have amassed a considerable stockpile of nuclear weapons as a deterrent, ensuring their own security. Furthermore, they have hoarded significant quantities of essential materials. If the Federation were truly pushed to the brink and resorted to desperate measures, no amount of colonial satellites would suffice to counter the devastation, especially for those within them. Even if the satellites were not entirely obliterated, none aboard would survive. While this clause may have curtailed their immediate hopes for a swift victory, it simultaneously provides them with a protective umbrella, safeguarding them from nuclear retaliation. Indeed, there must be more than this, right? Zhao Junyu pondered while stroking his chin. Indeed, it is not merely this. Rebeal nodded in satisfaction and remarked. What they both seek is dominion rather than acquiring a barren land devoid of life and utility. If all the people perish, what value remains in their conquest? It is precisely this point Zhao Junyu, somewhat irritated, scratched his very short hair vigorously and stated. "Truly I detest politics and such matters." After taking a deep breath, he continued. "In any case, regardless of the circumstances, the impending great battle is unavoidable. Father, do you have any sound plans? You are well aware that Gene's Zaku possesses formidable capabilities. I am certainly aware of the enemy's Zaku capabilities, however. When it comes to plans," Rebeal replenished his empty teacup with tea, lifted it, and took another sip, saying, "There are no specific plans, merely an emphasis on fortifying defenses. If necessary, we shall withdraw our forces." Upon hearing this, Zhao Junyu was utterly taken aback. After a prolonged moment, he finally reacted, exclaiming loudly, What are you saying, Father? No, Father. You are General Rebeal. How can it be that there are no plans? Merely a focus on defense and troop reduction. What do you mean by saying you are General Rebeal? Do you think I am some sort of omnipotent being?" Rebeal frowned and retorted. This insolent brat? What does he mean by referring to his father? Is he expecting a magical pouch like that blue chubby character? No, what I mean is, you are among the few capable combatants in the entire Federation army. Is there truly no brilliant strategy to confront the enemy? Zhao Junyu gestured to clarify. He realized his words had displeased his father and hurriedly explained. There truly is nothing. Aware of his son's predicament, Rebeal remained unfazed and continued. The enemy's technological superiority is overwhelmingly strong, and we cannot predict their next point of attack. Thus, our current options are limited. How infuriating. Are we truly destined to remain in this passive defense? Zhao Junyu exclaimed anxiously. Moreover, what of the enemy's Zaku? Do we possess no weaponry capable of countering them? The Federation has invested considerable resources in weapon development. Can it be that only these rudimentary items have emerged? You are not mistaken in your assertions. Our current course of action is merely to bolster our defenses passively. After finishing his tea, Rebeal set down the cup and, with his eyes gleaming, proclaimed, Moreover, If Jean can develop such potent equipment, why can't our Federation do the same? Next, we must also develop powerful mobile suits, ones that surpass their Zaku, and at that moment, we shall strike back. Upon hearing this, Zhao Junyu was momentarily stunned, but then his eyes also sparkled as he exclaimed, "Father, are you suggesting that we too shall develop mobile suits? Is there a mobile suit even more formidable than the Zaku of Zeon? That is certainly the case. Otherwise, how could we mount a counterattack?" Rebuild declared resolutely. "That is indeed splendid. With such capabilities, we shall possess ample weaponry to retaliate against them," Zhao Junyu exclaimed with fervor. At this moment, he remained a rather naive military commander, and for someone of his disposition, superior weaponry was exceedingly enticing. However, a thought crossed his mind, prompting him to inquire, "But, father, can you persuade those obstinate old men? They may be reluctant to allocate substantial manpower and resources for the development of mobile suits. I am aware that this will be quite challenging, yet it stands as our sole means of counteraction." Rebuild replied slowly, "Nevertheless, you need not fret over this. I will ensure the preliminary preparations are adequately handled, and I shall undoubtedly convince those stubborn elders when the time comes. That reassures me. Given that our strategy has been established and we currently lack the means for a decisive counterstrike, with uncertainty surrounding the enemy's next moves, we can only passively enhance our defenses. Speaking of which, you are already aware of your promotion to captain. Have you considered where you would like to be stationed?" Rebuild inquired. "I am aware of my promotion, yet I have not contemplated my posting. After all, I am merely a captain. I shall leave it to the higher-ups to decide," Zhao Junyu languidly replied, reclining on the sofa with an air of indolence. "Then let us return to Zabolo together. There, a fighter squadron awaits, and you can commence your duties there," Rebuild suggested. "Very well," Zhao Junyu replied, still in a relaxed tone. Rebuild shook his head in resignation. The following morning, General Rebuild, along with all senior officials and others, returned to the Federal Army headquarters in Zabolo. On the day after their return to the base, the Federal Army issued an appointment letter designating General Rebuild as the Supreme Commander of the Federal Army, overseeing all its forces. Naturally, Zhao Junyu was also promoted to captain at this time. On the afternoon of the announcement, Rebuild commanded Admiral Southampton and others stationed on the Moon God 2 to return to Earth at the Zabolo base, appointing Major Huaqian as the base commander and promoting him to colonel. He may well be the fastest promoted individual in the history of the Federal Army, yet no one envied him, for it was hardly a worry-free position. At any moment, the base could fall victim to an enemy assault, and he might vanish into the cosmos along with it. The Federal Army commenced extensive preparations for war, enhancing defensive facilities in anticipation of a Zeon attack. The present atmosphere was entirely under Zeon's control, leaving the forces on Moon God 2 to merely defend themselves, unable to retaliate or assert dominance over the atmosphere. This situation permitted Zeon to launch attacks on the Federal Army from virtually anywhere on Earth. Soon enough, fears became reality. On February 7th, the Zeon forces initiated their assault, a historic event that would be referred to as the First Ascent Operation. Chapter 36. The commencement of grueling battles. The Zeon forces have finally begun their offensive, choosing an exceptionally strategic location for their attack. Europe, specifically Odessa. When Rebuild received this report, he exhaled deeply, realizing his suspicions had indeed been confirmed. However, he felt utterly powerless, as there was no way to ensure that Jean would not launch an assault from another location. The reason Jean chose Odessa as the primary target for attack was quite straightforward. The mineral veins in Odessa contained the very metals that Jean's forces were most in need of. If an attack was to be initiated, why not seize the most crucial resources first? This constituted the primary rationale behind the assault on Odessa. Initially, Rebuild could have convinced the higher echelons of the Federation Army to concentrate their main forces in Odessa. However, from the onset of hostilities, Jean had dispersed a significant amount of Minovsky particles in the outer atmosphere, causing that inept group to fret over the possibility of attacks from other directions, including a direct strike on Zabloro. Consequently, the outcome was a widespread defensive posture, yet with insufficient strength everywhere. From the moment the first landing apparatus touched down on the ground, within just a few days, a vast expanse of Europe had fallen under Jean's control, with Odessa at its epicenter. The Federation forces were retreating steadily, their defensive lines continuously withdrawing and their troops shrinking. Although the overall disparity in troop strength between the Federation and Jean was substantial, this was a localized conflict where Jean concentrated superior forces at a single point, compounded by an undeniable technological advantage, leaving the Federation with little option but to engage in passive defense. "Dear father, Uncle Edward is here too." Zhao Junyu hurriedly entered the room in Zabloro where his father, General Rebuild, sat with a furrowed brow, alongside Admiral Edward, or rather, He should now be referred to as Deputy Commander Edward. Ever since he was recalled from the Moon God 2 and managed to preserve the final vestiges of the space fleet, Admiral Edward had been promoted to the rank of general. With General Rebill's trust and the higher-ups' confidence in him, he had also become one of the deputy commanders of the Federation Army. Upon glancing at their expressions, Zhao Junyu sensed that the situation was dire. Yet he still inquired, "Father, Uncle Edward, how is the situation? Is it very grim?" Rebill, who had been sitting there smoking his pipe, took a deep drag from it and slowly exhaled. He then replied thoughtfully, "The situation is exceedingly dire. Although Jean's landing operation cannot be deemed entirely unexpected, the current quality of the Federation Army leaves much to be desired. Coupled with their immense technological advantages and soaring morale, the garrison at Odessa could not withstand even a day, no, I should say half a day, before they began their retreat. The continuously reconstructed defensive lines also proved incapable of withstanding even a day's assault from Jean, resulting in their swift collapse. Within just a few days, nearly half of the European continent has fallen under their control. The only solace we have at present is that the enemy possesses no aerial weaponry, and air superiority remains in our hands." "What? How could it be so dire? Europe has already lost nearly half." Zhao Junyu, having participated in the Battle of Rome, was acutely aware of the significant disparity in technological equipment between the Federation and the Jean. However, what he did not anticipate was the rapid loss of territory within just a few days. Even more disheartening was the realization that the defenses they had painstakingly constructed had failed to withstand even a single day's assault from the enemy. Such incompetence was utterly disheartening. Observing the worry etched on his father's face, Zhao Junyu felt a pang of sorrow and promptly inquired, "Father, would you like me to assist?" "No, not yet," came the reply, as Laybill gently tapped his pipe, allowing the ashes to cascade into the ashtray. He reached for a box nearby to refill his pipe with tobacco, only to have it snatched away by none other than his son. Zhao Junyu.it was particularly striking that Laybill, the highest-ranking commander of the Federation Army, accepted this act of defiance without protest, even as he received a fierce glare from his son. Under different circumstances, Zhao Junyu would never have dared to act thus. Yet, in the confines of his father's room, with only his father and Uncle Edward present, both familiar faces, he felt no need for restraint. While such behavior could be deemed disrespectful, it stemmed from Zhao Junyu's genuine concern for his father's well-being. Aware that his father had no other detrimental habits, he knew that during moments of worry or contemplation over troubling matters, Laybill had a tendency to smoke incessantly. Yet, given his father's advancing age, Zhao Junyu felt compelled to find ways to encourage him to smoke less for the sake of his health. Laybill, understanding his son's intentions and recognizing that this behavior occurred only in private, refrained from any further action. Though Laybill felt a profound sense of loss at the absence of his pipe, he persevered and continued, "Moreover, we are still too far from the European battlefield here in Shiburo. It will take your squadron considerable time to reach there, and by the time you arrive, the situation may have drastically changed. I have already communicated with the highest-ranking commander of the Federation forces and the military factories in that region, urging them to bolster defenses and expand armaments in every possible way to delay the enemy's advance." He paused momentarily, finally finding a substitute for his pipe in the form of a pen, which he began to twirl in his fingers. With a grave demeanor, he added, "Furthermore, although Jan has deployed a significant number of troops in Europe, this is far from their full potential. I have a lingering suspicion that they will launch another offensive, potentially opening up a second front, or even a third and fourth. The undeniable truth remains that their technological superiority and morale far exceed our own." Upon hearing these words, Zhao Junyu fell into silence. Indeed, although Jean had committed a considerable amount of military forces to the European theater, it was far from their entire strength. They might rely on their current technological supremacy to concentrate the remaining troops, launching a second front, thereby acquiring vast territories, populations, and resources, elements they urgently required. Contemplating this, he sighed and remarked, "It appears this will be a grueling battle in the near future. We have known this outcome for quite some time." "Haven't we?" sighed Deputy Commander Edward, sitting beside him. The remaining two individuals also sighed in resignation. "Well, I shall take my leave. Father, you and Uncle Edward can continue to ponder over this," Zhao Junyu said as he handed a pipe to Deputy Commander Edward, adding, "I entrust this to you, Uncle Edward. You must not allow my father to continue with it." With that, he exited the room. "What a troublesome lad," muttered Deputy Commander Edward as he watched Zhao Junyu depart. Consequently, the words of Commander Rebill materialized into reality. Merely days after the first descent operation by Jean commenced, on March 11, they executed a second descent operation. However, this endeavor differed from the last. Jean simultaneously launched attacks on two locations, both the eastern and western coasts of North America. These coasts were not only vital military bases but also significant ports with substantial populations. Predictably, the defending forces capitulated within less than 2 days, and the coastal bases and cities fell under Jean's control. Yet, this was not the cause of shock among the higher-ups. Rather, their greatest concern was their current position within the underground base of Chabro in South America. Indeed, Chabro's defenses were arguably the most formidable in the world, boasting artillery batteries and thick armored plating that could withstand even the most powerful nuclear detonations without breaching. However, the inability of nuclear weapons to penetrate did not imply the absence of alternative methods to breach its defenses. It did not preclude the possibility of persistent efforts yielding results. Now that Jean had firmly established a foothold on the two coasts of the former United States, the inevitable advance would continue, with the ultimate target being none other than the Federal Army's headquarters in Chabro. As the government officials observed the complete capitulation of the two coastal lines, panic ensued, prompting them to seek out the highest commander of the Federal Army, General Rebil. Similarly, surrounded by this frantic group, General Rebil felt a profound headache, akin to a swarm of flies buzzing incessantly around him, exacerbating his agitation, yet he could not express his frustration. General Rebil, did you not assert that Jean's resources were severely depleted? How is it then that they can conduct two descent operations? One official queried. General Rebil, how is it possible that Jean has now captured the two coastlines of North America, and the defending federal forces could not hold their ground for even 2 days? Another added. Commander Rebil, Jean is advancing relentlessly, and it is likely that he will soon reach Chabro. What shall we do? A large group of individuals wore anxious expressions, clamoring with questions. Driven to the brink of exasperation, General Rebil finally erupted, bellowing, "Silence!" His thunderous voice startled the high-ranking officials of the Federation, for while Rebil was stern during training, he was usually quite amiable. This outburst left them momentarily speechless. After taking a deep breath to regain his composure, Rebil addressed the assembly. Ladies and gentlemen, I understand your concerns, but I assure you, there is no need for alarm. I will personally command our forces and dispatch reinforcements to counter Jean's assault. Hearing this, the high-ranking officials felt a sense of relief. However, one still voiced a lingering worry. Commander, can we truly withstand Jean's attack with the reinforcements? A youthful voice then interjected from behind the assembly. I will also join the fray. This should alleviate your concerns. The officials turned to see the speaker was none other than Captain Alexander, the illustrious Eagle of Rome, Alexander João Rebil, two among them, familiar with the details of the Rome campaign, exclaimed in recognition. The others, upon hearing this, grasped the connection between this individual and General Rebil, which further assuaged their fears. If this man were to engage in battle, they could trust that General Rebil would command with utmost diligence, thereby safeguarding their lives. With Captain Alexander joining the fight, we can rest easy. Let us return and refrain from disturbing the commander's strategic operations. One of the leaders remarked, realizing that their pressure on Rebil was now unnecessary. The others nodded in agreement and gradually dispersed. Once the high-ranking officials had all departed, General Rebil sighed and said, Alex, why must you take such risks? He understood that his son's actions were primarily to alleviate his own burdens. Indeed, once the others learned that his son would also be deploying, they had dispersed. However, the battlefield was perilous. Valor alone did not guarantee survival. As his only son, Rebil was deeply concerned. Do not worry, father. I shall be fine. Zhao Junyu replied with an air of nonchalance, adding, besides, I would rather face the thrill of battle than remain here, confronted by the faces of these individuals. Alas, do take care of yourself, General Rebil sighed, patting his son's shoulder before turning to leave. He knew that his son's decision was already made, irreversible, and all he could do was accept it. Zhao Junyu was well aware of his father's sentiments, yet remaining at the base without the means to assist was equally distressing. Finally, being able to aid his father while also alleviating his worries was an opportunity he could not resist. Little did they both know, this was merely the beginning of Zhao Junyu's arduous struggle. Announcement. Chapter 37, First Ground Combat. At the Nugget Air Force Base. This is the Chabro Headquarters Direct Combat Squadron. I am Bloodcrow 1. Identification code SF03600101189. Tasked with leading my subordinate Bloodcrow Squadron for support. I request permission to land. Piloting the fighter jet through the skies, followed by several aircraft of the same model and livery, Zhao Junyu contacted the approaching Air Force Base. This is Nugget Air Force Base. The identification code has been confirmed. Bloodcrow Squadron, please proceed to land sequentially on runway 4, following the guiding lights. A relatively pleasant female voice echoed through the communicator, directing Zhao Junyu and his team. Understood. Zhao Junyu promptly informed his squadron members. Runway 4, follow the guiding lights. I will land first, and you will follow in order. He then maneuvered his aircraft for descent. Newgate Air Force Base is currently the closest and relatively safe base to the front lines of the Jin Army. Since Commander General Lieber consented to dispatch reinforcements from headquarters and Zhao Junyu agreed to proceed to the front. This base has received several squadrons of fighter jets and bombers from Chabro, and even the large transport aircraft, Jangpali and Midia, have been constantly busy receiving supplementary military supplies such as the Type 61 tanks. Nevertheless, even with such arrangements, the entire base remains far from full. Countless vehicles transport supplies to the front lines daily to fortify defenses. In each skirmish, numerous tanks are lost in efforts to stall the enemy's advance. Even with the advantageous air force providing support at the front, many aircraft are still shot down by the enemy. On the runway, the aircraft, having come to a halt and shut down their engines, were being towed into the hangar by ground vehicles. Once the jets were fully parked, ground crew members hurried over to commence their duties, while Zhao Junyu had already disembarked from his aircraft. Approaching him was an individual who handed him a key, stating, "Comrade Captain, accommodations for you and your subordinates have been arranged. Here is the key and number for your room. A combat meeting for your squadron and other units will be held at 0700 hours tomorrow in the conference room. Please ensure your attendance." "I understand. Thank you for your hard work," he replied, accepting the key. After relaying a few instructions to his subordinates, Zhao Junyu collected his personal belongings, accompanied by Harlow, and proceeded to his room. After taking a shower, he promptly fell into a deep slumber. In truth, he was not fond of leading a team. A poor commander can doom the entire army. Although Zhao Junyu could not be classified as incompetent, the burden of responsibility weighed heavily upon him once he took command, especially given the significant disparity between the enemy and their forces. This left him feeling increasingly uncertain about ensuring their safe return. However, with his rank elevated, according to those above him, it was imperative to hold a position commensurate with his status. Thus he found himself leading a small squadron. However, now that Zhao Junyu and his companions have arrived at the front lines, he wishes to cast aside all thoughts and simply indulge in a restful slumber, so he may muster enough vigor for the battles that lie ahead. As for the newly assigned squad, he can only strive to safeguard them to the best of his abilities, for this is a battlefield, and even this lieutenant, revered by the government, cannot guarantee his own return. The following morning, after Zhao Junyu had completed his morning rituals and breakfast, he gathered with the rest of his team and made their way to the conference room. Upon arrival, he learned that, just the day before, the fourth line of defense established by the Federal Army had been breached. Given the pace of Jin's advance, even if they paused for rest during the night, they were expected to reach the fifth line of defense by 1,000 hours this morning. Their fighter jets and bombers were tasked with supporting the Federal Army along the defensive line. Indeed, the enemy's speed was alarmingly swift, Zhao Junyu pondered as he listened to the mission briefing. When he led his troops here, the enemy had only just breached the third line of defense. Yet by the time he arrived after a day's journey, they had already penetrated the fourth line. Clearly, the Federal defenses were incapable of withstanding the enemy's onslaught for even a single day. After the mission briefing, Zhao Junyu and the other pilots proceeded to the changing room to don their flight suits. While changing, a youthful voice nearby lamented, "Those army fellows are utterly incompetent. They couldn't hold off the enemy for even a day. And we have our headquarters Air Force coming to their aid. What a waste." Zhao Junyu turned to the speaker, a member of his squad named Thompson. He had a handsome appearance but an overly flamboyant disposition, resembling a playboy who frequented nightclubs in search of fleeting encounters. His capabilities were said to be satisfactory, but given Zhao Junyu's brief tenure, he could not claim to know him well. Nonetheless, he understood that if this individual maintained such a dismissive attitude towards the enemy on the battlefield, it would not be long before he became a lifeless corpse. With a hint of scorn in his voice, Zhao Junyu replied, "Thompson, if you approach the battlefield with that mindset, I can assure you that it won't be long before you and your aircraft become nothing but wreckage, eternally left behind." "Captain, there is no need for such words. We are the elite fighter squadron from headquarters, not those useless army iron tortoises who retreat at every turn, unable to hold a line for even a day," Thompson retorted, visibly displeased. "Indeed, while I share your disdain for the army's inability to hold the line, do you truly believe this is solely a reflection of their incompetence?" Zhao Junyu replied calmly, "Isn't it?" Thompson questioned, perplexed. "I cannot definitively assert that the army is entirely inept. However, the formidable strength of Jin is indisputable. If the enemy were genuinely so feeble, we would not have faced such a dire situation in Rome. Do you also believe that cosmic military might is without merit?" Zhao Junyu, having donned his pilot suit, calmly remarked while making his final preparations, Thompson was momentarily at a loss for words, for he was acutely aware that his captain hailed from the Cosmic Army, and he did not subscribe to the notion that all members of the Cosmic Army were inept. After all, it was inconceivable that someone lacking competence could ascend to the position of Supreme Commander of the Federal Army. At the time of Commander Rebel's Second Fleet, and indeed even now, it remained one of the few elite forces, yet it had been nearly annihilated by Jean. He muttered softly, "I apologize, Captain. I was mistaken. Confidence is not inherently flawed, but excessive self-assurance may lead to arrogance, blinding one to the realities at hand." Once Zhao Junyu completed his preparations, he picked up his helmet and turned to Thompson, advising, "Do not envision yourself as invincible, nor should you underestimate the enemy in the theater of war. One must tread cautiously to maximize the chances of survival. Of course, this merely allows for the greatest possibility of survival, as the battlefield is beyond our control." The atmosphere grew somewhat somber, prompting the nearby soldiers to cease their activities in unison. Sensing the weight of the moment, Zhao Junyu aimed to temper Thompson's pride and, with a reassuring pat on his shoulder, smiled and said, "Now, do not wear such a grave expression. Remember, once on the battlefield, avoid excessive confidence, do not belittle the enemy, exert your utmost effort, and respond with caution. Trust in your ability to return safely, and that will suffice." Understanding his captain's intent to curb his arrogance, Thompson smiled back with unwavering resolve, declaring, "I understand, Captain. I will not be so foolish as to underestimate my opponent, and I will ensure my safe return." "Excellent. With that conviction, you will endure longer," Zhao Junyu replied with a smile, giving Thompson's shoulder a firmer pat. He then turned to the other pilots, instructing, "Remember, once on the battlefield, discard all extraneous thoughts. Focus solely on two principles. Eliminate the enemy and preserve yourself. Everything else is trivial. If you wish to lead a good life and reunite with those you cherish, you must adhere to these two tenets. Do you comprehend?" "Understood, Commander." The surrounding personnel responded loudly. "Very well. Let us take flight, O Eagles!" Zhao Junyu shouted as he donned his helmet, leading the charge outwards. The others vociferously echoed their support, bolstering their morale as they followed Zhao Junyu into the fray point one by one. The aircraft descended from Newgate Base, commencing their support of the frontline operations. Among the jets taking off, the most conspicuous were the fighters of the Blood Crow Squadron. Although the Swordfish fighters could operate within the atmosphere, their numbers remained limited, and their distinctive paint scheme was indeed quite unconventional. The inky black backdrop, coupled with its distinctive insignia, presents a raven of obsidian hue. Its penetrating crimson eyes and the blood that trickles from the corners of its beak serve as ominous harbingers of its extraordinary nature. It is evident that this is no ordinary crow. Most notably, the emblem of Captain Zhao Junyu stands out, a raven with eyes of blood-red intensity, devoid of visible blood at the corners of its beak. Yet its outstretched wings and the scythe it clutches in its talons unmistakably signify its role as the harbinger of death from the netherworld. As Zhao Junyu surveyed the frontline skies, the dire situation became immediately apparent. The towering steel giant, looming at a height of several meters, had yet to breach the defenses constructed by the Federation. But the distance to impact was alarmingly short. Many firing positions had already succumbed, and it was evident to any discerning observer that the collapse of this defensive line was merely a matter of time. How infuriating. Has it come to this so swiftly? Are the enemies truly that formidable, or has the incompetence of the army reached a critical threshold? If this continues, not only will my father's counteroffensive plan be in jeopardy, but the Federation's ability to endure even a year will be at stake. Enough of this. We shall fight on. After venting his frustrations, Zhao Junyu activated his communicator, addressing his subordinates, Bloodraven 1 calling all units. As previously discussed, form pairs and engage the enemy to support ground forces. Remember, survival is paramount. "Yes, sir," came the unified response. Thus, Zhao Junyu's inaugural combat mission on Earth commenced. Chapter 39. Return, Breakthrough, Strategy. How reckless. Such disregard for life is truly terrifying. Zhao Junyu mused, pressing his right hand against the wound on his left arm. Indeed, he had not been shot down by the enemy, yet his aircraft had sustained damage that left him injured. Nevertheless, he counted himself fortunate. Retrieving a first-aid medical kit with his left hand, he bandaged the injured area while inquiring, "Harlow, what is the damage assessment? Is there any risk of explosion?" Upon receiving Harlow's affirmative response, Zhao Junyu glanced at the instruments, adjusted his bearings, and set course for Newgate Base. Along the way, his mind wandered back to the most perilous attack he had faced thus far, not anticipating that the most dangerous moment would occur on the battlefield of Earth, and in a scenario far removed from large-scale engagements. After exhausting his missiles, Zhao Junyu had immediately ascended to leave, only to witness the fury of Jin's captain, whose wrath ignited upon realizing that another of his subordinates had fallen to the black aircraft. In a fit of rage and devoid of reason, he disregarded his position and the attacks from other Federation forces, fixating solely on Zhao Junyu's craft, unleashing a relentless barrage until his newly replenished magazine was entirely expended. During his ascent, Zhao Junyu felt an imminent sense of danger as the enemy recklessly targeted him. Startled, he hastily maneuvered to evade their onslaught. The machine gun is an intriguing contraption. Its accuracy, particularly during sustained fire, is surprisingly low. However, when a volley of bullets is unleashed, as long as one's aim isn't drastically off, it is almost inevitable that one or two targets will be struck. The current situation mirrored this notion. Although the distance between the Zaku and the aircraft was not considerable, the spatial environment severely hampered Zhao Junyu's performance. Furthermore, the captain of the enemy forces demonstrated commendable skill, and with a nearly full magazine at his disposal, even Zhao Junyu's keen sense of impending danger could not withstand the relentless barrage that rained down upon him. He was ultimately grazed by a bullet on the left side of the cockpit, sending shards of debris flying and inflicting a wound to his left arm. Upon narrowly escaping, Zhao Junyu found himself perplexed. Was that individual truly reckless? Standing there, expending all his ammunition, did he possess such confidence that the Federation's fire could not reach him? As he glanced towards the position of the Zaku that had been targeting him, the truth dawned upon him. That individual was not confident, but rather utterly indifferent to his own life. The Army's 61st style tanks, witnessing a Zaku stationary and persistently firing at the aircraft above, were elated and immediately unleashed a barrage of fire upon it. One cannot deny that while the overall quality of the Federation's forces may be lacking, the gunners exhibited commendable marksmanship, especially when the target was a colossal, unmoving figure. A barrage of artillery shells rained down, and apart from a few that whizzed by, nearly all found their mark. Regrettably, the captain of the enemy squadron, who was so intent on turning Zhao Junyu into a sieve, ultimately became a victim himself, as the massive steel giant collapsed to the ground with a thunderous crash. Seeing the fallen Zaku, Zhao Junyu dismissed any further concerns, as the matter no longer pertained to him, and took flight. After a rudimentary bandaging of his wound, he began to ponder on his way back to the base. He sensed that, given the current capabilities of the aircraft, there remained a substantial gap when confronting the enemy's Zaku. Coupled with the environmental constraints on Earth, this disparity was further exacerbated. Even if his skills could compensate for some of the deficiencies, if the aircraft could not keep pace with his reflexes, then it seemed prudent to consult with the maintenance crew upon his return, to explore potential adjustments to enhance atmospheric performance. Lost in thought, he arrived at Newgate Air Force Base. This is Blood Crow 1. The aircraft has sustained damage and requests permission to land. Please advise on the runway. This is Newgate Control Tower. We acknowledge your situation. Please proceed to land on runway 2. Understood. Initiating landing now. With that, Zhao Junyu piloted the damaged aircraft, which swayed precariously as it descended onto the runway. Once the aircraft came to a halt, maintenance personnel swiftly approached to guide it into the hangar for repairs. As the hatch opened, a technician connected a data cable to the aircraft, commencing the retrieval of diagnostic information. Meanwhile, Zhao Junyu struggled to exit the cockpit with one hand, assisted by nearby personnel as he disembarked. He then inquired, given the circumstances, is it feasible to complete the repairs in a short time frame? Unfortunately, with this level of damage, it will take at least until tomorrow to restore it fully. Moreover, Captain, given your circumstances, it seems you are unable to pilot the fighter jet and participate in combat missions for the next couple of days. Isn't that so? Remarked the individual assisting him. Indeed, it is true, and I must also visit the hospital to attend to my wounds. Zhao Junyu responded, glancing at his own ARM.AT that moment. The technician in charge of data retrieval announced, data reading complete. After which, he removed Hello from its position and placed it on the ground. Zhao Junyu patted the shoulder of the person who had helped him down, saying, I leave the repairs of the aircraft in your capable hands. I shall first make my way to the hospital. With that, he departed, taking Hello with him. On the way to the hospital, the streets were bustling with individuals coming and going, with numerous personnel carrying the wounded, while others transported supplies. Observing the incessant flow of people, Zhao Junyu could not help but lament that even in modern warfare, despite the tremendous power of weaponry and the escalating casualties, there remained a multitude of injuries on the battlefield. Within the rear hospital, a significant number of wounded soldiers inundated the premises, and the airfield showed no signs of respite, with steel pelicans and midias ceaselessly traversing between the front lines and the rear, delivering supplies and the injured. As he made his way to the hospital, The procession of wounded soldiers continued, with fresh casualties being transported for treatment, and those who had received care preparing to board flights to the rear base hospitals for convalescence. The cries of the injured and the acrid scent of blood permeated the entire street, evoking a profound sense of helplessness and sorrow within Zhao Junyu as he confronted the grim realities of war. Upon arriving at the hospital, he found that his injuries were not severe, merely superficial damage, yet it would impede his performance in combat. Consequently, all he could do was recuperate at the Air Force Base. After a brief treatment, Zhao Junyu returned to rest. Within the bustling rear base, it seemed that the quarters for fighter pilots might be the only sanctuaries of tranquility. After a night of rest, he managed to recover from the fatigue of the previous day's battles. However, as he had anticipated, the defensive line established had failed to withstand support into the following day, ultimately collapsing by the afternoon. The Federation was now establishing a new defensive line several dozen kilometers behind the original position. It appeared that, given the current armaments of the Federation, there was indeed little hope of fending off the enemy's assaults. Perhaps I should confer with Father to explore alternative strategies to slow the Federation's withdrawal, Zhao Junyu pondered, shaking his head at the military reports that had come through. That evening, Zhao Junyu utilized his communicator to reach out to his father, General Rabiel, the commander-in-chief of the Federation Army. Father, have those ineffectual executives begun to trouble you once more? Upon initiating the video call, Zhao Junyu beheld his father, Rabiel, clad in his nightwear, leisurely puffing on a pipe. It is evident that his father is being a nuisance, yet he feels compelled to articulate his thoughts clearly. Thus, he continued, Father, the Federal Army cannot persist in this manner. With our current armaments, even with a defensive line as a support, we are still unable to impede the enemy's advance. We must devise a solution. Rabiel, after taking a few puffs from his pipe, responded, What can those fellows accomplish? You should already be aware of this without my saying it. I am well aware that our military equipment cannot withstand the enemy's onslaught, but alas, these are the resources at our disposal, and we can only utilize what we have. That's so. What method do you propose to slow the enemy's pace? I have an idea, Zhao Junyu stated resolutely, though it is rather audacious and carries certain risks. Pray, share this audacious and perilous idea of yours. Given our current predicament, we have nothing to lose by entertaining such thoughts. What we should fear is a lack of ideas. Rabiel urged firmly. Since the onset of battle, our forces have suffered tremendous losses. However, we have also successfully destroyed a considerable number of the enemy's Zaku. Moreover, as of now, we still maintain air superiority, and the enemy's rapid advance does not allow them the luxury of thoroughly clearing the battlefield. This presents us with an opportunity. We could deploy a significant number of media transport aircraft to recover those Zaku that have been shot down but not yet retrieved by the enemy. This would allow us to study and repair them, thereby acquiring their technology and equipping ourselves with comparable weaponry. Such a strategy might indeed slow the enemy's progression. Zhao Junyu spoke slowly. Rabiel remained silent, merely puffing on his pipe, which saddened Zhao Junyu. If only the two were not separated by distance, he would have seized his father's pipe to prevent him from smoking. In truth, Rabiel had been contemplating this very matter for days, yet he remained uncertain, as such an approach was undeniably perilous and reckless. However, the fact that his son had reached out to him with a similar proposal made him consider its feasibility. After a moment of contemplation, he set down his pipe and solemnly inquired, Alex, are you certain this plan is viable? At least for the time being, we possess no equipment capable of resisting the enemy's Zaku. This is the only alternative available to us, Zhao Junyu replied, shaking his head. Very well, I understand. I shall arrange for the troops to commence implementation of this plan. Chapter 40. The intent to kill the Blood Crow squad. After Commander Rabiel and his son confirmed the operational plan, Commander Rabiel discreetly commenced the deployment of media transport aircraft to gather the damaged Zaku units that had been shot down by the Federation forces but had not yet been reclaimed by the Xi'an army. These impaired Zaku units were poised to become invaluable research materials for the Federation, and according to Zhao Junyu, the repaired and modified Zaku would serve as the most effective weapon to resist and slow down the advance of the Xi'an forces. Currently, the primary armaments of the Federation include the Type 61 tanks, swordfish fighters, and the flyer bombers, which can be regarded as the finest conventional weaponry in the world today, exhibiting commendable power and performance. However, this assessment is contingent upon the comparison made. When juxtaposed with earlier equipment or the weaponry of anti-Federation factions, the Federation's arsenal appears remarkably superior. Yet, when compared to the Zaku, the mainstay weapon of Xi'an, the disparity is stark. It has now been a month since Xi'an's initial landing operations commenced. In the beginning, Xi'an, leveraging its formidable weaponry and high morale, achieved consecutive victories, seizing vast territories on Earth and leaving the Federation forces in utter disarray. However, as time has progressed, the once thundering offensive of the Zeon army, akin to a surging flood, has faltered due to their insufficient national strength and inadequate logistical support, leading to a shortage of troops. The Zeon advance has come to an abrupt halt, reminiscent of a turned-off faucet. Nonetheless, even with this cessation, the Zeon forces continue to occupy nearly two-thirds of Earth's landmass. With their offensive now paused, they have turned their focus to internal matters, as their resources have been stretched thin, and they are currently unable to fully digest the territories they have captured from the Federation. During this past month, Zhao Junyu has consistently engaged at the front lines, yet the ongoing clashes have resulted in a steady retreat of the front line towards the Federation's rear. Despite his relentless assaults, he has been unable to effect any significant change, especially concerning his Blood Crow squad. Following their initial sortie, during which 2 of their aircraft were shot down by the enemy, the squad has seen a continuous influx of new recruits. However, the rate of losses has outpaced their reinforcements. It is worth noting that even Zhao Junyu himself has narrowly escaped being shot down on several occasions, leaving a record of damage to his aircraft. The squad suffered its most severe losses in the 3 days preceding the slowdown of the enemy's offensive. During that period, the Zeon army mounted an exceptionally potent assault. It was only afterwards that the Federation realized the extent of the planning that had gone into this offensive, as Zeon aimed to inflict maximum damage and capture as much territory as possible before halting their attacks. To achieve this objective, they mobilized every available troop from various locations, leaving only the bare minimum for defensive duty while committing the remainder to this battle. From the very onset of that battle, the Federal Army found itself utterly bewildered. Initially, they had perceived the Jin forces' offensive as beginning to wane, which bolstered their confidence in resisting the enemy's onslaught. Consequently, the Federal Army fortified their defenses with even greater diligence and resilience. Determined to thwart this impending assault, they established a total of 5 defensive lines, each surpassing the previous ones in strength. Yet, the ferocity of the enemy's attack shattered the Federal Army's previously steadfast resolve. The first 3 lines of defense were expected to withstand the enemy's assault for at least 2 hours each. However, the grim reality was that none of them lasted even an hour. In total, these 3 lines held for approximately 2.5 hours before being completely overrun. It was utterly confounding. The Jin army's assault was alarmingly atypical, exhibiting an intensity that rivaled, if not exceeded, that of their initial strikes. At this rate, the defenses would surely crumble. Having just downed a Zaku and witnessing the chaos below, Zhao Junyu, piloting his 3 Matjella tanks, circled in the sky, anxiously observing the battlefield. He knew that the conditions on the ground directly influenced their aerial operations. As he spoke, his gaze drifted toward the horizon, where several dark figures were swiftly approaching his position. Upon recognizing these figures, his brow furrowed even more deeply, and he murmured, "Moreover, the skies are becoming increasingly perilous. I hadn't anticipated the Jin forces' rapidity. They've already deployed fighter jets into the fray." This development meant their situation had become even more dire. What approached Zhao Junyu was none other than the newly developed dopey fighter jets of the Jin army, which had just begun to see active service. Go be candid, the fighter's design left much to be desired. Aerodynamically, it was ill-suited for Earth. However, its formidable engines bestowed it with remarkable maneuverability and speed. While it may not match the Federal's Swordfish in certain respects, its unique configuration granted it firepower that surpassed the Swordfish, inflicting significant losses on the Federal Air Force during engagements. Attention, all units. The enemy's aircraft are incoming. Exercise caution and do not allow yourselves to be shot down. Zhao Junyu immediately alerted his squad and the Allied forces upon spotting the enemy jets. Fortunately, the enemy's new fighters were still in limited production, and their range was relatively short. While they posed a considerable nuisance, they did not yet constitute a fatal threat to the entire Federal Air Force. Blood Crow Squadron, come with me to eliminate those pesky flies. Zhao Junyu resolved to prioritize the neutralization of the enemy aircraft, understanding that even a few jets attacking from above could spell trouble. With that, he led his squad and several nearby fighter squadrons into a charge against the enemy's aircraft. During this period, the Blood Crow Squadron engaged in relentless sorties, suffering losses and replenishments, leaving only Zhao Junyu and Thompson from the original crew. In the sky, the fighter jets from both sides resembled 2 arrowheads poised to clash, engaging in a fierce confrontation that soon devolved into a stalemate, with both parties entangled in a struggle. Amidst this relentless pursuit, Zhao Junyu suddenly recalled a phrase, though he struggled to remember its origin. "War is but a farce." This statement resonated with undeniable truth. Indeed, from the most primitive forms of combat, warfare has evolved, from cold weapons to firearms, and now to modern precision-guided munitions. Yet, With the advent of new weaponry, these guided munitions have begun to lose their efficacy, and the methods of combat seem to regress. Aerial engagements, once dominated by precision weaponry, have now reverted to an era of cannons exchanging fire, all due to the emergence of Minovsky particles. As for missiles, the prospect of using them at long range is fraught with peril. They were reluctant to risk hitting their own forces, potentially even themselves, and thus would only employ them when absolutely necessary. Zhao Junyu had locked onto his first target and pursued it for an extended duration. In earlier times, his skills would have easily brought the enemy down, yet now, the adversary's capabilities were commendable, and the ineffectiveness of missiles below a certain range, coupled with the intermittent fire from numerous enemy Zaku's below, prolonged his pursuit for several minutes. At last, he successfully locked onto the enemy, unleashing a hail of lethal bursts from his 425mm cannons, obliterating the first enemy fighter in this battlefield. The relentless exchange of fire continued for another 3 minutes, during which Zhao Junyu managed to down a second aircraft. Ultimately, the Jin Air Force, hindered by insufficient numbers, was nearly annihilated by the Federal Air Force, with only a few planes managing to return. Zhao Junyu confirmed that his own squadron, already diminished by 1 aircraft, had lost another, leaving only 3 fighters remaining. The Blood Crow Squadron, an elite unit, enjoyed priority resupply, yet as the war dragged on, all units required replenishment. It was unrealistic to expect all the finest resources to be allocated solely to them. Consequently, this sortie saw the Blood Crow Squadron operating at less than full strength. After returning to their rear base for resupply, they once again returned to the battlefield. Perhaps the Jin forces had exhausted their momentum, or perhaps the Federal Ground Army had finally regained their composure. In any case, the Jin forces found themselves ensnared by the Federals' 4th defensive line, currently engaged in combat there. However, as the battle intensified, the situation became increasingly dire, with shells and bullets raining down. A perilous reminder that no one was safe from the threat of these lethal projectiles. As the conflict escalated, the ground troops required their cover more than ever, yet caution was paramount. The current circumstances were more treacherous than before. After alerting the remaining members of his squad, Zhao Junyu dove downwards, launching an assault on some Jin ground forces. Yet again, the ominous black fighter appeared. How long must they continue until they eradicated every last one of them? The commander of the Jin forces, overseeing the offensive in this sector, seethed with anger upon witnessing the 3 dark silhouettes descending from the heavens. During this period, Zhao Junyu had garnered a certain degree of renown within the Jin army, not solely due to the Federation's own propaganda, but also owing to his leadership of the Bloodraven Squad. Although the accomplishments of the Bloodraven Squad and their missions did not significantly alter the overall battlefield dynamics, and they often sustained injuries, it was an indisputable fact that wherever their dark aircraft appeared, losses would inevitably ensue. As time progressed, a plethora of chaotic rumors began to circulate within the Jin army. Moreover, as they began to spot the Bloodravens, they initiated commands to eliminate them. Despite their efforts resulting in the downing of several black aircraft, none were entirely eradicated, and on the second occasion of their attack, those ominous black silhouettes re-emerged before their eyes. This time, I am determined to bring down every last one of those ill-fated black machines. Zhao Junyu inwardly cursed as he noticed the sudden focus of attention directed at him. Yet his hands moved swiftly, maneuvering his aircraft with agile rolls to evade enemy fire. Once he stabilized his aircraft again, he began to grumble internally. I have never committed any heinous acts that would invoke the wrath of heaven or man. However, just as this thought crossed his mind, he weakly appended, perhaps that is indeed the case. At this moment, the ground commander of the defensive line also perceived the shift in circumstances. The intensity of the Jin army's assault had markedly diminished, resulting in a significant alleviation of pressure on the troops stationed along the line. This revelation left the federal commander momentarily stunned, only to be swiftly overtaken by elation. After all, who wouldn't be pleased? Just mere minutes prior, the defensive line seemed on the verge of collapse. Even amidst the Federation's frequent defeats, such an outcome would tarnish their record. Now that the pressure on the line had lessened, he could sustain it for a longer duration, significantly improving the appearance of their records. He commanded the troops to reorganize and reinforce the defensive line. The commander promptly issued orders for his forces to reconstruct the defenses, emphasizing that as long as they had not received orders to retreat or the line had not been breached, they must hold their ground. However, his curiosity compelled him to lift the nearby binoculars and gaze towards the front line where combat was ongoing. Pondering, what could account for this situation that the enemy's assault has inexplicably weakened? At that very moment, on the side of the Jin army, despite having committed the majority of their forces to confront the Federal Air Force, thereby diminishing their ground combat capabilities, one would expect the Federal Army to retaliate with heavy firepower. Yet, reality unfolded differently as the Federation seized this opportunity to reorganize their defenses and reinforce their fortifications. This back and forth led to a sudden calmness in the previously intense ground skirmishes. This is truly splendid. Seizing this opportunity, we concentrate our firepower to eliminate the ominous Black Fighter Squadron of the Federation. Observing the Federation forces, which have similarly diminished their firepower, the commander of the Gene Army felt a surge of joy, as this meant he would possess greater firepower to achieve his objectives, all while ensuring minimal damage to his own side. What kind of unit could provoke such a grandiose response from the Gene Army as they focused their efforts on attacking the Air Force? The Federation commander murmured in astonishment as he gazed through his binoculars. Lowering them, he inquired of his aide nearby. Which squadron of fighter jets is supporting our defensive line? Please investigate at once. The aide promptly took his leave to conduct the inquiry. Soon, he returned with the results, stating, "Commander, I have the information. The squadrons supporting us include the 217th, 255th, 342nd, 366th, and the Blood Raven Squadron." Blood Raven Squadron? The Federation commander found the name familiar, furrowing his brow in contemplation. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he confirmed with his aide. Is the Blood Raven Squadron not led by Captain Alexander, known as the Eagle of Rum? Indeed, it is him. This spells significant trouble. Grabbing the report, the commander scrutinized the information, his brow furrowing into a tight knot as he whispered to himself. Captain Alexander's fame was not a result of his own desire, yet the consecutively defeated Federation forces were in dire need of a hero. The emergence of a hero could shift focus, elevate morale, and instill the belief that with a hero, failure was not an option. However, as a senior commander within the Federation Army, he did not equate heroism with invincibility. Without adequate support, heroes could also perish. Moreover, due to the extensive promotion by higher-ups, only a fool would be unaware of his lineage. The surname Rebel is not common, and this captain is the sole offspring of the current Supreme Commander. Should anything happen to him, the trouble for the commander would be monumental, especially if it were to be revealed that this was due to his decision to reduce firepower while reorganizing the defensive line. The thought sent cold sweat trickling down his forehead. His mind raced, and he promptly issued a command. Relay my orders immediately. Reinforce the fortifications everywhere. As soon as the fortifications are repaired, without needing further consultation, launch an attack on the enemy without giving them a moment to breathe. Furthermore, inform them that should anyone dare to delay, once I find out, they will face severe consequences. Understood. Yes, my subordinate will relay this at once. The aide, not daring to delay, swiftly set about his task. A person capable of serving as a senior commander's aide for an extended period must possess at least a modicum of intelligence. Upon witnessing the results of this inquiry, he realized that the situation had escalated considerably. He was well aware of who Captain Alexander was. If something were to happen to him, no, this command must be conveyed with utmost clarity, and I must personally oversee it, with stringent vigilance. Damn it. Another aircraft has been shot down? This is troublesome. Our numbers are dwindling. Having narrowly evaded another attack from the Gene forces, Zhao Junyu, who had just stabilized the balance of his aircraft, was horrified to see one of his own planes struck by Gene machine gun fire. Erupting into a massive fireball, he understood better than anyone that the current federal forces could only contend with the Gene Army by relying on sheer numerical superiority, and now, with over half of their air fleet downed, their numbers were wholly insufficient. This is Bloodcrow 1, calling command headquarters. Due to substantial losses among our aircraft, we are requesting to return to base. Zhao Junyu recognized that the Air Force could no longer remain in this perilous location. Staying any longer would only result in further needless losses. He promptly attempted to contact the command headquarters for this defensive operation, but regrettably, the only response he received was a crackling static, indicative of poor communication. Command headquarters, can you hear me? Command headquarters. Zhao Junyu, undeterred, persisted in his attempts, yet the replies remained unchanged. Damn it, cursed Gene. Have they somehow managed to deploy a Minovsky particle generator here? Frustrated, Zhao Junyu hung up the communication device, his heart brimming with rage. However, due to the interference, there was no way to reach the rear command center. Unless a rout occurred or supplies became available, their air force could not retreat. They had only recently arrived on the battlefield. Their fuel and ammunition still adequate, and their defensive line remained unbroken. Retreat was not an option. Captain, help. Fizzled the radio. Zhao Junyu pondered whether to disobey orders and return his troops to the rear base without explicit new commands. An unwelcome communication crackled through his receiver. Blood Crow 3, what is happening? Respond immediately. Blood Crow 3. Zhao Junyu's urgent calls yielded no response. His head turned frantically as he searched for his subordinates. To his dismay, he spotted an aircraft, now a fireball, disintegrating in the air. He knew this had to be one of his subordinates' planes. Damn it! Zhao Junyu's heart swelled with intense anger and grief. Yet amid this turmoil, there lingered a sense of resignation and numbness. After enduring countless instances of his subordinates perishing in battle, he understood that no amount of fury would change the situation. He must accept it. Yet, he was still a man, an ordinary individual capable of emotions. Blood Crow 2, Thompson? You bastard, are you still shamelessly alive? If so, give me a sign. Zhao Junyu's anxiety grew. Over the past month, the battles had been relentless. And within the entire squad, aside from himself and Thompson, countless replacements had been made. He could not bear the thought of losing this final veteran. In a swift turn of events, Zhao Junyu received a reply. Yet the outcome was far from what he had anticipated. Zizizi Captain, I am still alive Zizizi, but I believe it won't be long. Zizizi Thompson's response had come through, but the fragmented nature of the communication heightened Zhao Junyu's anxiety, which had only just begun to ebb. What was happening? Had he been struck? Then why was he not hastily parachuting to safety, lingering inside instead? Zhao Junyu shouted urgently. Cough cough Zizizi Captain. It's not that I do not wish to parachute to safety, but I am unable to do so. Thompson's voice sounded increasingly frail. Unable to parachute? What on earth is happening? Explain yourself quickly. Zhao Junyu pressed on, growing more frantic. Zizizi, the escape system has been Zizizi damaged by the enemy, rendering it inoperable. Zizizi, and I was struck by shrapnel from the recent explosion. Zizizi gravely injured. Then what are you still doing there? Hurry back. Are you waiting to die here? Waiting to die? Perhaps that is indeed the case. No, it would be more accurate to say it is an unavoidable fate. This injury has severely affected my internals, and the current condition of the aircraft makes it impossible to return. Strangely, this communication was unusually clear, allowing Zhao Junyu to discern the sorrow in Thompson's words as he continued. Captain, I am truly sorry. It seems I must take my leave this time. I had thought I would always be by your side, protecting you, the one who is younger than us, more skilled, yet always putting on a brave front. Alas, it seems this time is truly different. I must go to meet those 3 old brothers. Captain, you must survive for us. To witness the beautiful future we could not see, do not come to join us too early. As soon as Thompson finished speaking, the communication was abruptly severed. Zhao Junyu's anxiety escalated. He shouted repeatedly, Thompson, you bastard, what are you doing? Answer me quickly. Do you hear me? Thompson, Thompson, Peter, Aguli, Jinzhong, you 3 scoundrels, wait for me. I am coming right away. Save some good wine for me. Thompson muttered to himself as he piloted the battered aircraft in a steep dive. It transformed into a black shadow. Announcement. This site recommends a free novel. Chapter 42. Useless anger? A battered aircraft descended like a black specter, diving straight towards the nearest Zaku. How could this fellow dare to charge straight ahead without evasion? Is he truly unafraid of death? The pilot of the Zaku, upon noticing the descending black aircraft, began to fire at it. However, when he saw the aircraft hurtling towards him without any attempt to dodge, he became flustered. What he did not anticipate was that his flippant remark had inadvertently revealed the pilot's mindset. Indeed, the pilot of the aircraft was unafraid of death, or rather, to be more precise, he did not fear death because he was already resigned to his fate. How rare it is to witness the Iron Reaper, in the eyes of the Federal Army, succumb to fear. Coughing lightly, Thompson observed the somewhat disordered movements of the Zaku, now fraught with panic, and could not help but tease. However, the severe injuries he sustained forced him to cough up blood. Gazing at the viscous liquid that he had expelled, Thompson realized that his time was dwindling. Was the hour of reckoning imminent? Yet, before that moment arrived, he resolved to drag at least one more soul down to hell with him. His thoughts solidified with an intensified determination. Meanwhile, Zhao Junyu, understanding the perilous intentions lurking within Thompson's mind, anxiously piloted his aircraft, spiraling through the sky in search of Thompson's figure. He soon spotted him, but what met his eyes was the last scene he wished to behold. This man, could he possibly be contemplating? The battered black fighter, undeterred by the bullets that grazed its hull, maintained its relentless course straight towards him. The pilot of the Zaku finally comprehended the intentions of this audacious aviator. What had begun as a mere state of confusion had now devolved into utter despair. The Zaku pilot, already struggling to maintain control, became increasingly erratic. The suicidal assault of the Federal pilot, aware of his impending doom, ushered in an unprecedented terror of death, transforming what was once deemed a mere scrap of a fighter into a ravenous beast poised to devour him. Within the cockpit, the Zaku pilot descended into frenzied madness, his fingers incessantly pressing the attack button, his voice a cacophony of shouts. "Stay away! Stay away! Die! Die! Don't come any closer!" Witnessing the Zaku's actions devolve into a state even beneath that of a novice. A smile crept onto Thompson's face, a smile imbued with pride, cruelty, madness, and an unwillingness to part. As he neared the Zaku, Thompson shouted with fervor, "No matter how much you are labeled as the Grim Reaper, at the end of the day, you are still human. No one is truly unafraid of death. Come with me to hell and apologize to my brothers." Just as the Zaku's cockpit loomed before Thompson's eyes, he uttered his final words, "Captain, don't come to see us so soon." A shattered black specter collided with the abdomen of the green steel giant, a colossal fireball engulfing both figures. This was the last image Zhao Junyu beheld of Thompson's aircraft. Stunned by the sight, Zhao Junyu found himself utterly speechless. This time, the Blood Raven squad had perished, save for himself. The most crucial blow was the loss of their last veteran, and in such a gruesome manner. From the very beginning, Zhao Junyu had known that the members of the Blood Raven squad were handpicked by his father. They may not have been the most skilled, but they were undoubtedly the most trustworthy in a certain light. They were less like mere teammates and more akin to his guardians. Yet, as one of the few elite pilots in the Air Force, how could he possibly lack a hint of pride? Thus, when Zhao Junyu first encountered them, they regarded this underage lad with utter disdain. Such a circumstance was, of course, anticipated by Zhao Junyu. After all, merely possessing a powerful father would not suffice to win over such capable individuals. Without one's own abilities, one might command a fleeting semblance of respect, yet true allegiance would remain elusive, potentially leading to unnecessary complications. Aware of this predicament, Zhao Junyu resolved to avert such occurrences. Therefore, on his very first day in the military, he undertook a decisive action. He led the troops in aerial training. The exercise was straightforward, 1 against 4, with Zhao Junyu pitted against the 4 of them. The approach was both simple and brutal, yet undeniably effective. The outcome was evident. 5 aircraft soared into the sky and returned shortly thereafter, resulting in a marked increase in the respect accorded to Zhao Junyu by the other 4 team members. Along the Federal defense line, only a solitary black aircraft remained aloft, accentuating its isolation. Suddenly, both the Federation and the Jin forces felt a wave of unease and trepidation wash over them. Though it was but a fleeting sensation, the discomfort it brought was palpable. Inside the cockpit of the black aircraft, silence enveloped the space, creating an atmosphere of intense oppression. Abruptly, he lifted his previously bowed head. His expression was devoid of emotion, yet his eyes blazed with fury, and traces of tears lingered at their corners. He understood that life and death were commonplace on the battlefield, and he recognized the necessity of not allowing rage to cloud his judgment. However, he was human, a being capable of emotions. Witnessing the demise of all his subordinates would inevitably ignite a consuming wrath that could lead to impulsive actions. "I will eliminate you." The chilling proclamation seemed devoid of any sentiment, and had anyone been present to hear it, they would have felt a bone-chilling gust, akin to a sinister wind from the depths of the underworld. And no sooner had Zhao Junyu uttered these words than he thrust the control stick forward, sending the aircraft into a steep dive. What is happening? Why has this sensation intensified? Could it be this individual? How is that possible? Piloting his horned Zaku, the Jin commander, who had initially felt only a twinge of unease, suddenly found his anxiety escalating. As a seasoned veteran who had survived countless battles, he had learned to trust this indescribable feeling, which had previously guided him away from the brink of death on multiple occasions. To speak frankly, there was no harm in placing faith in such instincts. As this feeling emerged, the Jin commander began to scan his surroundings for potential threats. Ultimately, his gaze fell upon the descending black aircraft, the very source of his apprehension. Staring in disbelief at what could be the source of his unease, he recalled that as a soldier, the instances when such feelings had arisen were often in response to ambushes by numerous T-61 tanks lurking on either flank. Thus, when this sense of crisis surfaced, he surveyed the vicinity, yet after some time, he observed that the Federal Army's tanks along the defense line had yet to reach their attack positions. It seemed unlikely they would engage his forces immediately. At last, he caught sight of Zhao Junyu's aircraft soaring in the sky. He understood that the Federation's swordfish fighter jets indeed posed a threat to the Zaku. However, a single fighter jet could hardly bring about such an outcome. To genuinely endanger them, a considerable number was required. Yet, at this moment, with only these 2, he felt no hesitation. Inside the cockpit, Zhao Junyu maintained a stoic expression as he observed the two Magitella tanks that came into view. His words devoid of any emotion. As the tanks entered the firing range of his targeting system, he promptly pressed the attack button for the cannon. The muzzle flashed incessantly, unleashing a torrent of ammunition upon the ground, reducing the two tanks to mere sieves, transforming them into iron coffins. Upon witnessing the destruction of the Magitella, Zhao Junyu swiftly ascended his aircraft, executing a low-altitude flight while simultaneously aiming at a Zaku blocking his path. Before the Zaku's pilot could react to the presence of Zhao Junyu's fighter, the attack was already upon him. The modified swordfish fighter boasted a speed surpassing that of ordinary aircraft, and given the short distance between him and the Zaku, Zhao Junyu's sudden maneuver caught the Zaku pilot unprepared, providing Zhao Junyu with an opportune moment. His aircraft closed in at an astonishing speed, and when the distance was sufficiently narrow, he pressed the missile attack button. 3 missiles shot forth, hurtling towards the Zaku's cockpit. "Help me!" The Zaku pilot barely managed to utter before the missiles struck on Earth. Missiles were superior to those in space, as they did not require the addition of liquefied oxygen, allowing for more explosive material to be packed within, thereby enhancing their penetrating destructive power. The 3 missiles obliterated the front defenses of the cockpit, leaving it in ruins. Such incredible speed! In an instant, 2 of our Magitella tanks and 1 Zaku had been destroyed. This could not continue. Orders must be dispatched to ensure that at all costs, that ominous black aircraft is utterly eliminated. Witnessing the rapid loss of military strength at the hands of a single Federation fighter jet was utterly humiliating. If they could not neutralize the enemy, it would be a tremendous disgrace. Meanwhile, the Federation faced a choice reminiscent of, yet distinct from, that of the Xian. The Jin forces launched an unrelenting assault on the final black aircraft defending their line. The commander of the Federation found himself engulfed in a wave of anxiety. He incessantly peered through his binoculars at the distant battlefield, urgently addressing his subordinates. Is the defensive line not yet prepared? If we do not expedite our actions, should that last aircraft fall to the enemy, you and I shall face dire consequences. He commanded, relay my orders. If the tanks on the defensive line do not engage the enemy within a minute, they shall be the first to face my wrath. Understood. Sir, I will convey the orders immediately, came the prompt response from his subordinate. The personnel, acutely aware of the pilot's extraordinary prowess, hastened to relay the command. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, meanwhile, Zhao Junyu was already in pursuit of his next target. Announcement. This site recommends a free novel. Chapter 43. Variables? Your next target.isu. Once more, Zhao Junyu descended from the skies, selecting a target for his assault. The roar of his aircraft's engine echoed, slicing through the air with a thunderous sound, as he became the sole aircraft dominating the aerial expanse. You wish to eliminate me? How naive, he mused. Before you can even attempt it, you shall meet your demise at my hands. At that moment, I will transcend the status of a mere squad leader. It will be a significant accolade. Observing the descending threat aimed squarely at him, the pilot of the Horned Zaku, brimming with confidence, remarked. The Federation had long since discerned that the so-called horns were merely enhanced communication antennas, a symbol of leadership status. Logically, Zhao Junyu could have opted for a different target. After all, attaining the rank of captain, even as a squad leader, signified superiority over ordinary Zaku pilots. He had no pressing need to engage such an adversary. Yet, in his current state, 2 factors drove him. First, an inferno of rage simmered within him, albeit tempered by a modicum of reason. Second, the proximity of this target from his previous position dictated his choice, adhering solely to the principle of convenience. Damn it! Why has the defensive unit not yet mobilized? Hurry and initiate the assault, or I may very well meet my end. The Federation commander continued to anxiously survey Zhao Junyu's maneuvers through his binoculars. Upon witnessing Zhao Junyu dive in for another attack, he felt his heart leap into his throat. His subordinates remained silent, having heard similar exhortations from him mere moments prior. How can this be possible? Hit him. Strike true. The Jin squad leader, who moments ago brimmed with confidence, now donned a visage of disbelief and urgency. Nevertheless, his hands remained resolute, operating the machine to target Zhao Junyu's aircraft, though the overall precision of his fire had begun to falter. The movements have become somewhat distorted. This is truly remarkable. Observing the angular Zaku's actions appear slightly unnatural, Zhao Junyu thought to himself. He maintained a diving posture, yet when the enemy's attack was about to land, he consistently managed to roll away just in time, rendering Jin's strikes utterly futile. The distance between the 2 machines steadily diminished. Under normal circumstances, it would be the Federation that should be in a state of panic, given the overwhelming technological superiority of the Xian forces. However, the reality was quite the opposite, with Xian now the party in disarray. As the Zaku entered Zhao Junyu's attack range, he pressed the trigger for the machine gun. In truth, the machine gun's power was somewhat lacking, making it difficult to penetrate the Zaku's armor. Moreover, Zhao Junyu's intention was not to rely on this to eliminate the enemy, but rather to exert further pressure while assessing the range of his attacks. Why have you not been shot down yet? As Zhao Junyu began to launch his own assault, the Zaku's pilot felt an even greater weight of pressure. His movements became increasingly erratic, truly adding insult to injury. Witnessing this scene, a cruel smile crept across Zhao Junyu's lips. He was certain that this target would inevitably be brought down by him. The Zaku was thoroughly locked onto by his targeting system. With a decisive press of the launch button, 2 missiles shot forth from his aircraft. He did not spare another glance at the adversary and immediately ascended. It's over. Upon seeing the 2 missiles hurtling towards him, the Zaku's pilot could only think of those 2 words. The missiles rapidly approached the Zaku, with one directly striking its head, obliterating it entirely, while the other struck the junction between the head and body, allowing the missile's destructive force to seep into the machine's interior. The angular Zaku began to emit thick black smoke. Its once aloft hands, which had held the machine gun toward the sky, now fell limply, and then it crashed thunderously to the ground. Another one down. Which will be next? As Zhao Junyu circled in the air and beheld the machine crash to the earth, the cruel smile at the corner of his mouth grew even more pronounced. Meanwhile, within the wrecked Zaku, the pilot had yet to succumb to death. However, the shards from the explosion had left him grievously wounded, with one significant fragment embedded in his abdomen, blood gushing forth like an open faucet. It could be said that death was merely a matter of time. All he could do now was await his fate. Coughed. What a terrifying individual. The Zaku's pilot weakly placed a hand over his abdominal wound, struggling to speak. His eyes were devoid of life, yet they seemed to gaze into the distance, piercing through the heavy armor to behold a distant sky where a black aircraft lingered, with a feeble voice. He uttered, coughed. I just wonder if you can survive in this unprecedented war. As he spoke, he gasped heavily, his eyes growing more disordered. It appeared he had caught sight of that distinct emblem on the fighter jet, and he articulated what would be his final words in this world. Crow. Scythe, the raven from hell, the underworld raven. How infuriating. They had managed to shoot down a squad leader's machine. This damned rascal. Upon witnessing yet another machine being brought down, especially one of squad leader caliber, the commander of Xian seethed with anger. Yet, the sudden roar of explosions took him by surprise. He realized that the very scenario he dreaded had finally come to pass. Boom, boom, boom. Thud, thud. The thunderous sounds of immense explosions and heavy objects crashing to the ground rang out in succession. Looking back, the Xian commander saw a sight that matched his worst fears. 2 Zaku were annihilated by concentrated fire from the Federation's Type 61 tanks. Enraged, he exclaimed, "Damn it! So close! We were just a hair's breadth away from bringing down that accursed black aircraft, and now, the Federation has completed their defensive adjustments and is commencing their assault on us. This is troublesome." However, no matter how furious he felt, it was futile. The Federation's onslaught would not cease due to his indignation, and their next wave of attacks was imminent. Excellent. We have successfully taken down 2 enemy Zaku in one fell swoop. This is truly remarkable. Inform all frontline units to maintain their assault intensity. We must not allow the enemy a moment's respite. Likewise, we cannot permit them to target our last aircraft in the air. The Federation commander, exhilarated by their ability to down 2 Zaku in this assault, understood that the more Zaku they eliminated, the greater their accolades. Nonetheless, he was keenly aware that the primary objective was to safeguard that last aircraft in the sky. If it were to fall, even with high commendations, it would mean little. Has the defensive line been adjusted? That is absolutely splendid. Upon witnessing the completion of the defensive line adjustments and the commencement of counterattacks, Zhao Junyu felt a great weight lift from his heart. This was his utmost desire and the only thing he could accomplish, for reversing the tide of battle was not a feat achievable by a single individual. All he could do was buy as much time as possible. "Hello, let's conduct a situation check, particularly regarding fuel and ammunition," Zhao Junyu inquired. This was, after all, pivotal to whether he could continue the fight. But the answers he received were far from favorable. Only 2 missiles remained, the ammunition for the cannon was dwindling, and aside from the essential reserves for returning, fuel was also running low. Thus, it can be inferred that there is at most one remaining opportunity for an assault. Therefore, the target this time is undoubtedly you. Upon discerning the status of his aircraft, Zhao Junyu contemplated for a moment and made a resolute decision. subsequently selecting the nearest target once more to initiate his attack. Report to Commander, came the message from the rear support troops. The armored tank battalion is merely 1 minute away from reaching the designated position. At this juncture, a member of the command post remarked, "Are they finally arriving? That is splendid news." Upon hearing the report from behind, the federal commander felt a surge of relief. Originally, the Federal Army had invested heavily in this defensive operation, deploying a substantial number of armored tank units, which were not abundant in the military, to bolster the efforts. However, this formidable weapon, despite its immense striking power, possessed an equally colossal size, rendering it akin to a slow-moving target in direct combat against the Zaku. For this operation, the Federal Army had strategically positioned numerous tanks and defensive artillery at the forefront to withstand the assault, while reserving the armored tanks for long-range bombardment from the rear. Regrettably, the Federal forces had underestimated the rapid advance of the Zeon. The preceding defensive lines were breached far too swiftly, leaving the armored tank battalion just now assigned to the line of defense. It remained uncertain whether they could still fulfill the original operational objectives set forth by the command. Proximity alert. What? That black aircraft is heading straight for me. How delightful. Allow me to bring you down, exclaimed the pilot of the Zaku, targeted by Zhao Junyu, with a mix of pride and ire. What? That individual truly fears no death. How infuriating. Notify the troops to provide full support to that aircraft. We cannot allow it to be shot down. The federal commander, still peering through his binoculars, witnessed Zhao Junyu's maneuvers, his teeth clenched in frustration, yet he remained resolute in ensuring his own safety. You shall be the final target of my endeavor. Zhao Junyu mused inwardly. He then piloted his aircraft from the skies, descending closer to the ground, steadily approaching the Zeon Zaku. Inform the left flank of our defenses that their attacks are too forward. They must be wary of the aircraft approaching our lines. Should they inadvertently down one of their own, they will be subject to ridicule for all eternity. Once again, through his binoculars, the federal commander observed the relentless assaults of the frontline troops against the Zeon forces, a sight that brought him satisfaction. However, upon noticing that the left flank's attack positions were perilously advanced, he feared that an errant shell might strike the allied fighter. It would be too late for regret should such a calamity occur. Thus, he commanded his aide to relay his orders without delay. Theo think they dare to charge at us. One wonders what emboldens them to act in such a manner. Nonetheless, this turn of events serves our interests well. Unlike the commander of the Federation, the commander of the Zeon forces was initially taken aback by Zhao Junyu's movements, only to be subsequently filled with joy. If Zhao Junyu were to retreat from the skies above, truthfully, he would have been left utterly helpless, merely watching him depart. However, the fact that this individual is now attacking them presents a golden opportunity to bring him down. After all, defeating a so-called hero of the Federation is far more significant than vanquishing an entire division. It would be a monumental achievement. He promptly commanded his subordinates, stating, "All units, aside from the necessary forces to suppress the Federation, I want everyone to spare no effort. Do you understand? Spare no effort. We must bring down this ominous black aircraft. Let us avenge our fallen brothers. Ah, how popular I am. Alas, you are not the beautiful ladies with splendid figures. Otherwise, I would surely engage in a passionate encounter with you." Observing that apart from a few enemies attacking the Federation's defensive line, most of the adversaries were turning their aggression towards themselves, a peculiar smile crept across Zhao Junyu's lips. However, if his words were overheard by others, they would likely mistake him for a legendary wolf. Yet, his demeanor and speech were entirely incongruous. Thus far, he had never engaged in such brutish antics. Besides his strict upbringing, Zhao Junyu found the places frequented by the military to be rather unsavory, lacking any interest in them. However, one particular side character would occasionally visit, and given the extensive time they spent together, certain quirks might have rubbed off on him. Yet, Zhao Junyu's boasting was merely superficial. Is that fellow a monster? How has he not been taken down yet? A pilot of a Zaku muttered, firing incessantly. Enough of this nonsense. Instead of complaining, we should focus on bringing that guy down, retorted the squad leader of the pilot's team. I understand. Damn it. I must take you down, the pilot exclaimed, intensifying his assault. Curse it. This has become troublesome. What to do? What to do? The commander of the Federation was genuinely at his wit's end as he watched the Zeon forces redouble their efforts to besiege the lone aircraft. He had so little power at his disposal, with no spare forces to intervene, leaving him in a state of anxious desperation. Report. The tank battalion has entered the attack position, awaiting orders for the target. Suddenly, a voice from a combat advisor behind the Federation commander rang out, a sound akin to celestial music in his ears, a veritable lifeline. What? This is truly remarkable. Relay the message. The first coordinates, bearing XXX. The second coordinates, bearing. The commander of the Federation, after delivering several coordinates in quick succession, took a breath and continued briskly. Order them to execute a continuous assault on the aforementioned coordinates. I shall contact them when to cease. That is all. Hurry along. The operations officer, having drafted the command, promptly set off to convey it, fully aware of the gravity of the situation. As for the adjutant, he remained at the front lines, ensuring the troops stayed vigilant and did not slack. Intense artillery fire and a barrage of bullets concentrated around Zhao Junyu's aircraft. Under normal circumstances, such conditions would have reduced his fighter to mere fragments. However, he consistently managed to evade these lethal strikes just before they could reach him. Nonetheless, the debris from explosions left his aircraft in a state of disrepair. To Zhao Junyu, this was merely par for the course, but to others, especially the soldiers of the Jin army, the sight of this target instilled fear. The gunner from Jin continued to unleash fire, pondering. Is this fellow even human? Constantly maneuvering to dodge enemy fire, Zhao Junyu did not deviate from his intended path, drawing ever closer to the target, the Zaku. The psychological fortitude of this target was commendable. Despite Zhao's proximity, its movements remained steady, a rarity indeed. Yet, he could sense a faint, intangible fear within the opponent, a subtle hint of trepidation that somehow lingered. To maintain composure in the face of such fear is the mark of an admirable soldier. Alas, we are adversaries. Zhao Junyu felt a mix of admiration for encountering such a remarkable individual and a reluctant resolve to eliminate him. For a foe must be dealt with, lest the next casualty be himself. As the distance between them dwindled, they finally entered Zhao Junyu's ideal firing range. That moment, the reticle had locked onto the target, the cockpit. The Zaku's armor was indeed formidable. Typically, one would aim for areas of weaker armor or crucial joints to ensure a higher success rate. The cockpit was significantly armored and generally avoided as a target. However, it remained the most critical area. Once breached, the aircraft would be rendered useless without its pilot. Observing two red circles targeting the cockpit doors on either side of the Zaku, Zhao Junyu felt little agitation. With a calm demeanor, he pressed the button, launching the final two missiles. Immediately after their release, he ascended the aircraft, preparing to rise from the upper right. What? A direct frontal assault. The pilot of the Zaku found himself momentarily stunned, as he had anticipated that this black aircraft would engage in a manner akin to other fighters, targeting his more vulnerable joints. To his astonishment, the enemy chose to launch a direct frontal assault. Caught off guard, he stood there, dazed, watching the missile approach with an unsettling inevitability, and then, there was nothing more. In truth, while it may seem like an eternity, the interval from missile launch to impact was exceedingly brief, perhaps no more than 2 or 3 seconds. Occasionally, such a fleeting moment can allow for considerable action, yet at other times, it proves utterly inconsequential. The Zaku's pilot might possess commendable skills, but regrettably, he was not an ace but rather an utterly ordinary pilot. His momentary lapse in awareness led to this unfortunate outcome. On each side of the Zaku's cockpit, a gaping hole appeared, billowing black smoke as the steel giant toppled backward once more. Witnessing yet another Zaku fall to their side intensified the ire of the Jins, who now unleashed a more ferocious assault upon Zhao Junyu's aircraft. Meanwhile, Zhao Junyu was plagued by a growing headache, internally lamenting. This is a predicament. Things have escalated. It turned out that he was not ascending vertically but rather at an angle to the upper right, making it exceedingly challenging to maneuver his aircraft for evasive actions. Yet, the enemy continued their relentless onslaught, necessitating evasive maneuvers. To regain mobility, he first needed to level out the aircraft, but that was not an option. Doing so would leave him vulnerable to enemy fire. Instead, he resolved to ascend as rapidly as possible, to escape the enemy's striking range. With that thought, Zhao Junyu endeavored to accelerate. However, even with this effort, the enemy's attacks still reached him, the dense barrage of bullets proving effective. This is bad. I can't evade this one. A sense of impending doom surged within Zhao Junyu. The situation with his aircraft had rendered evasion impossible. All he could do was strive to climb higher and faster. The crossfire remained remarkably effective and insurmountable. Zhao Junyu sensed danger emanating from both the tail of his aircraft and beneath the cockpit. Having done all he could, he was left to rely on luck. A bullet struck from beneath the tail, gliding along the exterior armor to reach the nose, soaring into the sky. Although this bullet did not bring down Zhao Junyu's aircraft, it inflicted significant damage, with several conduits beneath the fuselage sustaining harm, and the landing gear beneath the nose was destroyed. The second bullet, however, came from below the nose, traveling upward. This time, fortune smiled upon him. It did not directly strike the cockpit but merely grazed the lower left side of the nose, rendering the aircraft even more battered. What a stroke of incredible luck! I'm still alive, he coughed. Exclaiming in disbelief that he had escaped unscathed, with no critical injuries, he pressed his left hand against his abdomen, where a shard had embedded itself due to the earlier assault. Moments ago, following the assault, the aircraft was in a dire state, not only battered externally but the cockpit also sustained impacts, with numerous fragments ejected. Zhao Junyu bore several lacerations on his body, yet the most critical injury was to his abdomen. Fortunately, he felt assured that his internal organs remained unscathed. Hello, conducting a status check, Zhao Junyu said with a hint of weakness. Understood. The forward landing gear is missing, the ejection system is damaged and inoperable. A 05-16 conduits are compromised. The voice continued. Damn it. Even in this condition, he still hasn't been shot down, exclaimed the commander of the Gene forces, witnessing the smoking aircraft that, despite its instability, continued to soar through the sky. He found himself at a loss. The enemy had surpassed the range of their attacks and was undoubtedly heading back towards their base. The thunderous sounds of artillery shells whistling through the air, followed by resounding explosions, shattered the commander's contemplation. The magnitude of the blast was far beyond the capabilities of the Federation's Type 61, leaving only one possibility. Damn it. The steel tank core. The Gene commander glared, observing the numerous Zaku units around him reduced to scrap, his heart heavy with loss. Yet, as a commander, he had to make decisions. He bellowed. All units, temporarily retreat, reorganize, and prepare for the next assault. Excellent, truly splendid. We managed to eliminate 6 units in one strike. This significantly alleviates the pressure on our defense, cheered the Federation's commander, exhilarated by the substantial gains achieved. The withdrawal of the Gene forces momentarily quelled the fighting, bringing joy to the Federation for successfully repelling the enemy's attack. While the Gene forces were left frustrated, having suffered great losses with minimal gains, and allowing that black aircraft to escape. However, both sides were preparing for the next battle, fully aware that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, their next encounter would be the decisive confrontation. Meanwhile, the situation for Zhao Junyu in the skies was far from optimistic. Control Tower, this is the Blood Crow 1. I am Lieutenant Alexander Zhao Rebil. Ammunition and fuel are nearly depleted. The aircraft is severely damaged, and I need to make an emergency landing. Please advise on the approach and the sky. The battered aircraft swayed precariously as Zhao Junyu spoke weakly, one hand pressed against the wound on his abdomen, the intense pain making his speech falter. This is the control tower. You are cleared for landing. Please approach runway forward. Understood. And could we also summon the medical personnel? My condition appears to be rather dire. Please exercise utmost caution. Now, let us commence the final perilous procedure. Upon concluding the communication, Zhao Junyu shook his head wearily and uttered, Now my vision is beginning to blur. The intense combat had already severely drained his physical and mental reserves, and the wound on his abdomen was causing significant blood loss, exacerbating his plight. Furthermore, the state of the aircraft was dismal. Landing was proving to be far more challenging than takeoff. For Zhao Junyu, this moment felt akin to standing at death's door. Success meant life, while failure signified demise. The altitude of the aircraft began to descend gradually, and within the cockpit, Zhao Junyu could distinctly feel the violent turbulence, a clear indication of the aircraft's grave condition. Previously, during landings, such erratic movements were unheard of. As the landing gear was deployed, the aircraft initiated its landing procedure at a distinct angle typical of descent. The thunderous sound of the tires against the ground and the force of impact signaled to the pilot that the landing gear had touched down. According to standard protocols, he should now prepare for the front landing gear to make contact. However, the circumstances were far from ordinary. He had to ensure that this position allowed for a safe speed reduction before reaching the landing net at the end of the runway. Unfortunately, fate had other plans. Just as Zhao Junyu began to decelerate and deployed the tail parachute, a life-threatening sound erupted behind him. Fuel exhausted, engine shut down, stall. Before he could fully grasp the gravity of the situation, the aircraft lost the power necessary to maintain its nose up, plunging violently downward and skimming the ground as it surged forward. Though the aircraft had lost power, its immense inertia persisted, propelling it relentlessly ahead. Within the cockpit, Zhao Junyu was enduring a harrowing ordeal. The tremendous force caused him to sway violently, leaving him with no choice but to cling tightly to the control stick. Any loss of grip could result in catastrophic instability, yet the ferocity of the turbulence only intensified his pre-existing weakness, inducing further dizziness and nausea. This is dire. The ground crew and medical personnel waiting nearby witnessed the aircraft's nose plummet and realized the gravity of the situation. Yet, they found themselves powerless, their only recourse to pray for the pilot's safety. The aircraft, initially advancing steadily, veered sideways upon impact with the ground, leading to lateral movement. Fortunately, as the fuel ran out, they were in close proximity to the arresting net designed to halt the aircraft. After sliding sideways for a brief distance, the aircraft was finally brought to a halt by the net. It had come to rest, safe at last. But Zhao Junyu succumbed to unconsciousness. How could he not? He had expended so much energy, lost copious amounts of blood, and endured such tumult. Fainting was only to be expected. Upon witnessing the aircraft being intercepted, the ground crew and medical personnel rushed forward. The ground crew began spraying foam and other substances to prevent a fire or explosion, while the medical team entered the cockpit to rescue Zhao Junyu. However, when they opened the cockpit, they were met with a shocking sight. The interior was in utter disarray, with numerous areas stained by splattered blood, and the pilot was no exception. After rescuing the unconscious Zhao Junyu from the seat and performing basic first aid on him, they immediately rushed him towards the operating room. In truth, this incident bore a hint of self-sabotage on Zhao Junyu's part. Had he not launched another attack against the enemy, he would not have been subjected to their counterattack, nor would the aircraft have sustained significant damage. The damage included not only the coolant and oil pipes, but also several fuel lines. According to Harlow's original calculations, there was sufficient fuel to return to base, with a small reserve remaining. However, the loss of fuel due to the damage rendered them insufficient. Although the artificial intelligence, Harlow, executed emergency measures, the leaked fuel was a tangible loss. How tragic. This must be the most unfortunate aircraft thus far. One ground crew member lamented. Perhaps, but to see even this aircraft in such a state is unprecedented for me, another interjected. This aircraft? What is the situation? The first ground crew member asked, perplexed. Did you not notice the insignia on this aircraft? Insignia? The ground crew member suddenly recalled. Having been preoccupied with the rescue, he had indeed overlooked the aircraft's paint and insignia. He then closely examined the markings on the aircraft, which were already quite damaged, with the insignia partially obliterated, yet he could still discern the shape of a sickle and a raven. Upon seeing this insignia, he widened his eyes and exclaimed, "This insignia, could it be?" "Yes. You are not mistaken. This aircraft belongs to the esteemed Captain Alexander Zhao Labil of the Raven, the proud eagle of Rum." But how he struggled to articulate his thoughts. It seemed this battle had been exceptionally brutal, to the extent that even this esteemed aircraft had been reduced to such a state. Moreover, the number of returning aircraft today was significantly diminished, indicating that many must have been shot down. Another remarked with a sigh. Indeed, yet to see this aircraft in such a condition will certainly require extensive repairs. A short while later, at the headquarters of the Earth Federation Army, Zabul, deputy commander, urgent communication from the front lines, reported a colonel as he approached the on-duty commanding officer, General Edward Southampton, the deputy commander of the Federation Army. The front lines, it appears, do not bode well, General Southampton said, furrowing his brow. Observing the colonel's grim demeanor, he had an inkling of what might be unfolding. Yet this was a frontline report, and during wartime, it was imperative to remain informed. Understood, frontline report. 5 minutes ago, the Jin Army breached the 4th defensive line. However, due to significant losses sustained by the enemy, they are currently regrouping and reorganizing their forces, preparing to launch an attack on the final defensive line set by our side. The colonel reported. "Oh," Edward exclaimed in astonishment. "The fact that the enemy suffered considerable losses at the 4th defensive line is truly remarkable. If that is the case, we may indeed achieve our original objective." To be candid, after Jin had successively breached 3 of the Federation's defensive lines, there was a prevailing belief that their operational goals might be unattainable. Yet, with the recent battlefield reports from the 4th defensive line, hope was rekindled, especially as Jin was now seemingly regrouping their forces. This suggested that the reports were credible, devoid of embellishment. Clearly, Jin had endured significant setbacks to warrant such actions. This the colonel's untimely voice interjected once more. "What is it? Speak plainly, stop dilly-dallying. You hardly resemble a soldier," Edward remarked, glancing at the colonel behind him, who appeared exceptionally distressed. "Well, I'm unsure how to convey this. I would prefer you to see for yourself," the colonel replied, visibly troubled, before handing a report to Commander Edward. "What intelligence could possibly cause you to be so flustered?" Commander Edward inquired, perplexed, knowing that while the colonel's capabilities were somewhat lacking, he should not be so unsettled by a mere report. Upon receiving the document and scanning it briefly, Edward's expression darkened considerably. He asked, "Has this report been forwarded to the Supreme Commander?" No, not yet. I fear the Supreme Commander may not be able to bear the news. The colonel responded. Very well, I shall handle this matter. You may leave now, Commander Edward said, rubbing his forehead in exasperation. The colonel saluted and took his leave. Commander Edward was now beset with a headache. The report contained no trivial information. It was regarding Zhao Junyu.it detailed that, aside from Captain Alexander, the entire Blood Crow squad had perished in combat. Although Captain Alexander had not been shot down, his aircraft had sustained severe damage from enemy fire, and he himself had been injured, though not life-threatening. Nonetheless, the wounds were substantial, leading to significant blood loss, necessitating a period of recovery. Furthermore, the frontline base had already begun preparations to arrange for evacuation. Once Alexander's condition stabilized, he would be promptly airlifted back to Zabullo. The arrangement of the final defensive line could not be halted. In fact, it required expedited efforts. I must visit the Supreme Commander's office for a moment. If there are urgent matters, find me there, Edward instructed his aide before departing with the report in hand. John, are you there? Edward knocked on the door of Commander Rebil. For some time prior, the command room had been manned by Rebil until the previous 2 hours when Edward took over. Edward, come in, Rebil's voice, tinged with fatigue, called from within the room. Have you not yet rested? I find myself unable to sleep. What is the matter? At this hour, you are not on duty in the command room. Is there something of great importance that brings you to my side? Labier is aware that this old friend would not take such matters lightly, so his presence here must signify something significant. Indeed, there are matters at hand, though they are not grave. Nonetheless, one must prepare oneself mentally. Commander Edward is still inclined to share the news. Chapter 46. Awakening and Decision-Making. What could possibly be of such gravity to warrant your solemnity? Commander Labier gazes at his old friend, his expression a blend of seriousness and complexity, knowing that his visit must pertain to something of considerable importance. Yet, this subtle complexity intrigues him. The intelligence from the front lines indicates that, approximately 10 minutes ago, the enemy breached our fourth line of defense. However, their losses have been substantial. They are currently regrouping, preparing for their next assault. Given this scenario, our objectives have been achieved. When they penetrate our final line of defense, their surviving forces will also be significantly depleted, rendering them incapable of large-scale operations in the near term, thus granting us invaluable time. AS Deputy Commander Edward speaks. He hands over the first intelligence report. Labier receives it and examines it attentively, nodding as he reads. His previous concerns about expending considerable time, energy, and resources for negligible results seem alleviated, for the situation appears relatively favorable. Our losses, while considerable, remain within our predicted threshold, and the enemy has suffered considerably as well. It is anticipated that when they attempt to breach our fifth line of defense, their losses will be even greater, thereby incapacitating them from launching extensive warfare for a while. After reviewing the report, Labier sets it down, nodding in acknowledgement. Yet, he senses that Deputy Commander Edward has more to convey and prompts, Edward, your visit must involve more than just this. Please, do not hesitate to share. Indeed, there is more to discuss, but I find myself at a loss for words. Deputy Commander Edward's expression reflects his difficulty, yet Labier's penetrating gaze makes him feel somewhat uneasy. Taking a deep breath, he finally speaks. There is another piece of intelligence, though it is not good news. As he speaks, he hands over the report to Labier. Before the fourth line of defense was breached, the Air Force incurred significant losses. Alex's squad, aside from him, suffered complete destruction, and he himself was severely injured and his aircraft heavily damaged, though not life-threatening. The rear base is making arrangements for his swift return via transport aircraft. Upon hearing Deputy Commander Edward's words, Labier's hand trembles as he takes the report, nearly dropping it. However, he steadies himself and glances at the document before casting it onto the table. He picks up his pipe from the desk, lights it, and leans back in his chair, taking a moment to collect his thoughts. After taking a couple of puffs, Rebil slowly exhaled a plume of smoke before speaking. Ever since he volunteered to serve on the front lines, I anticipated that this day would come. Yet, despite his efforts to extricate me from a dire situation by uttering those words in front of the crowd, I found myself unable to recall him. Fortunately, he emerged from this ordeal largely unscathed. Indeed, it is a stroke of luck amidst misfortune. Deputy Commander Edward perceived a sudden transformation in his old friend, who seemed to have aged and taken on the mantle of a father. He understood that this dear companion had never married or fathered children. Zhao Junyu was his adopted child, his sole heir, and a commendable one at that, capable of succeeding him. Naturally, Rebil held great affection for him. However, the harsh reality was that his son was engaged in combat at the most perilous front, a place where life was constantly at stake. As a father, His concern for his son's well-being was palpable, yet he was not merely a father. He was the supreme commander of the Federal Army, a position fraught with complications. He yearned to safeguard his son, yet his duty compelled him to send him into battle. Sighing deeply, Deputy Commander Edward wished to comfort Rebill but found himself at a loss for words, realizing that no matter what he said, it would be futile in altering the reality of the situation. Leaving him with only a resigned sigh, he then rose and said, "John, you should rest early. Tomorrow brings a multitude of tasks, and Alex will be returning as well. The medical facilities here are excellent, so there is no need for excessive worry. I have duty to attend to, so I shall take my leave." With that, he turned and departed. After Edward's exit, Commander Rebill remained troubled, reaching for his pipe in an attempt to smoke again. However, he suddenly recalled how his son would snatch the pipe from him the moment he noticed him smoking, preventing him from indulging. This thought extinguished his desire to smoke, only to leave him in a greater state of agitation. Setting the pipe aside, he retreated to rest. The following morning unfolded like any other during wartime, with transport planes bustling to and fro, ferrying the wounded and supplies in a flurry of activity. Yet, today was distinctly different. There were individuals awaiting at the airport, two of whom bore extraordinary military ranks, those of generals. A media transport aircraft carrying the injured gracefully descended onto the tarmac. The two generals approached, eager for the hatch to open. When the hatch finally swung open, the first injured officer, supported by others, descended. The sight left him momentarily stunned. With his forehead bandaged and both his left hand and right foot similarly wrapped, the colonel was taken aback to see the two generals awaiting him, none other than the Supreme Commander of the Federal Army, General Rebill, and Deputy Commander General Edward. His mind momentarily faltered. To have these two esteemed figures come to meet him was a level of distinction that even members of the Federal High Council might not receive. Did he truly warrant such recognition? Surely not. After a brief moment of confusion, the lieutenant colonel immediately sensed that his behavior was somewhat inappropriate. He reluctantly extricated himself from the support of others, made an effort to stand tall and saluted, saying, "Your Excellency, the Commander-in-Chief, Your Excellency, the Deputy Commander-in-Chief, I sincerely apologize for my rudeness." Enough of the formalities. Rebill quickly interrupted the lieutenant colonel's speech with a few encouraging words. "You have done exceptionally well. You are quite injured, so hurry and seek treatment and rest." Yes. After returning the salute, the lieutenant colonel departed with the aid of those beside him. It became clear to him that these two distinguished figures were not there to greet him. However, he was left wondering who aboard the aircraft could warrant such attention from them. Nevertheless, this would not deter him from boasting to his comrades in the future, as he could claim to have kept two commanders waiting for him. Yet, the lieutenant colonel soon discovered the identity of the person who had caused the two general commanders to linger. As he walked a short distance away, he turned back to glance at the aircraft and saw several medical personnel pushing a stretcher out. The two commanders hurriedly approached with expressions of deep concern. It suddenly dawned on him. It was indeed that individual. When boarding the aircraft, the lieutenant colonel had glimpsed the profile of the patient on the stretcher, and he felt an uncanny familiarity with the individual, though he could not place it. The medical personnel only mentioned that this was an ace pilot of the Air Force, and they remained tight-lipped when pressed further. Now, witnessing the commander-in-chief's face etched with concern, he finally recalled that the patient was none other than Captain Alexander, the illustrious Eagle of Rum, whose name also revealed his esteemed status as the commander's only son. Upon learning that Zhao Junyu had suffered no serious issues, merely fatigue from intense combat coupled with substantial blood loss that left him somewhat weakened, Commander Rebill and Deputy Commander Edward were reassured. They understood that a couple of days' rest along with the administration of some nutritional fluids would suffice for recovery. Here, amidst a haze of confusion, Zhao Junyu awoke to find himself staring at a pure white ceiling. Yet, a wave of dizziness washed over him instantly. Though he had regained some mental clarity after 2 days of slumber, such an extended period of unconsciousness could leave one disoriented. Instinctively, his left hand rested on his forehead, attempting to alleviate the sensation of vertigo. A faint, mechanical clicking sound emanated from nearby, followed by a familiar voice ringing in his ears. "Master is awake? How wonderful!" Without further ado, it was indeed Harold, the creation that Zhao Junyu had modified. "Please, not so loud, Harold. My head is still spinning," Zhao Junyu replied, his voice dry and weak, spoken slowly. "What happened? What is going on? You're awake. Don't move too much. I'll call the doctor." At that moment, a nurse entered the ward upon hearing some commotion, and immediately noticed that Zhao Junyu, who lay upon the hospital bed, had regained consciousness. With a hint of excitement, she exclaimed and promptly turned to seek out a physician for an examination. Before long, the doctor arrived, accompanied by the esteemed Commander Rebaer, who had momentarily set aside his responsibilities after conducting a brief yet thorough examination. The doctor reassured them, stating that there were no significant issues. Zhao had merely experienced considerable blood loss, leaving him somewhat weakened and mentally fatigued. With a period of rest, he would make a complete recovery, and there was no need for the commander to worry. After expressing his gratitude, Rebaer watched as the doctor departed. "Alex, how do you feel?" inquired Commander Rebaer, taking a seat beside the hospital bed with genuine concern. "Aside from a slight dizziness, I feel fine, by the way. How is the battle faring?" Zhao Jr. replied, shaking his head weakly, yet his anxiety about the ongoing conflict was palpable. It was a matter of life and death for both himself and his father. The overall disadvantage remains unchanged. However, this recent engagement has drained a significant portion of Jin's active forces. They will be unable to launch large-scale operations in the near future, leading us into a stalemate. We have gained precious time. Father, it seems we ought to commence the formation of the M.S units and simultaneously begin the development of our own M.S technology, Zhao Junyu suggested, contemplating the task ahead. Of course, we must carefully consider how to persuade those stubborn minds. Chapter 47. Initiation of V Operation. On the third day following Zhao Junyu's awakening, within the Grand Conference Room of the Zabolo Federal Army Headquarters, the upper echelons of the federal military convened at the behest of Commander Rebaer. The agenda revolved around the development plan for the M.S units and the V operation. Zhao Junyu was present, but not as one of the key participants in the meeting. Rather, he stood outside, awaiting his moment as a crucial witness and an influential voice to be summoned at the appropriate time. Meanwhile, his father engaged in a spirited debate with the assembly of officers within the room in the conference room, a gathering of individuals, each holding the rank of at least brigadier general, engaged in lively discourse. To be frank, most of these individuals exhibited limited competence, yet their myriad of chaotic ideas was abundant. When Commander Rebaer proposed the research and development of M.S units akin to, or even surpassing, those of Jin, the support for Rebaer was scant. Only a few, including Deputy Commander Edward and Major General Gao Yun from the Technical Development Department, rallied behind him. The majority, upon hearing the Commander's proposition to develop the M.S, offered a litany of evasive excuses. Notably, a faction among them was particularly vocal, arguing that the development of M.S would be a prolonged endeavor requiring substantial funding. They contended that it would be more prudent to enhance existing equipment for mass production, thereby achieving victory through sheer numbers. Additionally, they proposed a complete overhaul of the steel tanks currently in service to combat the enemy's Zaku forces. There are indeed numerous peculiar reasons, among which the most bizarre claim is that developing M.S equates to surrendering to the enemy, suggesting that the Federation pales in comparison to Zon. To uphold the legitimacy of the Federation, such advancements must be avoided. Naturally, these absurd rationalizations have been refuted by Commander Rebaer and his peers. However, the most formidable opposition stems from those who argue that the prolonged development time and high costs of M.S render it impractical. Rebaer has articulated many points, and while some of these individuals have begun to waver, they remain steadfast in their stance. Sensing the opportune moment was near, Rebaer declared, "Since there are still some dissenting voices, I shall invite someone who has engaged in numerous battles against the enemy's Zaku on the battlefield to elucidate the disparity between our Federation's current equipment and the enemy's Zaku." Outside the conference room, Zhao Junyu had begun to grow somewhat impatient. He was well aware that every meeting often entailed a great deal of superfluous dialogue, wasting precious time. Nevertheless, knowing this did not alleviate his annoyance. The two matters were distinctly different. After sitting idly for what felt like an eternity, he began to fidget restlessly, when at last he received word that he could enter. Zhao Junyu exhaled a sigh of relief, thinking to himself, "Finally, I no longer have to sit here like a fool. This is utterly unbearable." After adjusting his military uniform, he approached the door of the conference room. With a resounding report and subsequent acknowledgement, Zhao Junyu stepped inside, immediately feeling a sense of discomfort, for he was under the scrutiny of a multitude of eyes, especially that of the generals. Though he felt ill at ease, Zhao Junyu recognized the significance of his mission and could not afford to delay. Thus, he steeled himself and walked to the center of the conference room, saluting the surrounding generals as he introduced himself. "Lieutenant Alexander Zhao Rebaer, reporting as ordered." Commander Rebaer gestured slightly, smiling as he addressed the other generals. "I trust you all know who this is without further elaboration." The assembly of generals nodded in agreement, one of them remarking, "We are all aware that Commander Rebaer's son is a hero of the Federation Army, the Eagle of Room, and in the eyes of the Zeon forces, he is the harbinger of death, the Grim Crow. Commander, your son is quite as renowned as yourself." The smile on Commander Rebaer's face broadened. What father would not take pride in the accolades bestowed upon his son? What father would not wish for his son to achieve greatness? Even General Rebil, the commander of the Federation Army, was not immune to such paternal sentiments. Upon hearing the commendation bestowed upon his son, Commander Liebel's heart swelled with pride. However, elation aside, matters could not be delayed. He promptly declared, "Let Captain Alexander elucidate the current disparity in weaponry and equipment between our forces and the enemy. I trust everyone will concur." Meanwhile, the previously mentioned Major General, who had praised Zhao Junyu, was perusing documents while muttering to himself, "Let me see. Our valiant captain has undertaken 16 missions over the past month, resulting in the destruction of 26 Zaku units. Oh, quite an impressive tally. 8 enemy aircraft and approximately 29 tanks as well. Indeed, that is a substantial figure. Surely, there can be no exaggeration in this count." Zhao Junyu cast a disdainful glance at the Major General, retorting, "I hold no regard for such sordid matters." He was aware that this Major General was not aligned with his father's faction and held a certain antagonism towards him. Yet, he was not an outright hardliner, though that did not preclude him from seeking opportunities to undermine Zhao Junyu. The Major General found himself in a quandary, as the battle records of others typically relied on black box data or verbal confirmations from wingmen. However, Zhao Junyu's situation was distinct. He had a harrow, modified by this peculiar captain, to provide video confirmation, which afforded a much higher level of accuracy than that of his peers. Noticing that no one opposed him, Commander Liebel surveyed the room and instructed, "Captain Alexander, you may begin." "Yes, Commander," Zhao Junyu replied, ascending the podium to present the prepared video materials. The screen displayed 2 familiar images, the MS-06 Zaku of the Zeon forces and our military S-Type 61 main battle tank. The Zaku could be described as a colossal steel soldier, equipped with armaments akin to those of an infantryman, such as machine guns and rocket launchers, and boasting formidable armor and mobility comparable to that of a human. The Type 61 tank, too, was an exceptional combat vehicle, with the latest version, the Type 5, optimizing the system to operate with a mere 2 crew members, augmented by a dual-barreled cannon and multiple warhead capabilities, thus endowing it with formidable striking power. Zhao Junyu eloquently extolled the merits of both sides' equipment before transitioning to the discussion of their disparities. Indeed, he continued, "While our tanks are commendable, the gap in performance against the enemy's Zaku is considerable. The first point of disparity lies in offensive capability. The 155mm smoothbore cannon possesses great power, yet the projectile's velocity pales in comparison to that of a bullet. At sufficient range. Our shells can be easily evaded by the enemy, whereas their machine gun fire can readily incapacitate our tanks. Moreover, unless our shells strike a vital point on the enemy, the Zaku retains its combat effectiveness, whereas our tanks may become incapacitated upon sustaining damage. The second point pertains to mobility. While our tanks exhibit commendable maneuverability, it is merely relative to other tanks, as for the Zaku of the Zeon. Its size is indeed considerable. However, its power and transmission systems are exceptionally remarkable, which contributes to its overall performance. In that moment, Zhao Junyu eloquently expounded on the subject from the stage, while the generals in the audience furrowed their brows in contemplation. John was taken aback by the articulate nature of Alex, realizing how beneficial this skill would be for him as he ascended the ranks within the military hierarchy. Seated beside Commander Rebil, General Edward, the vice commander of the Federal Army, leaned closer to Rebil and whispered, "If that is truly the case, then it is indeed favorable." Commander Rebil shook his head helplessly, stating, "During his recuperation in the hospital these past few days, he had me procure a dedicated scribe solely to compose these texts for him. Nonetheless, the data and insights stem from this young man's own experiences, which renders his explanations on stage all the more compelling and persuasive." Upon awakening and learning that his father was convening this meeting, Zhao Junyu promptly requested that his father find a particularly skilled scribe to craft articles that would not only elevate the federal standing but also highlight the capabilities of Zeon. This, in essence, encapsulates my personal assessment of the current disparity in equipment between our forces and the enemy's. After a considerable duration, Zhao Junyu concluded his detailed exposition. Glancing at the assembled generals, he noted that, aside from his father and a few others, nearly all wore expressions of concern. He perceived their understanding of the significant gap between the two sides, yet some remained skeptical. A faint smirk crept across his lips as he mused. "It appears this remedy proves effective after all. It seems, esteemed colleagues, that some of you remain unconvinced," Zhao Junyu remarked nonchalantly. "If that is the case, I have just completed a video showcasing a simulated battle between a Zaku, which our forces salvaged and repaired, and 8 of our Type 61 tanks. The skill levels of both sides' drivers are relatively comparable, and I shall refrain from divulging the outcome. You shall see for yourselves." With that, he commenced the video playback. The screen displayed a Zaku adorned with some alterations, now bearing the federal insignia, juxtaposed against the familiar Type 61 tanks, as they engaged in a simulated confrontation across a variably contoured plain. Despite the driver's comparable skills, the disparity in equipment became apparent. While the scale of the simulated battle was modest, it was nonetheless intense, culminating in the Zaku being disabled, yet at the cost of 6 Type 61 tanks. It is crucial to note that this occurred in a scenario devoid of Allied support. Had the two armies faced each other directly, the disparity would have been even more pronounced. After viewing the video, the generals fell into a deeper silence. Sensing the opportune moment, Commander Rebeal spoke up. "As you all have witnessed, the technological and equipment gap between our forces and Zeon is substantial. However, I firmly believe that with the foundational technology and research personnel of our Federation, coupled with our formidable strategic reserves, we will undoubtedly develop an even more powerful MS in a remarkably short time and triumph over our adversaries. This opportunity shall lead us towards victory. Do any of you harbor dissent?" Commander Laybill glanced around at the assembled generals, yet this time they remained silent, all bowing their heads in contemplation. Observing their lack of opposition, Commander Laybill discerned that the matter was settled, a subtle smile gracing his lips. However, his expression swiftly transformed into one of utmost seriousness as he proclaimed loudly, "Thus, I hereby announce the formal commencement of Operation V, Chapter 48. The selection of the assault team. The conflict between the Federation and Zeon had devolved into a stalemate, with both sides commencing the reorganization of their forces to amass strength. For the Zeon military, this could be perceived as fortuitous. Having swiftly seized a significant portion of Earth's territory, they now required time to assimilate their gains. Moreover, the losses suffered necessitated a period for resource replenishment and production to restore the military's original combat capabilities. However, for Zeon's Supreme Commander, Gyron Zabi, this situation was far from advantageous. He had envisioned a decisive strike to obliterate the Federation forces in one fell swoop, thereby subduing the Federation's headquarters at Jaburo. Nonetheless, Gyron Zabi's concerns were not unfounded. The disparity between Zeon and the Federation was indeed vast. Although Zeon currently possessed an undeniable advantage, he understood that such supremacy was as fragile as unanchored duckweed. Zhao Junyu had heard from his father that the most perilous figure within the Zabi family was not the cunning old fox, Degwin, despite his shrewdness and experience. Rather, it was the unpredictable Gyron, whose intellect surpassed 180. This madman was no fool. His brilliance was matched only by his insatiable thirst for power, making him a truly formidable adversary. Gyron Zabi's apprehensions were valid, and the Federation was progressing precisely in the direction he dreaded. As both factions entered a semi-truce to recuperate their strengths, the Federation's internal efforts, aside from reinforcing their ranks, were wholly dedicated to the development of the V Project, aimed at creating weaponry to counter the Zeon forces. Historical records from later periods indicate that during the year-long conflict, this phase of relative calm, devoid of large-scale battles, was particularly significant for the Federation. It was during this time that they successfully developed the critically important Gundam and its mass production variant, the GM, which ultimately aided the Federation in achieving final victory, thus fulfilling the true purpose of Operation V. While the Federation fervently engaged in the research of revolutionary new mobile suits, Zhao Junyu, having concluded his speech, retreated to his home for a period of recuperation. Although he managed to deliver a lengthy address as any normal individual would, his physical condition had yet to recover sufficiently for him to return to the battlefield, compelling him to remain at home and rest. However, during these few days of confinement at home, this inherently restless individual found himself in a state of utter discomfort. In the past, he might have sought out a book to peruse or found some form of mischief to engage in. Yet now, within the confines of Shiburo, he discovered a distinct lack of literature or objects to entertain his wayward spirit, leaving him feeling rather stifled. Nonetheless, thanks to his extraordinary constitution, coupled with a diet rich in sumptuous meats and nourishing soups, Zhao Junyu swiftly regained his vitality and subsequently embarked on his restless pursuits. The first order of business was to visit the workshop dedicated to the modification and repair of Zakus. His objective was straightforward: to customize the Zaku he would be utilizing to suit his personal style while simultaneously acclimating to it. What? You wonder how he knew he would be assigned a Zaku? Please, who is he? And who is his father? Moreover, the notion of employing a Zaku for infiltration missions aimed at sabotage and disruption while simultaneously diminishing enemy ranks and acquiring resources and intelligence was a proposal that had originated from both father and son. Additionally, within the Shiburo base, there existed a pilot whose reputation overshadowed that of Zhao Junyu, a figure well known even among the enemy ranks. He busied himself with the modification and adaptation of his Zaku. Zhao Junyu also began the process of selecting potential members for his future raiding squad. However, he found both endeavors to be fraught with complications. Concerning the Zaku, he felt that the current visibility from within the cockpit was rather limited, akin to the constrained perspective one experiences while seated in a Type 61 tank, which was somewhat disconcerting. Nevertheless, the overall performance of the machine was commendable. Under the Federal Army's relentless pursuit of excellence, this particular Zaku had been modified into a rather effective testing unit. Yet, due to the pre-established framework of the machine, many aspects had been restricted, making it imperative to completely overhaul the Zaku's design in order to innovate and enhance its capabilities. As for the members of the raiding unit, his father had already provided him with a list of operatives he could mobilize, all of whom possessed commendable skills. However, upon reviewing the profiles and subsequently eliminating several candidates, Zhao Junyu tasked Qianbai with conducting further investigations, which yielded disappointing results. Not only did these individuals indulge in drinking and rowdiness, but they were also found to be corrupt, oppressing the common folk. Furthermore, the records of their combat achievements contained numerous embellishments, revealing a stark disparity between their actual abilities and the accolades they reported, leaving Zhao Junyu disheartened. Consequently, after more than 10 days of fruitless efforts, he had merely unearthed further instances of decay within the federal ranks, wasting precious time. On this particular day, Zhao Junyu continued to occupy himself within the workshop where his Zaku was stationed, adjusting and acclimating while engaging in idle chatter with the chief mechanic nearby. Suddenly, a familiar figure approached him, and he heard the voice of Alex exclaiming, "You're really here again." Turning around, Zhao Junyu was pleasantly surprised to find none other than his old friend, Long Taoyi. Long Taoyi, as Admiral Edwards' trusted combat advisor, has earned the Admiral's deep affection. His previous suggestion to organize a troop retreat ensured the preservation of the Federal Space Force's last vestiges of strength, leading to his official promotion to lieutenant last week. His advancement was somewhat delayed to avoid accusations from the military of hastily promoting newcomers and fostering cliques. "Alex, have you been searching for members for your surprise attack team during this time?" Long Taoyi inquired as he approached Zhao Junyu. "Indeed. Why do you ask? Do you have any promising candidates to recommend?" Zhao Junyu replied, excitedly setting aside his current tasks. He was well aware that when his old friend posed such a question, it was likely he had someone noteworthy in mind. "I've noticed you haven't found suitable candidates, so I kept an eye out and discovered an intriguing little squad. Here is the information for you to review," Long Taoyi said, handing over a document to Zhao Junyu. Upon receiving it, Zhao Junyu began to peruse the contents but furrowed his brow at first glance. "The Undying Fourth Squad? What sort of absurd name is that?" Zhao Junyu remarked with rare seriousness. "Don't concern yourself with their name. Focus on their information," Long Taoyi responded, half-jokingly, as he too found the name rather amusing. After his moment of levity, Zhao Junyu began to examine the document earnestly. Upon finishing, he understood why his father had not included this squad in the candidate materials, because their overall kill count was not particularly high. Given the vast numbers within the Federal Army, assessments were often based on kill ratios, yet many inflated their own statistics through the accomplishments of their subordinates. This squad, however, was different. Each member possessed their own kill count, albeit modest, and Zhao Junyu realized the humorous origin of their name. Aside from the very first member who had been shot down, none had perished in battle. All had survived to the present. Maintaining a team of 4 IT seemed that their skills were commendable and their luck not lacking, though Zhao Junyu pondered their character. If they were anything like some others, they would be utterly unsuitable. He then shifted his gaze to their individual resumes but was soon disappointed, not due to a lack of quality, but rather their overly formulaic nature, rendering them of little practical use. The information regarding this squad is promising. However, their individual backgrounds remain unclear. I will have someone investigate further. If they prove to be reliable individuals, they could be excellent candidates. "Thank you, Taoyi," Zhao Junyu stated, tucking the document away. "We need not exchange pleasantries. If I can assist you, that suffices. I shall take my leave now," Long Taoyi replied casually, waving his hand before turning to depart. As Long Taoyi departed, Zhao Junyu exchanged a few words with the personnel beside him before taking his leave. His objective was straightforward. He requested Qianbai to dispatch someone to investigate the specific circumstances of these 4 individuals. Indeed, he was in need of personnel, yet he insisted that those under his command must be of the highest caliber, particularly at this juncture when he required truly capable individuals who could follow orders. Otherwise, should any issues arise, the demise of those unsavory characters would be inconsequential. What he feared most was that their misdeeds might ensnare him as well. Upon receiving Zhao Junyu's request, Qianbai promptly arranged for his team to delve into the particulars of these 4 individuals. It must be noted that as the chief intelligence officer trusted most by General Libier, Qianbai and his subordinates exhibited commendable efficiency. Merely 3 days later, the detailed intelligence was delivered to Zhao Junyu. Upon receiving the intelligence report, Zhao Junyu immediately began to peruse it. As he read, a slight frown creased his brow, and once he finished, he leaned back in his chair, deep in contemplation. The lieutenant, Beininger, the team leader, was a seasoned soldier in his 40s, and judging by his record of downed targets, he possessed commendable skills. Furthermore, given that the team's losses amounted to just one individual, his command abilities appeared satisfactory. Aside from his penchant for frequenting bars to flirt with women, he seemed to harbor no significant faults. The second most skilled, Second Lieutenant Meng Xia, was also in his 30s, yet he had developed a reputation as a troublemaker within the squad. Fond of drink, women, and boasting, he exuded the swagger of a soldier and had a notoriously foul temper, presenting a challenge that would require management. Bet was a decent individual with some command capability, while the final member, Adele, was a quintessential good-natured person without any major issues. Though perhaps ill-suited for offensive maneuvers, he was more appropriate for support roles. Nonetheless, such a character could help alleviate potential discord within the team. After deliberation, Zhao Junyu concluded that the overall composition of the squad was quite promising. Provided he could find a way to keep them in check, they could evolve into a highly formidable team. With this thought in mind, he picked up the phone. "Connect me to General Libier. This is Captain Alexander Z. Libier. Father, I have a dossier regarding the team candidates that I will send over shortly. Please assist me in gathering them together." Chapter 49. The dual Beininger and his companions had never anticipated receiving a secret directive personally issued by General Libier himself. Moreover, prior to viewing the directive, they were required to sign a confidentiality agreement. Driven by curiosity and a desire to achieve merit, they affixed their signatures to the document, after which they were finally permitted to examine the mysterious orders. Once the four of them had perused the secret directive, they found themselves in a state of unrest, uncertain whether to accept the assignment. Although military personnel are duty-bound to obey orders, the directive from General Libier explicitly stated that acceptance was entirely at their discretion. It was not a compulsory transfer. This leniency was due to Zhao Junyu having expressed to his father a desire for them to voluntarily join his squad, rather than being coerced. Only in this manner could he ensure the utmost effectiveness in commanding them. After perusing this transfer order, Beininger and the other three exchanged hesitant glances, caught in a moment of indecision. The major who had come to announce the order, upon observing their demeanor, discerned their thoughts and spoke. "You four may confer among yourselves. I shall return at this time tomorrow, and by then, I expect your answer. However, let me remind you that this command is highly confidential. Only the four of you are privy to this matter. No one else must know. You are aware of the consequences of breaching confidentiality. As you have signed the relevant documents, I shall take my leave now. Do deliberate." With that, he departed. Few is this for real. The transfer order was personally issued by Commander Rebiel. What an unexpected turn of events. "Captain, what do you think? Should we accept it?" The most eccentric among them, Meng Xia, felt a surge of tension upon learning of the order. Once certain that no outsiders were present, he exhaled deeply and slowly spoke. "Beat Adele, what are your thoughts?" With his arms crossed and a truly serious expression, Lieutenant Beininger decided to solicit his subordinates' opinions first. "I have no objections. As long as we are together and alive, that's what matters," replied the ever-kind Adele, remaining true to his nature. "Though be honest, I worry that the higher-ups might assign us utterly impossible and perilous tasks, which would only lead to our demise." Beat, who held a position akin to vice-captain within the team, expressed his concerns. His words carried a certain weight, and as soon as he finished speaking, the other three nodded in agreement, sharing his apprehension. He continued, "However, this is not merely a command but a transfer order. This distinction implies numerous possibilities. At the very least, it suggests that we are not being sent to our deaths just yet. Moreover, this transfer order has been personally signed by Commander Rebiel himself. I personally do not believe that such a high-ranking official would be involved in dispatching individuals to certain doom. He is not the type to send people to their deaths. Therefore, accepting this transfer order should be relatively safe for now, though future missions may prove challenging. The worst-case scenario would be that our upcoming tasks are exceedingly difficult, in which case we must simply do our utmost to ensure our safety. As for other concerns, we need not trouble ourselves about them. What do you all think?" While Beat's remarks may not have been particularly insightful, they were at least reasonable. The four exchanged glances, and upon seeing nods of agreement, Beininger declared, "Then we shall accept this transfer order. I am quite curious to see what this secret strike force entails." On the third day after the renowned Undying Fourth Squad had accepted the transfer order, They found themselves in a spacious hangar at the Federal Army's main base in Zabro. The four of them awaited their new commander, having arrived in Zabro the previous day and received orders early this morning to assemble here. However, it was evident that their commander had yet to arrive. Oh dear, how exasperatingly slow. Why has that captain not arrived yet? I can't help but envision that fellow as a rotund, slothful giant, rounder than a ball, for there can be no other explanation for such delay as the most foul-mouthed among them. Meng Xia has now commenced his tirade of grievances. Upon his arrival, he learned that after joining this so-called assault team, their leader was no longer Lieutenant Baininger, but rather an unknown individual, which greatly displeased him. Until now, he had only acknowledged Baininger, dismissing all others as inconsequential. Meng Xia, do exercise some restraint among those also waiting. Baininger, who was becoming increasingly impatient, could not help but frown at Meng Xia's words and offer a caution. Although he was not particularly pleased with the notion of others leading them here, Meng Xia's remarks were too brazen, especially given that this was the headquarters of the Federal Army, a far cry from their previous location, where ears were abundant and mischief could brew if overheard by those with ulterior motives. Is it not so? If that fellow were not a gluttonous and utterly inept individual, why on earth is he still absent? That scoundrel must be too heavy to even rise. Meng Xia scoffed disdainfully, uttering venomous words. Oh my, so it appears that I am perceived as such a person in your eyes. How unfortunate, though I do not seem to bear such a countenance, and I assure you, I am not tardy. From the corridor emerged a deep, resonant voice, prompting the four to instinctively turn towards its source. The rhythmic sound of military boots striking the ground approached, revealing a youth clad in combat attire, one hand swinging a helmet over his shoulder. He possessed an extremely youthful visage, yet was strikingly unremarkable in appearance, striding towards them. Clearly, he was their new captain, none other than Zhao Junyu. So you are the so-called new captain we have been hearing about? Meng Xia persisted in his relentless demeanor. Indeed, I am your new captain, but I am not the kind of captain you describe. Once you join this assault unit, I become your captain. Otherwise, you may promptly take your leave. As he spoke, Zhao Junyu's tone turned stern. He understood the necessity of establishing dominance during this first encounter, particularly with a troublemaker like Meng Xia, lest future missions become troublesome. Oh, you are quite audacious given your seemingly youthful and tender appearance. I wonder if you have even reached adulthood, daring to call yourself young master in my presence. Let me tell you, when I was in the army, you hadn't even grown your first hair yet. Judging by your age, I suspect your rank of captain was solely due to your father's influence, devoid of any true capability. Meng Xia exclaimed furiously. Though Zhao Junyu's reputation was considerable, few had truly encountered him. Thus Meng Xia and the others remained unaware that the individual before them was none other than the illustrious Captain Alexander of the Raven Legion. This is the result of his father, Commander Rebiel, protecting him. His father consented to the Federation using him for propaganda, but insisted that his son's visage must not be revealed. Otherwise, the commander feared that assassins dispatched by Jin would relentlessly pursue his son's life. Heroes can inspire morale effectively, yet the memory of fallen heroes can equally undermine it. You may speak of me as you wish, but you shall not insult my father. Now, I am eager to see if you possess the capability to be my subordinate. Zhao Junyu's eyes gleamed with ferocity as he fixed his gaze on this man with a ruddy nose. He could tolerate others looking down on him due to his youth, but he could not abide anyone accusing his father of nepotism. Whoever dared to utter such words would certainly face consequences. Very well. It seems you possess some military tenacity. I shall witness your true capabilities. Meng Xia, as a seasoned veteran, had witnessed the darker sides of the current Federation military. Many individuals, whose personal prowess in combat and leadership paled in comparison to his own, had ascended the ranks merely because they were offspring or relatives of certain high-ranking officials. Moreover, these individuals lacked any semblance of a soldier's grit, which only exacerbated his discontent. Upon observing Zhao Junyu's youthful appearance, he instinctively assumed this lad was no different from those others, yet to his surprise, Zhao Junyu exhibited a measure of military resolve that he had not anticipated, prompting Meng Xia to regard him with newfound respect. Baining and the others showed no inclination to intervene. Their aim was straightforward, to gauge the capabilities of this newly appointed captain. They watched as Zhao Junyu carelessly tossed aside his helmet, shifting his left side backward while extending his right hand forward in a gesture of readiness. The four understood that he was signaling his intent to spar with them. Exchanging glances, Meng Xia advanced as the other three stepped back, creating ample space for the confrontation. Cracking his knuckles with a fierce demeanor, Meng Xia declared, "Let me test your true mettle." With that, he launched an aggressive assault, unleashing a barrage of formidable military punches towards Zhao Junyu. Zhao Junyu, with his left hand positioned behind him, adeptly deflected Meng Xia's strikes using only his right hand while retreating. Observing Meng Xia's relentless onslaught, he mused to himself that the physical prowess and capabilities of these veterans were indeed commendable, their strength and speed impressive, and their martial arts infused with lethal intent. However, he knew he must subdue them. Failure to do so would lead to complications down the line. Meanwhile, as Meng Xia continued his fruitless barrage, he internally acknowledged the young man's remarkable skill. The fact that Zhao Junyu had only employed one hand indicated he still had reserves of strength. I cannot allow this to persist. I must find a way to land a hit on him, or our lives will become quite unbearable. Just as he contemplated how to strike Zhao Junyu, he noticed a sudden awkwardness in Zhao Junyu's movements, revealing an opening. Without a moment's hesitation, he executed a sweeping kick with his right leg aimed directly at Zhao Junyu. However, what he had not anticipated was that this opportunity was sold to him by Zhao Junyu. Observing Meng Xia executing a sweeping kick as he had envisioned, a perilous smile crept across his lips. With a slight lean of his body, he seized Meng Xia's calf, using his elbow to block the attack aimed at his leg. With a forceful motion, he spun Meng Xia around and hurled him towards the direction of Banninger and the others. Upon witnessing the unfolding chaos in the arena, Banninger and his companions sensed impending trouble. As they beheld Meng Xia being flung towards them by Zhao Junyu, they rushed forward to catch him. The outcome was that while they did manage to catch him, they were also knocked to the ground by the sheer force. "Are you willing to concede?" Zhao Junyu inquired directly, gazing at the four sprawled on the ground. "Humph, I concede that you possess some skill, unlike those ineffectual fellows. However, to expect us to yield to you is far from simple. We are not like those army brutes who rely on hand-to-hand combat for a living. We are pilots, and our expertise lies in piloting fighter jets." Shaking his slightly dazed head, Meng Xia rose but still retorted defiantly. Yet, he had to admit that his adversaries were indeed correct. Hand-to-hand combat was not their forte, so if I were to surpass you in flying skills, you would yield to me. Is that it? Zhao Junyu fixed his gaze upon them. "Indeed, do you dare?" Meng Xia proclaimed proudly, for he believed that within the entire federal military, few could match their flying prowess. This was his utmost pride, which emboldened him to make such a statement. "Are you all of the same opinion?" Zhao Junyu directed his question at the other three. They exchanged glances and nodded, convinced that if this individual could genuinely best them in this domain, it would certainly attest to his commendable abilities, warranting a trial. "Very well, follow me, and I shall demonstrate my prowess. It has been a long time since I engaged in a multi-opponent game, especially one devoid of life-threatening risks," Zhao Junyu declared before turning to depart. "What a multi-opponent game?" Chapter 50, Dominance Through Strength. "This is impossible, you must be cheating." An irate voice resonated within the confines of the pilot simulation chamber. It was none other than Meng Xia, and the reason was straightforward. The four of them were pitted against Zhao Junyu in the simulation chamber, and before long, their screens began to display the ominous words, "You have been shot down." This left them in disbelief, and Meng Xia, whose temper was already volatile, was naturally incensed. Earlier, Zhao Junyu had brought the four of them to this place, presented his credentials to the staff, and explained his intentions, after which they were granted access to the 5 simulation chambers for their duel. However, Banninger and his companions believed in their own remarkable skills, coupled with the long-standing harmonious cooperation among the four of them, which they were certain would enable them to decisively defeat this young man. Yet, from the inception of the practice match, they sensed something amiss. His speed and technique were astonishingly rapid. Attempting to capture him seemed utterly impossible, and once they failed to contain him, it often signified their own impending defeat. Should they falter in their escape, it would inevitably result in being struck down by Zhao Junyu. They were especially incredulous at the disparity. Given that all 5 of them wielded standard swordfish, how could such a gap exist? This led Meng Xia to exclaim that Zhao Junyu was cheating. "So you remain unconvinced?" Zhao Junyu remarked nonchalantly. Observing the agitated Meng Xia, "Of course. With the same swordfish, how could you possibly execute such maneuvers? That is undoubtedly cheating. Otherwise, you could not have triumphed over us," Meng Xia shouted in a somewhat hysterical tone, unable to fathom how all 4 of them could be vanquished by him. "Allow me to grant you another opportunity," Zhao Junyu continued, his gaze turning icy. "The aircraft and data for my simulation chamber will be set and locked by you. I shall still face 4 of you. Should you fail again and remain unconvinced, I shall not compel you. But do prepare yourselves for a period of confinement in a secret detention facility." His tone was casual, yet the gravity of his words was undeniable. Their presence here signified acceptance of orders, and to now disobey would suggest insubordination. As a covert unit, they would need to be detained for a time until the significance of this secret diminished. Very well, we agree. Meng Xia, you handle the settings, Baininger declared, as the four exchanged glances and nodded in unison. They were still perplexed by their earlier defeat, and upon hearing Zhao Junyu's proposal, they acquiesced. After all, once the parameters and data were established during the practice, no alterations could be made until the session concluded. Should he emerge victorious again, they could hardly contest his prowess, provided his commands were not foolish and the mission was not a futile sacrifice. Soon enough, Meng Xia completed the settings and locked the data, and the practice match commenced once more. Yet, they quickly realized that even with the data locked on his aircraft, his movements remained astonishingly swift and his techniques bizarrely effective. Having learned from their previous defeat, they approached this confrontation with heightened caution, yet despite their vigilance, the outcome remained unchanged. In a short span of time, the familiar message indicating their defeat reappeared on their screens, marking yet another failure. How about now? Are you convinced? Zhao Junyu inquired as they exited the simulation chamber, though inwardly he began to plot. If they truly remained unconvinced, he would have to arrange for their placement in a special room for observation, a course of action he was reluctant to pursue. Meng Xia emitted a dissatisfied hum, crossing her arms and turning her head away from Zhao Junyu. Yet, it was not only the three individuals familiar with him who perceived this. Even Zhao Junyu recognized that, in truth, this fellow had already submitted, albeit in a technical sense, to Zhao Junyu's authority. Observing this situation, Zhao Junyu felt quite content with the current state of affairs, understanding that to thoroughly command a team requires time. What he needed now was precisely this outcome. Since there were no objections, let us proceed. Addressing the four silent individuals, Zhao Junyu nodded and, after speaking, turned to leave, as their presence here was rather inconvenient, and they needed to familiarize themselves with one another. The five individuals, led by Zhao Junyu, returned to the original maintenance hangar. Gazing at the four individuals who would serve as his subordinates for the foreseeable future, Zhao Junyu nodded slightly. Although they still did not fully acknowledge his leadership and exhibited a certain rebelliousness, they were all capable individuals, he spoke. You four have survived the fiercest battlefields on the front lines of the Federation. Each with your own tally of enemy kills, I believe you have all perceptively grasped the vast disparity in technological equipment between our forces and the Zeon forces, have you not? The four, led by Banninger, nodded in understanding, aware of the stark differences. Otherwise, given the disparity in troop numbers, the conflict would not have reached such a dire impasse. Observing their reactions, Zhao Junyu continued. What equipment do you believe could genuinely contend with Zeon Zaku? After a moment of contemplation, it was Banninger, as the captain, who spoke first. I believe that only mobile suits akin to Zeon Zaku can effectively counter them. Otherwise, under our current equipment, we would stand no chance against Zeon's assaults in a one-on-one scenario. Do you all share this belief? Zhao Junyu inquired, glancing at the other three, who nodded in agreement. Although they boasted numerous kills, these were achieved amidst the support of many ground troops and through their coordinated efforts. They lacked confidence in their ability to engage Zeon Zaku in a direct one-on-one confrontation. Now, allow me to show you something. With that, Zhao Junyu retrieved an object from his pocket. Upon pressing a button, the previously dim area behind the four suddenly illuminated, revealing what had been shrouded in darkness. Had it not been for military regulations and the plethora of sensitive information within the Zabraro headquarters, they would have long since investigated what lay there. This is .4 real. Is this truly? The four were utterly astounded as they beheld the object behind them, something they were all too familiar with, having dealt with it since the first Zeon combat drop. The Zaku. They could scarcely believe that within the headquarters of the Federation Army, there existed enemy equipment, so brazenly displayed here. You need not be astonished. This is indeed the Zaku of Zeon, which will serve as your mode of transport in the not-so-distant future. Zhao Junyu comprehended their surprise. Were he to suddenly encounter the mainstay equipment of Zeon at the headquarters of the Federal Army, he too would be taken aback. Nonetheless, he felt compelled to articulate his thoughts. Lieutenant, are you implying that these Zakus will be our vehicles, that we are to operate these machines? Banninger inquired, a hint of astonishment in his voice. Certainly. Without such assets, how could I dare to assemble a strike force that penetrates deep into enemy territory? Zhao Junyu replied. Deep into enemy territory? Lieutenant, are you suggesting that our future missions will involve combat behind enemy lines? Bird exclaimed, his astonishment palpable. Indeed, we shall engage in operations behind enemy lines, conducting sabotage and surprise attacks within currently occupied zones, rendering their control over these areas tenuous while appropriating their resources and diminishing their active forces. Rest assured, I will not assign you to perilous missions unnecessarily. I shall take on the role of rear guard myself, ensuring your safety, Zhao Junyu reassured them, aware of their apprehensions. For a moment, The four were at a loss for words. What Zhao Junyu spoke of was their greatest concern. The prospect of operating behind enemy lines heightened their anxieties. However, the assurance that he would be the one to cover their retreat only added to their discomfort. As it was common knowledge that those left behind often faced dire fates, with survival rates dismally low. By the way, please refrain from addressing me as Lieutenant. It feels rather peculiar. My name is Alexander Zhao Rebil. But you may call me Alex, Zhao Junyu recalled. Realizing he had yet to introduce himself, and the constant reference to him as Lieutenant felt somewhat odd. Alexander Zhao Rebil. Where have I heard that name before? Meng Xia pondered aloud. Of course, he is the embodiment of death known as the Grim Raven from Xi'an, the hero of the Federation, the Eagle of Rum, and the sole son of Commander Rebil. He is indeed one of the most renowned figures within the entire Earth sphere, the ever-silent good-natured Adele elucidated. The other three found themselves momentarily at a loss for words. Lieutenant Rebil, the hero of the Federation, had always been shrouded in mystery. They had envisioned him as a rugged figure, never anticipating he would be so youthful. Most importantly, he was the only son of Commander Rebil, and now he stood before them as their leader. The notion that their future battleground would be in the most perilous of enemy territory left them utterly speechless. Enough with the superfluous chatter. Starting tomorrow at 0700 hours, we will assemble here for training. We must strive to master the use of the Zaku within a fortnight, for I anticipate that we shall soon receive our assignments, and I do not wish for you to be incapable of operating your machines by then. Zhao Junyu commanded emphatically. Understood. The four replied in unison. Chapter 51. The first surprise attack. The following day, the training for the surprise attack squad commenced. To be frank, it is rather unreasonable to expect an individual to master the operation of a mobile warrior in such a short span of time, particularly when it involves combat training for the battlefield. However, time waits for no one, and the longer it takes for Jin to establish a foothold in the region, the more complicated matters will become. Thus, he had no choice but to brace himself and proceed. Fortunately, the four of them hailed from a background as pilots, endowed with commendable technical skills, which rendered the completion of their training within a limited time frame feasible. The high-intensity training left Banninger and the others utterly devoid of temper. This was not to suggest that they had fully acknowledged Captain Zhao Junyu. Rather, they were simply too exhausted to muster any frustration. Each morning, aside from the essentials of eating and personal relief, their days revolved solely around training, leaving them to return home resembling lifeless husks, collapsing onto their beds in a state of unconsciousness. Indeed, unconsciousness seemed a more fitting term than mere sleep. That, of course, their recognition of Zhao Junyu had indeed grown, as he was none other than their training partner. For every hour they spent training, Zhao Junyu mirrored their efforts, all while maintaining a 1-to-4 training regimen, which meant that he endured a greater burden than they did. Furthermore, Zhao Junyu's responsibilities extended beyond mere training. He was involved in overseeing the adjustments and modifications of the machinery, for their lives depended on it. Additionally, during this period, he was tasked with scouting and formulating their initial combat location and strategy. Naturally, the rigorous training was not without its merits. Zhao Junyu's prowess as a pilot garnered further respect from the four, and they collectively lamented the limitations imposed by the monitoring screens within the Zaku's cockpit. While the Zaku's monitors could zoom in on distant locations, their functionality was akin to that of the monitoring systems within a Type 61 tank, restrictive in nature. Their backgrounds as pilots had accustomed them to the expansive fields of vision afforded by aircraft, making the transition to the Zaku somewhat disorienting. Captain, why have you summoned us? Shouldn't we be training? After dinner, Zhao Junyu gathered Banninger and the others, prompting Meng Xia, the old rebel, to voice his grievances anew. Although he admired Zhao Junyu's skills, he had yet to fully submit to his leadership. To this day, his greatest admiration remained with Lieutenant Banninger, his former captain. There are no training tasks tonight. We shall rest early, for we have a combat mission tomorrow, Zhao Junyu stated flatly. What? A combat mission? Meng Xia exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, a combat mission, Zhao Junyu replied, casting a glance at the four. Have you forgotten my words upon your arrival? I mentioned that your training time is quite limited, only half a month, after which we would embark on our mission. Has it already been half a month? It feels as though time has barely passed at all, Meng Xia remarked, a hint of disbelief in his voice. Captain, are we embarking on the mission tomorrow? Isn't it a bit too rushed? We have only just begun to familiarize ourselves with the controls of the machines, Banning interjected. I am aware of that, but as I have mentioned before, time is of the essence. The sooner we mobilize, the greater our impact on the enemy, thereby minimizing their control over the occupied territories. While I would prefer to afford you ample time for training, reality compels us to act, Zhao Junyu replied. Then, Captain, is it possible for our mission to? Before Beat could finish his sentence, Zhao Junyu gestured for him to refrain from continuing. I understand what you wish to convey. During this period, I have not been idle. I have conducted research and selected a stronghold. IT is not overly challenging, and given our capabilities coupled with the element of surprise, neutralizing it should not pose a significant difficulty. Zhao Junyu continued, casting a glance at them before elaborating. I know that mere words from me may not instill confidence, so follow me. The conference room should have the prepared materials. With that, he turned and walked away, the four trailing behind him. Upon reaching the podium, Zhao Junyu activated the equipment, revealing a meticulously marked map on the screen. He pointed at the map with a laser pointer, stating, "This is the closest stronghold to our final defensive line. Referred to by the enemy as supply point 4354.as, it is a supply point. Its purpose is self-evident. The defensive force is not formidable, consisting of 8 Zakas and 6 tanks. This stronghold is conveniently suitable for us to hone our skills." He indicated the enemy's defensive positions on the map. As a surprise assault team. Our specialty lies in infiltration and launching unexpected strikes, so my plan is as follows. Zhao Junyu began to articulate his operational strategy, while the four listened attentively. Once Zhao Junyu had outlined the entire operational plan, Baining and Beat exchanged glances, their brows slightly furrowed. Indeed, Zhao Junyu's strategy was rather conventional, almost akin to a tutorial, lacking any distinctive flair, yet devoid of obvious flaws. Captain, in terms of support, we only have 8 Type 61 tanks. Is it possible to increase that number? Beat inquired. Yes, I have assessed the terrain there. We can only conceal 2 tank squads at most. Any more would be impractical, and additional tanks would not significantly aid our surprise attack. In fact, too many could jeopardize our position and hinder our efforts, Zhao Junyu explained. The four fell into contemplative silence, recognizing that while the operation would indeed penetrate enemy lines, the intelligence indicated that their numbers were relatively few. Moreover, given their deceptive surprise approach, Zhao Junyu's arrangements, though unremarkable, appeared methodical and sound. Nonetheless, it was their first time maneuvering enemy Zakus deep into hostile territory, and a lingering apprehension remained. If there are no further issues, we shall disperse. Rest well. We are to assemble in our hangar at 0700 hours tomorrow morning, Zhao Junyu stated, observing them once more. Seeing no objections, he nodded and declared, dismissed. Before departing, I hope that tomorrow's battle will unfold as the young spirit envisions, Lieutenant. I shall retire for the night. Meng Xiao rose, stretched languidly, and declared as she exited, I'm off to bed. These past few days have utterly exhausted me. Good night indeed. Regardless of the outcome of the conflict, we must ensure a restful night's sleep this evening to safeguard ourselves for tomorrow's skirmish. Let us all return to our quarters, suggested Baining, nodding to the other two. The four individuals returned to their respective rooms, and the night swiftly passed. The following morning, the members of the surprise assault team had gathered, with all the units. Tanks and other vehicles loaded onto the Media Point 4 aircraft ascended into the sky, heading towards their destination. Many might find it perplexing that 5 Zaku and 8 tanks necessitated such a number of Media. Indeed, this force could suffice with just 3, leaving ample space unoccupied. The rationale behind this abundance is straightforward. Their miraculous objective is the enemy's supply point. Aside from causing disruption and eliminating some of the enemy's manpower, the primary goal is to seize resources. With both sides entrenched in a stalemate, the contest revolves around attrition, and ample supplies are of utmost importance. More is always better. Thus, several trucks for transporting goods are included. Captain, haven't we arrived yet? Meng Xiao remarked with a tinge of boredom from the cockpit. We're almost there. Why? Are you feeling anxious? Zhao Junyu inquired, equally situated in the cockpit. How could that be? I'm merely exceedingly bored, Meng Xiao retorted dismissively. Is that so? It won't be long now. Before Zhao Junyu could finish, the communicator buzzed with a voice announcing, Lieutenant Laybill, we have arrived at the designated location. Commencing descent. Please prepare for engagement. Understood, Zhao Junyu replied, severing the connection and addressed Meng Xiao. See, I told you it would be quick. All right, this is Death God 1. All units commence final checks. We have reached the designated location and are preparing for engagement. The 4 massive Media alighted at the predetermined site, from which the tanks and Zaku gradually disembarked. Zhao Junyu then instructed, Tank Squad, proceed to your ambush points as previously arranged. Be cautious not to reveal your positions. The assault team will accompany me along the designated route to the enemy's supply point. Likewise, you must not expose yourselves. We are executing a surprise attack, and discovery by the enemy would spell disaster. Understood, you're quite bothersome, let us set off already, Meng Xiao replied impatiently. The others, somewhat exasperated, complied and set forth. Their journey led the 5 to supply point 4534. Hey, brother, Have the supplies from our homeland arrived yet? Zhao Junyu initiated the conversation upon reaching the enemy supply point. They have arrived. A batch came in just the day before yesterday. What do you need? Replied the driver of the Zaku guarding the supply point. Oh, how splendid it is. Our ammunition is nearly depleted, and the abundance of scrap metal from the Federation resembles a swarm of bothersome flies. Where might we procure the supplementary supplies? As Zhao Junyu spoke, he waved the machine gun in his left hand, while the other 4 individuals dispersed, appearing to engage in idle chatter with their comrades stationed here. Zhao Junyu, however, continually inched closer to the machine of the individual he was conversing with. The location of the ammunition is over there, but should you require resupply, you must register at that tent. You are aware this is the protocol. The Zaku indicated 2 spots and explained to Zhao Junyu, I am indeed familiar with this protocol. Is it these 2 locations? I understand now. I am truly grateful to you. However, I face a serious problem. Zhao Junyu had now completely closed the distance to the Zaku, one hand gripping the machine gun while his right hand stealthily crept toward the handle of the electric axe at his waist. What serious problem? What? Severe electromagnetic interference. What is happening? The Zaku inquired, perplexed, but suddenly, a warning of signal disruption flashed on the machine's screen, filling him with foreboding. Yet, at this moment, it was too late. The problem is this. Chapter 52. The imminent danger. An axe radiating a crimson glow cleaved horizontally toward the cockpit of the Zaku that had been conversing with Zhao Junyu. A thunderous sound of steel being severed echoed, and the Zaku before Zhao Junyu abruptly ceased all movement. How could it still function? The cockpit and its occupant were cleaved in 2. If it could still move, that would indeed be a sight to behold. Meanwhile, the other 4 members of the ambush team also sprang into action, yielding similar results in an instant. The 5 Zaku guarding the supply point of the Jin forces were obliterated, leaving only 3 remaining. What is happening? A rebellion? No. It is the enemy. Witnessing this sudden turn of events, the troops defending the supply point were momentarily taken aback. This was not unexpected. In their minds, the Zaku was the sharpest weapon of their army, an exclusive asset, wielded only by their own. They could scarcely fathom that those piloting identical Zaku would turn against their own, leaving them momentarily stunned. However, as those selected to be Zaku pilots, their skills were not lacking, especially among the first batch of pilots. The remaining 3 quickly regained their composure and began to retaliate. Indeed, the quality of the Jin soldiers was superior to that of the Federation, at least at this juncture. Zhao Junyu, observing the swift response of the Jin forces, sighed in resignation. Nevertheless, sighing would not suffice. He had to act swiftly, lest others lament over his lifeless form. Zhao Junyu forcefully pulled the Zaku he had struck into his grasp, positioning it before him and using it as a makeshift shield. Meanwhile, the enemy Zaku aimed its machine gun at Zhao Junyu, unleashing a hail of bullets. However, a colossal steel shield now stood before him, rendering their ammunition utterly ineffective, the bullets merely ricocheting off the makeshift barrier. At this moment, the mind of the Jin pilot was consumed entirely by a singular obsession: to transform the enemy before him into a sieve. Utterly disregarding all else, as he relentlessly targeted Zhao Junyu, he too fell under the gaze of Baininger. Both Zaku machines mirrored each other's movements, yet the outcomes diverged drastically. He failed to turn Zhao Junyu into a sieve, while he himself became one. The madness of a person truly is the most fearsome of all, devoid of any semblance of order or strategy. With a deep breath, Zhao Junyu contemplated this before turning to express his gratitude to Baininger, saying, "Thank you so much, Ban. Watch out!" In an instant, he sent the Zaku that had been blocking his path soaring away, seizing his machine gun to fire upon the Zaku positioned diagonally behind Baininger. It turned out that Baininger had initiated the assault first. However, the Jin pilot's instinct was to evade rather than engage, successfully dodging Baininger's attack and remaining concealed. Observing this hesitation and noticing Zhao Junyu under constant fire from the enemy, Baininger prioritized aiding Zhao Junyu, unaware that the enemy would then emerge at that moment, leading to the current predicament. Zhao Junyu raised his machine gun, aiming directly at the Zaku's cockpit, unleashing a barrage of fire. Before he could target Baininger's Zaku, it was obliterated by Zhao Junyu's precise strike. Retrieving his gun, Zhao Junyu remarked to Baininger, "One for each of us. That should even the score, but I must still thank you." "No, I owe my thanks to you as well, Captain," Baininger replied. "I am the captain. It is only right to save my comrades," Zhao Junyu responded. Meanwhile, the last Zaku was taken down by Meng Xia. Zhao Junyu continued to use the external loudspeaker, instructing, "Clear the remaining enemies with utmost speed. Adele, prepare the signal flare." The remaining foes posed little threat to the Zaku, especially as several of the team were quite formidable. They were swiftly dispatched. Adele launched the signal flare, and the previously concealed tanks and media support units soon arrived on the scene. Zhao Junyu directed, the Type 61s will disperse into 8 positions for surveillance as we begin transporting supplies with the support units. The transport team must pay special attention to any documents they may have left behind. They are even more crucial than the supplies. After some time, all transportable items from the supply point were removed, including the down Zakus, leaving the area in such a state that even a mouse would have departed in tears. 4 Fully loaded media transport planes ascended slowly into the sky, heading towards the Federal Army headquarters. On board, Zhao Junyu found himself lost in thought. Although this surprise attack had been a success, its primary merit lay in the element of surprise. Otherwise, losses could have been significant. It seems I must invest more effort into command and coordination, as well as improving our equipment. Let me ponder this further. A month later, despite the high frequency of assaults leaving Zhao Junyu and his 4 companions utterly fatigued, the accolades they garnered were substantial. One aspect is the continuously rising number of enemy aircraft shot down. Zhao Junyu's original tally stood at 32, including 6 aircraft in the air and 26 grounded, which has now escalated to 51. Furthermore, the other 4 members have also accrued at least 20 to 30 downed aircraft each. The second point is the disruption of Jin's stability and the acquisition of substantial supplies. However, what they value most is not merely these achievements, but the fact that their squad has finally been bestowed with a name, the Scythe of Death. Naturally, this is not the official designation, but rather a moniker given by well-meaning individuals, and it undoubtedly owes a significant debt of gratitude to Meng Xia, whose contributions cannot be overlooked. Despite the strict management within the ambush squad, they cannot contain this individual's penchant for alcohol or the power granted to him by that insidious ex-parasite. Nevertheless, he remains astutely aware, revealing nothing of his thoughts. Otherwise, he would find himself confined to a cell. The abundance of accolades and burgeoning fame concurrently brings forth more arduous missions. Today's task is precisely that. The General Staff has issued a direct order for them to execute a surprise attack on a supply point that has recently acquired a wealth of resources. On board the transport aircraft, the expressions of the entire ambush squad are notably relaxed, with the exception of Zhao Junyu, whose countenance is grave. Over the past month, they have successfully completed all missions, which has garnered considerable respect for Zhao Junyu as their leader from Baining and the others. Although his command in battle has not been particularly striking, it is undeniably practical and effective. Often, what is effective is indeed the best approach, as brilliance does not always equate to success. This explains the relaxed demeanor of the other 4. However, upon receiving this latest order, Zhao Junyu felt an overwhelming urge to refuse, as the terrain here is exceedingly treacherous. Should they be encircled by the enemy, escape would prove exceedingly difficult. Nevertheless, the intelligence provided by the Federal Army indicated a defensive force comprising 12 Zaku units and other troops, which, while significant in defensive terms, is not particularly formidable for an ambush squad. The information he received from Qian Bai corroborated that the enemy forces were indeed limited, which ultimately compelled Zhao Junyu to accept the assignment. After all, he lacked a legitimate reason to decline. Yet, ever since he undertook this mission, an unsettling sense of danger has loomed over him, rendering him restless and apprehensive, as though something dire is about to transpire. "What's the matter, Captain?" With a serious expression, "Have you been dumped by some girl?" A rather flippant voice chimed in Zhao Junyu's ear, unmistakably belonging to the irreverent Meng Xia. "Meng Xia, do be more mindful." Baining interjected, displaying a grounded demeanor as he admonished Meng Xia. He then turned to Zhao Junyu, still bearing a somber expression, and inquired, "Captain, are you still troubled by this mission?" "Yes," Zhao Junyu replied, his face still shadowed with concern. "Since the General Staff assigned me this task, this feeling has been present, and today it has grown even more pronounced. I am genuinely worried." "Then why did you not refuse the mission at that time?" Baining continued to probe. At that moment, I too contemplated a refusal. However, the intelligence from the military indicated that the forces stationed there were minimal, and there were no signs of troop movements towards this location during this period. Thus, I found myself without a valid rationale to decline, for we are soldiers, and despite possessing certain privileges, they must be justified by reason. "Captain, your directives have proven unfaltering thus far, and the military reports corroborate that the enemy's strength is lacking. Considering our capabilities, I see little cause for concern. This mission shall undoubtedly be accomplished successfully, so you need not worry excessively." Manta interjected, rather inopportunely. "If that is indeed the case, I would be most grateful. However, we must remain vigilant, for we are amidst a conflict. It would be prudent not to underestimate the situation." Once we arrive and commence our operations, you all must exercise caution, especially you, Manta. You are often too careless. Zhao Junyu stated sternly. The circumstances of this mission are exceedingly precarious, with no available positions for ambush or support. Therefore, Zhao Junyu was compelled to devise alternative arrangements. I understand how tedious, truly, Manta retorted with dissatisfaction, yet found himself unable to counter. Very well, we are nearing our destination. Let us board and conduct our final checks. With that, Zhao Junyu rose, patting both of their shoulders before striding towards his mech. Lieutenant, do you think the captain is being overly sensitive? So tense. Manta inquired of Baininger. Perhaps, but the captain's caution is not unwarranted. Better to err on the side of caution. Come, let us board and finalize our preparations. With that, Baininger and Manta also departed. Soon, Midia came to a halt at the designated location, and the squad, known as the Reaper Scythe, executed the preparatory tasks as per Zhao Junyu's prior instructions, advancing towards their supply point. Danger was imminent. From a distance, a sizable supply depot came into view. 12 Zaku units and over 20 Majera tanks, along with various defensive armaments, were either stationed or patrolling, indicating a formidable defense that would require considerable effort to breach. It is about to commence. All units, please remain alert. Using the internal communication channel, Zhao Junyu commanded. The remaining 4 responded in unison, and he cast an increasingly grave gaze upon the supply point. Logically, seeing the Jin army's stringent defenses should have reassured him. Such fortifications suggested their apprehension regarding his raiding party potentially surrendering their supply point. Otherwise, their defenses would likely be lax, inviting an attack. Yet, despite the rationale for relief, a tumult of anxiety surged within him, rendering him restless. Brothers, do you have ammunition and fuel available here? As we embarked on this mission, our progress had been rather uniform. Upon entering the supply point, Zhao Junyu maneuvered his mech and waved at a standing Zakuo by the entrance, though internally he was still quite agitated. Yet, his tone resembled that of seasoned veterans. It seems you've had quite the haul. How many Federation tanks did you take down? The driver of the Zaku responded with enthusiasm. Sigh. Don't even mention it. The Federation tanks are like toys, utterly lacking in challenge. However, their sheer numbers are a real nuisance, quite tedious, indeed, Zhao Junyu replied, exuding a sense of helplessness. Indeed, the Federation relied solely on their numbers, rendering the conflict devoid of any excitement. All the supplies you need are within, and there will be someone to guide you once you enter. I must remain here on guard. You may proceed, the Zaka driver stated. Very well, I shall go in first, and we can continue our discussion shortly. With that, Zhao Junyu stepped inside. However, after taking just a few steps, he noticed something peculiar about the movements of the patrolling mechs and tanks within. Their gun barrels seemed to be adjusting towards his position with alarming intent. Observing the layout of the entire supply point, he realized it was designed for easy access from the inside to the outside, whereas ingress from the outside was quite inconvenient. At this moment, Zhao Junyu understood that it was a trap. He immediately activated the internal communication and shouted, Baining, you must gather your men and move at once. It's a trap, as he shouted. He seized his battle axe from his waist and hurled it at the Zaku stationed at the entrance. The Zaku had been poised to wait for Zhao Junyu and his comrades to enter before launching an attack. But to their surprise, Zhao Junyu had initiated the assault first and had become the primary target. The crimson axe cleaved directly into the back of the mech, and upon the resounding impact within, it was evident that the pilot would likely not survive. Damn it, we've been discovered. Relay the command. All ambushing forces, engage immediately. Surround and annihilate this accursed squad. Let their scythe of death meet their demise. Commander Jean, responsible for this operation, recognized that the element of surprise was lost and promptly issued orders. The remaining 11 Zaku stationed at various points within the supply area pivoted and began to unleash a hail of gunfire towards Zhao Junyu and his team, transforming the locale into a veritable storm of bullets. Meanwhile, Baining and his 3 companions heard Zhao Junyu's command and swiftly dispersed, seeking cover, retreating, and retaliating. These scoundrels from Jean's forces. The captain was indeed correct. We are in deep trouble, Manta exclaimed, having evaded enemy fire and shot down a Magella tank in a fit of indignation. Let's not waste time with idle chatter. A greater crisis is upon us. Bet, having narrowly escaped an enemy attack and downed a Zaku, added, it is as if the stage is set for a dramatic turn. Just as I spoke, greater troubles have arrived. Not far from the supply point, numerous figures suddenly surged forth from the depths of the earth. It goes without saying that these emerging silhouettes were none other than Jean's primary battle machines, the Zaku. How could they possibly think to ambush us with such scant forces? I mused. Yet, Even Uncle Bu Yi and his companions failed to uncover the truth. They had dug trenches and concealed themselves underground. In no wonder it was undetectable. With the visible forces combined, there were now nearly 30 Zaku in total, a significant predicament indeed. As Zhao Junyu beheld the Zaku erupting from the ground, he pondered the implications. The full-scale offensive from Jin's side brought him both reassurance and concern. The assurance lay in the fact that the enemy had finally revealed their hand. The concealed fangs, however, posed the greatest threat and worry, for one must remain perpetually vigilant against potential surprises from the adversary. The concern stemmed from the enemy's overwhelming numbers, far surpassing his own forces by 5 or 6 times. Although his team was composed of elite members, the battlefield dynamics shifted dramatically with an increase in enemy personnel. Greater numbers meant intensified firepower, and with heightened firepower came heightened danger. Amidst the chaos, Zhao Junyu seized an opportunity to counterattack, disabling 2 enemy tanks that were relatively close. Then, a familiar voice crackled through the communicator. Adele, the ever kind-hearted one, urgently inquired, "Zhao, what's wrong? Are you all right?" "Fortunately, all is well, save for my machine's right arm being damaged," Adele replied, which alleviated Zhao Junyu's worries considerably. "That's a relief. Your machine has sustained damage. Retreat quickly. Baininger, form a defensive formation with the 3 of you to cover Adele's withdrawal. I will hold the rear." With his left shoulder shield absorbing an enemy attack, Zhao Junyu took a few steps back and capitalized on an opening to destroy another Zaku. "What? Just you alone?" exclaimed Meng Xia, who had also found an opportunity to shoot down a Zaku. "It's far too dangerous. We cannot allow you to cover the rear alone, Captain," added Bet, who had retreated a few steps to blow up a tank. "Indeed, our chances are greater if we stand together," Baininger concurred, cleaving a Zaku that attempted a flank attack with his battle axe. "Silence. My word is law. Withdraw immediately," Zhao Junyu commanded, rolling to the left and firing at the enemy once more, though this assault met with failure. Thwarted by an enemy shield, the ensuing retaliation was fierce. Internally, he cursed, "Damn it, of course, they're all targeting me. Having horns on my head certainly makes me a prime target. If Baininger and the others were to accompany him, they would likely be implicated and unable to escape." Indeed, Zhao Junyu's machine bore the insignia of a captain, with horns atop his head. This emblem was well known even among the Federation forces, signifying that the first target would invariably be the one with horns. Such was the consensus on the battlefield. After all, the benefits of eliminating the captain far outweighed those of defeating other machines. As the leader of this surprise squad, Zhao Junyu was undoubtedly receiving a grand welcome from the enemy. "My machine outclasses yours. I can retreat faster than you. Your presence here only hinders me. Hurry back to the assembly point. Have the surplus transport aircraft take off immediately, leaving only the 2 we require. Retreat Route 01, swiftly." Observing several individuals remaining inactive, Zhao Junyu half-jokingly addressed them. Zhao Junyu's machine was superior to theirs in both capability and speed. However, withdrawing from their side would diminish their fire support, potentially outweighing the benefits. Yet, he reasoned that this was preferable to the annihilation of his subordinates once more. Nonetheless, Baininger, wary, expressed his concerns, for he was no fool and could surmise some of Zhao Junyu's intentions, only to be abruptly interrupted by Zhao Junyu's harsh shout. "What nonsense! Hurry and let me leave. If you don't depart, it will be difficult for me to execute my original plan. Get lost." Zhao Junyu bellowed, firing relentlessly to repel a few advancing enemies. He longed to strike those foes, yet they were not brainless. Coupled with Jin's training, they demonstrated considerable skill. Thus far, the quality of Jin's soldiers remained commendable, though perhaps there were some lacking. Zhao Junyu had yet to encounter them. "Captain, be cautious," Baininger, a capable veteran, recognized that this was not the time for hesitation. Even a moment's delay could invite unfavorable circumstances, so he merely uttered a warning before leading his men away. "Leaving one person behind to intercept us? Do you wish for death? Or do you believe you can escape unscathed alone?" pondered the Jin commander, observing the solitary figure of Zhao Junyu. His mission was to annihilate the forces that continually disrupted the rear, with explicit orders to spare no expense. His tactical arrangements were not flawed. Unfortunate for him, they had been perceived by Zhao Junyu. Yet, he could not be blamed. Had Zhao Junyu not felt an innate sense of unease and remained vigilant, the operation could have succeeded. However, Zhao Junyu's preemptive strike shattered all his plans, preventing the encirclement, and the 5 individuals prepared to retreat the moment combat commenced, placing the Jin commander in a precarious position. He worried that if this federal squad set an ambush, their mission would be utterly doomed. Fortunately for him, the terrain was highly unfavorable, as Zhao Junyu's group had not brought any intercepting forces, allowing Zhao Junyu to act as a rearguard, hoping to delay Jean for a while. Otherwise, were they to launch an all-out assault, the 5 of them would truly become permanent residents of this place. Order the troops to encircle that horn machine at full speed. The others are unlikely to catch up, but if we manage to secure that captain's machine alive, it would be a significant achievement. Inform the brothers that as long as we avoid hitting the cockpit, we must take it alive. As he gazed upon the lone Zaku left behind, a thought emerged in Commander Jean's mind. To serve as the captain of a surprise assault team, one must undoubtedly be a remarkable individual. Furthermore, this mission was personally sanctioned by higher authorities, adding to the significance of this individual. While capturing others would prove difficult, this captain remained vulnerable. If he could be apprehended alive, it would yield immense accolades, especially considering the overwhelming numerical superiority of his forces. Thus, the order was issued. Indeed, Commander Jean's aide-de-camp acknowledged the command and departed, while the commander turned his gaze toward the distant Zaku. Now encircled, a peculiar smile crept upon his lips, reminiscent of a golden-haired siren beckoning him from afar. At that moment, Zhao Junyu found himself beset by a throbbing headache, pondering how to effectuate an escape. The insidious threat loomed ever closer. Announcement. Chapter 54. Injured. The situation was dire. The encirclement suggested they intended to capture him alive, which posed considerable complications. Zhao Junyu observed the Zaku advancing from all directions, and it was evident what the enemy's intentions were. Moreover, Jean's assaults had begun to evolve, primarily aimed at thwarting his retreat and targeting the limbs of his mobile suit. If he failed to recognize this, it would be a grave disservice to the military academy's teachings. However, capturing me alive is no simple task. Though their numbers posed a significant challenge, the prospect of capture also presented opportunities for exploitation. Yet, this was indeed a formidable dilemma. Raising his machine gun, he fired at a Zaku drawing near, repelling it momentarily. With a resigned glance at his weapon, he noted that the display on the cockpit screen now read 18. A mere 18 rounds remained in his machine gun. Indeed, the most pressing concern for Zhao Junyu was his dwindling ammunition. Their original objective was a surprise attack. Thus, the ammunition carried was minimal. They had always operated under the moniker of a Zaku team with depleted supplies, conducting raids with limited armaments. To carry an abundance of ammunition would be akin to slapping oneself in the face. Consequently, during missions, they were equipped with only a single magazine containing 100 rounds. It seemed imperative to devise a means of acquiring another firearm. Otherwise, retreating to the designated location might prove impossible. As he surveyed the encroaching foes, Zhao Junyu engaged his mind in strategizing. The advent of mobile suits had indeed transformed modern warfare, yet many elements remained unchanged. A Zaku could cleave through numerous Federation tanks with a battle axe, but armed with a machine gun, one could obliterate even more tanks while ensuring greater personal safety. Ultimately, Zhao Junyu resolved to allow a Zaku to approach, intending to eliminate it and seize its machine gun. To preserve a final means of counterattack, he refrained from expending the last of his ammunition, relying solely on evasive maneuvers to dodge Jean's assaults during that brief, yet critical interval. Such behavior is partly feigned, yet largely genuine. Although their assault team managed to take down a portion of the enemy, the sheer number of foes remains overwhelming, with nearly 20 Zaku and other armored units still in play. Indeed, the advantage of numbers proves invaluable in many instances. A swift solution is imperative. Suddenly, having narrowly evaded a widespread attack from the enemy, Zhao Junyu, in a state of distress, spotted 2 Zaku drawing ever closer, which brightened his eyes with hope. The 2 Zaku from Xi'an charged towards Zhao Junyu, who, in turn, advanced in their direction. Naturally, Xi'an did not entertain the notion that he was approaching to surrender. Thus, they launched an assault on him, aiming to incapacitate him while sparing his life by targeting his limbs. However, Zhao Junyu was not one to sit idly by. He seized his machine gun, aiming at the rear Zaku, ready to retaliate. Oh no, these 2 rascals are up to no good. The Federation troops must be running low on ammunition, and what he desperately needs now is precisely that. With these 2 charging towards him, he would not be captured. Rather, they would inadvertently supply him with the ammunition he craved. Observing the unfolding battle from a distance, the Xi'an commander contemplated the situation. Over time, he had discerned that the Federation pilot operating the Zaku was skilled, resourceful, and fearless, yet not recklessly suicidal. Seeing him engage the Zaku approaching from his side indicated that the pilot harbored his own intentions. Realizing this, he promptly commanded, "Instruct those 2 fools to retreat immediately and regroup with the others. They must not act alone. Hurry." Regrettably, despite his insight, the orders had yet to be executed when events took a turn. Zhao Junyu opened fire with his machine gun, not sparing a single bullet as he unleashed a barrage upon the targeted Zaku, transforming it into a veritable sieve. Of course, Zhao Junyu did not emerge unscathed. As he retaliated, the enemy fired back, inflicting damage on his left arm and right leg. Though he remained mobile, his performance was undeniably hindered. A screen within the cockpit displayed the status of his unit, yet Zhao Junyu paid it no mind, discarding his empty machine gun behind him. He drew forth his battle axe and charged towards the Zeon Zaku, delivering a horizontal strike aimed at the enemy cockpit. This time, however, he did not retrieve the axe, leaving it embedded there as he seized the machine gun from the enemy's grasp, simultaneously picking up the weapon dropped from the Zaku he had just destroyed, firing with abandon. Too late, damnable scoundrel. The Zeon commander, witnessing the rapid shift on the battlefield, found the changes to be overwhelmingly swift. His orders had yet to reach the troops, and already, one of their units had been felled. He could only grumble in frustration before relaying to his messenger, "Transmit my orders. All units maintain a surrounding formation. Do not engage recklessly. Increase the pace. We must capture that individual alive, or the sacrifices of other battles will be in vain." As the orders from the commander were conveyed by Jin, instructing the troops to accelerate and maintain their formation to encircle Zhao Junyu, armed with 2 machine guns, continued to retreat along the predetermined route. Facing the encroaching forces, he fired while retreating, simultaneously assessing the condition of his machine. His Zaku was indeed in a dire state, riddled with bullet holes and sustaining damage to his limbs, particularly his left hand and right leg. However, the most perilous situation was the severed command antenna on his head. Had he not taken evasive action, the monocular main sensor would have been destroyed. That scoundrel, compelling the troops to hasten their encirclement of me. This complicates matters further. I must reach the designated location swiftly, Zhao Junyu lamented, observing the significantly accelerated approach of the enemy. Although he had successfully acquired 2 machine guns, with a combined ammunition exceeding 100 rounds, the overwhelming number of enemies made it clear that he was outmatched. After all, 2 fists cannot contend with 4 hands. It was imperative that he reach his destination quickly. Indeed, not a fool, retreating upon achieving the objective without hesitation. Such a person is far more valuable to capture, the commander of Jin remarked, watching Zhao Junyu's relentless withdrawal. Simultaneously, Zhao Junyu, within the cockpit, repeatedly urged himself, "Hurry, faster, I must reach the location." A continuous retreat was met with relentless pursuit. As the distance between the 2 parties steadily diminished, before long, they would be within striking distance, placing Zhao Junyu in a precarious position. A single charge would likely result in his capture unless he resorted to self-destruction. Observing the enemy closing in, on the verge of entering his ambush zone, Zhao Junyu murmured, "A little closer, just a bit more, yes, almost there, just a tad more." His machine guns fired incessantly. However, since evading those 2 weapons, his tally of downed enemies had not significantly increased, as the adversaries had begun to exercise caution. Thus far, he had only managed to take down 1 Zaku and injure 2 others. Now is the moment. Upon witnessing the enemy fully enter his ambush zone, Zhao Junyu's eyes gleamed with determination. He discarded his machine guns, pivoted, and activated his back thrusters to their fullest, leaping high into the air as he retreated. The commander of Jin sensed something amiss when he observed Zhao Junyu's machine soaring higher than the average. Realizing that catching up would prove challenging, he grew furious, snatching the communicator from one of his subordinates and bellowing, "Everyone, engage with full force. If we cannot capture him alive, then dead will suffice." In the heights, Zhao Junyu noted that numerous enemies had entered the ambush point, a smirk of disdain gracing his lips. As he rummaged through his belongings, he muttered to himself, "If it weren't for your intent to capture me alive, I would have had little opportunity for a smooth escape. But now, you shall relish the gift I have prepared for you." With that, he revealed an object resembling a water pin and pressed it down forcefully. Though the airborne target proved to be a formidable challenge, it appeared that someone like Zhao Junyu was equally unable to evade the onslaught. A hail of gunfire from over a dozen machine guns rained down upon him. While most shots went astray, some still found their mark. Enemy bullets struck his mech's rear and other areas, resulting in damage to the propulsion system, foreshadowing significant trouble upon his eventual landing. However, this was merely an inconvenience. The true peril lay in a single bullet that pierced through the left side of the cockpit's entryway, sending shards flying and inflicting wounds upon Zhao Junyu. It is worth noting that had the bullet deviated just a fraction to the right, it could have spelled instant death for him, leaving no trace behind. Ironically, the bullets that struck the propulsion system inflicted greater harm, not only crippling its functionality but also triggering explosions within the cockpit. A severed wire, crackling with electricity, struck his eyes and nose, causing excruciating pain that compelled Zhao Junyu to cry out. Fortunately, his eyesight remained intact, or he would have been blinded in the face of such danger. Suspended in the air, Zhao Junyu found himself powerless, left only to hope for a stroke of good fortune. Meanwhile, the situation for Jin's side was even more dire. Zhao Junyu and his companions had planted a considerable amount of explosives in this area as a contingency plan, ensuring their squad had an escape route. The outcome was favorable, as numerous Zaku units were obliterated, while many others were thwarted by flames, unable to pursue. How infuriating! Just a hair's breadth away. The commander of Jin, in a fit of rage, hurled his binoculars to the ground, seeking to vent his frustration. Yet, even this act did little to quell the raging storm within him. He realized the gravity of his predicament. Deploying such a force to encircle a mere squad had resulted in significant losses, and not a single enemy had been captured, casting a shadow over his future. Zhao Junyu, too, faced his own challenges. Descending from the heights, he found himself without the propulsion system to cushion his landing, relying solely on his legs and rolling to ensure a safe descent. As his feet hit the ground, he maneuvered the mech into a forward roll to dissipate the impact, a motion that only exacerbated the already chaotic state of the cockpit. More debris added to the wounds upon his body. Though fortunately, they were minor injuries. Nonetheless, the overall scene appeared increasingly grim. The fact that the mech had not been rendered utterly inoperable could only be attributed to the maintenance team's diligence, despite its battered state. The Zaku struggled to rise from the ground, its clamor reminiscent of an antiquated tractor. Fortunately, it remained functional. Zhao Junyu pressed a hand against the wounds on his eyes while piloting the dilapidated mech slowly toward the designated retreat point. In this direction, the ground trembled and the distant sound of a colossal explosion filled the air, instilling a profound sense of unease in Mengxia and Baninga, who anxiously awaited. Particularly for Mengxia, this hot-tempered individual had transformed into a headless fly. Flitting about in distress, he turned to Baninga and implored, "Lieutenant, what shall we do? I believe we should go and assist the captain." Baninga gazed at the towering flames, his own heart tumultuous. Memories of his first encounter with Zhao Junyu flooded back, particularly the words she had uttered. "The one who covers the rear must certainly be me." He had always perceived this as a jest, yet today, his captain had indeed acted in such a manner. With only himself and Mengxia remaining, alongside the transport craft that carried them, the Midya, he felt a semblance of calm. Bet and Adele had departed, a decision he had sanctioned. He sensed that this was no ordinary ambush. The forces and preparations involved were far too extensive to have been hastily arranged. It was highly plausible that there were spies from Jin embedded within the Federation's upper echelons, revealing their movements. His directive for Bet and Adele to return was to convey a warning to Commander Rebill, urging caution. Indeed, the Midya is prepared for takeoff at any moment. Mengxia, you and I shall go to aid the captain. With that, Baninga turned on his heel and departed, with Mengxia closely trailing behind. As they navigated the canyon with care. Despite their mission to rescue Zhao Junyu, they were, after all, in enemy territory, where vigilance was imperative, especially given the drastic turn their ostensibly straightforward task had taken. The two piloted their Zaku through the canyon when suddenly Baninga declared, "Mengxia, halt." "What is it?" Mengxia inquired. "There's a sound. Let us conceal ourselves." Baninga swiftly found cover on one side of the canyon. Though Mengxia had yet to discern any noise, he trusted Baninga implicitly and took shelter on the opposite side. Before long, they both heard a resounding noise from afar. A sound they were intimately familiar with, the footsteps of a Zaku. Was this the captain returning, or was the enemy in pursuit? If it were the latter, then what of the captain? As he discerned the sounds, Baninga's heart sank with unease. Although the current captain had usurped his position, he genuinely possessed capability and had not erred in command. Furthermore, the fact that he had ventured alone to intercept the enemy only served to bolster Baninga's respect for him. Zhao Junyu's status as captain was exceedingly unique. If anything were to befall him while they remained unharmed, it would spell disaster. At that moment, Mengxia also caught the sound of the Zaku's footsteps, his entire being on high alert as he fixated on the screen. Should the enemy appear, he would be the first to strike, ready to eliminate them. However, he and Baninga quickly noted an oddity. The footsteps they heard were singular, erratic, and remarkably slow, barely even matching a walking pace. If it were the enemy in pursuit, they should not be alone, and such a sluggish pace indicated that the machine was in dire condition. A Zaku approaching in such a state would be courting death. "Captain, is that you?" Banninger eliminated all other possibilities, leaving only one, yet he remained vigilant, inquiring on the established team channel before their departure. ZZZ. Ninga, is that you? ZZZ, are you ZZZ coming? Despite the poor communication, they managed to hear the voice they longed for, which lifted a weight from their hearts. Captain, are you all right? Exclaimed Banninger, his voice tinged with excitement as the two of them emerged from their concealment. ZZZ. I'm fine. ZZZ. Just ZZZ. Not good. ZZZ. Bring it back. The communication remained poor, but Zhao Junyu's words left them perplexed. What did he mean by bring it back? What were they supposed to carry? Did the captain see something that required them to bring it back? However, they soon discovered what needed to be transported. Not something else, but their captain's mobile suit. The communication antenna symbolizing the captain had been severed, and the suit bore numerous bullet scars and holes, some of which emitted wisps of black smoke. It was truly remarkable that such a battered machine could still return. This could only attest to the skill and dedication of the maintenance personnel of the Zaku Federation. With a touch of luck thrown in now, it's up to you, said Zhao Junyu. I can hardly hold on any longer. Upon seeing two Zakus materialize before him, it was evident they were Banninger and his companion. Zhao Junyu's taut nerves finally relaxed. His right hand, which had been pressed against his facial wounds, fell to his side, and he slumped against the cockpit, his head tilting as he lost consciousness. The battered steel giant stood still, its crimson eye dimming. Mengxia, you lift from this side, and I'll take this side. Quickly, let's get the captain back, Banninger. Noticing Zhao Junyu's Zaku had come to a halt and that the red eye had lost its luster, deduced that the captain's condition must be dire. Moreover, they were not on their home turf, so it would be prudent to leave this place swiftly. He immediately instructed Mengxia to carry Zhao Junyu's Zaku back. As for why they didn't simply carry Zhao Junyu himself, first, extracting a person from the mobile suit was cumbersome, and the cockpit could barely accommodate two individuals. Furthermore, Zhao Junyu might be gravely injured. Placing him in the Zaku's hands could exacerbate his wounds. Second, Zhao Junyu's suit was somewhat experimental, incorporating many new technologies developed by the Federation. If those were to fall into the hands of Xion, the already existing technological gap would only widen. Banninger and Mengxia struggled to lift Zhao Junyu's Zaku back, and the personnel from Midiali immediately sprang into action, securing the suit and preparing for takeoff. The most anxious among them was none other than the medical staff summoned by Banninger, as soon as they boarded the transport plane. Upon first encountering Zhao Junyu's mech, the maintenance crew stood in stunned silence, for they had never witnessed his machine in such a state. As they, alongside the medical personnel, entered through the breached hatch, their astonishment deepened. Zhao Junyu bore a significant burn on his face, numerous lacerations across his body, and the blood that flowed from him rendered him nearly unrecognizable as a human being. Quick! Hurry! We must get him out. He cannot afford to succumb to this. The medical team was nearly at a loss for words, their speech devoid of coherent substance. Several individuals scrambled to lift Zhao Junyu, transporting him directly to a nearby secured hospital bed for urgent care. You there? Bring the plasma immediately. The wound isn't deep. I need coagulation powder and bandages. Fetch me needles and thread. This requires suturing. Meanwhile, Midia was slowly ascending, standing behind a partition, watching as Zhao Junyu was being resuscitated. Meng Xia's expression darkened as he turned and struck the steel wall with his fists, muttering in a low growl, "Damn it! How could this happen?" Meanwhile, Banninger leaned against the wall, silently observing the severely damaged Zaku that belonged to Zhao Junyu, uttering not a single word at that moment. Within the Zabalro headquarters, General Rebil, on duty, scrutinized the current battlefield situation, his mind racing with strategies to rectify the precarious circumstances. As he pondered, he heard footsteps approaching from behind and assumed it to be someone delivering the latest battle report. However, when he waited in silence, the person did not speak, prompting a sense of foreboding. Yet, some truths must ultimately come to light, so he broke the silence. What is it? Is there something amiss? The officer behind Rebil stammered. Spit it out. Enough of this hesitance. Do you still consider yourself a soldier? Rebil commanded. The forward strike team has reported a failure. They were ambushed by the enemy and are currently in the process of retreating. What? Is there any specific information? Were there any injuries among the personnel? General Rebil inquired urgently. Due to poor communication, we do not have further details at this time. The officer replied quietly. I understand. You may leave, Rebil said tersely. Once the officer departed, General Rebil picked up his pipe, filled it with tobacco, lit it, and began to smoke slowly, his mind racing with calculations. How could they have been ambushed? According to the intelligence department's reports, the enemy did not possess substantial forces. Yet, They had fallen into a trap that it appeared that there were serious issues within the general staff. But who could it be? It seemed imperative to send trusted subordinates to investigate. Clearly, his current resources were insufficient. The entrance of the hospital ward at the frontline base. Meng Xia, the most impatient among them, queried anxiously, "Doctor, what is the condition of our captain?" Following closely behind him were Banninger and a few others. Rest assured, everyone. Although the patient bears multiple lacerations across his body, his robust constitution, coupled with prompt medical intervention, has resulted in nothing more than considerable blood loss. The wounds have now been treated, and he has received timely blood transfusions. With some rest, he shall recover. However, as the doctor began to explain to them, he suddenly trailed off. "But what? Speak up, please." Monsia's fiery temper flared, and she immediately shouted, "Moncia, be quiet. This is a hospital," Banninger whispered. "It's all right, I understand." The doctor reassured, and then continued. "Although the facial burns have been treated, even with the current medical advancements, we can only diminish the scars. There will still be prominent marks left in the future." "What did you say?" Announcement. Chapter 56. Awakening and Transition. Transferred to the hospital at the Zabro headquarters, on the morning of the third day, Zhao Junyu slowly opened his eyes in a private hospital room, gazing at the ceiling that appeared somewhat familiar yet strangely foreign. His mind was a muddled mess as he stared blankly at the ceiling, taking considerable time to piece together his current situation. "I have returned to the hospital at the Zabro headquarters. No wonder it feels somewhat familiar." Zhao Junyu continued to gaze at the ceiling, his eyes still somewhat dazed, softly murmuring to himself. With some effort, he moved his limbs. Although he felt a lack of strength, he knew his arms and legs were intact, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief, thinking, "Fortunately, I still possess all my limbs. I seem to be missing no parts." After resting for a moment, Zhao Junyu slowly lifted his arms. Both were bandaged, with one arm receiving a 4 drip, completely wrapped in white gauze. Observing his arms swathed in pristine bandages, a wry smile crept across Zhao Junyu's lips as he reflected on how he had only seen such sights in books before. "Wrapped entirely in bandages like a mummy, it appears I have also received this elevated treatment." Realizing the cause of his discomfort, Zhao Junyu understood the source of his unease, which was undoubtedly due to the bandages enveloping his entire body. However, what troubled him most was the gauze positioned between his eyes. Just as he contemplated removing the bothersome cloth, the door to his hospital room swung open. "You're awake. How wonderful. Don't move around. I'll fetch the doctor," a youthful voice exclaimed, and before Zhao Junyu could ascertain who it was, the figure had vanished from the doorway. Zhao Junyu's lips twitched slightly. He had never encountered anyone so fervent, especially not a girl. "This is truly... Captain, you're awake. This is splendid." The boisterous Moncia always made her presence known first. Captain Lieutenant, esteemed lieutenant with Meng Xia as the foremost, Banninger and the others entered in succession. Approaching Zhao Junyu's side, "It is truly splendid that you four are unscathed upon seeing the quartet's arrival without any issues." Zhao Junyu exhaled a sigh of relief. He had been rather anxious upon awakening, concerned about the potential mishaps that might occur during the journey and the possibility of his team facing unforeseen accidents. However, with his worries alleviated, just as he was about to articulate his thoughts, the doctor entered, promptly ushering the 4 individuals out for a thorough examination. The intravenous drip had been removed, and the doctor along with the nurses departed after admonishing the 4 to refrain from lingering too long, so as not to disturb the patient's rest. As soon as the 4 entered, they began to chatter animatedly, inquiring about various matters. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Zhao Junyu remarked, "I am currently in good health. You need not fret. Meng Xia, you and Adele, please step outside for a moment. I have matters to discuss with Banninger and Beat." "Why must we step out first?" Meng Xia inquired, a hint of confusion in his voice. Conversely, the affable Adele seemed to possess an inkling of the situation, choosing to remain silent. "It is quite simple. My friend, you have a tendency to be rather loquacious and cannot keep secrets, while Adele is simply too kind-hearted and would be ensnared by your incessant prattling until he divulged everything. Thus, it is in your best interest to step outside for now. It is better that you remain unaware of this matter for the time being," Zhao Junyu explained. "Very well, I shall step out," Meng Xia replied somewhat glumly, departing alongside Adele. "You have submitted the detailed report of this operation, have you not?" Zhao Junyu inquired after the duo exited. "Indeed. It has been conveyed through the agents of Shadow to the Commander-in-Chief." Beat responded, "It is reassuring that Uncle Buyi's people can be trusted. It appears you are somewhat cognizant of the reasons behind this incident." Zhao Junyu stated, "Yes, Captain. What should our next course of action be? If we continue to heed the orders of the General Staff, we may very well find ourselves ensnared in another ambush," Banninger articulated. I am fully aware of that, and my intention is to remain nominally under the General Staff's command. Yet we must possess absolute autonomy, and the targets of our operations shall be determined by us alone. I will not allow our troops to perish in vain, becoming mere pawns for those without integrity. Zhao Junyu's voice, though still somewhat weak, resonated with conviction, which Banninger and Beat understood clearly. Taking a deep breath, he continued, during the time leading up to my discharge, the troublesome Meng Xiao will require your vigilant oversight, and he must engage in rigorous training to prevent him from seeking unnecessary trouble. Understood. The two responded earnestly, fully aware that while Meng Xiao possessed considerable skill, he was also prone to creating disturbances. It was imperative to keep a close watch on him during such perilous times, ensuring he did not provoke any further conflicts. Just as Zhao Junyu was about to express more, the door to the ward swung open, and all three recognized that Meng Xia and Adele were still lingering at the threshold, for ordinary individuals would undoubtedly be halted by these two sentinels. Given that someone has entered, it is evident that this individual is no ordinary person. The three turned their gaze toward the entrance, and indeed, they beheld the arrival of none other than General Leibel, the commander-in-chief of the Federal Army. Upon seeing the two men standing at attention, both serious and impeccably saluting, he responded, "You are subordinates of Alex, I presume? Quite commendable, that I know. We do not deserve such praise." The two stammered in astonishment. After all, it was General Leibel, the commander-in-chief of the Federal Army. To receive his commendation was utterly overwhelming, leaving them at a loss for words. "Father, what brings you here?" The only person in this world bold enough to interrupt the commander-in-chief was none other than Zhao Junyu. "What? Is it inappropriate for me to visit my own son?" As he spoke, General Leibel set a chair beside Zhao Junyu's bed and sat down. "Well then, Captain, we shall take our leave." Observing the situation, the two understood that their presence was no longer suitable, especially since the captain had already conveyed everything necessary, so they bid farewell and exited. "Are these four individuals personally selected by you?" "They are quite impressive," General Leibel remarked, turning to his son as the others departed. "Indeed, it took me considerable time to select them. They could not possibly be subpar," Zhao Junyu replied with a hint of pride. "Only to add, however, Father, your discerning eye remains as sharp as ever, able to discern their capabilities at a glance. Regrettably, the ability alone does not reveal potential issues." General Leibel sighed in lament. "Such is the way of things. A traitor's face does not bear the mark of treachery. We can only rely on investigation, evidence, and our own judgment." Zhao Junyu understood that his father had exerted every effort possible, yet the current state of affairs within the Federation left much to be desired. All he could do was offer a few words of comfort. "Let us set this aside for now. I have already instructed Bu Yi to begin expanding his influence, yet we shall not see results immediately. As for you, although this mission was deemed a failure, I observe that your team, aside from yourself, emerged unscathed. What is the explanation for this? I am aware that your abilities rank among the finest in the entire Federal Army. It is inconceivable that you could face misfortune while they remained unharmed." General Leibel fixed a keen gaze upon his son. "Knowing I cannot conceal the truth from you, I shall speak." Zhao Junyu gazed at his father, understanding that he would not relent until he received an answer. With a sense of helplessness, he replied, "I believe you have already perused their reports regarding many matters, so I shall refrain from elaborating further. I instructed them to retreat while I held the rear alone. Although they outnumbered me, the damage to my body was minimal and not of great concern. They followed my strategy, advancing step by step into the ambush. Initially, all seemed well, yet when I made my escape, I acted too hastily and leapt away. It was this impulsiveness that afforded them the opportunity to capitalize on my vulnerability. Had I opted to run, the outcome would have been different. I am at a loss for words regarding you," General Leibel remarked, equally exasperated. He recognized that his son's words held a kernel of truth, though they did not encompass the entirety of the situation. Was there truly no danger when besieged by the enemy? Surely, that was a preposterous notion. Nonetheless, he understood that his son sought to shield him from worry, so he feigned ignorance. "Well then, Father, let us not dwell on this any longer," Zhao Junyu interjected, wishing to avoid further contention. He deftly shifted the conversation, asking, "How is the V operation progressing?" "The new unit should be rolling out soon, correct?" "Indeed, the modified RX-75 steel tank is nearly complete and is currently undergoing final adjustments. The design for the RX-77 steel cannon has also been finalized, and assembly has commenced. As for the pivotal RX-78 Gundam, the blueprints are complete and are now undergoing final evaluations, with assembly likely to follow shortly. Moreover, the construction of the first Pegasus-class assault landing ship has also begun. Are you eager to test these MS units?" General Labil was well aware of his son's fervent desire for the new machines, undoubtedly longing to be the first to pilot them. Of course, I have long yearned to pilot our Federation's own manufactured MS, and I am resolute in my ambition to secure the position of test pilot. Besides, within the entire Shiburo region, it would be quite challenging to find someone with technical prowess surpassing mine, Zhao Junyu declared with confidence. Then focus on your recovery. If you do not heal properly, your aspirations of becoming a test pilot will be in vain. I shall also advocate for your squad's complete autonomy and confidentiality. For now, you should rest. In the command room, Uncle Edward is covering for me. But if I take too long, he will certainly voice his grievances. I must take my leave, General Labil said, rising from his seat. Truly, you are my father. I need not voice my desires, for you already comprehend them, Zhao Junyu responded, elated that his father was aware of the permissions he sought. Previously, he had been uncertain how to broach the subject, as the authority he desired was quite substantial and typically not granted by the general staff. However, now that his father was advocating for this privilege on his behalf, he felt relieved from the burden of having to plead with him. With his father having left, Zhao Junyu found himself alone in the hospital room, staring vacantly at the ceiling. His mind began to wander, filled with a jumble of chaotic thoughts. However, having only recently awakened, he remained somewhat feeble, and in this tranquil environment, he soon succumbed to slumber once more. Announcement. Chapter 57, Reflections and Assessments. Zhao Junyu's body was healing at a pace several times faster than that of an ordinary person. During this period, the members of the assault team received a notification. Zhao Junyu was doing well. As indicated by his promotion order, he had now attained the rank of major, serving as both the commander of the assault team and the test pilot for the V-Combat Development Project. Meanwhile, Baininger and the others did not receive promotions, although their salaries were raised by half a level. This notification was jointly endorsed and issued by high-ranking generals from the general staff and the military, ostensibly to placate Zhao Junyu. The document was replete with grandiloquent phrases about his significant achievements in downing enemies and undermining their foundations. However, the primary intent was to reassure his father, General Labil, the commander-in-chief of the Federal Army. Thus far, the Federal Army's ability to maintain its current state of affairs was inextricably linked to General Labil's judgments and commands. Moreover, there was a prevailing sentiment within the military that victory in this war was assured under General Labil's leadership. Therefore, it was imperative to ensure that no issues arose concerning him. At the Zabul headquarters, within an officers' club, Baininger and his companions were indulging in drinks, accompanied by several heavily made-up women. Among them was Mengxia, who was engaged in lively conversation over drinks with two women at his side. Those guys are nothing. I have single-handedly dispatched over 30 Zaku units. It won't be long before they scurry back to their godforsaken universe, Mengxia proclaimed, his face flushed, his speech slightly slurred. Really? The two women leaned against him, one pouring him more drink while the other fed him, their voices laced with allure. Of course it's true. What are they even worth? The moment I see them, I just do this and that, and I knock them all down, Mengxia exclaimed, gesturing animatedly, brimming with excitement. You are truly impressive. You must be the most formidable pilot in the Federal Army, right? One of the women cooed, nestling closer to him. The most powerful pilot? Mengxia paused, then shook his head, saying, No, I can't claim that title. If we're talking about the strongest pilot, it must be our captain. He is. Mengxia, you've had too much to drink, Baininger interjected sternly, feeling that bringing him out had been a mistake. Had he known it would turn out this way, he would have adamantly refused Mengxia's request to enjoy an evening of drinking and revelry. I haven't drunk too much. This is just the beginning. I can handle 2 more bottles. If you don't believe me, I'll drink for you to see. Come on, bring me 2 more bottles of wine, Mengxia shouted defiantly. Baininger cast a glance at Bet, who nodded in acknowledgement. He then turned to Mengxia and admonished sternly, Mengxia, you ought to know when to rein it in. The women who had come over to share in the revelry instantly wiped the smiles from their faces and ceased their playful gestures. At that moment, Bet rose, addressing them with a charming smile. Ladies, my dear brother has had quite enough to drink. I apologize, but it seems our joyous gathering must come to an end here. Please, make your way out. These women were astute, and upon hearing his words, they promptly stood and departed. Bet accompanied them to the exit, primarily to settle the bill. Once everyone had left, he took a seat and regarded the crimson-faced Mengxia. Mengxia, you've overindulged. You were on the verge of uttering things best left unsaid. It's one thing to boast about your own prowess, but when you mention the captain, the situation escalates. This could lead to serious consequences. Are you not aware of this? Baininger's eyes glinted with a piercing intensity as he fixated on Mengxia, his voice devoid of warmth, coldly delivering his warning. After finishing the drink in his glass, Meng Xia slammed the cup down on the table and exhaled deeply. Of course, I know it's different. That young scoundrel. Give him a few more years, and I could be his father, t his age. He should be in university, chasing after girls. Yet here he is, battling fiercely on the front lines, emerging from the meat grinder of rum, continuing to fight in the most perilous positions, to the death against the enemy. With that, Meng Xia poured himself another drink, tilted his head back, and downed it, continuing, if he were an ordinary civilian, that would be one thing. Military orders are absolute and cannot be defied. But he is not just any ordinary lad. With a father as formidable as his, securing him a safe position in the rear would be a trivial matter. Yet he insists on being at the front lines. What a mystery. Is he mad or simply foolish? The most astonishing part is that he declared he would hold back the enemy, and he actually follows through. He truly is at this juncture. Meng Xia found himself at a loss for words to adequately describe his captain, while the other three remained silent. Finally, gazing at his empty glass, Meng Xia uttered what he deemed the most fitting description for his captain. He is a grand fool. After a lengthy silence, Banninger drained his glass in one gulp and declared, "All right, we've indulged enough for one night. It's time to head back, especially you, Meng Xia. Don't cause me any trouble, Adair. I leave him in your care. Keep a close watch on him and ensure he doesn't stir up any mischief." "Leave it to me, Lieutenant." The affable Adair accepted this onerous task. "Yes, I've had too much to drink. It's time for some rest. I trust you, my old friend." With that, Meng Xia appeared drowsy, draping an arm around Adair's shoulder, swaying as if he could barely stand. Watching Adair support Meng Xia as they exited, Banninger shook his head in exasperation. He was fully aware of the truth in Meng Xia's words, yet what could they do? Ultimately, this decision was made by Zhao Junyu himself. They could not alter it, and all they could do was refrain from causing him any further trouble. After settling the bill for the drinks, he and Beat took their leave. 3 days later, Zhao Junyu was discharged from the hospital. However, he did not return to the ambush squad, but instead made his way to a secret testing facility at headquarters. The purpose of his visit was unmistakable: to test the new mech, steel cannon. Upon entering the cockpit of the red mech, Zhao Junyu began to survey his surroundings. Observing the cockpit, he muttered to himself, "This cockpit bears an uncanny resemblance to the Zaku, lacking any semblance of originality." Nevertheless, he conceded that developing such a mech in such a short time was commendable. "Major Rebel, how does the mech feel?" At that moment, a robust black man appeared on the communication screen within the cockpit. He was none other than Major General Gao Yun, the head of technical development at the Zaburo headquarters. "General Gao, the cockpit's condition is fundamentally similar to that of the Zaku. I anticipate no issues with piloting. However, I will only be able to provide a definitive assessment post-testing," Zhao Junyu replied. "That is indeed the case. Then, I entrust the next steps to you." "Understood." Testing commences. With that, Zhao Junyu began the evaluation. After executing the most basic movements and a series of preliminary tests, he concluded that aside from its heavy armor, the mech's other essential performance attributes were not significantly different from those of his modified Zaku. Next, he proceeded to assess the primary weapon of the steel cannon, the dual shoulder-mounted cannons. As he spoke, he pulled the targeting device from beside his seat and aimed at the prepared target. Unfortunately, while the projectile was launched, it failed to strike the target, as the immense recoil caused the mech to shift backward, deviating from its mark. The vibrations are excessive. Under such conditions, accurate targeting is quite challenging. This mech lacks the substantial mass of the steel tank, which would mitigate recoil during firing. I wonder if adjusting the auxiliary firing program would help. Regardless, I shall test it using my own method. With that thought, Zhao Junyu maneuvered the mech into a kneeling position, using his hands for support as he fired. This time, with adequate stabilization, he effectively compensated for the recoil and successfully hit the target. He then commenced a rapid sequence of shots, collecting data on the vibrations and performance during high-speed firing. "General Gao, how is the data collection proceeding?" Upon completing the tests, Zhao Junyu removed his helmet and inquired through the communicator. "The monitors and receivers are functioning properly, and all data has been collected." "What are your thoughts on this mech?" Major General Gao Yun asked. "Well, the overall maneuverability of this mech is quite comparable to my modified Zaku, with its primary advantage being the heavy armor. However, the recoil from the dual shoulder cannons is excessively high. As a medium-range fire support mech, if it cannot hit its targets, it becomes pointless. This issue will need to be addressed by your technical department. Of course, one could resort to my method, though it is aesthetically unpleasing," Zhao Junyu remarked. "Is that so? I understand. We will carefully consider your recommendations. By the way, is there any possibility of adjusting this cockpit? The current perspective is indeed rather limited. It would be preferable to achieve a panoramic view with no blind spots. Furthermore, has the CAP technology been completed? I am quite eager to witness the compact beam weapon. Zhao Junyu remarked. The modifications to the cockpit may require several years to achieve a complete 360-degree visibility, which necessitates considerable time. However, the development of the beam weapon is nearing completion. When you come to conduct the testing of the RX-78 Gundam, you shall have the opportunity to see it, General Gao Yun stated. This is truly splendid. I am genuinely looking forward to it, Zhao Junyu exclaimed with excitement. After several days of completing tests, Zhao Junyu once again entered combat status. Announcement. Chapter 58, Sunglasses and the Resale Case. Our objective this time is here, at Supply Point A425. The forces stationed here are minimal. 10 Zaku units, 13 Magella tanks, along with some other defensive weaponry. However, these pose little threat to us. The real prize within the supply point consists of freshly arrived medical supplies, which are indeed valuable. Y plan has not undergone significant changes. It remains in their designated small conference room. Zhao Junyu stood before the screen, articulating his strategy while gesturing towards the map displayed. This marks the third day after Zhao Junyu completed testing the new steel cannon unit. Under the pressure exerted by General Lebier and others, the Federal Army headquarters ultimately conceded, permitting Zhao Junyu's raid team to report solely to the commander and vice commander of the Federal Army. This granted them the privilege of independent action without the need for prior notifications, provided they submitted a detailed report afterward. This was their first mission under this newfound authority. However, for the sake of confidentiality, Zhao Junyu revealed the mission location and operational plan to his team only before boarding. A detail even his father was unaware of. He was the sole custodian of this knowledge. That encapsulates my operational plan. This marks our inaugural mission with independent action rights, and we must ensure that no errors occur. Do you have any opinions or suggestions? If so, please voice them quickly, as we are about to board. After presenting the plan, Zhao Junyu turned to the four individuals below and inquired. The four exchanged glances, signaling that there were no issues, except for one individual, Meng Xia, who wore an expression akin to one suffering from constipation, staring at Zhao Junyu, which perplexed and irritated him. Meng Xia, what is it that you wish to convey? Speak up without that constipated expression. It is quite discomforting to me, Zhao Junyu finally asked, growing impatient after being subjected to that look for an extended period. I must ask, Captain, could you please remove those sunglasses while we converse? They make me feel quite awkward. Meng Xia finally expressed the sentiment he had been holding in, which relieved him considerably indeed. Zhao Junyu was currently donning a pair of oversized aviator sunglasses, which were a single-piece design. The bridge connecting them was fashioned from the same material, effectively concealing a notable scar on his nose, as well as partially obscuring his visage. Adjusting his glasses casually, Zhao Junyu inquired, "What is the matter? Is there something wrong with me wearing these sunglasses? Are you displeased? But your discomfort has no bearing on me." Hearing Zhao Junyu oscillate between referring to himself as Little Master and me, they truly felt the return of their captain, yet the oversized sunglasses clearly indicated that their leader had transformed. As Meng Xia was about to articulate something further, Zhao Junyu raised a hand to halt him. No need for further words, he interrupted Meng Xia and continued, "I can surmise what you wish to say. The scar on my face means little to me, however. I am not accustomed to being perceived as a peculiar oddity by others. These sunglasses conceal my injury, allowing me to appear merely as someone slightly eccentric, thus sparing me from much unnecessary trouble. Now, if there is nothing else, let us board the aircraft and refrain from lingering here." With a grand gesture, Zhao Junyu led the way. Meng Xia, bewildered, followed suit as Banninger approached and patted his shoulder, saying, "All right, Meng Xia, this is not the time for such discussions. Let us go. We have a mission ahead." With that, he too departed. Meng Xia, feeling quite helpless, rose and made his way towards the hangar. Once the entire squad had boarded the Midea, several aircraft ascended slowly, heading towards their designated target. Banninger and the others speculated that Zhao Junyu donned the enormous sunglasses primarily out of insecurity. However, after this mission, they would come to realize that it was not entirely so. The captain wore the sunglasses to conceal his scar, yet it was not solely born out of self-doubt. Upon entering the cockpit of his Zaku, Zhao Junyu removed the massive sunglasses, and the four of them immediately focused on their captain's visage, or more precisely, the scar adorning his face, until Zhao Junyu reminded them that they understood why he wore the sunglasses. If one were to be scrutinized incessantly, one would surely feel discomfort and likely opt to don sunglasses as well. This mission was executed with remarkable ease, especially compared to the arduous ambush encountered previously. To ensure the security of supply points by increasing troop strength would render frontline forces inadequate. Therefore, To guarantee sufficient manpower at the front, the forces at the supply point remained unchanged. Such ambushes also necessitated precise intelligence. Yet even the members of the raiding team only learned of the mission's location shortly before departure, leaving the higher-ups completely uninformed, making it impossible for them to tip off Jean. Given these circumstances, it was nearly impossible for the nearly full cargo aircraft to return, necessitating fuel resupply at this base. You will set the course while also notifying the other transport aircraft, Zhao Junyu instructed the pilot in the cockpit of the massive Midia. Understood, target location confirmed, course adjusted. The pilot began to busy himself, while the crew beside him started notifying the accompanying planes. After a while, several enormous Midias arrived at the frontline base chosen by Zhao Junyu. Here lies the base of Laisfu, with the Midia transport aircraft advancing. Kindly state your identification code and intentions. As expected, a remarkably standard inquiry emanated from the control tower. This is a special task force directly under the Federal Army headquarters. I am Captain Alexander Zhao Rebil, identification code. Mission accomplished, en route back to the Zabul headquarters, currently in need of refueling, requesting permission to land. Identity confirmed, please proceed with the landing as instructed, and welcome back safely. Thank you, by the way, we have a substantial amount of medical supplies here that may be of use to you. You may dispatch someone to requisition some later, is that so? That is truly splendid. Thank you. After disembarking from the aircraft, the refueling and transport of supplies would require some time, during which they were free to move about. However, particularly you, Mengxia, do not cause any trouble during this period. Understood. Zhao Junyu admonished as soon as he stepped off the plane. I understand. Captain, you are quite verbose. Well then, everyone, shall we go for a drink? Mengxia said, somewhat impatiently waving his hand, and promptly linked arms with the other two, heading off to a nearby bar. Really now, Adele, let us find a place to rest for a while. Zhao Junyu sighed, turning to Adele beside him. Although Adele often accompanied the trio, he had his own habits. He refrained from drinking until their mission was officially reported back to headquarters. As the two made their way to the dormitory lounge, a ruckus captured their attention. When Zhao Junyu glanced towards the source of the commotion, he beheld two individuals in military uniform, adorned with MP insignia, escorting another man, also clad in uniform, out of a building. The noise was indeed the cries of the man being apprehended. Why are you arresting me? I haven't taken a single cent. I was coerced by those ruffians at gunpoint. I had no choice but to comply. If you wish to arrest someone, go after them. I am but a victim, and this has nothing to do with me. Let me go. Let me go. The man struggled against the handcuffs binding his wrists, but his efforts proved futile as he was led forward. Wait a moment. Intrigued by the man's words, Zhao Junyu felt compelled to discern the situation. Thus he called out to halt them. The two military police escorting the man, displeased at the interruption of their duties, turned around with a scowl. It was quite audacious for someone to obstruct their task. However, their expressions shifted upon seeing him. Though they were military police, their ranks were merely second lieutenants, while the man who had stopped them wore the insignia of a major, an undeniable distinction. Major, may I inquire what the matter is? The two military policemen immediately saluted with utmost formality. It is nothing of great importance. I merely found his words rather intriguing and wished to know what transpired. Zhao Junyu replied, returning the salute. Indeed, this individual, in partnership with several others, has engaged in the illicit trade of military supplies for profit and has now been apprehended for interrogation, the gendarme responded. Hemph. Were it not for those imbeciles quarreling over the division of spoils, leading to their exposure, you worthless fools would never have uncovered this. The man scoffed at the gendarme's words. Silence. You lack the right to speak, the gendarme retorted. Oh, how intriguing. I must witness this fellow's capabilities firsthand. Zhao Junyu mused internally, then proceeded to say, Gentlemen, might I request a moment of your time? I have a few inquiries I wish to make of him, if that would be permissible? This, I fear. The two gendarmes exchanged glances, appearing somewhat troubled. Here is my officer's identification. I shall not require much time, merely a brief moment, Zhao Junyu declared, producing his officer's credentials. Upon examining the document, the gendarme's expression shifted dramatically, stammering in astonishment. This is unexpected. Well, very well, no need for further discussion, is it? Zhao Junyu gestured dismissively, continuing with his inquiries. Certainly. Where would you prefer to conduct this, Your Excellency? The gendarme asked with a hint of deference. In your interrogation room. If you please, it would be more convenient for you as well. Yes, this way, please. Thus, the gendarmes escorted the man, leading Zhao Junyu ahead. Who are you, that the gendarmes regard you with such esteem? The man in the interrogation room asked, eyeing Zhao Junyu, who sported large sunglasses, with curiosity. After all, these were gendarmes. Although Zhao Junyu held the rank of major, significantly higher than theirs, it seemed excessive for them to exhibit such deference. Upon entering the interrogation room, they maintained a respectful demeanor, assuring that no recording devices would be activated, and that only the two of them would remain privy to the proceedings. That is not something you need to concern yourself with right now. Let us discuss your matters, for they pique my curiosity greatly. Zhao Junyu disregarded the man's question, pulling out a chair and sitting down to face him. Why matters? Why would you wish to know about them? What benefit could it possibly serve me? The man inquired, increasingly intrigued. He sensed no malice from Zhao Junyu, yet the desire to learn about him struck him as peculiar, especially as a merchant, who typically seeks to ascertain how matters may advantage him. Benefit? Zhao Junyu was taken aback. This fellow was actually seeking an advantage at such a moment? How amusing! A smile crept across Zhao Junyu's face as he replied. Should your abilities prove advantageous to me, perhaps I could ensure your survival. Announcement. Chapter 59. Talent Acquisition and Conflict. What? Ensure my survival? Are you serious? The man exclaimed in astonishment. Trafficking in military supplies is a grave offense, particularly in wartime. If confirmed, it would warrant immediate execution. The audacity of this man in sunglasses claiming he could preserve his life is simply beyond belief. Who exactly is this man? The man's confusion deepened as he began to scrutinize the figure before him. The one adorned with sunglasses. He sensed the palpable aura of menace and the scent of blood emanating from this man, indicating that he was indeed someone who had fought on the front lines. The rank of major suggested that he possessed a certain level of capability. However, was that truly sufficient to ensure his survival? What? Have you discerned something? Zhao Junyu, acutely aware of the man's gaze upon him, responded nonchalantly. You do realize that trafficking in military supplies is a grave offense, do you not? Indeed. And you are also aware of the fate that befalls those who commit such crimes? Certainly. Then how can you claim that you can safeguard my life? Of course. The man was taken aback by the 3 consecutive questions, each met with an affirmative. Nevertheless, Zhao Junyu's subsequent words made it clear that obtaining what one desires necessitates a corresponding sacrifice. However, this must be predicated upon your declarations and your capabilities. Whether it is worth my while to engage in this matter, Zhao Junyu articulated slowly. Who exactly are you? The man inquired earnestly once again. At this juncture, you have neither the need nor the right to know, Zhao Junyu replied, maintaining his composure. That is true. I understand now. As for this matter, with a heavy sigh, the man began to recount his tale. In truth, Zhao Junyu was quite accustomed to the stories of individuals like this man. During wartime, the illicit trade of military supplies was a persistent issue, and the commanders of Rebear and Southampton could only turn a blind eye, permitting it to continue as long as it did not spiral out of control. However, this man's situation was somewhat unique. He had no desire to engage in such activities, yet he had encountered individuals who possessed both the intent and audacity of thieves, albeit lacking the skills to discreetly erase incriminating evidence from the books. These individuals soon identified him as a capable person, and under their coercion and intimidation, he was left with no choice but to comply with their demands in order to preserve his own life. Fortunately, he had not availed himself of any of the illicit gains. As the situation came to light, it unfolded as previously mentioned. The culprits fell into discord over the unequal distribution of spoils, resulting in a violent altercation that ultimately led to their exposure, ensnaring him in the fallout. James, you claim you did not reap any benefits, merely being coerced into participation? That is correct. Zhao Junyu pondered for a moment before responding. That is acceptable. Can you truly assist me? The man queried. Beyond this ability, what other skills do you possess? Zhao Junyu did not answer, instead posing another question. This represents merely a fraction of my capabilities. My greatest strength lies in commerce. If I possess ample resources, I can undoubtedly forge a colossal commercial empire, the man declared, his confidence radiating in his final words. Is what you say genuine? Indeed. I shall inquire once more. Are you absolutely certain of your truth? Zhao Junyu's gaze bore into the man's. I am certain. It is indeed true. Though Zhao Junyu donned a pair of oversized sunglasses, he could still perceive the piercing gaze of the other party. Undeterred, his expression grew solemn, and he resolutely declared, Very well, I shall accept you as you are. Endure a few days within, and you shall be freed in due course. After scrutinizing the man for a few moments, and noting his unchanging demeanor, he added, Then I entrust you to this. The man bowed earnestly, acknowledging that he had no choice but to place his faith in Zhao Junyu. By the way, what is your name? Zhao Junyu remembered to inquire just as he was about to depart. I am called Hao Ren, the man replied. Zhao Junyu stood frozen for several seconds, momentarily stunned, before eventually escorting him out. Once he had bid farewell to Hao Ran and the two officers, he internally lamented, "Goodness, how do I keep encountering such extraordinary names? First it was a minor character, and now another good person. Truly remarkable." Shaking his head, he retrieved his phone and reached out to Qian Bai. Initially, he sought to ascertain whether Hao Ran possessed any commercial acumen. If he did, Zhao Junyu intended to recruit him. All intelligence under Labille's command was managed by Qian Bai, who had been striving to expand their intelligence network since Zhao Junyu's ambush by enemies. However, there were challenges. First, individuals like Hao Ran required careful selection and nurturing, which was time-consuming. Second, Qian Bai's financial resources were limited. Although he had a number of commercial ventures under his purview, few possessed the capability to scale them effectively, and rivalry among them was rampant, with mutual animosity being a mere stroke of luck. Now, with someone who could fulfill these needs, Zhao Junyu sought to bring him into his fold without incurring guilt. He contacted Qian Bai, explaining the situation, and continued, "Uncle Bai, my proposal is this. Find a way to extract him, alter his identity, and position him within a subsidiary to start from the ground up. If he demonstrates capacity, do not suppress him. Elevate him instead. Ideally, he could consolidate our operations, especially since our intelligence funds are not particularly robust at present." "Correct. That's a sound plan. I'll investigate this matter. If all checks out, I will take charge," Qian Bai replied before concluding the call. Zhao Junyu exhaled deeply, feeling it was time to rest until the plane was refueled for their return. However, dreams are often beautiful while reality is harsh. Zhao Junyu and Adele had barely settled in the lounge when Beat, bearing bruises on his face, rushed in to find them. "Captain, trouble has arisen. Meng Xia is in danger. Hurry to rescue him," Beat exclaimed anxiously upon entering. "That scoundrel has been drinking and causing a ruckus again, hasn't he?" Zhao Junyu deduced, observing Beat's injuries and disjointed words. "Not entirely." It's Beat's voice dwindled to a whisper. "That fellow just one tea let me rest easy." "Sai, let us go," Zhao Junyu replied, shaking his head in resignation. He waved his hand, leading Adele and Beat out of the room toward the scene of the incident. Perhaps it remains unreported, or perhaps better speed is commendable. At present, the gendarmes tasked with maintaining order have yet to arrive. Upon reaching the scene, Zhao Junyu witnessed Meng Xia and Baining engaged in a brawl with others. Observing this chaotic scene, Zhao Junyu felt a profound headache. This individual has always been troublesome. However, it was imperative to quell the situation first. He swiftly drew his sidearm from his waist and fired a shot into the air. Bang! The thunderous gunshot silenced both the fighters and the onlookers, transforming the previously boisterous crowd into a hushed assembly, all eyes turning towards the gunman, Zhao Junyu. Withdrawing his firearm, Zhao Junyu advanced into the throng, his gaze fixed intently on Meng Xia. There was no need for contemplation. It was undoubtedly Meng Xia's doing. Zhao Junyu had already been compelled to clean up after him on several occasions. The normally unflinching Meng Xia now lowered his head, a visage of guilt etched on his face, particularly accentuated by the bruises he bore from the altercation, rendering him even more pitiable. "What am I to say about you? You spend your days drinking, fighting, and causing trouble. Your record of misconduct rivals the thickness of your commendations. Were it not for your incessant disruptions, the promotion reports I prepared for you would have been approved long ago, and you wouldn't have had to settle for a mere half-grade salary increase due to that incident. Just wait until we return. I shall have words with you." After delivering a stern admonition to Meng Xia, Zhao Junyu turned his attention to Baining, continuing, "Baining, as a veteran and vice-captain, how could you fail to restrain him from causing such chaos? You share in this responsibility. In due course, you too shall face the consequences alongside Meng Xia." "Yes, my apologies, Captain." Baining, equally battered, humbly accepted his fault. Yet, there was truth in the captain's words. As vice-captain, he bore responsibility for not supervising his subordinate adequately. "Now, tell me, what transpired?" After chastising his subordinates, Zhao Junyu exhaled deeply and requested a private room from the bar owner. Once they were inside, he finally inquired about the incident. Meng Xia, head hung low, stepped forward to recount the events. It turned out that the three of them had been drinking and, in a moment of exuberance, were suddenly captivated by a voice. As an experienced flirt, Meng Xia surmised that the woman must be a beauty. Upon turning to look, his assumption was confirmed. This woman sought his superior among the group, specifically the highest-ranking captain present. She confronted him, demanding to know why the reassignment report she had been promised had not been written. She remained a combat staff officer at the base, while her true desire was to serve on the front lines. Naturally, the group opposed her wishes, and tensions escalated into physical altercations. Meng Xia, unwilling to let this opportunity for heroism slip away, stepped forward to enact his chivalrous rescue. However, It was well known that Meng Xia possessed a notoriously foul temper. Within moments, he had provoked the opposing party, leading to a volley of insults and, ultimately, a brawl. Zhao Junyu was well aware of the ensuing chaos. Zhao Junyu nodded slightly, aware that Meng Xia would not deceive him. Although he had somewhat questionable motives this time, his intentions were at least benevolent. Unfortunately, his temperament had a tendency to turn good deeds into unfortunate events. However, his current aim was to mediate this situation. He could not rely solely on the words of his own people. He promptly inquired about the lieutenant from the opposing side. As Zhao Junyu had anticipated, the lieutenant twisted the narrative, placing all blame on Meng Xia and portraying himself as a virtuous individual. This infuriated Meng Xia to no end. Had it not been for his captain and the intervention of Beininger and others, he would have rushed forward to deliver a well-deserved kick to that scoundrel. It seemed both parties were adamant in their claims. Fortunately, another key figure was present, and Zhao Junyu believed her account would reveal the truth of the matter. With a measured tone, Zhao Junyu addressed the crowd. Turning his gaze to the sole female present, he smiled and said, "This beautiful lieutenant, I trust you will disclose the complete truth, will you not?" Instantly, the expressions of both groups shifted dramatically. Meng Xia and his companions wore expressions of schadenfreude, while the others appeared as if they were caught in a most uncomfortable predicament, akin to being unable to relieve themselves mid-action. In that moment, they had entirely forgotten that the most crucial individual was still among them. "Indeed, Major, I shall recount the entirety of the facts." A stunningly beautiful woman with an exquisite figure stepped forward from the throng, her melodious voice resonating in the ears of the gathering, but to the lieutenant, it sounded like the tolling of a death knell. "Very well, please proceed. I shall support your account," Zhao Junyu declared resolutely. Amidst the contrasting expressions of the two factions, the female lieutenant began her narration. Her account was largely consistent with Meng Xia's, yet she added a crucial detail. During the altercation, Meng Xia's hands were not entirely above board. This revelation darkened Meng Xia's countenance, as he found himself intimidated by the younger captain's unwavering gaze, much more uncomfortable than engaging in another fight. Once the female lieutenant concluded her statement, the lieutenant's expression grew even more grim. Zhao Junyu wore an enigmatic smile, asking the female lieutenant to wait momentarily before addressing the lieutenant. "Now that the matter is clear, Lieutenant, will you continue to maintain your position, or shall we seek a private resolution? If you choose to persist, we can immediately involve the military police. What do you think?" The lieutenant was understandably reluctant to involve the military police. Such a course of action would inevitably tarnish his record, regardless of the outcome. He lowered his head, begrudgingly responding, "Then, Major, what would reconciliation entail? In the spirit of reconciliation, let us each take a step back. I will handle the compensation for this altercation, and we shall each bear our respective medical expenses. Both parties share responsibility in this matter, and the extent of our injuries is comparable. Thus, the medical costs should also be similar. What say you?" Zhao Junyu proposed, fixing his gaze upon the lieutenant. After pondering for a moment, the captain acquiesced to Zhao Junyu's suggestion. After all, if this matter were to be resolved by the military police, it would yield no favorable outcome. A negative incident would be recorded, and since all parties bore some fault, the likely result would be mutual destruction. It would be far better to settle it here and now. "Very well, as long as the major compensates for the losses and they refrain from causing us any trouble, I am in complete agreement." "Excellent, I will handle the matters here. You may take your leave." With that, he waved his hand, signaling for them to depart. Once that group had exited, Zhao Junyu prepared to reprimand Meng Xia, though he knew such reprimands would have little effect, only to notice that one individual remained behind. This person was none other than the female second lieutenant. "What is it?" "Second lieutenant, do you have any further business?" Zhao Junyu inquired, recognizing that even if he intended to scold Meng Xia, he could not do so in front of others. One must maintain a semblance of dignity, especially for someone like Meng Xia. "Excuse me, sir, are you part of the frontline combat unit?" The female second lieutenant's eyes fixed intently on Zhao Junyu, her voice melodious yet resolute. "Yes, is there an issue?" Zhao Junyu did not deny it, for all combat personnel, particularly the pilots and tank drivers, bore clear insignia on their uniforms, rendering denial futile. However, he found himself curious about this woman. While many sought to avoid frontline duty, she had expressed a desire to serve there, as indicated by Meng Xia's previous remarks. This peculiarity piqued Zhao Junyu's interest. "I wonder, sir, if it would be possible for me to be assigned to your unit. I wish to engage in frontline combat." The second lieutenant made her request known. "Oh," Zhao Junyu exclaimed in surprise. Although he had suspected as much, hearing her articulate it felt entirely different. He continued, "It is indeed quite rare for someone to voluntarily request a transfer to the front line, especially a woman of such beauty. Are you not afraid of sustaining injuries that might mar your visage forever? I am not afraid. Her reply was firm. It seems you are not afraid of such scars either? As he spoke, Zhao Junyu removed his large sunglasses, revealing the scars adorning his face. Ah! A gasp of fright, characteristic of women encountering something terrifying, resonated within the room. Upon seeing the scars on Zhao Junyu's face, the expressions of the four individuals accompanying him shifted to one of complexity, turning their heads away to avoid looking at him. Meanwhile, the female second lieutenant gazed at Zhao Junyu's scars in astonishment, momentarily at a loss for what to do, fixating on the marks as she pondered, is this the price of going to battle? What would happen to me if I sustained such injuries? At that moment, her mind was somewhat blank, unable to contemplate anything further. Observing their reactions, Zhao Junyu found them entirely predictable. He merely smiled slightly, then donned his sunglasses once more, asking, "So, what do you think? This is the price of going to war. And it is merely the most minimal of costs. Once on the battlefield, one becomes susceptible to such injuries, and witnessing one's friends perish before one's eyes, or even facing one's own demise, is a grim reality. Do you possess such awareness?" The female second lieutenant found herself momentarily at a loss for words. There is no need to respond with such urgency. I will report your application, but the review process will require some time. You have ample opportunity to contemplate whether you wish to join my team. It is not an easy team to enter. Zhao Junyu raised her hand to interrupt the female second lieutenant's words, stating, "Speaking of which, I still do not know your name, which renders my report impossible. My name is Sherry Pavlichenko." The female second lieutenant, "No, Sherry," replied. "Sherry, is it? I understand. You may return for now. Rest assured that I will certainly relay your report to the federal headquarters." Zhao Junyu nodded. "By the way, Major, may I know your name?" "Otherwise," Sherry said, a trace of unease in her voice. "You are concerned, are you not? Afraid that I might be dismissive of you? No, I would not dare," Sherry replied, lowering her gaze, though her meaning was evident to all. "There is no need for such formality. It is quite normal." Zhao Junyu gestured and said, "I can share my name with you, but you must not disclose it to anyone else, understood?" "Yes," Sherry replied, perplexed as to why even a name could not be freely shared, yet she acquiesced. "Excellent." Zhao Junyu nodded once more. "My name is Alexander. Alexander Zhao Ribier. Alexander." Sherry was utterly taken aback, her speech faltering. "Knowing is sufficient. Do not worry that I will fail to report this. You may return now. I have matters to attend to," Zhao Junyu stated. "I apologize for my rudeness." Sherry, feeling somewhat flustered, offered a hasty salute and exited. Once Sherry left and closed the door, only the 5 members of the reconnaissance team remained in the room. Baininger, perplexed, inquired of Zhao Junyu, "Captain, why did you agree to admit a woman into our team? You must be aware that not only are women rarely able to match the physical prowess of male soldiers, but our team requires capable individuals. To allow someone like her to join us may. You mean to say that admitting such a person will hinder us, correct?" Although Baininger did not finish his thought, Zhao Junyu grasped his intent, continuing, "You are not entirely mistaken. However, there is one point you have overlooked. This woman is extraordinary. With some training, she could become an exceptionally formidable pilot, and she harbors her own aspirations and ambitions. Individuals like her possess tremendous potential, but they also bring significant drive. Such persons may be challenging to control, yet if managed, they could prove to be an immense asset." "Captain, it's rather challenging to manage, isn't it?" Banninger remarked somewhat nervously. "Those who are difficult to control can indeed be quite troublesome. Do not fret. For the time being, she shall remain unscathed, and this conflict is destined to endure for quite some time. The more capable individuals we have, the better. If we cannot manage it, we still have my father overseeing us," Zhao Junyu replied. "Indeed, that is reassuring," Banninger conceded, feeling considerably more at ease. "After all, we have your father, Commander Rebill, above us. If we receive approval from the higher-ups for her to join, Bait, you shall be responsible for training her piloting skills. Is that agreeable?" Zhao Junyu inquired. "Absolutely," Bait responded, but before he could elaborate, Meng Xia interjected anxiously, "Captain, why am I not allowed to train her? While my skills may not match yours, they are certainly superior to those of a lieutenant. Why should he be the one to train her? You think I am unaware of your ulterior motives?" Meng Xia's outburst only served to reignite Zhao Junyu's simmering irritation. "It would have been better had you remained silent. With your words, my temper flares. You are still scheming to take advantage of her. I have repeatedly told you that while drinking and seeking entertainment at your own expense is permissible, creating disturbances is not. Yet you persist in causing trouble. At your age, you should know better." Zhao Junyu continued, delivering a lengthy reprimand with minimal repetition as Meng Xia hung his head, absorbing the scolding. Eventually, Zhao Junyu grew weary of the tirade, took a cup of water from the table, drained it, sighed, and declared, "Enough, I have said this countless times, and you refuse to listen. Upon your return, you shall be confined for 3 days as a special measure. At least this will ensure your silence for a while." Meng Xia's expression darkened. His special treatment consisted of being allowed to see and smell an open bottle of fine wine outside the door during mealtimes, but not being able to drink it, a torment indeed. Yet, he had no choice but to comply with the captain's orders. Zhao Junyu tossed a card to Banninger for the bill and made a call from inside, attempting to reach his father and deputy commander of Southampton. But to no avail, he then dialed an old friend, Long Towie, who worked at headquarters, who answered promptly. "What? The executives have summoned my father and the others for a meeting again, and they want the federal army to retaliate? What are they thinking? Did they consume something strange for breakfast this morning?" Zhao Junyu exclaimed upon learning the news. "Alex, shouting won't solve anything. This is their stance, and we are powerless to change it." Long Towie replied, sounding resigned. "It's absurd. It's remarkable that we can hold our current defensive line. We shouldn't even consider a counterattack until we develop machines capable of opposing the Zakus." After a fit of anger, Zhao Junyu calmed himself and continued, "Let it be. I shall refrain from further discussion. These matters are beyond our control. By the way, the primary reason for my approach today is to request your assistance. There is an individual I would like you to retrieve the information on and, should everything be in order, facilitate her transfer to my ambush squad." "Her? Could she possibly be a beauty? It is rather surprising that someone as indifferent to such matters as you would wish to bring her closer." Dragon Towie jested. "Cease your frivolity. I assure you, I am not that kind of person," Zhao Junyu replied nonchalantly. "I shall return shortly, so please do not make a fuss. I will provide you with her name for you to investigate." "Very well. Your wish is my command. I stand ready to serve," the subordinate replied. "Do not jest. Remember, her name is Sherry Pavlichenko." Announcement. Chapter 61. The Sixth Person, Steel Cannon, Operation. Upon their return to headquarters in Zabro, Zhao Junyu's group, at his behest, saw Meng Xia reluctantly heading to the small dark room to face punishment. Baining and the others accompanied him, fully aware of the significant impact this particular regimen would have on Meng Xia. They recalled the first time they employed this method. The following day, when they managed to visit him through connections, he had been so displeased that he overturned his meal, also toppling a wine bottle in the process. This created quite a ruckus. Initially, it was merely the cap of the bottle that had been removed, releasing only a limited aroma. However, once the bottle was knocked over, the scent became overwhelmingly potent, causing Meng Xia, who cherished fine wine, to kick the confinement room door in distress. As the others comforted Meng Xia on their way out, Zhao Junyu sought his old friend, the comrade Dragon Towie. Arriving at their agreed-upon location, he encountered Dragon Towie just returning with the requested documents. "Ah, you have returned. I have just retrieved the documents myself and have yet to review them," Dragon Towie remarked casually upon seeing Zhao Junyu. "I truly appreciate your assistance. Please hand over the documents," Zhao Junyu said, his words expressing gratitude, yet his actions betrayed no hint of hesitation as he snatched the papers from Dragon Towie's hands. "I am genuinely curious about this person. What could possibly warrant your desire to bring her here?" Dragon Towie inquired, his curiosity piqued. "If she meets the criteria for transfer, you shall see for yourself. If not, knowing now would serve no purpose, would it?" "You make a valid point," Dragon Towie conceded with a nod, agreeing to Zhao Junyu's rationale. By the way, how much longer do you anticipate that tedious meeting will last?" Zhao Junyu shifted the topic of conversation. "When you called me, it had only just commenced, and based on usual proceedings." Dragon Towie glanced at his watch and replied, "It should take approximately another hour." "What is the matter? Another hour? In that case, I shall go and consult Uncle Bai to arrange an investigation into this individual, and then I will return to my room. Will you be able to join me for a drink later?" Zhao Junyu gestured with the documents in his hand, indicating his intent. However, when he mentioned having a drink, he referred to tea rather than alcohol. Zhao Junyu never indulged in liquor, as he put it. He still had to face the battlefield, and alcohol could impair his neural responses. Perhaps once he no longer needed to engage in combat, he might consider drinking. "No, I still need to prepare some materials. After the Supreme Commander and the others conclude their meeting, they may be required," Long Towie replied. "Very well, I shall take my leave then. You can come over when the time comes," Zhao Junyu said, giving his shoulder a light pat before departing. He swiftly sought out Qian Bai, handing over the materials and requesting an investigation into Shirley's circumstances. Amidst Qian Bai's curious gaze, Zhao Junyu took his leave. It was evident without needing to guess that Qian Bai likely assumed he had developed an interest in the subject, prompting the inquiry. Zhao Junyu felt no inclination to clarify. At times, the more one spoke, the more missteps one encountered. Thus, it was better to remain silent and enjoy a sense of leisure. Upon returning to his quarters, he felt a tinge of fatigue, yet he knew slumber would elude him for a while. Adhering to his customary practice, he brewed a pot of fine tea in his father's room, where he had placed all the necessary tea-making implements, given the disparity in their room sizes. Beginning with boiling water and following through a series of steps, the fragrant aroma of tea soon permeated the air, bringing a sense of relaxation to Zhao Junyu's heart. He then picked up his teacup and sipped slowly. Time passed, though he was unaware of how much. Until the door creaked open. Zhao Junyu made no other movement, continuing to savor his tea, albeit pouring an additional cup. The delightful scent was undeniably soothing. General Laybill casually hung his military cap on the coat rack and settled onto the sofa opposite Zhao Junyu. He raised his teacup, took a sip, and remarked, "Though I still do not fully comprehend, I have the impression that your brewing skills surpass others. Did you manage to persuade those fellows to refrain from retaliation?" Zhao Junyu inquired, while refilling both his and his father's cups. "Indeed, it took considerable effort from both Edward and myself to convince them," Laybill responded, taking another sip before asking, "So, how did the mission fare? No complications arose, I presume?" Everything proceeded smoothly. "We retrieved all the supplies we could," Zhao Junyu replied after finishing his tea. "During this period, I may be adding another individual to our ranks. I have instructed Uncle Bai to conduct an inquiry, and if all is well, I shall arrange for a personnel transfer, requesting an additional unit at that time. That decision rests with you. I trust your judgment. Just submit a report when the time comes," Laybill responded. With that, the father and son fell into a comfortable silence, content to enjoy their tea until it was all consumed. They refrained from discussing other matters, aware that such topics might lead to the unwelcome mention of certain high-ranking individuals, a conversation neither wished to pursue. The higher-ups demanded a counteroffensive, the motives of which both the father and son were aware, and both harbored a deep-seated disdain for. However, they found themselves powerless to act, constrained by the very structure of the Federation, which remained immutable, especially in these tumultuous times marked by incessant warfare, leaving them little opportunity to address such matters. Within a few days, news reached Qian Bai that Sherry's identity posed no issues, allowing for her transfer. Zhao Junyu promptly drafted a report requesting her reassignment and the addition of a new mech. For Zhao Junyu, this task presented no challenge. He merely sought to increase personnel and machinery. His achievements, alongside the resources he had seized from the enemy, far exceeded the modest request he was making. With his father's influence in higher echelons, the process was merely procedural. The report was approved within 2 days, paving the way for her transfer. When Second Lieutenant Sherry beheld the confidentiality agreement presented by the captain, she was momentarily taken aback. Although she was aware that Zhao Junyu's unit was extraordinary, the gravity of the confidentiality agreement was still startling. Such secrecy indicated the nature of the unit's operations. Just how clandestine could they be? Nevertheless, upon reflection, she signed her name. This was her opportunity to prove herself on the front lines, a chance she was eager to seize. With Sherry's agreement to the transfer, the ambush squad welcomed their 6th member, and Bet commenced his coaching tenure. The new mech Zhao Junyu had requested was swiftly delivered. Rather than a Zaku, it was a Federation's Gundam, which piqued the curiosity of others. However, Zhao Junyu explained that he had his reasons, and no further inquiries were made. Since their last mission, the ambush squad had not been deployed for a while, which struck the others as odd, while Zhao Junyu felt a sense of resignation. The reason was straightforward. There were no new, confirmed target intelligence reports. Qian Bai had also conducted investigations, discovering that the previously known supply points had relocated, necessitating time to rediscover and confirm their defensive capabilities. Zhao Junyu understood that the enemy was not foolish. They would not continue to suffer losses without adapting their strategies. The success of their last operation was likely due to the abundance of supplies at that location, which had not been evacuated in time, thus providing them with an opportunity to strike. Although the absence of targets hampered their offensive maneuvers, it afforded Sherry ample time for training. Her progress greatly pleased Zhao Junyu, while it dealt a significant blow to Meng Xia. According to available records, Sherry was a gymnast, a 4-time champion at the Federation Games, subsequently enlisted by the Federation Army for training. However, with the onset of war, the higher-ups paid little heed to her, prioritizing the preservation of their positions above all else. This situation inadvertently worked to Zhao Junyu's advantage. Her remarkable physical prowess and aptitude for learning allowed her piloting skills to advance rapidly. Her rate of improvement surpassed even that of Meng Xia, who still had the advantage of experience as a combat aircraft pilot, whereas Sherry had none to draw upon. Certainly, the most pivotal aspect is that Sherry did not cast even a fleeting glance at Meng Xia. Even during the ambush attempt, she was subdued by Sherry, leaving him with a profound sense of realization. With comparison, many things appeared so starkly brutal. After a few more days, they finally pinpointed a supply location, and at last, they were ready to mobilize. Point 2 Midias transported 6 units, accompanied by 2 additional empty Midias, soaring towards their distant objective. On board the aircraft, Zhao Junyu began to delineate the mission. The target for this operation is the L-7134 supply point, which recently relocated here, indicating that the enemy has also begun to fortify their defenses. This suggests that the current mission will not be as straightforward as before. During the last operation, one could only attribute their success to sheer luck. Zhao Junyu surveyed the group and continued solemnly. Given that they have heightened their precautions, it signifies that we cannot expect an easy victory as we did previously. Everyone must be prepared. The enemy's attacks will undoubtedly be significantly more formidable. Especially you, Meng Xia, do you understand? Why am I always the one? Meng Xia protested. Captain, shouldn't we be more cautious with the newcomers and the less skilled, like Adeldo? He expressed his exasperation at being singled out. Adeldo, known for his steadiness, had always been vigilant, and Sherry, a novice on the battlefield, would likely exercise greater caution. Yet you, who consider yourself seasoned and quite capable, seem to take things lightly. If I don't remind you, who else should I caution? Remember this, I am not a deity. I cannot perpetually rescue you. The crux lies in your own vigilance. Do you comprehend? Understood. The group replied in unison. Only one individual continued to murmur in the background. All right, let us proceed with the fundamental arrangements. The initial plan remains unchanged. We will first ascertain any changes on the enemy's part. Initially, the Midias descended at the designated location and the operation commenced. Although many elements have been aptly predicted, Captain, the mission is not that daunting, is it? As they eliminated all adversaries within the supply point and began transporting the supplies, Meng Xia embarked on his tirade of complaints. Do not become overly complacent. We are still within enemy territory, and we do not know if any foes will approach. After lightly admonishing Meng Xia, Zhao Junyu turned to Sherry, who was embarking on her first mission. Sherry, as this is your inaugural operation, do you have any areas of discomfort? No issues, Captain, you need not worry about me. Are you truly fine? This is your first time on the battlefield, facing and eliminating enemies. Surely, there must be some discomfort? Zhao Junyu pressed, displaying a hint of concern. I assure you, Captain, everything is perfectly fine. I in the cockpit, the enemies are the same. This war feels somewhat surreal to me, so I do not experience any discomfort. You can rest assured. Shirley smiled and remarked, of course, in language communication, one cannot see the other party. Otherwise, some drunken fool would inevitably start to stir. Is that so? Well, that's good. Zhao Junyu felt a modicum of relief, only to be reminded of his first kill, which occurred during his youth. At that time, in a bid to protect his friend and his own life, he had dispatched a killer. Immediately after the act, he felt no immediate sensation, but once the police arrived and his tension eased, he was overwhelmed with nausea. Truly a spectacle that could move heaven and stir the spirits. It took several days for him to recover. Indeed, some memories are best left unspoken. Comparisons among men can be maddening, especially since Edward, now known as Shea, would visit him with that mischievous grin, always making Zhao Junyu acutely aware of his thoughts. Yet in his weakened state, he was powerless to retaliate against that detestable individual, much to his chagrin. How does it feel to use the Gundam? Are you adapting well? Shaking off these tangled thoughts, Zhao Junyu continued to inquire. It's quite decent. Overall performance surpasses the training use Zaku, and the accuracy of mid-range artillery fire is satisfactory, Shirley replied. The unit she trained with was the Zaku that Zhao Junyu and his companions continually repaired and returned. Currently, there is a certain stock of these in Chabro. Aside from a few set aside as backup units and repair parts, the remaining units are employed by the defense forces at Chabro's headquarters. That's reassuring. Let us maintain vigilance, Zhao Junyu concluded, and the group resumed their careful observation of the surroundings, anticipating an enemy assault. Meanwhile, Zhao Junyu reflected on the recent battle. This operation bore little alteration. Shirley's Gundam had taken cover within range to provide them with fire support, while they adhered to their usual tactics to ambush the enemy. However, the opposition was not composed of fools. MS team. Halt. If you approach any closer, we will open fire. As Zhao Junyu and his team entered the line of sight of the defending forces at the supply point. They were ordered to stop. What is the meaning of this? Are we not allowed to resupply at our own supply point? Zhao Junyu asked, feigning surprise. The headquarters has issued a directive. Due to repeated assaults on the supply point, MS units are now prohibited from directly entering to resupply. You must do so from a distance. Did you not receive the order? Said the Zaku pilot guarding the supply point. I truly did not receive such an order. We were on a mission prior and have only just completed it. Our ammunition and fuel are nearly depleted, which is why we returned to resupply. When was this order issued? Zhao Junyu continued to play the fool. But an ominous feeling stirred within him. He quickly communicated through the internal channel. The situation is dire. Prepare for an imminent attack. Surely, coordinates XXX. XXX, distance XXX, Minovsky density 35, lock on and prepare to fire. At that moment, the guard also sensed something amiss. This directive had been issued some time ago. He thought to himself that a mission could not have lasted so long. Both personnel and machines have limitations on their supplies. These individuals are problematic, he exclaimed. They pose a threat. Subdue them. The resounding boom echoed behind him as Gene-S guards made a sound judgment, albeit regrettably a moment too late. The deafening explosion erupted, and he instinctively turned to witness two Zakas reduced to mere fragments. However, there was no time for him to mourn the loss of his comrades. Indeed, he had no opportunity to contemplate anything else. As Sherry's steel cannon initiated its assault, Zhao Junyu and his allies launched their own offensive. Being among the closest to Zhao Junyu, Jean's guards found themselves at the forefront of the onslaught. The attacks from the ambush squad fell upon them like relentless raindrops. The two guards attempted to retreat, yet they barely took 2 steps before Gene-S mech was riddled with holes, succumbing to an internal detonation, sealing the fate of both pilots within. Well done, Sherry. Now proceed according to plan and select your targets, Zhao Junyu remarked, choosing a Zaku to fire upon. The guards, having received the warning, ought to have maintained their composure, but alas, they were not seasoned soldiers. Within this supply point, many were merely fresh recruits who had just completed their training. One guard, despite hearing the alert, responded in a state of disarray, retaliating towards Zhao Junyu and his companions. But his shots fell woefully short and proved futile, resulting in his own demise at Zhao Junyu's hands. That little girl possesses quite the skill, Meng Xia remarked, somewhat sheepishly, upon witnessing Sherry's precise artillery strikes. What is the matter, Meng Xia? Do you have other thoughts on your mind? Bert teased from the side, having just taken down a large-caliber defensive cannon. Humph, you, instructor, are merely tooting your own horn, Meng Xia retorted, displeased. Enough with the idle chatter. We are in the midst of battle, Banninger interjected, prompting the two to fall silent. Despite Gina's supply point receiving prior warnings and managing a preemptive response, the disparity in capabilities between the two sides was still significant. The ambush squad suffered only minor damage from a few stray rounds, while Gina's forces faced inevitable annihilation. It seems that Gina's recruitment is beginning to falter. Otherwise, we would not have so easily seized this supply point in times past. With Gina's standards, it would have taken twice as long and incurred far greater losses. As Zhao Junyu surveyed the surrounding situation and the supplies being loaded onto the Midea, he contemplated the earlier skirmish and mused, if this continues, the war may soon reach its conclusion. Before long, all supplies were loaded onto the Midea, and the entire ambush squad successfully retreated. Within the headquarters of Zabullo, Alex, you've returned. Thank you for your hard work. Zhao Junyu, just disembarking from the transport aircraft, heard a familiar voice. Oh? What brings you here? You seem quite free today. Should I ask Uncle Edward to assign you more work? In this manner, your promotion should indeed come more swiftly, wouldn't it? Zhao Junyu remarked with a hint of a mischievous smile, teasingly addressing the newcomer, who was none other than his old friend, Long Taoyi. Please, spare me your jest, Long Taoyi replied with a resigned shake of his head. However, as soon as he finished speaking, his eyes began to scan the surroundings. What are you looking for? That. Long Taoyi suddenly stammered. She will be descending shortly, Zhao Junyu said with a wicked grin. In truth, he had long been aware of whom Long Taoyi was seeking. The moment Shirley first arrived in Zabuluo and caught Long Taoyi's gaze, he had become utterly transfixed, standing there like a statue, unmovable. Since that encounter, Long Taoyi had frequently sought opportunities to visit Zhao Junyu, though it was evident to all what his true intentions were. You? Long Taoyi felt increasingly awkward, but his embarrassment quickly dissipated as Shirley emerged from the transport aircraft. He nervously approached her and stammered, Lieutenant Shirley, you have returned. I hope you are unharmed, he added, eliciting a deep sigh from Zhao Junyu. Thank you for your concern, Captain Long. Is there anything else you require? If not, I shall return to rest, Shirley replied in a rather indifferent tone. Nothing further, Long Taoyi stammered, at a loss for words. Then I shall take my leave. After a respectful salute, Shirley departed swiftly. I must say, Taoyi, were you not once quite the charmer when it came to the ladies? What has happened to you now? Stumbling over your words? Zhao Junyu inquired with genuine curiosity after Shirley's exit. It was well known that Long Taoyi had previously been a seasoned player in matters of romance, not one to indulge recklessly, yet his demeanor around Shirley had transformed entirely, piquing Zhao Junyu's interest. Alas, you wouldn't understand, Long Taoyi sighed, shaking his head. She is utterly unlike anyone I have encountered before. From the very first moment I laid eyes on her, I knew she was the one I had been searching for, which is why I become so anxious each time we meet, utterly at a loss for words. All my carefully prepared lines vanish from memory, and my once fluent tongue becomes tied. Alex, tell me, what should I do? You ask me? Zhao Junyu was taken aback, realizing that Long Taoyi was genuinely at his wit's end, a man desperate for guidance. Brother, this is something you must navigate on your own. No one else can assist you, and if you are at a loss, what can I possibly do? After patting Long Taoyi's shoulder, Zhao Junyu continued, now, ponder this matter at your leisure. Allow me to share some rather imprecise intelligence. There are emerging issues regarding the troop supply for Jin. What? Is that true? Long Taoyi's demeanor shifted dramatically, his eyes sparkling with newfound interest. Absolutely. Announcement. Chapter 63, General 369, and the leak. During this recent operation, it was observed that some of the pilots of the Zaku exhibited rather rigid movements. They were likely not the seasoned veterans who had previously seen battle, but rather newly trained recruits at the controls. Thus, I assert that the Jin forces must be facing issues with their manpower. Zhao Junyu remarked, if that is indeed the case, then it is splendid news, for it would signify that the strategies employed by the commander-in-chief are beginning to yield results. Long Taoyi responded. However, do not celebrate too prematurely. After all, our losses far exceed theirs, and the quality of soldiers trained on both sides remains in their favor. Zhao Junyu cautioned, I am well aware of that. Yet this is still a piece of good news. If confirmed, it could at least silence the critics within the general staff, Long Taoyi said. Without further ado, I shall report to the commander-in-chief and request that personnel from the intelligence department investigate and verify this matter. With that, Long Taoyi hurried away. Zhao Junyu, observing Long Taoyi's hasty departure without a word, exchanged a few remarks with the maintenance crew before meandering back to his quarters. He was also cognizant that his father had been enduring a difficult period. High-ranking officials were wary of General Lieber's monopolization of power, while members of the general staff envied his authority, continuously undermining him in hopes of seizing a portion of his power to bolster their own. Each individual harbored their own ambitions and made plans for themselves, which is understandable, but the timing, circumstances, and context matter greatly. At present, it could be said that the nation is in dire straits, yet these individuals remain preoccupied with their own ambitions, envious of talent, and engage in petty rivalries, employing despicable and sordid tactics, which deeply repulsed Zhao Junyu. However, he felt powerless. All he could do was fight on the front lines, striking against the enemy, ensuring that those spineless and foolish individuals could not use him as a pretext to attack his father. As Zhao Junyu returned to his room to rest, Long Taoyi had already arrived at the readiness duty room, where Commander Lieber and Deputy Commander Edward were observing and analyzing the current battlefield situation. He promptly announced, Commander, Deputy Commander, Operations Officer Long Taoyi reporting. Taoyi, you have arrived. Is there something amiss? Deputy Commander Edward inquired, as he held a fondness for this operations officer due to his competence, sociability, and unwavering loyalty, entrusting him with many responsibilities. Yes, just moments ago, the surprise attack squad returned safely, bringing back potentially crucial intelligence. I trust that rascal has come to no harm. Upon hearing about his son, Commander Lieber was simply a concerned father. Major Alexander sustained no injuries. Is that so? That is a relief. General Lieber felt reassured and immediately asked, what intelligence did they bring back? Indeed, based on the intelligence brought back by Major Alexander, it appears that the strength of the defending forces at the supply point they ambushed has significantly diminished compared to previous encounters. According to the Major's analysis, the supply point has become replete with a multitude of freshly trained recruits. He posits that the Jin side is beginning to experience a shortage of troops. Long Taoyi spoke slowly. Yes, the likelihood of this is quite substantial, considering we have been engaged in battle with them for such an extended period. Rebil, what do you think? General Edward remarked. I concur, yet we still require verification. Therefore, Taoyi, please seek out General Galpu and have him oversee the gathering of intelligence. As this matter holds great importance for us, I am quite confident in his ability to handle this task. General Rebil asserted. General Galpu, the legendary general of the 369th Division, may have a poor performance record in the games. Yet that does not imply he lacks capability. I shall enhance certain aspects accordingly. Understood. I shall attend to it immediately. With that, Long Taui promptly set off to carry out the task. It seems that the moment we have been waiting for is approaching swiftly, Edward General remarked with a sense of reflection. Indeed, it appears the darkest hour is about to pass, Rebel General echoed, expressing his sentiments. Even he had felt the strain during this protracted war of attrition, and now, at last, a glimmer of hope had emerged. Upon receiving communication from Long Taui, General Galpu surmised the intentions of Rebel and his associates and recognized that a pivotal turning point in the conflict might be on the horizon. After dismissing Long Taui, he began to arrange for reliable intelligence personnel to investigate the matter. General Galpu's command capabilities in battle may be deemed subpar, even considerably lacking. However, this does not imply he is devoid of competence. His abilities lie in other realms. A graduate of a military academy, Galpu's academic performance was less than stellar, and he served as a peacekeeping soldier. His prowess in managing personnel relations far surpasses that of Long Taui, and his political acumen is quite formidable. Coupled with his aptitude for self-preservation and his family's influence, he has navigated his way through the ranks with remarkable success. When Rebel was still a lieutenant general, Galpu had already attained the rank of general within the general staff, serving as Rebel's direct superior. Now, having been relegated to a peer and even a subordinate, this would be a source of great embarrassment for many. However, for Galpu, it is of little consequence, revealing a glimpse of his magnanimity. To many, he is merely a general who has ascended through familial connections and his own shrewdness, lacking any significant merit. Yet, his foresight surpasses that of many others, at least in the context of the Federation's development of MS. He was correct. The individuals who initially supported Rebel's implementation of the V-Plan did not do so merely out of a sense of loyalty or ambition. It was Galpu's strategic acumen that persuaded them to back the initiative. Indeed, it is precisely for this reason that Leibert places immense trust in his former superior. He is acutely aware that once this individual, often referred to as the Mole General by many, resolves to undertake a task, it is likely to come to fruition. The capabilities of this commanding officer, who has remained entrenched in Zabul for so long, are often overlooked by the majority. However, Leibert perceives them clearly. The introduction of Galpu is rather sparse. The information here is primarily derived from Zhao's records, supplemented by personal analysis and interpretation. Should any inaccuracies arise, they may be regarded simply as Zhao's personal conjectures. Following Galpu's deployment of trusted personnel to gather intelligence, the confirmation of a significant influx of new recruits for Jin across various locations has alleviated some of the burdens on the high-ranking officials of the Federation. This development at least substantiates the claims made by Commander Leibert, suggesting that reality is beginning to align with his assertions. If events were to unfold as Leibert predicts, victory would undoubtedly belong to the Federation. As the senior officials began to relax, indulging in fine wine and sumptuous steak when not engaged in essential duties, the special operations team led by Zhao Junyu found themselves enjoying a period of relative leisure. The rationale was straightforward. Jin's supply points were now well concealed, making it arduous for the Federation to locate them. Furthermore, these supply points tended to shift locations periodically, resulting in nearly half of their previous incursions ending in futility, which left several team members feeling rather disheartened. "Captain, where is the location for this mission? Are we destined to strike out once more?" On board the transport aircraft, Meng Xiao wore a despondent expression, seemingly drained of all energy as he slumped in his seat. His voice barely above a whisper. In the past, Zhao Junyu would have certainly reprimanded Meng Xiao for such demeanor. However, this time was different. The recent failures had cast a pall over the entire team, fostering speculation that yet another attempt might also yield no results, leading to a collective lack of enthusiasm. "I cannot guarantee anything this time either. After all, Jin's cohorts have become quite wary of us. It is implausible that a supply point would remain in one location for an extended period. This particular site has only recently been confirmed by the intelligence department, yet none can ascertain how long it has been there. Thus, we can only rely on luck this time around." As he spoke, Zhao Junyu activated the projector to elucidate the mission's location and strategy. Although uncertainty loomed over whether this attempt would prove fruitless, Zhao Junyu approached the tactical preparations with utmost seriousness, mindful of his responsibility to himself and his team. For this was, after all, the theater of war. The methods of ambush remain largely unchanged to this day. The overall strategies have not evolved significantly, and it is indeed challenging for them to do so. However, Zhao Junyu consistently adapts his plans in accordance with the local terrain, for no one can confidently claim that their arrangements are flawless. Every tactical deployment has a counter-strategy that can dismantle it. The only battles that can approach perfection are those that incorporate the current command structure, the caliber of personnel, team coordination, and perhaps a touch of luck. At least, this has always been Zhao Junyu's belief. After the squad was reduced to 6 members, little has altered. Only the positions of the combatants have shifted. Sherry transitioned from a fire support role to that of an assault trooper, while Adele exchanged positions with her. Neither voiced any objections, as Adele's temperament was never suited for leading from the front. It was more fitting for him to provide support from the rear. However, Mengxia felt somewhat disgruntled about this change, primarily because Sherry's ascension to this position stemmed from her defeat of him during training, a loss for which he had no plausible justification. Following this, Zhao Junyu announced the position swap, and both parties acquiesced without dissent. Upon arriving at the designated location, Adele maneuvered the steel cannon to an appropriate spot for ambush and reconnaissance. This had become a customary practice for their ambush squad after experiencing setbacks, ensuring that such mishaps would not recur. The results of this precautionary measure were immediately evident. "Captain, the situation appears grim. This time we did not miss our target, but the enemy's forces at this supply point exceed our intelligence reports significantly." Zhao Junyu, shortly after deploying, received a coded communication from Adele that left him astounded. "What? The enemy has reinforced their numbers. Could there have been another leak? This is impossible." Announcement. Chapter 64, Direct Assault and Outcome No. "It cannot be. Currently, the only one aware of my true target locations is my father. Not even Uncle Edward or Uncle Bai knows, and those individuals could not possibly have any insight. There must have been unforeseen developments that we are unaware of." Zhao Junyu quickly dismissed his earlier thoughts. He had informed his father of the operation only prior to the strike. Even if he were to relay information to others, it would be implausible for them to mobilize forces so swiftly. Besides, his father is not a madman who would betray his own son. If the enemy had surmised their plans, that too seemed improbable. Jin's supply point had been persistently targeted by Zhao Junyu, prompting them to reorganize their supply points and reduce their numbers while simultaneously expanding their scale. Although it would be challenging for Qian Bai's intelligence network to locate them anew, it was not insurmountable. Nevertheless, the personnel of Zhao Junyu's ambush squad were limited, and every potential site required his careful evaluation. If several suitable locations emerged, he resorted to an unconventional method of selection, writing them on slips of paper and then drawing lots. Zhao Junyu remarked that if the enemy could anticipate this approach, it would be better to forego the war altogether, for the adversary would have transcended the realm of the extraordinary. "Cease all action. You remain here while I investigate the situation further to determine our next course of action." Zhao Junyu addressed the team members behind him before resolutely making his way towards Adele. "Adele, I am relaying the surveillance footage to you. I wish to ascertain the situation at hand." Upon reaching Adele's side, Zhao Junyu expressed his urgent need to grasp the true state of the supply point, as it would inform the subsequent course of action. Observing the scene within the supply point, he noted several large transport aircraft parked there, while the ground forces of the Xi'an military busily unloaded supplies from the planes. However, as the items were concealed within crates, their contents remained obscured. Yet, when they began to transport a particular object, Zhao Junyu surmised the reason behind the sudden increase in defensive personnel. It was a machine he had never encountered before. His eyes, which had initially widened in surprise, now narrowed with contemplation as he muttered to himself, "An unfamiliar machine. It appears to be a new test model from Zan. It is no wonder that their forces have been bolstered. They must be conducting ground tests here." Fortunately, the additional enemy presence is not overwhelming, presenting us with an opportunity, although our original plan is no longer viable. "Adele, continue the surveillance and maintain combat operations. However, we must revise our strategy. Notify me immediately of any changes. I will regroup with the others to adjust our plans." With that, Zhao Junyu did not linger but promptly turned and departed for the location where the others awaited. Having grasped the situation, he called out, "Banninger, prepare the operational map. We must alter our combat strategy." As soon as he returned, Zhao Junyu commenced a comprehensive reorganization. The operational maps depicting the target location immediately appeared on the screens of all team members. He swiftly began his explanation. "Indeed, the supply point has encountered some unexpected developments. I have observed an unfamiliar machine, likely a new model developed by Xi'an, which suggests they are conducting ground tests here. Thus, their forces have seen a slight increase. However, it is not to an unmanageable extent. The local forces have escalated from 16 Zaku to 24, while other defensive units remain unchanged. Furthermore, this situation does not mirror our previous ambush, where the enemy was adequately prepared. Although the efficacy of our surprise attack has diminished due to the arrival of the new machine, resulting in heightened vigilance among the Xi'an forces, there remains a viable course of action. My proposition is a frontal assault to seize the new machine." Upon hearing the call for a frontal assault, the team members remained silent, offering no objections. In fact, Mengxia, the one who relished chaos, appeared eager for a grand confrontation. Observing the lack of dissent, Zhao Junyu continued, My strategy is to maintain our approach as we near them, without uttering a word. Each of us will select our targets. And once we are within striking distance, we shall launch our attacks immediately. It is imperative that we secure at least one enemy unit in our initial assault, preferably two, as this will significantly benefit our subsequent offensive. Following the conclusion of the tactical arrangement, Zhao Junyu and his team set their plans into motion. Initially, he had contemplated whether to wait for the departure of the squad testing the new unit before taking action. However, he reasoned that such a delay would inevitably result in damage to the test unit, consequently diminishing its value. The process of analyzing and repairing such a unit would require an excessive amount of time and effort, rendering it an unworthy endeavor. This line of thinking led him to resolve to launch a direct assault. Although a frontal attack is not typically an optimal strategy, the Zaku units he and his comrades operated were still comparable to those of the enemy, albeit the element of surprise had significantly waned. Yet, there remained a modicum of confusion to exploit, especially since their previous tactical approach had relied on ambushes to strike at the enemy. The adversary had become accustomed to this intelligence, making the shift to a direct assault potentially effective. Thus, he chose this method. MS units in the vicinity, halt immediately. This area is under lockdown. Cease resupply operations and evacuate at once. As Zhao Junyu and his squad of 5 Zaku units came into the line of sight of the guarding forces at the supply point, the guards promptly issued a warning, precisely as Zhao Junyu had anticipated. Charge ahead. Engage as soon as we are within range. Realizing that their presence had been detected, Zhao Junyu, who had been advancing at a measured pace, immediately gave the order. 2. Piloted his unit forward, raising his machine gun to target his first objective. Retreat now? No, wait. It's the enemy? Enemy attack. The guard, who had initially intended to bark orders at the intruders to vacate the area, recognized that the approaching force was not composed of allies, but rather the infamous federal ambush squad known as the Scythe of Death. He shouted a warning, and the entire supply point erupted in alarms, with the station troops entering combat readiness. Cut it out. Quite the swift reaction, Zhao Junyu muttered under his breath, acknowledging the effectiveness of the enemy's training. Despite his grumbling, he could not afford to pause his actions. As the enemy entered his firing range and he locked onto a target, Zhao Junyu squeezed the trigger. A massive bullet erupted from the barrel of his heavy machine gun, hurtling towards the guard unit that had first spotted them and raised the alarm. As a seasoned veteran on the battlefield, Zhao Junyu understood the importance of survival. He aimed for the most critical point, the enemy's cockpit. A successful hit there would incapacitate the unit, and the cockpit was relatively easier to target due to its size. Damn it! You filthy Federation, ah! The guard who first spotted Zhao Junyu became the first to engage, but tragically, he was also the first to be shot down, sacrificing his life for the noble cause he believed in. Boom! As Zhao Junyu brought down the first Zaku, Adele's artillery fire struck, obliterating an enemy defensive turret and generating a considerable shockwave. Meanwhile, Baining and the others had closed in to their attack range, achieving Zhao Junyu's minimum objective with each member successfully downing an enemy Zaku. Damn it! The cursed scythe of the Grim Reaper has indeed found its way here. The officer from the Zeon army, responsible for transporting this test unit, was sent reeling by the shockwave, cursing loudly before inquiring, "Have all the ground test units been brought down?" "Not yet. One has already been sent to the warehouse, and 2 others have just been dragged down from the transport aircraft," replied a nearby Zeon soldier. "Curse the neighboring units. Tell them to expedite the delivery of the units to the warehouse. We need to find a place to take cover. We are not a combat unit." After a few more curses, the officer issued a few commands and led several individuals in search of refuge. Dodging 2 shells aimed at him, he unleashed a hail of gunfire, obliterating the artillery and the Magella tank. Zhao Junyu glanced over and mused, "The fundamental techniques are commendable, yet the lack of experience and coordination is regrettable." Gripping an electric axe in his left hand, he surged forward, delivering a horizontal slash to a Zaku that had attacked him. He then observed the pairs of Banninger and Mengxia, as well as Beat and Shelley, who efficiently eliminated the Zeon soldiers. Meanwhile, Adele's supporting fire consistently struck the artillery and tanks that posed a threat to their own comrades. The squad displayed commendable coordination. Indeed, it appears their teamwork has become quite adept. Should they be deployed in the future, I need not worry, Zhao Junyu thought with a sense of reassurance. Feeling a faint danger approaching from his left, he deftly leaped backward in his unit, evading the enemy's attack. Casting a glance toward the position that had previously targeted him, he spotted a tank and swiftly dispatched it with a precise burst from his machine gun. This remarkable ability is truly exceptional. Since the beginning of the Rum battle, it has saved my life on numerous occasions. Regrettably, I am unsure how to hone it. If only there were a method to train it, I would surely dedicate myself to its mastery. For it is a life-saving skill, Zhao Junyu contemplated inwardly. Indeed, without this unknown ability, he would not only have failed to achieve such glorious feats in that grand battle, but might have also lost his life. Although Xion's forces had increased significantly, the influx of new soldiers at the supply point had diminished their combat effectiveness excessively, ultimately leading to their complete annihilation by the ambush squad out of course. They did not emerge unscathed. Banninger and others sustained damage to their units, and Zhao Junyu was struck in the cooling pipe of his left leg by a stray round. Yet none of these were grave matters. After contacting Midia, the follow-up team descended from the transport aircraft to clear the scene. All the Xion soldiers who had been hiding inside were captured, and Zhao Junyu and his team successfully acquired 3 intact test units. I wonder if these units can be utilized effectively. Announcement. Chapter 65. A big score? Captain, the mission was completed quite successfully. Why do you still wear such a troubled expression? On the journey back to the Zaburo headquarters. Within the Midia transport aircraft, Mengxia curiously inquired, observing Zhao Junyu, who sat there with his brows furrowed, deep in thought. Nothing much, just contemplating where our next objective should be, Zhao Junyu remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Mengxia. You truly have borne a heavy burden, Captain, Mengxia replied half-jokingly. It is merely my duty as the captain. Zhao Junyu's voice resonated with a somber tone, laced with a sense of oppression and resignation. He continued, as captain, I must take responsibility for you all, striving to ensure your safe return. When the gene operation commenced, the team I led was thrust onto the battlefield without the opportunity for training. Facing the harshest front lines, I could only watch helplessly as my comrades fell to the enemy, a grave dereliction of duty on my part as their captain. However, you are the ones I personally selected, trained, and equipped. Thus, I am determined to fulfill my responsibilities by any means necessary. Captain, Banninger murmured softly, uncertain of what to say. Among them, save for Shirley, all had fought on the front lines during the gene operation. They were acutely aware of the brutal realities of warfare. Although the Air Force held advantages, there were times when a squadron, or even a battalion, could suffer catastrophic losses, teetering on the brink of annihilation. Do not concern yourself, Captain. We are the indomitable 4th Squad, and we shall not perish so easily. Moreover, your arrangements are commendable, so there is no need for such worry, Mengxia interjected, her carefree demeanor bringing a semblance of lightness. To be honest, my greatest concern post-squad division is you, Mengxia, Zhao Junyu stated. Division? The others exclaimed in astonishment, bewildered by Zhao Junyu's words. Did this imply that higher authorities intended to take action against them? Isn't it quite normal? After all, our ambush squad was formed as a special unit in response to wartime needs, Zhao Junyu explained slowly. However, the enemy has begun to adapt. Small supply points are being withdrawn in favor of medium to large supply bases. And given our limited forces, breaching their defenses is increasingly challenging. This suggests that our future missions will be quite restricted. Similarly, our Federation's MS development program has reached a significant stage, and soon we shall possess our own MS forces, marking the commencement of our counteroffensive. At that juncture, the necessity for ambushes will diminish, making division inevitable. Upon reflection, the group concurred that Zhao Junyu's assessment appeared accurate. Their original intent was to continuously harass and undermine the enemy's hold on captured territories, preventing them from achieving complete control and buying the Federation more time, all while securing additional resources. Once the Federation had amassed sufficient strength to confront Gene and initiate a counterattack, the significance of ambushing the enemy's rear would wane, allowing for the reformation of squads as needed across various theaters of war. After surveying the group, Zhao Junyu continued, therefore, I have submitted a report to the Commander-in-Chief. When the time comes, Bet and Adele, you two will pair up to lead a team. Banninger and Mengxia, you will also pair up to command another squad. Shueli, I am aware that you are one of the key individuals nurtured by those in the general staff. Your arrival here, apart from your own aspirations and my request for your transfer, also bears the intention of those individuals to endow you with some merits and gilded opportunities. Consequently, it is anticipated that you will eventually lead a team independently. This is the arrangement delineated in my report. Captain, I have no objections to your division of the teams. However, why express concern for my well-being? And what about you? Will you also lead a team alone? Mengxia inquired. This was his query. Although somewhat carefree, he was not devoid of intelligence. Those lacking in wit had already perished on the battlefield, and of course, I am concerned for you. Your driving skills and coordination with Baining are commendable, yet your temperament is excessively impulsive, and you have a penchant for revelry and disorder. Under my current position and status, I can exert some influence to temper your behavior, but it has also rendered the promotion orders for you and your companions difficult to approve. However, once the teams are divided, Should you continue in this manner alongside Banning, you would not only jeopardize your own prospects but also his, as he may lack the capacity to assist you. Therefore, you must exercise caution. Zhao Junyu reiterated earnestly. He was quite satisfied with the current team members, yet Meng Xia indeed posed a concern. He hoped that when they were eventually deployed, they could navigate through these tumultuous wartime trials unscathed. As for myself, you need not worry. My presence ensures that I will not remain idle, particularly in these wartime circumstances. After Zhao Junyu spoke, he closed his eyes, appearing to feign slumber. Indeed, I understand. Meng Xia responded with an unusual solemnity. He recognized the truth in his captain's words. He was quite fond of drinking and causing a ruckus, and there was a certain audacity about him, albeit founded upon the knowledge that his captain was somewhat protective of him. Now, however, with the matter of team division being broached by his captain, it signified that this issue was imminent, compelling him to reflect more thoughtfully. Regarding Zhao Junyu's mention of Shueli being a person of significant cultivation, the others exhibited no particular reaction. Although the Federation's government operates under a democratic electoral system, the complexities within are indeed quite amusing. A moment of silence enveloped the room, rendering it profoundly quiet. At the Federal Army headquarters, Shabiluo Alex, is there any issue with this mission? A certain individual with the surname Long has made his presence known again. Stop staring. If you continue, your eyeballs will surely pop out. Zhao Junyu playfully delivered a light smack to the head of the individual before him, who, despite conversing with him, kept glancing backward. Ouch, could you not be so rough? Long Taoyi exclaimed, cradling his head. A melodious laugh echoed from behind Zhao Junyu as Shueli covered her mouth with her hand. Giggling as she passed by the tude, wait a moment, I will find you later. Though still nursing his head in pain, Long Taoyi couldn't help but adopt a somewhat flirtatious demeanor towards Shueli. Humph! Shueli huffed lightly, ignoring Long Taoyi as she continued on her way, leaving the vicinity. Your progress appears to be commendable. Zhao Junyu observed the demeanor of the two individuals and jestingly remarked. Cheryl's attitude towards Long Taoyi had notably evolved since their initial mission together. Perhaps it was a case of strong women fearing persistent men, or perhaps all girls simply desire someone to care for and comfort them. As for the underlying reasons, Zhao Junyu was oblivious and deemed it irrelevant to his concerns. Thus he merely aimed to tease Long Taoyi. Dio refrained from jesting with me. I am still far from success. Rubbing the spot that Zhao Junyu had struck painfully, Long Taoyi replied, let us not dwell on this. How did the mission fare? Quite well. With an unexpected surprise, Zhao Junyu responded, gesturing towards Midia, who was commencing the unloading of cargo. The target location of this surprise attack had recently received several units of new type machines for testing. They were still in the process of unloading when we launched our assault, and even the test pilots were captured before they could board. The machines remain intact. There are also some captives who may possess information we require. I must rely on you for that, as it is not my forte. Additionally, please assist me in contacting the technical department to conduct research, analysis, and modifications on the machines. I am certain Major General Gao Yun will be intrigued by these. Your fortune is quite remarkable, Long Taoyi remarked, observing a group of individuals disembarking from Midia, all shackled. While the substantial machines were being gradually transported down, rest assured, I will handle these matters. Are you all unscathed? Indeed, we are fine. Only the machines sustain some damage. The current Gene Army has an ample number of recruits, so the pressure is manageable. Yes, that's so? That is reassuring. Now, you may attend to your affairs. I too shall seek some rest. With that, Zhao Junyu patted Long Taoyi's shoulder and took his leave. After Zhao Junyu's departure, the diligent individuals continued to engage in their tasks. The YMS-07 prototype Tiger, this was the information acquired by the technical headquarters from the machines. This unit was a modification of the MS-06J ground combat Zaku, designed primarily for terrestrial operations, and had undergone numerous adjustments to ensure its efficacy on the battlefield. Furthermore, valuable data had been extracted from the captives, including the identification of the testing unit and other pertinent details. Based on this information, Zhao Junyu mused, these three Tigers are indeed usable. Of course they are usable. It merely depends on what you intend to do, Long Taoyi casually interjected from across the table. However, halfway through his statement, he sensed a subtle shift in his old friend's tone and promptly inquired, what do you mean? Naturally, I wish to orchestrate something significant. I have contemplated this for quite some time, yet lacked a viable strategy. Now that I possess a plan, why not employ it? If we delay, this opportunity may slip away. Zhao Junyu gestured to the documents in his hand. Do not act recklessly. If something were to go awry, it would result in considerable consequences. I do not act recklessly. Indeed, if you claim not to, even those of limited intellect would find it hard to believe. Pray, enlighten me. What do you mean by a significant target? Long Taui remained skeptical of his old friend's assertion, preferring to ascertain his thoughts before proceeding. Very well then, my intention is precisely this location. Knowing that he would not let himself off the hook, Long Taui awaited further elaboration. Zhao Junyu produced a map and pointed to a specific spot, exclaiming, "Here? Have you lost your mind? You think a mere squad can launch an attack here?" Long Taui exclaimed loudly. "Certainly, it is not solely my squad that will undertake this endeavor. Do not presume that one squad alone could suffice. My plan is to utilize the tigers we have seized alongside the enemy's Zaku to masquerade as their experimental units, infiltrating their ranks for sabotage. Meanwhile, I will require approximately a battalion to mount an offensive from the outside. This way, we can coordinate an internal and external assault, allowing us to breach this location swiftly," Zhao Junyu succinctly explained. "Your idea is indeed audacious, yet it possesses a tangible possibility of success," Long Taui contemplated aloud. "Of course, otherwise I would not entertain such considerations. However, we must meticulously strategize this operation. And prior to action, it is imperative that no one aside from you, me, my father, and Uncle Edward is privy to this matter," Zhao Junyu stated with a grave demeanor. "That goes without saying," Long Taui affirmed resolutely. Zhao Junyu then unveiled another map, declaring, "This is a detailed layout of the area, and its terrain is major. This modification has been executed as per your request. A 90 caliber Gatling, with an internal ammunition capacity of 260 rounds. The frontal armor thickness meets the specifications for a shield. However, this has resulted in a considerable increase in weight, rendering it somewhat unwieldy. Please take note of this," a maintenance personnel reported as he stood at the cockpit entrance with a dossier in hand. Addressing Zhao Junyu, "Very well, what about the adjustments to the machine?" Zhao Junyu inquired. "Adjustments have been made according to the Major's piloting habits and the original machine data. However, due to alterations in the internal structure of the Tiger and Zaku, we can only assert that the overall performance should remain consistent. More specific assessments will necessitate actual usage," the technician replied. "Understood. Have all 3 Tigers been completed?" "Not all. Only 2 Tigers are finished. Point 2. What is the reason for this?" Zhao Junyu, who was still examining and adjusting the Tiger's data in the cockpit, immediately raised his gaze to the maintenance personnel. Unperturbed, the technician continued, "Major Gao Yun from the technical headquarters has requisitioned 1 unit for data collection and analysis." "Gao Yun, you say? I see," Zhao Junyu responded, returning to his task. Just as he was nearing completion, a familiar voice echoed, "Alex, are you up there?" Long Taui called out. "Hold on," Zhao Junyu shouted with fervor, hastening to complete his tasks. Exiting the cockpit, he addressed the ground crew, saying, "The rest is in your capable hands." He then disembarked from the aircraft. "Honestly, how could you come here knowing today is the day for selecting personnel for the support troops? Could you not have made your choices beforehand?" Long Taui remarked with a hint of dissatisfaction as he watched Zhao Junyu descend from the aircraft. "The quality of the craft directly impacts my life. And the selection of those team members involves both you and the general staff. I merely make the final decision. Besides, being slightly delayed is of no consequence," Zhao Junyu replied, making his way toward the conference room. Long Taui followed closely, continuing, "You seem rather nonchalant. Keep in mind, the troops outside who are meant to provide support are crucial to the survival of your squad. If their assistance falters, you could find yourselves encircled by the enemy garrison of the entire base. No matter how formidable your assault team is, you would inevitably face annihilation. This is no jest. The plan has already been submitted, and it is too late to withdraw, and I am fully aware of that. Rest assured, everything will be fine," Zhao Junyu responded with an unwavering calm. "Mobilizing significant forces for support is not a decision that can be made solely by Rebeal, especially since it involves the defensive MS units of Chabro. Thus, it is imperative to go through the general staff, although for security reasons, certain crucial details regarding the operation's timing and location remain undisclosed in the plan." Zhao Junyu's demeanor drove Long Taui to the brink of frustration. Yet there was little he could do. Soon, the two arrived at the conference room, where a considerable number of people were already seated, each of whom held at least the rank of squad leader. Standing at the podium, Zhao Junyu cast a sweeping glance over the assembly without uttering a word. Long Taui took the initiative to speak first. "You may not be well acquainted with this individual. He is the primary person responsible for and executing this operation. I will now allow him to introduce the forthcoming mission." Initially silent, Zhao Junyu coldly surveyed the audience, causing a palpable unease to settle among them, their backs growing cold with apprehension. Finally, he began to speak, albeit slowly. "Our mission is to seize the military manufacturing base previously occupied by the Jin army. However, due to operational requirements, in addition to my squad, I will need a battalion to coordinate support from the outside. Yet, allow me to preface this with a stern warning. This is an assault on an enemy-held base, and once we enter their territory, extraction will not be straightforward. Should any complications arise, I cannot guarantee a safe return. If anyone wishes to withdraw, now is the time. Should you falter once we are there, I assure you, even in death, I will ensure your families suffer the consequences. Zhao Junyu's words were heavy, bordering on a threat. Typically, even in the face of daunting missions, commanders might only utter veiled warnings about consequences, but to invoke the fate of families in such a manner is exceedingly rare. Even if someone might think it, they would seldom voice it aloud. The moment these words were uttered, a wave of indignation swept over the crowd. They yearned to vociferously berate the unknown major before them. However, upon raising their eyes to meet his inscrutable expression, concealed behind imposing sunglasses, and sensing the palpable aura of danger that radiated from him, their words were stifled. "Alex, you may have gone a bit too far," remarked Long Taoyi softly to Zhao Junyu, observing the expressions of the people below and realizing that perhaps the situation had escalated beyond reason. Zhao Junyu coldly surveyed the individuals beneath him and stated, "Some may deem my words excessive, while others might label my intentions as those of a scoundrel or a wretch unworthy of existence in this world. You are entitled to such opinions. What I wish to convey is that this plan is of utmost significance." Tio put it mildly, "It pertains to our very survival. To elaborate further, it influences the morale of the Federation. Should our mission fail and we perish, do not blame me for my ruthless methods. By then, I too shall have met my end. Yet, my subordinates will ensure that you all reunite with your families below. If you wish to avoid such a fate, now is the time to contemplate whether you possess the capability and confidence to accomplish this task. You have 3 minutes to deliberate." Suddenly, an oppressive silence enveloped the conference room. Long Taoyi felt that Zhao Junyu's remarks were somewhat excessive, yet it was evident that such a critical operation necessitated individuals with sufficient confidence to undertake it. Thus, he refrained from interjecting, merely observing Zhao Junyu as he continued, I withdraw." At that moment, a person timidly raised his hand, his voice trembling with fear, illustrating the immense pressure and dread Zhao Junyu had instilled in him. It appears to be Wang Wei. How perceptive of him to recognize his own limitations and choose to withdraw. Is there anyone else who wishes to step back? Zhao Junyu turned his gaze to the individual, only to realize it was Wang Wei, a former schoolmate who had previously caused him trouble. However, upon encountering him again, Zhao Junyu felt little emotional upheaval. The fact that someone had taken the lead in withdrawing was beneficial, as it might encourage those wavering to follow suit. "You? Who are you?" Wang Wei was taken aback as Zhao Junyu revealed his identity, having nearly forgotten the troublemaker from his past. Since graduating, he had served at the Chabro headquarters, and when hostilities erupted and the headquarters began forming a defense unit centered around Zaku, his family could not afford to remain uninvolved. Thus, Wang Wei was reassigned here for training, rising to the rank of lieutenant squad leader. Upon hearing of the raid squad's audacious plans, they mused that the elite unit under Li Bill's command had remained undefeated thus far. If they were to undertake such a bold move, they must possess substantial confidence, and their support would merely serve as assistance, presenting no threat while promising considerable accolades. Why not seize the opportunity? Upon hearing the remarks of his family members, Wang Wei shared the same sentiments and thus found himself here. However, the reality he encountered was starkly different from his expectations. He dared not take any risks and deemed it safer to remain at headquarters to earn military merit. Zhao Junyu, on the other hand, chose to completely disregard him, continuing to inquire if anyone had withdrawn, and indeed, there were quite a number who had opted out. The remaining individuals were still numerous, and Zhao Junyu appeared somewhat satisfied, as there were still capable individuals within the Federal Army. After reviewing the data and making his own assessments, he selected the necessary personnel and instructed them to prepare. The specifics of the plan were to remain confidential until departure, at which point they would be informed of the location, after which he departed with Long Taoyi. Wait a moment. Wang Wei, who had been sidelined for quite some time, felt quite disgruntled as Zhao Junyu and his companion were leaving. He stepped in front of them and demanded, "Who exactly are you? A graduate from the military academy? A peer of mine. Why did you ignore me just now?" "Lieutenant Wang Wei, I have military duties to attend to. Are you obstructing my responsibilities?" Zhao Junyu replied coldly, having always harbored a disdain for such individuals. "You?" Wang Wei was infuriated, yet the accusation was a heavy one that he dared not shoulder. The presence of the individual before him sent chills down his spine, and ultimately, he could only retreat awkwardly. "Take care of yourself," Long Taoyi remarked, following Zhao Junyu as they departed. He was acquainted with Wang Wei, but it was evident that their paths diverged entirely today. They would likely have no further interactions. After this encounter, Wang Wei was erased from Long Taoi's thoughts. Throughout their journey, Long Taoi incessantly conversed with Zhao Junyu, expressing that his previous actions had been somewhat excessive, casting himself in the role of a villain unnecessarily. Zhao Junyu, however, maintained that the operational timeline he proposed was critical and needed to be executed within the next couple of days. Otherwise, if the enemy discovered their plans, it would be futile. There was no time for protracted discussions. This approach ensured both timeliness and the selection of competent individuals. If being a villain was necessary, then having reliable team members was paramount. Neither party managed to sway the other. Zhao Junyu returned to his squad, while Long Taoi headed back to the command center to attend to pressing matters. The adjustments to the Tiger units had been completed. There were only two, one belonging to him and the other awaiting assignment. Upon returning, Zhao Junyu stated bluntly, "I am here. Who will take the other?" I will. Meng Xia eagerly volunteered. "Then it shall be you." Zhao Junyu nodded in agreement, before turning to the others. "As for my original Zaku, are any of you interested in trying it out?" The remaining individuals exchanged glances and then shook their heads. They understood that Zhao Junyu's Zaku was superior to their own, yet they had grown accustomed to their respective machines. Switching to another model would not allow for immediate adaptation, especially with a major mission imminent. It was indeed wiser to stick with their familiar machines. "Very well, prepare yourselves. This afternoon, I shall conduct physical adaptation training with Meng Xia, and we shall embark on our journey early tomorrow morning. This significant mission is one I proposed. The glory is immense, yet the dangers are equally formidable. I shall exert my utmost efforts to ensure your safety, but adequate preparation beforehand is imperative. Now, let us dine." With that, Zhao Junyu departed, leaving the others in an awkward silence. Although it was indeed mealtime, such a serious declaration of "let us eat" was a rarity, especially when uttered by their own captain. This was truly die in the afternoon. Zhao Junyu led Meng Xia through an entire session of adaptation training, exhausting one individual to the point of resembling a weary dog, who promptly fell asleep upon returning, devoid of any further thoughts. The following morning, the assault team, as the vanguard, boarded the Midia and set forth towards their designated location. The assault was about to commence. Announcement. Chapter 67. The attack on the base. As all units gradually arrived at the designated site, Zhao Junyu began to outline the operational plan. However, upon hearing the details of the mission, the assembled personnel were left astounded. What? To infiltrate an enemy supply base equipped with a military factory with our meager forces? Are you seeking death and dragging us along with you? Observing the ensuing uproar, Zhao Junyu recognized this as a typical reaction. According to his strategy, they would first infiltrate the enemy's base to carry out sabotage, while their unit would coordinate efforts to thoroughly dismantle the base. This number of troops was indeed sufficient. Nonetheless, the current reality was that the Federal Army had been consistently suppressed by the Jin forces. Despite their daily bravado claiming that Jin posed no threat, fear loomed heavily within their hearts. If their numbers did not vastly exceed those of the enemy, they would not dare to initiate an attack. Thus, one of Zhao Junyu's objectives in assaulting this base was to shatter Jin's seemingly invincible myth, bolster the morale of the Federation, and lay groundwork for future counteroffensives. Humph! A cold snort escaped Zhao Junyu's lips, instantly silencing the previously boisterous crowd. He cast a chilling gaze over the assembly, causing them to shudder and the hairs on their necks to stand on end. Despite his sunglasses, they could still sense the frigid intensity of his stare. At that moment, Zhao Junyu spoke in an icy tone. "It seems you have forgotten the essence of this mission. Do you wish for familial reunion?" A chill ran through the hearts of the crowd, for they understood the implications of his words, and none desired such a fate, silently cursing him in their minds. Observing the expressions of those below, Zhao Junyu felt his disciplinary measures had taken effect. It was time to offer them a semblance of encouragement. He then continued, his tone softening. "I understand your fear. You believe that with our limited forces, it is impossible to breach the base, given the formidable strength of Jin, correct?" The heads of that group hung lower than before. Some matters are known to all, yet once articulated, they become quite unpleasant. Who could have imagined that those whom they once looked down upon, the Zeon, would now be vanquishing their own side? It was truly a disheartening sight. Thus, they could only indulge in fleeting words of bravado. Observing the downcast expressions of the crowd, Zhao Junyu continued, "The Zeon are currently stronger than our Federation, but this superiority lies merely in the Zaka's advantage over tanks. You are also employing Zakas, which effectively nullifies the greatest disparity between us. If such a significant gap truly existed, how could our ambush squad possibly have destroyed so many enemies and supply points? Therefore, let me tell you, the Zeon are just ordinary people. When the bullets fly, they too will meet their end." Zhao Junyu spoke at length, and while he may not have been particularly eloquent, His words carried a certain motivational weight. His address highlighted several key points. The Zeon forces, like them, would fall to bullets. The base was not insurmountable, and the ambush squad's success in wreaking havoc within was indeed achievable. The final and most crucial point was that destroying this base would yield great accolades, which was what everyone truly cared about. Yes, as the first to take the initiative in dismantling an enemy base, even if the responsibility lay with others, the ambush squad would savor a rich reward, far surpassing the merits of other missions. The supporting troops were thoroughly stirred, and Zhao Junyu felt a sense of relief. Once they reached the prearranged concealed attack position, the ambush squad was set to commence their operation. 2 modified Tigers and 4 adjusted Zakas advanced toward the base occupied by the Zeon. The station troops immediately halted and called out, "State your unit number and affiliation." "This is the B-326 experimental unit, conducting tests near supply point 1756 as per our plan. However, the supply point was ambushed by the Federation and destroyed. We have regrouped with the remaining forces here. Identification code XXXXXXX. Zhao Junyu and his companions promptly halted and recited their prepared statements. While the unit number and identification code had, of course, been extracted from the mouths of captured foes. "Wait a moment, I will verify your identity," the guard replied before proceeding to check their identification codes. Zhao Junyu was unconcerned, for the information was authentic. It was merely the individuals utilizing it that had changed in no time. The verification was complete, and the guard led them inside. This base had received orders anticipating the arrival of this experimental squad after their tests, to serve as part of the defense force here. Although they had received news of the destruction of the supply point a couple of days prior, the escape of some troops was not particularly surprising. Such occurrences were certainly possible. Unfortunately, they remained unaware that what they had let in was their very own nightmare. Upon entering the base, Zhao Junyu and his companions immediately began to survey their surroundings, meticulously scanning and recording information to create a detailed defense map of the facility. Once this map was compiled, it would be transmitted to the waiting troops outside, among whom were 3 steel cannons poised to strike specific targets. "This place is the Ganaku, where your mech will be stationed, with the dormitories located nearby. You are to rest today and report to the command room tomorrow," the guard warmly explained to Zhao Junyu and his team. "Is that so? I sincerely thank you, though regrettably, you will not witness tomorrow," Zhao Junyu replied apologetically. "Ah? What did you say?" the guard inquired with confusion. "I said this." Just as the words left his mouth, Zhao Junyu deftly maneuvered his mech to draw a battle axe, striking decisively at the cockpit area of the enemy mech. Meanwhile, Meng Xia raised his left hand, unleashing a barrage from his Gatling gun at the mechs still stationed in the Ganaku. Baining targeted the antenna radar atop the command post, an action of utmost importance, as they were determined to prevent the enemy from sending out a distress signal and being encircled and annihilated here. The ever-kind Adele produced a signal pistol, firing a red flare into the sky. "The signal has been sent. Open fire," as the highest commander outside, upon seeing the red flare, his face lit up with excitement, and he shouted loudly. The drivers of the steel cannons, equally exhilarated, immediately commenced bombardment on the marked key locations indicated on the secret map upon receiving the order. "What is happening?" the still-dazed Jin soldiers asked, bewildered. "Enemy attack. Those who just entered are not our people. They are from the Federation," another soldier replied. "We must quickly surround and eliminate them. There should be reinforcements outside for them. Hurry!" "What bastards! Those Federation scum!" A Jin soldier charged furiously towards the ambushing team. "Captain, the Jin forces are reacting swiftly. They are already beginning to encircle us," Baining reported to Zhao Junyu after destroying a Zaku and observing the enemy movements, taking advantage of the base's structures. "I have also noticed similar activity." After hiding behind a building and eliminating another Zaku, Zhao Junyu stated, "This operation relies primarily on our inside and outside coordination. The enemy's communication equipment has been compromised. They will be unable to seek external assistance for some time. Without outside support, they only have the forces within the base. If we can hold out for a while longer until the outside troops commence their attack, victory will be ours. However, Captain, what if they do not initiate the attack as expected?" Meng Xia interjected, clearly skeptical. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of massive explosions erupted from all around, obliterating several large-caliber artillery pieces within the base, effectively addressing Meng Xia's earlier concern. "Meng Xia, what did you say?" Zhao Junyu, distracted by the preceding explosions, failed to catch Meng Xia's words. "I know nothing at all." Meng Xia, feeling quite disgruntled, emerged from behind the protective structures, unleashing a barrage from his machine gun upon a tank that had ventured within his range. Seeking to vent his pent-up frustration, the 3rd, 7th, and 12th artillery emplacements were obliterated. The Zaku units 557 and 562 fell silent, as did the 756th tank. Within the command center of the base, the commander was bombarded with unwelcome news, which left him in a state of profound dissatisfaction. His countenance darkened, his face contorted with anger, as he silently cursed the damned Federation for daring to utilize their identification codes and machines to assault his base. Their audacity was staggering, and those scoundrels, even if captured, had the gall to divulge information to the Federation. Infuriating. How could he not be enraged? It was fair to say that this Federation squad was essentially permitted entry by him. Despite certain coincidences and other influencing factors, he bore primary responsibility as the commander of the base. Observing 6 enemy machines, manufactured by Zeon, within his own facility only intensified his ire further. Slamming his hand on the table, he declared, "Inform all units to eliminate this squad at any cost within the shortest time frame possible." The steel cannons aimed at the enemy base's gates, and once breached, all units were to launch an offensive to seize the base swiftly. Upon viewing the map indicating the targets that had been obliterated, the external commander remarked, "The 3 steel cannons positioned their shoulder-mounted cannons at the entrance of the base. Damn it! The enemy numbers are truly overwhelming." Meng Xia grumbled after Gatling had just dispatched another Zaku, frustrated by the resurgence of foes he had previously suppressed. Now, they were recklessly advancing and encircling them. Enough with the idle chatter. Just as he had cleaved a Zaku in 2 with his battle axe, Sherry, having seized the machine gun from its fallen operator, retorted, "Instead of wasting breath, you ought to contemplate our next course of action. This is not my concern. It's the Captain's responsibility. Stop the banter. We are in the midst of battle." With another swing of his axe, he felled another Zaku, using the fallen machine as cover. Extending his left arm, the Gatling gun emerged from behind the Zaku, unleashing a flurry of fire upon the 2 tanks before him. Zhao Junyu remarked, "If you have time to waste, you might as well ponder how to survive this mission." "I understand, Captain. You truly are." A thunderous explosion resonated from a distance. Could it be that the base's gate had been breached? Announcement. Chapter 68. Surrender. The base's gates lay in ruins, and the enemy commenced their assault. Another piece of dire news had emerged. What? So soon? The commander's expression shifted dramatically. He had previously believed that the artillery emplacements were merely under siege from the Federation's long-range steel tanks, and that other units would require more time to arrive. He thought to exploit this window to eliminate the squad, preventing them from coordinating their efforts. However, this squad has yet to be eliminated, and the enemy has commenced their assault from outside once more, leaving him with an even greater predicament. An urgent command was issued. The squads 124 and 156, stationed near the main gate, were to immediately seal it off and prevent the enemy from breaching the base's interior. Simultaneously, the remaining forces were to exert every effort to encircle and annihilate this squad, sparing no expense to eradicate them swiftly. Otherwise, our fate would be sealed. The base commander's expression darkened ominously, as if sorrow itself were to seep from him, and he issued what could potentially be the final order of his life. While this command could not be deemed erroneous, regrettably, its execution seemed improbable. Those within the command center, upon hearing the commander's words, understood that the base's very existence hung in the balance. Without further ado, they promptly relayed the orders. The enemy's movements appeared rather peculiar. Previously, chaos had erupted within their ranks, allowing us to secure some victories and confirm our kill count. Now, they seemed as if they had ingested some potent stimulant, launching a ferocious assault that was undeniably strange. We had just opened fire, though regrettably, we failed to achieve success. We merely repelled their advance. Meng Xia noticed the enemy's abnormal behavior and inquired curiously. "Indeed, I share that sentiment," came the reply. "Banninger had a stroke of luck, managing to take out a tank, yet he too sensed the anomaly. I suspect it might be related to that distant explosion we heard earlier," suggested Shueli. Shueli is correct. It appears the external forces have breached the base's gates and initiated their offensive. This subsequent attack proved fruitless, and upon retreat, Zhao Junyu, having overheard Shueli's remarks, concurred, stating, "The earlier turmoil and their reckless assault now clearly illustrate this issue. They must have deployed a small contingent to block the gates while instructing the remainder to swiftly encircle and destroy us. We find ourselves in a precarious situation, yet it is also a testament to our valor. If we can hold out just a little longer until the reinforcements arrive, victory shall be ours." "Captain, you speak lightly, yet the pressure upon us is immense." After narrowly evading a barrage of enemy fire, Meng Xia exclaimed before emerging from cover to return fire, only managing to wound a single adversary. "Spare us the superfluous chatter. Instead of lamenting, we should strategize on how to resolve this dilemma," interjected Bet, who was also struggling to maintain their position. Indeed, the crux of the matter remains the ammunition. The supplies we carry are limited, and we have nearly exhausted them, voiced Adair, highlighting the most pressing issue. That is indeed a significant problem. Zhao Junyu furrowed his brow, glancing at his dwindling ammunition count, which had fallen below 100. The power of the Gatling gun is formidable, yet its rapid rate of fire consumes ammunition at an alarming pace, and even with careful management, it cannot withstand the demands of battle. Click, click, click. Dreadful. Just as Zhao Junyu pondered how to address the ammunition crisis, the distinct sound of empty gunfire echoed from Mengxia's position, signaling the depletion of her supplies. Mengxia, take mine for now. Here, use this one with the shield, Zhao Junyu offered, handing over his Gatling gun. Captain, what are you planning to do? Although Mengxia was perplexed, he ultimately exchanged the Gatling gun out of an almost absolute trust in Zhao Junyu. It was quite simple. He intended to do just that. Grasping the Gatling gun, which was devoid of ammunition, as soon as Zhao Junyu's words fell, he raised his shield defensively in front of himself and, wielding his battle axe in his right hand, charged forth. At this moment, the members of the squad comprehended their captain's intent. There was no possibility of breaking through, as that would be futile. The only option lay in seizing firearms and ammunition. Was this fellow mad or merely foolish? To actually charge out like that? Upon witnessing Zhao Junyu's audacious advance, the two pilots of the Zaku mechs from the Zeon forces were momentarily taken aback, never anticipating that anyone would act thus in such circumstances. However, they quickly regained their composure and unleashed a barrage of gunfire towards Zhao Junyu. Unfortunately for them, their shots merely served as a minor hindrance to Zhao Junyu, who was protected by his shield, failing to yield any substantial effect. Zhao Junyu barreled directly towards them. The two adjacent Zaku units retreated a couple of steps in a bid to escape, but retreating could not rival the speed of a direct forward charge, especially given their close proximity. Soon, Zhao Junyu stood before them. With a resounding crash, Zhao Junyu did not falter but instead collided forcefully with the left Zaku. Propelling it aside, it was through this collision that he finally came to a halt, and simultaneously, the battle axe in his right hand sliced into the cockpit of the right Zaku. The struck Zaku careened backward, approximately 3 to 5 meters, crashing heavily to the ground, leaving its pilot dazed and disoriented. Zhao Junyu, too, felt the impact, but fortunately, his robust physique allowed him to endure it. Rather than withdrawing his axe or cleaving the enemy in two, which would have consumed precious time, he swiftly seized the opposing Zaku's axe. Before the Zeon pilot had fully recovered from the shock, Zhao Junyu delivered another decisive blow to the cockpit, effectively neutralizing the two Zaku units. I cannot afford to charge like that again. It left me feeling dizzy and on the verge of nausea. Shaking his head, Zhao Junyu grappled with the disorientation in his mind and the tumultuous sensation in his stomach, resolving not to repeat such an action in the future, as it was far too uncomfortable. Despite the discomfort, he could not afford to pause. He quickly discarded the enormous shield equipped with the Gatling gun and seized the machine guns and spare ammunition from the two mechs. While the shield with the Gatling gun had proven useful, it was ultimately a makeshift creation, with its internal structure being rather inefficient. Coupled with its considerable weight, it was unwieldy, and given that the shield was now battered and pockmarked, its utility had diminished significantly. Abandoning it was the wisest course of action. Indeed, the entire force was committed. Just as Zhao Junyu secured those valuable weapons and ammunition, alarms blared on both sides of his mech. Without hesitation, he leaped backward, narrowly evading the encroaching onslaught from both sides, which left him in awe. The enemy was indeed relentless in their pursuit to annihilate them. Retreating back to the squad's defensive line, Zhao Junyu discarded a machine gun and 2 boxes of ammunition, stating, "This is all we managed to acquire, and the enemy's assault has intensified. It appears that further attempts to seize ammunition will be impossible. We can only conserve what little we have. Captain, never mind. It is futile to speak, as you would not heed my words." Banninger had initially intended to offer counsel, yet upon realizing that Zhao Junyu would treat such advice as mere background noise, he refrained from voicing his thoughts, recognizing the futility in doing so. It suffices to be aware. Let us dispense with idle chatter. War is upon us. The enemy is advancing once more. Clearly, Zhao Junyu was aware of Banninger's unspoken concerns, yet he dismissed them with a swift determination to commence the defensive operations. "Commander, grave news has reached us. The 124th and 156th squads have been nearly annihilated by the enemy, who are now breaching the confines of our base." An alarming message echoed within the commander's ears. What? How could this happen so swiftly? Although the enemy boasts considerable numbers, overcoming the defenses of 2 squads should have taken time. What could possibly explain this turn of events? Could it be that some have fled? The base commander inquired incredulously. No. According to the surviving reports from the Zaku units, the enemy not only deployed our own Zakus but also 3 new types of mobile suits, previously unseen. These machines possess formidable firepower, and their synergy with the Zakus swiftly dismantled our defensive lines. What? New mobile suits? Indeed, the Federation's resources run deep. So quickly have they developed new combat units. It appears our situation as Zeon will become exceedingly dire. The commander pondered this unsettling revelation before issuing a command. Immediately instruct the troops surrounding the main gate to provide reinforcements. We must seal it off and prevent the enemy from breaching our stronghold. However, there are no forces available near the gate. All units have been dispatched to eliminate the infiltrating squad. The staff member's words plunged the base commander into despair. With no additional troops at hand, the situation has become exceedingly precarious. There appears to be no means to halt the advance of the enemy into our base. What shall we do now? After a moment of contemplation, he arrived at a reluctant decision, stating, "The enemy forces that penetrate will undoubtedly converge with the infiltrating squad. Command the troops to allocate a small portion of their strength to establish defensive lines here, and here to thwart the enemy, thus buying time for the remaining forces to eradicate this insidious squad." Upon receiving the orders, the base's defensive troops mobilized a contingent to both impede the enemy and continue the assault on the elusive squad. Our forces besieging them seemed to have diminished. What could be the cause? Banninger, having just downed an enemy mobile suit, observed a noticeable reduction in the firepower directed at him and his comrades. Prompting his queried, "Is it the same on your end?" "It is here as well. I thought I was alone in this observation, yet it appears there is a shared anomaly," replied Bet. "I too have noticed this peculiarity," Monsha interjected. "Perhaps the enemy's outer forces have infiltrated," suggested Sherry after a brief moment of reflection. "Indeed, I surmise that this is the reason," Banninger concurred, having come to the same conclusion, albeit a heartbeat later than Sherry. "Let us cease this matter. The primary objective of our adversaries remains focused on us. We shall manage the situation for the time being." Zhao Junyu has just shattered the single eye of an approaching Zaku with a powerful punch, seizing the battle axe from the foe and delivering a decisive blow to the cockpit. Subsequently, he acquired ammunition and addressed them. He is right. Preserving one's own life is of utmost importance. Banninger and a few others concurred, and then they resumed the fight. The battle raged on, but tragically, the side of Jean had been under the delusion that the Federation would refrain from assaulting such a large-scale base. However, to their astonishment, they launched an offensive, breaching the gates far more swiftly than anticipated. A breach that they believed would take considerable time to achieve. What they assumed would delay the Federation for a while turned into a swift incursion, leaving them reeling from the relentless onslaught. The continuous assaults severely diminished their morale. In stark contrast, the Federation's troops, buoyed by their successes, surged forward with high spirits, leaving Jean's forces gasping for breath. The tide of battle had decidedly turned. Though little time had passed, the situation had drastically shifted. Jean, who had encircled the Federation, now found themselves encircled in return, with the remaining machines trapped and desperately holding on. The base commander, witnessing this dire state, recognized that the end was nigh. Within mere minutes, all the Zakus would be annihilated, and he too would face a tragic fate. He wished to avert any further senseless sacrifices. He activated the communicator, slowly closed his eyes, and with a quivering voice, uttered through clenched teeth, "We surrender." As the entire base succumbed to defeat, the commander's declaration of surrender marked the end of the conflict. When the last few Zaku pilots emerged from their cockpits, surrendering with raised hands, the Federation troops erupted in jubilant cheers. How could they not be exhilarated? This was an enemy base. Regardless of its scale, it was undeniably significant, especially as it represented the Federation's first conquest of a Jean military installation, imbuing it with a unique importance. Moreover, those who had fought to breach it would undoubtedly receive their due recognition for this monumental achievement. As for those who mourned their fallen comrades during this battle, their sorrow was momentarily overshadowed by the euphoria of victory. "Adele, signal flare," Zhao Junyu exclaimed, though his joy was tempered by the need to remain vigilant, for they were still in enemy-held territory. Who could predict when the enemy might discover the situation and dispatch reinforcements? He promptly signaled to Adele to launch a flare, summoning the standby media and the work crew to assume control of personnel and supplies, instructing that anything that could not be evacuated must be destroyed. "Adele, do you hear me? Signal flare." Noticing Adele's lack of response, Zhao Junyu furrowed his brow. It was evident that even the usually composed Adele was momentarily dazed by the thrill of victory, an unforeseen reaction. Zhao Junyu's reminder once again prompted him to come to his senses. Understood, Captain. Finally regaining his composure, Adele felt a tinge of embarrassment for his previous lapse in decorum and swiftly produced another signal flare. Launching it into the sky, to Zhao Junyu. These federal troops were not the elite of the world, yet they were certainly well trained. Upon witnessing the signal flare being fired, they recognized that there were still some concluding tasks to be attended to and promptly fell silent. Observing the collective quietude of the crowd, Zhao Junyu nodded and established communication with the temporary commander of the battalion, who was also his deputy. Zhao Junyu instructed, "I have notified the subsequent troops to advance. As a precaution, please arrange for personnel to monitor the locations marked on the map." He then transmitted the annotated map to him. "Yes, Major," the temporary commander acknowledged before departing to make the necessary arrangements. Midia swiftly arrived at the base with the follow-up troops, initiating the subsequent operations of gathering supplies and documentation, while Zhao Junyu and his companions remained at the base, ostensibly on standby, but in reality, indulging in a well-deserved respite. This rare opportunity for Zhao Junyu to exercise his authority for a bit of leisure felt quite gratifying. No wonder people would go to great lengths to obtain power, even at the cost of their blood and lives. General Jean, along with others, was escorted out of the headquarters in handcuffs under the watchful eyes of the federal troops. As he stepped out of the commanding building, the bright sunlight struck his weary face, making it feel painfully blinding. He shielded his eyes from the rays streaming in from his right, allowing himself to adjust, and in doing so, he noticed a machine standing to his left front. He recognized this machine. It was the new model, the Tiger, brought in for testing from his homeland. While its exterior remained unchanged, he sensed a distinct difference in this machine, even though another identical one stood beside it. Who could be piloting that machine? Was it the commander of this operation? The base commander inquired of the federal troops escorting them. He understood he had been thoroughly defeated, yet he wished to comprehend the circumstances of his defeat, rather than remaining in a state of confusion. Why ask so many questions? Given the situation, let's move along. One of the federal escorts barked, showing no courtesy. He thought to himself, "Look at your condition, and yet you're still asking questions? Wasting precious time. You were once a base commander, but now you are merely a wretched captive. What arrogance remains, brother? Considering my predicament, what else can I do? I merely wish to ascertain whether the pilot of that machine was indeed the one commanding this battle." The base commander raised his hands, indicating the cuffs binding him. "No wonder you were the commander of this base. You truly possess keen insight," remarked another federal soldier escorting them. "You are correct. The pilot of that machine was indeed the one directing this engagement." As expected, the commander of the base's eyes sparkled with curiosity, and he promptly inquired, "Then, who exactly is that individual? What is his name? Why do you ask?" "I wish to know. You truly wish to know? Even if it costs me my life, I long to know." Gazing at the original commander of the Jean base, his eyes burned with an intensity that suggested he was indeed resolute in his desire to uncover the identity of that person, even at the cost of his own life. Meanwhile, the federal officer contemplated that, given his current state, revealing the information would have little consequence. Should the Federation emerge victorious, he would either be dead or confined in a prison cell. Conversely, if the Jean forces triumphed, that esteemed individual would likely either perish in battle or be captured. With this in mind, he replied, "Very well, I shall disclose the name of that esteemed individual. I believe you have all heard of him. Though few have had the privilege of witnessing his visage, he is none other than our Federation's young hero, the captain of the strike team, the Eagle of Loom, Major Alexander Zhao Rebil, the son of General Rebil." "What? He is the captain of the Reaper's Scythe, Alexander Zhao, the sole heir of General Rebil." At last, he confirmed the suspicions that had lingered in his mind. He had previously wondered how such a formidable force had failed to subdue this small unit. Though he had harbored doubts, they remained mere conjectures until now. He finally understood that this squad was indeed the Reaper's Scythe. Otherwise, a multitude of troops would have long since captured them. This defeat was not without justification. However, he had not anticipated that the captain of the Reaper's Scythe was the only son of General Rebil, a warrior whose prowess could rival that of our own Major Dazulu, a general who bore a striking resemblance to a guerrilla and was always at the forefront of battle. Once the captives and transportable supplies were aboard the Midia transport aircraft, all troops were also on board. Shortly after the Midia took flight towards Zabro, a tremendous explosion resounded, transforming the entire base into a desolate ruin. Meanwhile, aboard the aircraft, Zhao Junyu finally exhaled in relief, thinking to himself, "Goodness, this operation has finally come to a successful conclusion." As all the troops returned, bearing a wealth of supplies and news of victory, the entire Zabro base erupted in jubilation. "What of your Zakas? What of your countless victories? Even if you have captured more than half of the Earth, we can still emerge victorious, just as we did this time. We seized your base with merely a fraction of our forces. We are assured of victory as long as we are led by the rebel father and Son, in stark contrast to the soldiers who were too exhilarated to sleep. Two parties found themselves in distress. One of them was Zhao Junyu, who, despite his team and the striking battalion wishing to celebrate his triumph, had chosen instead to retreat to his quarters and collapse into slumber. The scale of this operation had indeed surpassed all previous endeavors, and in order to ensure the smooth execution of the plan with minimal casualties, he had expended considerable effort in research and on-site command. Upon his return, he was utterly exhausted, prompting his decision to rest. Another group comprises the high-ranking officials of the Federation, who are currently convening in their exclusive conference room within the base. It is truly unexpected that they managed to seize a base with such a modest force. Although the base may not be large, it is nonetheless well fortified. Moreover, our own losses have been minimal, which significantly contributes to the morale of our Federation's military. Indeed, when Labier and his associates proposed this plan, we anticipated they would encounter some resistance, hoping that this would instill a sense of obedience in them. The troops dispatched were primarily to ensure the safety of his son, yet we never imagined they would triumph so decisively. Nevertheless, for us, this is a fortuitous development, indicating a genuine shift in our operations against Jean, and victory may indeed be within our grasp. That is correct. It appears that victory is truly near. The sentiments expressed by the second individual immediately resonated with several others. In their eyes, victory indeed seems imminent. Do you truly believe this is a fortuitous turn of events? A discordant voice suddenly interrupted their musings. Do you not regard this as a positive outcome? Why is that? Indeed, please elaborate. Precisely, do enlighten us. The group began to bicker once more. While this achievement may be beneficial in the present context, it does not bode well in the long run. This victory may substantially bolster the army's morale. But are you aware that sentiments are emerging within the ranks, asserting that, under the leadership of Labier and his son, our Federation is destined for triumph? If such notions continue to propagate, you can surely envision the ramifications. A hush fell over the assembly as they pondered this. They recognized it was not a promising sign. That moment, one individual spoke up. This is indeed a troubling situation, yet we remain in a state of war. Should we suppress them now? That would not serve our interests either, especially considering that currently, the only capable fighters in our ranks are Labier and his few companions. The group fell into a deeper silence. Caught in a dilemma, to utilize him risks elevating his influence excessively, which could be detrimental. Conversely, to disregard him may jeopardize our own safety. Also a precarious situation. At this juncture, the leader interjected, addressing the concerns of the assembly. In truth, this matter is not insurmountable. I have devised a solution. Upon hearing this, everyone felt a surge of hope, knowing this individual rarely spoke recklessly, and they eagerly inquired about the proposed remedy in our Earth Federation. Ultimate authority resides within our parliament, and the military's power is similarly vested there. Thus, the power to appoint or dismiss military positions ultimately rests in our hands. Once the war reaches its conclusion, we shall appoint Rebil and Edward as marshals, bestowing upon them the title of honorary commanders for life. We will then gently suggest that, due to their advancing age and declining health, they may retire gracefully and receive their pensions to enjoy their twilight years. Those in close proximity to them will be granted elevated military ranks to render them nominally powerful. I believe that for all present here, this is not a particularly challenging task. As for his son, if he is still alive, he would merely be a junior officer, and the era of mobile warriors will no longer belong to him. Let him serve as a chief instructor for MS pilots. Let him take on the role of an educator. In this manner, what significant upheaval could they possibly incite? Ah, splendid, indeed, a most excellent plan. Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha. Announcement. Chapter 70. The Gundam of Zabro and Separation. We sincerely apologize. The page you wish to access does not exist. Chapter 71. Departure. The White Base. Major Alexander, here is your appointment letter. From this day forth, you are to be reassigned to the newly constructed warship, SCV-70 White Base, where you shall serve as the commander of the MS unit. The vessel will set sail the day after tomorrow from the Zabro headquarters to Side 7, to take over the units and data produced there. You will have full command over the MS aboard and ensure the safe return of the ship and data to our base. A major from the headquarters staff delivered the appointment letter. The White Base, the second ship of the Pegasus-class assault landing craft. It is complete. Zhao Junyu inquired as he took the letter. Indeed, it has been completed and has passed basic testing. The crew has already been selected and will all be in place by tomorrow, allowing you to depart the day after. Came the response, "Is that so? I understand. I accept the mission. Thank you for your efforts." That evening, in a room, Rebil and his son sat across from one another. Zhao Junyu had just brewed some tea and poured 2 cups. "You have received the new appointment letter, I presume?" General Rebil asked, taking a sip from his cup. "Yes, it instructs me to go to Side 7 to receive the units and data. How competent is the crew on board?" Zhao Junyu also lifted his cup for a sip, as this was his foremost concern, for it is the quality of personnel that ultimately determines the outcome of battles. "This is precisely what I intended to discuss with you. Aside from the captain, the vast majority are fresh recruits who have only recently completed their training." "What? Fresh recruits? Father, you must be mistaken." Zhao Junyu was utterly taken aback. With most being novices, what could possibly be achieved? This is warfare, not a leisurely outing with a group of students. There is no alternative. Following the catastrophic defeat at the Battle of Loom, our Federation's space forces have nearly been obliterated, with the remaining troops primarily stationed on Moon God 2 for defensive purposes, serving as a foothold for future counterattacks. Thus, there are hardly any seasoned veterans accustomed to operating warships among us. The original veterans have transitioned into instructors for training new recruits, preparing for the reformation of the space fleet, leaving us with predominantly novices. Faced with his father's response, Zhao Junyu found himself at a loss for words. As he had personally endured the harrowing battle at Rum, he was acutely aware of the devastating losses his side had suffered. In those days, when his father returned, he had merely utilized a single space shuttle, while he himself had operated a swordfish outfitted with additional equipment, resulting in the dwindling number of veterans from the Cosmic Army within headquarters. To ensure the new cosmic fleet could take shape in the near future, the integration of seasoned veterans with fresh recruits was inevitable. However, he never anticipated becoming the first to bear the bitter consequences of this reality. "How truly unfortunate. Do not be so pessimistic," his father, Rebil, reassured him. "The personnel under the captain's command are quite commendable. Although his command abilities may not be extraordinary, he is exceedingly steady." Observing the troubled expression on his son's face, Rebil felt a sense of helplessness, for he truly lacked a sufficient number of competent individuals to assign to the ship. Nonetheless, he had specifically chosen a captain known for his steadiness, hoping to provide his son with a measure of comfort. The following day, the entire crew of the warship had assembled, and Zhao Junyu met the personnel aboard. "This is Captain Paul Cassius." The captain was introduced. "He has some history with you, Major, as he was previously an instructor at the military academy, although he taught a different discipline." The major who had been introduced yesterday now served as an intermediary for Zhao Junyu. In this sense, I am also half a student of the captain. I look forward to your guidance, Captain. Having a young and capable student such as yourself is indeed a source of pride for me. They exchanged pleasantries, shaking hands. "This is First Lieutenant Tim Lei, the chief engineer, and also the principal designer of the MS in Operation V." The major pointed to another individual. "The designer of Gundam? It is indeed an honor to meet you. The performance of the Gundam you designed is remarkably impressive," Zhao Junyu exclaimed, unusually enthusiastic as he shook Tim Lei's hand. "Are you the test pilot for Unit 1, Major? It is truly a privilege." Tim Lei was somewhat taken aback. Upon returning from Side 7, he had not only brought back a portion of the data but also intended to provide some insights for the adjustments of Gundam Unit 1. He had not expected the test pilot to be such a young major, seemingly not much older than his own son. Just as they were about to exchange further words, the major continued with the introductions. "This is the vice captain." After introducing the key personnel, he added, "I believe some of you may have already guessed. He will be taking on the role of the commander of the MS unit aboard the White Base, Major Alexander Zhao Rebil." Indeed, he was Major Rebil, the son of the commander. "What? You knew this beforehand, fool? The only one so young to attain the rank of major is this esteemed Lord Minjia. How could you not figure that out? You are the fool. With such large sunglasses, who could possibly discern his true age? However, why does he don such a pair of sunglasses? Is it perhaps a particular preference? Yet, they do exude an undeniable coolness." A group of individuals positioned lower in rank began to murmur amongst themselves. Nevertheless, the advisor remained unfazed and continued, "These are the principal members of the White Base, and among them are the newly arrived reserve pilots. Allow the captain to introduce you. I shall not intrude upon your camaraderie any longer. I take my leave." After a respectful salute, he turned and departed. "Newly arrived reserve pilots?" Zhao Junyu inquired, puzzled. "Indeed, reserve pilots. They were awaited prior." Captain Paul replied with a smile, continuing, "Did Major Rebil assume that the delay in personnel was due to our ship's crew?" Zhao Junyu nodded, acknowledging that he had held that belief. Observing his expression, Captain Paul elucidated, "In truth, the ship's crew was selected long ago. These individuals have been undergoing training together from the outset. Although I was appointed later, I need not worry about the lack of synergy among the crew. The reason for the delay was indeed the arrival of these reserve pilots. After all, We are to procure MS units, and the absence of pilots would pose a significant inconvenience. Then why did these individuals arrive so late? There are numerous capable pilots within the Zabulo's escort unit. Zhao Junyu expressed his bewilderment. What? Did the commander not inform you? Captain Paul responded, equally perplexed. Zhao Junyu shook his head, realizing that his father had indeed neglected to mention this matter, which was quite uncharacteristic of him. After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Junyu slapped his forehead and exclaimed, I understand now. That is the explanation. Observing the clarity on Zhao Junyu's face, Captain Paul recognized that he had grasped the situation and chose not to elaborate further. As for Zhao Junyu's newfound understanding, it was not difficult to comprehend why the ship was staffed solely with newly graduated reserve pilots. The higher-ups, prioritizing their own safety, insisted on having a sufficient number of seasoned veterans nearby for protection. Some may wonder why, during the last assault on the base, a battalion of veterans was dispatched for support. This too is easily understood. Capturing the base significantly impacts the morale of the entire force. With morale heightened, the combat effectiveness of the troops also increases, thereby enhancing their security and contributing to future counteroffensives. Moreover, given the proximity of the base, it was convenient for the troops to return should any issues arise, thus justifying the deployment of veteran support. In contrast, this mission requires them to venture far from Earth to Side 7. If capable veterans were to stray too far from their side, it would understandably cause considerable unease. Hence the presence of only fresh recruits. Having grasped this matter, Zhao Junyu understood why his father had refrained from discussing it with him. If his father were to voice it, Junyu would undoubtedly express dissatisfaction and grumble, leaving his father powerless to do anything but offer consolation. The most probable outcome would be a heated argument, ending in discord. After taking a deep breath to calm his turbulent emotions, Zhao Junyu spoke, Captain, would you kindly show me around the battleship? After all, for the time being, it shall be my vessel. Moreover, I wish to meet the new recruits and assess their qualities. Observing the shift in Zhao Junyu's demeanor from anger to tranquility upon realizing the situation, it was evident that while he may not be completely mature, he was certainly showing commendable growth. Captain Paul nodded with satisfaction and led the way, guiding Junyu through the white base. Be frank. The newly designed Pegasus-class battleship bore a resemblance to the Salamis and Magellan classes that Zhao Junyu had previously experienced, with the primary distinctions lying in technological advancements and weaponry capabilities. The innovative nuclear-powered Minovsky engines, the mega-particle cannons, and the ability to deploy mobile suits rendered it a competent mothership in MS combat. However, when Zhao Junyu encountered the prospective pilots, he harbored little hope. The recruits varied in height and build, yet none exuded the aura of an exceptional pilot. He inwardly lamented, It seems that I shall have to dedicate time to their rigorous training later on, to uncover any hidden potential among them. For now, the safety of the battleship rested solely on his shoulders. That evening, Zhao Junyu could only familiarize himself with the ship and its personnel on a superficial level, as true camaraderie requires time to cultivate. The following day marked the departure of the white base. As it soared through the skies, the sensation of breaking through and exiting the atmosphere was rather unpleasant. Recovering from the intense vibrations of re-entering space, Zhao Junyu complained, The feeling of bursting through the atmosphere is truly discomforting. Although I am a veteran of the Space Forces and have experienced such transitions before, I still detest this sensation. Captain, are there any anomalies? After ensuring his own condition was stable, Zhao Junyu inquired upon reaching the bridge. There are no issues in any department of the battleship, and there is no sign of enemies in the vicinity. You can rest easy, Major, Captain Paul assured him. Is that so? I understand now. Thank you. Zhao Junyu nodded in acknowledgement, then turned his gaze toward Earth. It seems that you have a fondness for watching Earth, Captain Paul remarked, observing Zhao Junyu's quiet admiration of the planet. Captain, you may call me Alex. You are both an elder and a mentor. Very well, I shall take the liberty of addressing you as Alex. Do you hold a deep affection for Earth? No, I merely enjoy observing it. However, I cannot say I am particularly fond of it. Zhao Junyu shook his head, then continued to gaze at the Earth, stating, Personally, I find great pleasure in observing this azure planet from afar amidst the cosmos. Its beauty is truly captivating. Yet, little do we know that the Earth is currently engulfed in conflict, ravaged and scarred. Moreover, the majority of its inhabitants seem rather self-righteous, to put it bluntly. They resemble the words of those Gene soldiers, a throng of souls ensnared by gravitational forces. Major, please be cautious, Captain Paul said with a hint of trepidation. Although he trusted his loyal subordinates here, Zhao Junyu's words were rather alarming. Should they inadvertently slip out through a loose tongue, it could lead to dire consequences. I understand. I am merely venting my frustrations, Zhao Junyu replied, stretching languidly. Very well, Captain. I shall return to my quarters on standby. Should anything arise, do not hesitate to contact me. After saluting, he gracefully departed. Paul exhaled deeply, feeling a sense of relief. The young man's earlier remarks had been quite provocative, leaving him on edge. He then sternly addressed his crew. You heard nothing of what was just said, do you understand? Yes, Captain. The ensuing days of navigation proved remarkably tranquil, devoid of any calamities. Zayajunyu took the opportunity to assess the capabilities of his subordinate pilots, only to feel a twinge of disappointment. Their skills were woefully inadequate, having merely completed basic piloting training. Such individuals, if thrust into battle, would undoubtedly be mere cannon fodder, relying solely on numbers for victory. Under these circumstances, even upon reaching Side 7 and acquiring the necessary units, their utility would be minimal. It appeared that the safety of the White Fortress would rest solely on his shoulders, he mused, shaking his head at the incompetence of his subordinates. Days passed, and within the cosmic expanse not far from the location of the Moon God 2, a radar operator aboard an M-class cruiser exclaimed, Major, we have detected an unfamiliar warship to the lower left. What? Is it one of our experimental vessels? Inquired a young man of European descent with golden locks. No, according to our data, there have been no other movements from our forces in this time frame. It must be a vessel of the Federation. Another replied, a Federation warship. The young man exclaimed in astonishment, swiftly floating to the console to scrutinize the display of the ship. As he beheld the warship's distinct form, his eyes narrowed, and he murmured softly, could this ship be the Federation's V operation? If that is indeed the case, it would be a monumental achievement. Today is truly fortuitous. All hands, prepare for first-level combat readiness. All MS units, prepare to engage, target. The Federation's new warship. I shall lead the charge. We must capture it, he declared loudly, his mind affirming the situation regarding the Federation's vessel. Upper right, bearing XXX, distance 2,400. Enemy M-class cruiser detected. Approaching our ship. A radar operator shouted loudly, what on earth? What is happening? Only just now realizing it. Upon hearing this, Captain Paul erupted in anger, reprimanding, this is utterly unacceptable. The radar operator, feeling embarrassed, replied, I sincerely apologize. The enemy was previously obscured by a massive meteorite, and we have only just detected them. Enough with the excuses. Captain Paul waved his hand dismissively, grasping the communicator at his side and switching to the ship-wide communication channel. Simultaneously, the alarm blared throughout the entire battleship as he declared, all hands, prepare for combat at the highest alert level. All combat personnel, take your positions. Major Rebel, prepare for sortie. The personnel within the White Base immediately sprang into action. Meanwhile, Zhao Junyu, who had just shared battlefield experiences with the rookie pilots and was returning to his quarters to rest, rose from his bed with a grim expression. He thought to himself, damn it, have we been discovered? I can only hope the enemy's numbers are not overwhelming. Otherwise, the battleship will be in peril. Grabbing his military uniform that he had casually left by the bedside, he dashed out of his room. In stark contrast to the somewhat chaotic hustle aboard the Federation battleship, the activity on the side of the Gene was remarkably orderly, with each individual efficiently finding their assigned positions. Major, I will carry the ammunition for you this time, said a pilot clad in green to the young leader dressed in red. Thank you, I appreciate it, the young major responded. No, it is my honor. It is just unfortunate that our target this time is only a single battleship. I won't be able to witness the majestic sight of you earning the title of Crimson Lightning on the battlefield, lamented the previous pilot. Do not be disheartened. There will undoubtedly be future opportunities. If we can successfully capture that battleship intact, the merit will be substantial, and all of you may receive promotions. Stay focused and ensure they do not escape. The Major, or rather the illustrious Crimson Lightning, Johnny Layton, reminded the team. Fear not. With the Major leading us, along with the three of us, we are confident we can seize a Federation battleship. Perhaps they will surrender upon seeing the Major, without us needing to lift a finger, the pilot declared with unwavering confidence. Let us hope so, Johnny Layton replied. Though he spoke with bravado, he too believed that capturing a single battleship should not pose a significant challenge, especially when compared to the arduous task of assaulting the Moon God 2 base, which was laden with defensive turrets and the incessant threat of a sniping adversary. Upon reaching the hangar, the four individuals boarded their respective mobile suits. Johnny entered his new unit and remarked, "This is my first mission with this new machine. Let me witness its capabilities in actual combat. What a splendid day it is. All systems are operational, and the ejection system is ready. Captain, you are cleared for sortie at any time," came the voice of the communicator in his ear. Understood, Johnny replied, sealing the visor of his helmet. Johnny Layton, high-mobility Zaku, launching within the enemy ship. An MS was deployed, numbering 1.0, weight 4 units in total, within the White Base's bridge. The radar operator exclaimed, "Cut! The speed is remarkably swift. All hands, prepare for battle against the enemy ships and MS." Captain Paul, feeling a sense of urgency, inquired, "Where is Major Rebill?" As a seasoned veteran who had experienced the Battle of Loom, he was acutely aware of the formidable power of MS, a memory that lingered vividly in his mind. "The Major has already reached the hangar and will be ready to strike shortly." "Major," Captain Paul picked up the communicator and connected to Zhao Junyu's channel, stating, "The enemy's MS has emerged, 4 units in total. The crew aboard our ship consists mostly of novices, so you are our only hope for effective combat. I entrust this to you." "Only 4 MS? That poses no significant challenge. Just ensure your own safety. I shall handle the rest." "Rest assured," he concluded before severing the communication, piloting his unit toward the launch corridor. This time, he wielded a standard shield and a beam rifle. Finally, he had returned to the battlefield of the cosmos. Gazing at the starry expanse beyond the hatch, Zhao Junyu felt a wave of nostalgia and declared, "Alexander Rebill, Gundam Unit 1, launching." The catapult immediately activated, propelling the Black Gundam into the boundless universe. "Major, something has emerged from the Federation's vessel," a Xeon pilot reported. "What has appeared? Is it a metal sphere? Or perhaps a Federation space fighter?" Johnny pondered, aware that, in the current context of space warfare, the Federation possessed only these 2 forms of combat machinery, yet they required a significant quantity to be effective. Otherwise, it would be tantamount to courting disaster. "What does it look like? How many are there?" "There is only one, and its appearance resembles an MS. Could it be that the Federation has successfully developed a mobile suit?" "What? An MS? The Federation's MS?" Johnny was taken aback, having never anticipated that the Federation would develop such technology so swiftly. He had assumed it would take at least until next year, by which time he doubted the Earth Federation would even exist. "Humph! What MS could the Federation possibly produce? It might just be a damaged version of our Zaku. Even if they have developed something, it won't be of any significance. The Federation cannot create anything of quality. Allow me to confront it." Another pilot scoffed, and without hesitation, he piloted his unit toward Zhao Junyu's position. "Wait. Don't act rashly," Johnny immediately interjected, but unfortunately, the pilot paid no heed, continuing his advance, which infuriated Johnny, who muttered angrily, "That fool! Do not worry, Major. With us and you here, nothing catastrophic will occur." "Let him face some adversity," remarked Laz, who was handling the ammunition. "I hope so." "Let us proceed," Johnny said resignedly. "The Federation's rabble. There's no need for the Major to intervene. I can handle you myself." As he spoke, the pilot aimed and fired at Zhao Junyu. A lone figure charged forward, exuding confidence. Attacking from such a distance, it appeared he underestimated me. Observing the movements of the enemy, Zhao Junyu conducted a brief analysis, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth as he muttered to himself, "How amusing that I am underestimated. Yet, those who look down upon me shall pay the price. This time, your cost will be your life." The Black Gundam stood motionless, its beam rifle aimed squarely at the approaching adversary. The pilot of the Zaku, witnessing Zhao Junyu's stillness, mistakenly believed him to be paralyzed by fear, and laughed mockingly, shouting, "A coward from the Federation? Are you frightened? Afraid to move? Prepare to die." "Nay, Jack, quickly evade." Johnny, recognizing Zhao Junyu's intent, understood that the opponent was not paralyzed by fear but rather poised to strike with lethal precision. He urgently warned his subordinate. Alas, it was too late. "Farewell." Before Jack could comprehend the situation, a crimson beam pierced the sky, entering through the front of the Zaku's cockpit and exiting from the rear. The pilot had no time to contemplate, vanishing from this world without a trace, not even leaving behind a corpse. Chapter 73. The Wrath of Johnny First Unit, Zhao Junyu stated coldly. "Remarkable, upon deployment, he has already destroyed an enemy Zaku, truly worthy of the title Major." A group of reserve pilots, confined to the battleship without mobile suits, gazed in astonishment at the images transmitted from the monitors, engaging in animated discussions. "Curse it. Just when the enemy arrives, we have no units available. Otherwise, I would surely assist the Major in eliminating these accursed Xeon. Just you? You've been defeated by me in simulations multiple times. If you were to go out there, you'd merely be a pawn for the enemy. I would be a far better choice to aid the Major." "Pa, you may have bested me a few times, but I have done the same to you. What right have you to criticize me? You'd be nothing but cannon fodder out there. Indeed. What qualifies you to assist the Major?" I would be far more capable of providing support. Nonsense. You, who have no idea how many times you've been shot down, would be utterly useless out there and waste the precious mobile suits we've painstakingly crafted. I am the most suitable candidate, Bird Brain. Clearly, I am the strongest. So, a cacophony of voices erupted as they bickered, each asserting their prowess. Unbeknownst to them, in the eyes of Major Zhao Junyu, they were all of the same caliber, merely fodder for the cannon. It mattered not that they currently lacked mobile suits. Even if they had, Zhao Junyu would never allow them to engage, for their presence would only serve to hinder him. That a beam weapon. Has the Federation successfully developed a miniaturized beam weapon technology? I had heard that the development in the tech department was fraught with difficulties. This presents quite a dilemma. The enemy's MS now wields firepower akin to that of a battleship. Witnessing his own forces being pierced by the enemy's crimson beams, Johnny, a formidable ace pilot, felt a tremor within his spirit, for the weaponry in the hands of his adversaries possessed an overwhelming might. While the potency of his large-caliber rocket launcher lay in its destructive capability, the strength of the enemy's beam weapon resided in its penetrating power. Thick armor could defend against rockets, but thus far, there had been no armor to counter the beam weapon's assault. Disperse the formation. The enemy's firepower is formidable. Be cautious not to be struck. As the commander of the unit, Johnny swiftly made what he deemed the most prudent decision. He continued, Son, maneuver around from the side and find a way to directly capture the enemy's battleship, demanding their MS to surrender. Lotzi, you and I will flank him from both sides. Let us devise a method to take him down. However, Lotzi, exercise caution. This foe is likely no ordinary opponent. Primus, assist Son in attacking the enemy battleship. Understood. I comprehend. The two individuals shed any notions of underestimating their adversary. Although Jack's downfall bore some blame on his part, it was evident that had the enemy not possessed sufficient capability, they would not have landed a single decisive blow. Furthermore, with their captain echoing this sentiment, it was clear that their opponent was not to be trifled with. The team promptly dispersed. Oh, they have scattered. It appears they intend to encircle me, making it difficult for me to strike them. Observing the movements of his opponents, Zhao Junyu deduced their intentions. When individuals cluster together, they become larger targets, making them easier to hit. However, once they disperse, their strength may be diluted, yet their targets become more elusive. Yet, a hint of scorn graced Zhao Junyu's lips as he remarked, however, that depends on who your opponent is. With the thrusters activated, the sleek, black MS surged forward. That individual. How audacious to first engage Son. Lotzi, you confront the battleship. I shall deal with the Federation's MS with an urgent command. Johnny's MS transformed into a crimson shadow, racing towards Zhao Junyu's direction.